Oh, we got a hell of a show for you, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. Hope you all had a lovely weekend. It was beautiful, and it's still beautiful out. Even though it's a little dark, that's okay. We got a lot on our plate today. Warriors, they just keep winning. All they do is win, 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 no matter what. But it was a close one. It was an intense one. And there was a fire alarm even pulled in that game. Isaiah Stewart tried to nudge Stephen Curry. Steph wasn't backing down. Guy Santos wasn't backing down. And the Warriors didn't back down. Shout out Tom Petty, 115-110 the final there. Oh, by the way, yeah, a lot's happening in the NFL right now. There's quarterbacks getting moved. There's big deals getting done. Myles Garrett staying in Cleveland. Max Crosby obviously stayed with the Raiders. What's going to go on Micah Parsons? What's going to go on Brock Purdy's contract? Because Josh Allen just got back. There's so much stuff happening as, yes, this term, which I find hilarious, legal tampering is now a thing, and it starts today as free agency is 2 days away officially, but you're going to start to see all these deals get done. Joe Shasky today, tomorrow, and in the coming week. As I say, good morning to you, all the lovely people out there, Carter, Sam. This is what we live for. It's kind of like Christmas in the NFL when these things start to happen. Now, from a 49ers perspective, they don't have a lot of cap to work with, so they got to be frugal. They got to pick and choose their spots, and maybe, just maybe, they'll add another Bosa into the building. We shall see. But I say good morning to you as we lose an hour as daylight savings spring forward started yesterday, Joe Shasky. Are you still feeling a little bit tired?
Daylight savings is just, I don't like the fall back, spring forward. Just let's figure this out. I want it to be as light as possible, as late in the day as possible. Who likes it getting dark at 4:15 in the afternoon?
As a golfer, I agree with you because I'd like to golf
as
until
a human.
No. To hell with humans. As a golfer, I would like to golf until 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Well, and you know, the baseball coach in me wants that as well.
There you go.
But yeah, it's an antiquated system. We need to figure this thing out. But that being said, Warriors on Saturday night, that was playoff level intensity.
Yep.
I know that people are going to scoff at that. They're going to look at the Pistons and they're going to roll their eyes, and I'm going to tell them, you got to watch the games. No, I'm not pretending to be some league pass guy. Kate Cunningham is on a short list of guys. If I'm betting on the next 10 years, under 23 years old, he's at the top of my list. That guy is a stud.
It feels good. Again, we always use this when it comes to certain franchises and certain teams. Oh, the league's better when this team is doing better. Oh, the NFL is doing great when it's, the Raiders are doing well, and the Cowboys and the Niners and the Browns and the Steelers, right? I do think the league is better when the Detroit Pistons are better.
Okay.
Like, that is an iconic brand. I get it. You were probably, 8 or 9 when the Bad Boys Pistons were a thing. I wasn't even alive, but I remember Rasheed Wallace, Ben Wallace, Rip Hamilton, Tayshaun Prince, all right? Chauncey, win one for Chauncey
Big
Billups.
Shot Bob.
Right? You think of all the, who's my guy? Darko. He was even on that team. Yeah, you scoff at that. But, I do believe the league is better. And the Eastern Conference in particular is a lot more watchable when the Detroit Pistons are a thing. And they've been a disaster the last decade plus. So I am happy for that team and for that city, quite frankly, because they got the Lions now. Pistons are fun. Tigers were in the playoffs last year. Yeah. That's a fun city, a sports city now to be a part of. And the Pistons are now a part of that. And that did have a playoff kind of a feel to it because it was sloppy early. The defense on both sides, the intensity, you saw it right away. The Warriors jumped up to a 9-0 lead. It was like, okay, are they just going to blow them out early? And then the Pistons started to show their teeth a little bit. They clawed their way back in, and it was back and forth, and a hell of a game. And Jimmy Butler taking over in the third quarter. And then again, we'll get into it. Isaiah Stewart, who kind of feels like all bark, no bite, really. I mean, the guy's 6'9", 6'10". He's going at Steph Curry because Steph missed a shot anyways, and he's happy for Guy Santos, who got the and one, and he gives a little shove because he walks towards the Pistons bench. The whole thing was very contrived, I thought, from Isaiah Stewart. And Steph Curry, the chef, after it, talk about one of the all-time F around find out moments. We'll get into those, some of the top ones for Steph Curry. I don't know where this lands in it, but Steph going 10 straight points after that for him. And then night, see you later for Detroit as the Warriors improve again in the Jimmy Butler era. What is it now, 11-1 when he plays?
They lose that game 15 different ways a month and a half ago.
Well, in the last 2.5 seasons, they lose that game. I'll say
There's
it right
not
there.
a question in my mind.
Yeah.
And Draymond Green hitting the three at the end was just absolutely chef's kiss. Loved everything about it. Him doing that against, the Michigan squad that he actually, has been linked to for so long.
Grew up a Detroit Pistons fan.
Absolutely. Saginaw, Michigan.
Yeah.
But I look at this game and I say to myself, like, right now, with no Pajemski and with no Kaminga, you could put those two to the side. But Paz has been playing a lot better basketball. Dare I say the youngsters are playing some of the best ball of their lives? Quentin Post's hitting shots. I know that there's going to be some misses around the rim, and he's got to clean that up. That's part of the development. He's a young player. He's a rookie. Moses Moody with a huge steal. Absolutely huge steal late in that game to strip Cade Cunningham and then get on the floor, dive on the ground, and then throw it right to Draymond Green. Just a savvy, smart play. Jimmy Butler doing so many things as a three-point shooter. The shot wasn't looking so flat. That was great.
What if I told you he was the best three-point shooter that night for the Warriors?
I'll take it.
2 of 4 was the best shooting percentage. Absolutely. Steph was 4 of 15. He was struggling to find it. But the stat that I did love from Stephen Curry, 12 for 12 from the line.
Well, he
to the
was
line.
Amazing. And, Steph missed some shots late in that game. So there's a lot that is, a work in progress. But they have to keep winning right now. You look at Minnesota's right on their heels. Minnesota's, they won 5 in a row, 4 in a row, something like that. They're on fire right now. And so the Warriors are maintaining their spot in the 6 hole, and they just need to continue to win. Rockets are winning. The Grizzlies are winning in front of them. The Pelicans have been no help to us whatsoever.
I told you they stink. They're not helping anyone. They're not helping themselves, Joe Shasky. Well, they are if they want to get a better pick and try to get Cooper Flag. Zion's looked great, though.
Yeah, well, great. I'm glad that Zion looks great. He's not affecting winning in any way. And there's a bigger conversation, like not today, but at some point. And we are going to monitor the NFL stuff. We'll get to that in a second.
Absolutely.
But there is a bigger conversation. Cade Cunningham, and you and I were kicking this back. LaMelo. Cade Cunningham is who LaMelo wishes he could be. Cade Cunningham's a winning basketball player. He plays, smart, at a perfect pace. He's got floor vision. He's a great passer. He can shoot the three. He shoots, in rhythm, team-friendly three-pointers. He can get to the rim. He can explode and dunk on someone's head. He plays great defense. He rebounds really well. This is a winning basketball player. Cade Cunningham, and I do not pretend like I've watched him, 20 times this year. No. I've only watched him when they play the Warriors. All right. I'll raise my hand and admit that. That guy's a winning basketball player. And if you're asking me right now who you're banking on in terms of the young guys, he's at the top of my list. Paolo Banchero plays winning basketball. I think Cade Cunningham plays winning basketball. I do not think LaMelo Ball plays winning basketball. I did not
expect at 6:14 a.m. here on a Monday that LaMelo Ball was going to be referenced here. After you played Detroit Pistons.
Is Detroit a dumpster fire? Have they been a dumpster fire for 2 decades?
Sure, but they also just landed a great pick in Asar Thompson. Tobias Harris was nice.
Shoot.
JB Bickerstaff was a huge addition to the staff too, because what were we saying about Cade Cunningham the last couple of years? Oh, he's on a losing franchise, and yeah, he's a good player on a losing team. Like coaching and other players around that matter. Again, I'm not turning this to a LaMelo Ball versus Cade Cunningham conversation. Notoriously dumpster fire organizations, or at least organizations that have been bad the last decade plus, there's a lot baked into why it all of a sudden starts to get better. Stephen Curry, it wasn't just because of Steph. It's because of Mark Jackson. It was because of Draymond Green. It was because of Klay Thompson. So if, again, Charlotte Hornets get other players around LaMelo Ball other than Mark Williams, sure, maybe the conversation around him will shift too, like it's shifting around Cade Cunningham.
To be a leader, to change an organization, you better have your head on straight.
Sure.
And when I look at someone like LaMelo Ball, he's a clown.
Okay.
And when I look at someone like Cade Cunningham, I look at someone, and again, I'm just a couple of games. This is a guy whose head is clearly on straight. He plays a winning brand of basketball. He's extremely focused. He's got the DNA makeup. And I look at that position in terms of like being
9 turnovers, by the way, for Cade. 9.
Oh, he's not a finished product.
No.
He's got a long way to go.
Sure.
And he's the guy that they're going to be blitzing in these situations. He's playing alongside Dennis Schroeder. I mean, who we watched Dennis Schroeder. Like Dennis Schroeder.
He looked good against the Warriors, actually.
No. He hit a couple shots.
He had 11 points.
Of course, he hit
shooting.
all the shots he missed as a Warrior against the Warriors.
Sounds like the Warriors were holding him back.
It was the Michael Tucker experience. Back in the day, Michael Tucker hit a bunch of home runs against the Giants. The Giants get him. He is terrible. And then he leaves the Giants and he hits a bunch of home runs against them.
Kind of like Michael Conforto is going to do this next year for the Dodgers against the Giants.
I mean,
he's hit a couple bombs too.
The Warriors looked really good. The thing that I love the most about what I saw from the Warriors is 5 minutes to go. when Jimmy Butler checked back in. I think it was 4 and some change. I could be wrong here, but about 4 and some change. They did this 3-man game, and they've been doing it over and over and over again in the half court. It's Jimmy, it's Draymond, and it's Steph. And then in this particular game, I believe it was Moses Moody was the 4th guy and might have been Quentin Post as the 5th guy. You have the spacing, the catch-and-shoot guys of Quentin Post and Moses Moody playing opposite. 3 guys playing, and it's not a triangle like Phil Jackson triangle offense, but they're doing this thing where one of them is in the block and the other 2 are kind of running split action off each other. It's almost impossible to defend because they're not running specific plays. They're just playing read and react offense, and it's beautiful to watch. I love watching. They're getting great looks.
They've played in 2 tight games this year, and it's both Warriors just edging the Pistons. 107-104 back on January 9th, Joe Shasky. Now 115-110 over the weekend. 888-957-9570 is the number. Shout out to all those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. We are streaming all week long on those platforms, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. We're fired up. We got a lot of basketball to get into. We've got a lot of football to get into as well because there are a lot of moves happening today, over the weekend, in the coming days, not only pertaining to the San Francisco 49ers, but around, the NFC West at large. The Rams are making moves. The Seahawks are making moves. Are the Cardinals going to make some moves? All the top dogs are making moves as well. I already mentioned the Bills. The Browns, obviously, you saw that. Oh, could Myles Garrett get traded? Well, he's staying there. We'll get into the details of that. There's a lot happening, and we're going to be breaking it down all show long, Joe Shasky. So if you're in your car, if you're driving around today, dropping the kids off at school, it's like, hey, man, can I get an update on what's going on with the NFL? We're going to have that. We're going to have little sounders throughout the show. If you're ready for it, Carter, you can play some of them. There you go.
NFL free agent Frank.
Let's do it. We got Josh Allen. Keep the bet up. We got Josh Allen re-signing with the Buffalo Bills. Myles Garrett, you thought he was going to the Niners? No, he's going back to Cleveland, mega deal. Devontae Adams.
What's going on with Devontae?
Niner fans wanted him. Guess what? He's going to the LA Rams.
Oh, no.
DK Metcalf traded out of the division. He's going to the Steelers. Steelers. Aaron Jones back to the Vikings. Geno Smith traded from the Seahawks out of the Niners division.
Where's he going?
To the Raiders.
Just win Geno? Wow.
Hey, he knocked the Niners off last year. DJ Jones back to Denver. T. Higgins, franchise tag. It's a lot going on. And then Christian Kirk, signed by the Texans. There's also a rumor mill going on right now. We're going to keep you up to date with the rumor mill, all right? For those that are, you don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to have an Adam Schefter alert on your phone. We have a rumor mill. Look at all these rumors.
Yeah, you don't want to have to go to. I love this music, by the way. It's such a good beat. It's so good.
So here's the rumor mill.
Oh.
Aaron Rodgers, rumored to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Do they got a lot of ayahuasca in Pittsburgh?
I don't know.
I think they do in pierogies.
I like that.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold, rumored to the Seattle Seahawks.
Oh, that's a good move. That's actually a great move for the Niners. Perfect for them.
We'll get into that in a second. 49ers, the rumor is Malik Collins will be released.
Oh, that's huge.
But the biggest news of the weekend, Joey Bosa, rumored to the Niners. Tim Kawakami and Matt Mayoko, they're not saying anything's done, but they're saying it seems like it's going to happen. Joey Bosa to the Niners. Now, we'll see what the numbers are. We'll break that down. And obviously, with this Josh Allen extension, which we can get into at some point today, he's looking at $55 million guaranteed over the life of the contract. What does that mean for Brock Purdy?
250 in total of the practical guaranteed contract for one Josh Allen. The league's reigning MVP, obviously deserved that. But what does that mean for Brock Purdy? We're going to keep you updated all show long in regards to what's going on with the 49ers.
God, I love
the rest
that.
of the league. I love NFL free agency talk, draft talk. It's what makes the league so fun, Joe Shasky, that it is truly 24/7, 365 now. It didn't always used to be like this, but within the last decade plus, it's really transformed everything. Obviously, they started the NFL Network, 20 plus years ago, and it slowly started to become this thing, and we just can't get enough football every single month. And the 49ers are such an interesting team right now because it does feel, maybe crossroads is too strong. Shout out Bone Thugs and Harmony. They're not at a crossroads per se, but they are at maybe an inflection point of where things need to start going if this team really does want to start competing sooner rather than later for another Super Bowl title. And maybe, just maybe, they have to be in this little mired mediocrity for a second. And I don't know if fans are really going to be part of that and want to back that up, if that means cost cutting, if that means, swallowing some bad contracts. Are they still going to trade? Again, we're talking about rumors. Are they still going to trade Brandon Ayuk potentially? We'll see if another team wants to go after him. Maybe some team gets stiff. We're in on DK and say, you know what? Maybe we should go get Ayuk. Maybe we should, give up a 3rd round pick for him if we're truly desperate for that. I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen, but I'm very interested to see what the 49ers are going to do. Coming off a Mike Silver article with The Athletic. Obviously, Mike Silver covers the league and the 49ers for The Athletic. Longtime guy with the NFL Network, obviously, with the San Francisco Chronicle, Bay Area guy, Mike Silver. Kind of echoing what Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard was talking about with us last week, Joe Shasky. Jed York's involvement in all this now, which is very interesting. Anytime I'm a fan and I start to hear ownership getting involved when it comes to finances and starts to penny pinch potentially, I get a little concerned. Now, you have a different thought, and maybe it's ultimately a good thing that Kyle Shanahan may have someone to answer to going forward, because maybe, last year with the whole Ayuk, with the whole Trent Williams, with the whole Christian McCaffrey, all the different contracts and how they all went about the business, maybe there needs to be another voice in the room that says, whoa, guys, what are we doing here? This is too much spending. You're looking around the rest of the league. Andy Reid has to answer to someone. You look at Nick Sirianni over in Philadelphia. He has to answer to someone. Maybe Kyle Shanahan needs to start answering to someone as well in Santa Clara, and we'll get into that as the show goes on.
Yeah, I've got a lot of thoughts on this. It was a very interesting article by Mike Silver, and it definitely feels like to me we could use whatever adjective we want to describe the situation, but there's definitely a refinancing going on in terms of how this team has structured their contracts and what they need to do to put themselves in a better position moving forward. You can't just throw everything on the credit card forever, and we can get into it.
You can't? Amex, Discover, none of those.
Interest rates are high.
There you go. All guests on 95.7 The Game, Joe Shasky, appear on the River Islands guest lines. It's time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop. It's also allergy season. It's just like the Nasacort, the whatever you're using, the Claritin. I'm trying. This is my flu game today, Joe Shasky, because I did a rookie mistake too. You don't wear glasses or contacts, do you? Yeah,
my wife does.
I wear contact lenses, which is a big no-no come allergy season because it like traps the pollen in there, and then your eyes get itchy. I should have worn my glasses today. I did not. So not only are my eyes itchy, my nose is itchy, my throat is itchy. I'm powering through today. I've got a little rasp in my voice, but we'll get through it. And of course, our water is not working in the kitchen, so I can't even have hot tea. So there's that. I'm having coffee because someone brought in a Keurig, thank God, so I'm getting my caffeine today.
Should I call my brother, get a plumber over here?
Yeah, you might need to. Flowing water, plumbing, and drain, maybe. I mean, maybe we should flush that down.
Yeah.
What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Thank you. Shout out to Ford Maverick.
I mean, I'll just name all the sponsors.
Yeah, right. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types are welcome. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. Don't go anywhere. We got Niners talk, we got Warriors talk, we got NFL talk, all that coming up next.
Hey, this is MSR from San Ramon, and you are listening to Joe Shasky and I already forgot. Spadoni on 95.7 The Game.
I forgot too. Forgot we had to come back for a show. I was getting my coffee out there. It's got a line brewing out there, guys. Speaking of brewing, tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Joe Shasky, as the Golden State Warriors are taking on the fighting Chauncey Billups' Trailblazers. Warriors Live starting at 6 o'clock and tip-off at 7. I do like a 7 start as opposed to 7:30. I even love more than that is a 6:30 or a 6 o'clock West Coast home start, but that's just me being selfish. As I say, good morning to you. Good morning to all of you just waking up. And if you're just waking up, yeah, we're talking Warriors. Huge win over the Detroit Pistons. Playoff type of win, playoff type atmosphere and intensity. And I do want to, at some point today, give flowers to one head coach of your Golden State Warriors, a guy who joins our station every week, Steve Cerr, because we're going to do that, and he absolutely deserves his flowers, what he's been able to do with this team since the Jimmy Butler acquisition. But it is legal tampering period in the NFL today, Joe Shasky. The actual free agency period starts on Wednesday. And for those of you who are like, oh, why are we seeing all these deals done? Free agency doesn't start till Wednesday. Well, they call it the legal tampering period, so all the agents, everyone can get all their ducks in a row so that when Wednesday comes, you can just do all the signings together. Yeah. Then you could do all the, the pomp of circumstance, introductions to the media, all of that. So that's why they do it. So legal tampering, you're going to start to see all the deals and all the rumors trickle down today. A lot happened over the weekend, Joe Shasky, that I think we should get into as it pertains to the San Francisco 49ers and the NFC West. You want to start with the Seahawks?
I do want to start with them. Friday afternoon, we got the alert. Oh my God. The Raiders are trading a 3rd-round pick for Geno Smith.
I know. I was in shock. I didn't even text you guys till the next day. It's just so in shock.
Well, so let's look at it this way. The Rams finished 10-7. They won the West. The Seahawks finished 10-7. They obviously came in second.
By
Cardinals
tiebreak. Yeah.
Cardinals 8-9. Niners 6-11. The Niners went 1-5 in the division this year.
I love this bet.
I want to repeat that. The Niners went 1-5 in the division this year,
which is insane because they've just. I think of Kyle Shanahan, I think dominating the NFC West.
Their one win was the one up in Seattle where Debo made that sick play early in the game, which could have been a pick, by the way. Right. Brock Purdy just lofted it in the air when they were wearing the all-white jerseys. So what Seattle did was not only were they better than you last year, but then they went more bold early on in free agency. Right now, they traded away Geno Smith, so they got another 3rd-round pick, and I'll get to their draft compensation in a second. And then we kind of had rumors of DK Metcalf. Look, whatever you think of DK personality-wise, he's better as a receiver than Brandon Ayuk. Now, he hasn't had better quarterback play. He hasn't had better offensive coordinator play, but he's been a better player, and I think he's more coveted league-wide than Brandon Ayuk.
I mean, he's got damn near 50 touchdowns, 6,300 receiving yards, and 438 receptions since coming to the league back in 2019. Same draft class as Debo Samuel. That Absolutely. Carter reminded me.
And, obviously this is a guy who was disgruntled and was a difficult cover. Also gets targeted more than what you would in a normal Niner offense.
And 49ers had dare I say, had their way with him at times. Charvarius Ward,
really good against him.
They matched up well against him, which is a credit to the 49ers. But again, I think we get a little jaded as fans sometimes just because our team does a lot of success towards one particular player. It's like, oh, that guy's not very good. No, he's an elite wide receiver.
He has the rookie record for most receiving yards in a playoff game against Philadelphia.
He checks literally all the boxes you're looking for.
He's a beast.
Big, strong, hands, speed.
Completely insane.
Yes. Yeah, you need a little bit of an edge.
No, I agree.
Diva tendencies, but that just comes with the position as well.
No question. But I look at what Seattle's done over the weekend, and I say to myself, all right, they've got the 18th pick, the 50th pick, the 52nd pick, the 82nd pick, the 92nd pick. They've basically got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks in the first 3 rounds. They've got ammunition to move up or do whatever they need to. And I think we would all say we don't view them as a Super Bowl contender if Geno Smith's under center.
No.
So they know that they need to go out and find a quarterback. Now, are they going to go after Sam Darnold? Boy, it sure sounds like it. Could they move up and get somebody in the draft? Boy, it sure feels like they've got the ammunition. But here's why I'm jealous of them. And I will admit this on the front end. They were very bold. And they said to themselves, we're just going to move DK and we're going to get a second-round pick from the Steelers, even though he's fully healthy. The Niners waffled back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And not only did they overpay for Brandon Ayuk, they completely suppressed his value. And instead of moving him and being decisive and making a decision and just doing it and just executing the deal, the Niners are sitting here with buyer's remorse. And now we're having a whole nother offseason where they're sitting here with a guy who's A, hurt, and B, doesn't have a lot of value, and C, costs you a lot to move in dead cap money. They've kind of screwed themselves.
Talking about a team that lucked out in all of this, and I know we're keeping it to the Seattle Seahawks, but the Pittsburgh Steelers, who were all in on Brandon Ayuk last year, they just needed the 49ers to pull the trigger. They were willing to give up, according to reports, a first-round pick for Brandon Ayuk. And now, fast forward a year later, if you're the 49ers, you can sure use another first-round pick because it would have been in this year's draft. You would have had two, potentially, and again, it's a butterfly effect of things, but you would have had two first-round picks. And now, instead, you have an injured Brandon Ayuk, a guy that you don't even know if he's going to be there come training camp or the first week in the NFL season. He has an evaluation coming up on his medical here shortly, according to John Lynch, GM of the San Francisco 49ers. But if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers, you miss out on Brandon Ayuk, but you get DK Metcalf instead, and you don't give up a whole hell of a lot for him. You don't give up a first-round pick for him, and you get him, and you sign him to a huge contract, and I feel a hell of a lot better with him and George Pickens. And now the rumor is, as we go rumor season, Aaron Rodgers thrown to those guys with that defense, TJ Watt and co. They got action in Pittsburgh now, and I'm feeling great. But to your point,
they don't even have a quarterback.
I just mentioned they're going to get Aaron.
Yeah, but
they might get Aaron Rodgers.
Oh my God!
I don't consider Aaron a great quarterback.
They get to the playoffs without a quarterback.
Oh, no doubt.
So I'm just Pittsburgh. I give them a lot of respect. Still, I get it. They haven't won a playoff game in a long time. That being said, the Seattle Seahawks, I don't know what to make of them as we look through a 49ers lens here, Joe Shasky, because if Sam Darnold's the quarterback, I'm kind of feeling the same way I did with him with Geno. Like, do I take him that seriously?
Doesn't it feel like they're drafting somebody?
Who?
I don't
Jackson
know.
Dart? Because I don't think Shador's going to fall to them. I don't think Cam Ward's going to go there.
I have this feeling that they're going to try to make a move for somebody. I don't know. Maybe they go for the the Syracuse quarterback, Kyle McCord. Who played at
I guess
Ohio
Will Howard is going to be a fourth-round pick. Maybe some people are going to be intrigued by him. He had a last good couple games in the college football playoff. They can do a lot
with their picks.
The player I thought that they wanted last year, and no one saw this coming, was when the Atlanta Falcons drafted Michael Penix.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Penix, obviously being the Washington guy, fit perfectly, just staying in Seattle.
I thought you were going to go, they're going to trade for Kirk Cousins.
No. By the way, where's Kirk going? Do we know what's going on with Kirk Cousins
going
yet?
to the unemployment line.
Well, that could be another. No. But again, we're talking about Sam Darnold. Maybe Kirk Cousins ends up going to the Seattle Seahawks. That's another option there for them. So,
or back to the Vikings.
Yeah, or back to the Vikings. There, JJ McCarthy though, like he made
so odd.
It's the whole thing's weird. But I give Kevin O'Connell a lot of credit. He can win with any quarterback as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, a lot of moves percolating in the NFC West and the Seattle Seahawks. I'm going to wait and see until what they do after the draft.
It's not about that Seattle is in a better position than the Niners. It's the way they viewed their asset. See, to me, this is about asset allocation, right? The Niners had a player in Brandon Ayuk who I don't think they really wanted to sign. And then obviously a report with Mike Silver comes out over the weekend, and it's about the power struggle or maybe the power hierarchy in San Francisco. And it says in there, Kyle Shanahan ran upstairs on when they were on the precipice of trading him, Brandon Ayuk.
When Mike Silver said like Noah Lyles in the Olympics, and he ran upstairs. And
he basically told John Lynch, no. Not only do we keep him, we need to pay him, $100 million. And they almost immediately regretted that. The organization clearly wasn't all on the same page. And I think there's something to be said for being decisive and eliminating maybe whatever relationship you have on the player. And I think at times coaches, they become a little too close to certain players. And sometimes coaches aren't the greatest when it comes to evaluating talent because they're worried about trying to win the game this weekend, as opposed to creating a financially balanced team for the now and the future. So I look at what Seattle's got going right now, and I ask myself, man, why didn't the Niners just send that trade through to Pittsburgh last year? I think it was a big mistake, and I think that they're reeling right now because of it.
So the Seahawks get a late second round pick swap from the Pittsburgh Steelers. Steelers get DK and immediately sign him to an extension, 4 years, $132 million extension. DK and George Pickens is going to be very, very fun, but this is a quarterback-driven league, and they do not have a quarterback. Steelers still linked to Russell Wilson, potentially bringing him back. Doesn't sound like it's going to be Justin Fields, maybe. And they're talking about Justin Fields potentially the New York Jets. A lot of rumors. Again, rumor season here. I'll say this, and I get your asset allocation. I know we're up against it.
They botched the Ayuk thing.
Well, that's fine. And from a Seahawks, as we're putting a bow on there, like they're taking some risks here too, because there is a proven commodity in DK Metcalf. Like, I know what I have in DK, and I get they didn't want to come up with the number that they had there. I knew what I had with Geno Smith, and I get it. He's 35. You didn't want to sign him to a long-term extension. If they do bring in Sam Darnold, I get it from an age standpoint. Absolutely. That's a huge part of it. Mike McDonald's a new coach. He wants some sustainability going forward there and some security on his part, and I understand that. But there's risks in the draft, and you can get all these draft picks all you want, and it could be a crapshoot, and none of them can pan out. They did release Tyler Lockett over the weekend, who was a mainstay in Seattle as well. I'm not going to sleep on that because Tyler Lockett has been a serviceable wide receiver for a very long time for Seattle. So big changes in the Pacific Northwest, Joe Shasky, as we continue to discuss the legal tampering period in the NFL. What's going on with the Niners? What are some of the big Niner moves that we want to see going forward? Joe Shasky, I'm going to get your thoughts on that. 888-957-9570. Niner fans, what move do you want to see be made? Devontae's gone. DK's gone. Is it Joey Bosa? Are you not going to be disappointed if the 49ers don't land Joey Bosa? The only other team I've seen linked to him is the team that they grew up rooting for when they were kids. It's the Dolphins in Miami. So that's...
His dad was like the 6th pick to the Dolphins. I have his card.
Absolutely. That's the only other team. And obviously, Mike McDaniel connection over there too. He likes his players. He likes to keep his players. So let's see if they could bring in another Bosa brother who, again, was released from the Los Angeles Chargers last week. I got an update on Kirk Cousins on the other side per Dan Graziano. We'll get into that. 888-957-9570. Let's see. And that's what's coming up the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Italians love you.
Anthony Shasky.
Shasky, you're pretty cool too.
It's ridiculous.
Italians love you too, Joe Shasky. You're like an honorary paisan, right? You worked in a deli, for Christ's sake, right?
I worked in a butcher shop. For many years.
Yeah, which part?
For Viglizzo meats and for Guerra.
Did you have a deli attached to it?
I went to Guerra's on Saturday and got sandwiches for the family.
Okay.
After baseball.
Okay, what kind of sandwiches?
I got myself a roasted turkey, and then Michelle got a veggie, and then I got some chicken kebabs. I went and saw my boy Danny over there on 15th and Taravel, the original Butcher Boy, as he calls himself. And then I got a piece of halibut. Oh, it's delicious.
Just for the halibut?
Delicious piece of halibut, which I cooked Saturday night with some rice.
Okay.
And
Very
what else
healthy
did I
of you.
get?
Very
Oh, and then I got
health-conscious.
sausages.
Okay.
Ground beef. We did tacos yesterday.
Salchicha? There you
Yeah.
go. What kind of
Trying
sausage?
to plan out our meals.
Was it Italian sausage?
Yeah. With fennel.
Okay. Brought to you by Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Looking at how the sausage is made. We've been talking about the Warriors, their 115-110 win over the Detroit Pistons. Huge win for them as they just keep winning in the Jimmy Butler era. When Jimmy Butler plays, they are 11-1 in Golden State. By the way, big injury news happened over the weekend. LeBron James, groin injury against the Boston Celtics. The game was happening at the same time as the Detroit Pistons Golden State Warriors game out in Boston. Hell of a matchup there. It was very tight. LeBron gets hurt, I think, with like 6 or 7 minutes left, but pulls his groin. It's a groin strain. 1 to 2 weeks, they're calling it, Joe Shasky, and he's 40 years old, so you got to be careful with that. I think, like the Warriors, teams like that are predicated on older players. And I know we've been talking about just get the 3rd or 4th seed. But if you're the Warriors, if you're the Lakers, if you're some of these teams with some older players, just getting out of the play-in scenario, you'll take your chances. I don't think you care if you're on the road or hosting the games 1 or 2 in a given series. I don't think that matters to a Stephen Curry, a Jimmy Butler, a LeBron James, any of those teams. So big injury over there. Will the Lakers fall and the Warriors overtake them in the standings potentially? Sounds a little rich. We'll see as that goes on. We've been talking about the NFL free agency period, which officially begins on Wednesday, but it is the tampering period, Joe Shasky. We're breaking down some of the big moves that happened with the Seattle Seahawks in the NFC West over this past weekend. DK Metcalf leaves. Geno Smith leaves. Tyler Lockett leaves. Who's coming in now? They got a lot of draft capital. We do know another team that won the NFC West last year is making some moves already. We know that Cooper Kupp is going to get traded at some point, we think, or maybe released. We shall see. But they did bring in a future Hall of Famer and a 3-time All-Pro, Devontae Adams, formerly a Jet, formerly a Raider, formerly a Packer, now a Los Angeles Ram. Joe Shasky, your thoughts there?
I think it's a good move for the Rams. I didn't like this guy for the Niners. Good player. I think he matches and syncs up with the 2-year kind of timeline of Matt Stafford. And I love him in that offense with that coach, taking significantly less than what we thought maybe his market value was. And he gets to live in LA and live that lifestyle.
2-year, $46 million with $26 million guaranteed.
Right. So, which is crazy because Saquon Barkley got about the same amount of guarantees the year prior, right, which is just insane. Look, he's a good player. I didn't think the Niners needed him.
Well, and it's different because the Niners need speed. And we talked about with Brian Baldinger last week. The Rams have that. They have Puka Nacua.
Yes.
Like
they're just different organizations.
Exactly.
They're very different.
I think Devontae does complement that offense and definitely Puka Nacua beautifully. And the synergy with Matt Stafford and him, those back shoulder throws, like you saw that final drive the Rams had against the Eagles there, like they could have definitely used a Devontae there, a possession guy that is going to get just enough separation there late in that game to get a first. I thought the Rams were going to win that game. Like we could legitimately be talking about the Rams getting back to a Super Bowl had they been able to convert on that final drive there. It's insane. Like they gave the Eagles their toughest run in that stretch last year as the Eagles obviously went on to win the Super Bowl, but they dominated the Commanders and they dominated the Chiefs. They did not dominate the Rams. So if I'm the Rams, I feel like I'm so damn close, even though you barely won the division last year.
The Rams are built very differently than the 49ers. Yeah. Stafford, Kupp, who's on their books right now, their left tackle, their guard, their wide receiver, their right tackle, their tight end. All the highest paid players on the team are on the offensive side of the ball. So they went really inexpensive on defense outside of a couple cornerbacks. All of the top 10 guys are going to be on offense, essentially, for this year. So they did a really good job drafting and developing defensive players, and eventually they'll have to make some payments on that side of the ball. And they're all in financially of overspending for some older talent on the offensive side of the ball. And I think that similar to the Golden State Warriors, there's like, hey, it's a 2-year timeline with Stafford. Let's get guys on offense who sync up to that 2-year timeline for Matt Stafford. We're all in, and we're going to try to win now. I don't think that would have been a smart, prudent move for the Niners, especially given how screwed up their books are.
I understand. I felt like, again, this contract definitely way more rich than I thought he was going to get. But the Rams had some, cap space, and they were able to allocate their resources, and they're going to be moving off of Cooper Kupp here shortly, whether it's released, whether it's through trade. I do wonder where Cooper Kupp falls into all of this and where he goes and what teams might be interested in him. Obviously, I don't think the Niners are going to trade for him. And Cooper Kupp, again, you're trying to get younger right now. Adding a Cooper Kupp makes no sense. And a guy that's injured a lot more than Devontae Adams, who's been relatively healthy for most of his career.
Joe, the reason why they're only in on so many guys, and we're going to give you an update here in a second, with just like where the NFL's at. We're monitoring things. I know the guys have got some different reports and stuff. And there's some rumors that are being reported on the NFL Network this morning. But the Niners are in the situation they're in. And I go back to the Mike Silver article, which was in The Athletic. Their finances were out of order. Anyone can relate to this. You buy a house, all right? You only have so much money. You go to remodel, let's say, the kitchen or the bathroom or whatever, and the bill is significantly higher than what you initially projected.
Let's call it what it is. They went all in last year and crapped out. Let's just call it what it is.
Yeah,
they doubled down on a lot of their players, and those players got injured or something happened, and there was a combination of both, and it sucks. But that's what happened.
There's no doubt. Yeah. And I'm looking at it right now, and they have to refinance, right? Like, that's where they're at. They're in a refinancial mode. That doesn't mean you're selling the house. That doesn't mean you're tearing it down to the studs.
Got to do a refi?
Yeah, you're trying to get a better interest rate, and you're trying to get your books in order so that you can make all your payments. This is very relatable. Now, there's another aspect to the article, for those that haven't read it, where it describes that Parag Marathe and Jed York are going to kind of have their thumb on the scale a little more, and I'm paraphrasing, in terms of the financial decisions that are being made. The coach is always going to want to overpay for the talent that he has an emotional attachment to, who he thinks can help them win on Sunday. That's always going to be the case. Bill Belichick, the coach, had influence on Bill Belichick, the GM, and he made decisions in drafts and in free agency and in retaining players that did him in. And he didn't have a long-term approach. The best organizations blend the two. Hey, Coach Reid wants X, Y, and Z, but we also have to get our books in order.
Right.
I'm sure Andy Reid was like, God, we really have to trade Tyreek Hill? And, Brett Veach was probably making the argument, hey, look, he's making this much money. What if I spread out this much money across the team and also got multiple picks across the team? We can build in this way. And he had to talk Andy Reid into that decision. It ended up being a great decision for them.
Absolutely. And coupled into that, you have Travis Kelce there. The tight end market's not as lucrative as it is with wide receiver. You make sure that guy's your prime target because he's not really a blocking tight end anyway. He's your number one receiver. So it works out that way. But to your point, it all goes back to, top to bottom. It's a trickle-down effect from ownership to the head coaching to the GMs to all of that baked into it, whether the head coach has the final say, whether it's the GM, all of that. You look at the Philadelphia Eagles, and why do we keep bringing them up? Because they're the blueprint model right now. And they have been.
True.
You go from who's my guy?
Howie,
right? You
Roseman.
Go to Nick Sirianni. You go to all these, right?
There's a hierarchy.
Jeffrey Lurie, that's the owner. Jeffrey Lurie, Howie Roseman, down in Nick Sirianni. But there's an order of operations there. PEMDAS. You remember that back in high school?
Yeah, it's a great
right? Parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division,
PEMDAS.
Addition, subtraction.
I haven't heard that in so long.
There you go.
I need my Texas Instruments. What was it? A T89?
Yeah, right. I used to have the graphing calculator. We had the games built in there. Block Builder. Remember that one? That's all I was playing.
Kids these days.
Right? Yeah, no, Algebra 2. That's all I was playing, right? But that's the order of operations you want to be seen in here in San Francisco. And can they start? I do feel like, and I've been talking about this, and we talked about it with Baldy, I do feel like there's too much on Kyle Shanahan's plate. Like, I really do feel like there's way too much on his plate. I need him to worry about the offense and about, not about the contract situation, the structures and all of that. And when I started to read that article, I was like, he's running up to get this thing done. I was like, Kyle. Like, let John Lynch figure this thing out. Let Parag figure this thing out. You have so much on your plate right now. X's and O's wides, Ayuk, Debo, McCaffrey. There's a lot of injuries. Trent Williams. There's so much drama happening. It could be too much for some people. So that's why I'm looking at Jed York now. And I do get a little concerned if I am a fan base when I always hear ownership getting involved, whether it's baseball, whether it's football, whether it's basketball. And now it could be a good thing. Like when Joe Lacob comes on our airwaves and talks about, I think an owner should be involved. And I think in any corporation, in any business, on any level, you should be willing to listen and be in conversations and be involved in these things. And to that extent, I do agree on. But when I start to hear the Jerry Joneses of the world, the late, great Al Davises of the world, start getting involved in actual player personnel in contract talks, that's when I get a little concerned, Joe Shasky. Is this what we're getting at here with Jed York, or is it a little more of Jed York flexing his muscles over Shanahan saying, you know what, guys, you crapped out last year. We need to take a different approach this year.
If you say Parag and Jed and you imply that they're going to have more influence, the immediate snapback reaction is people are going to lose their minds. I am not one of the biggest Jed York supporters. I'm probably one of his bigger haters over the last 15 years. If we were just like on the scale, I will defend this.
I'm not going to say hater. I'm going to say critic. There you go.
Will defend.
Sounds classier.
I will defend this, though. I don't think Kyle's skill set when it comes to player evaluations is that great. Do I think he's a great play caller? Absolutely. Do I think he's a great head coach? I do. I do think he's a great head coach. I think we nitpick Kyle like no other. It honestly drives me nuts. On game day, dude is a butt kicker. Did he have a rough year this year? Absolutely. I think Kyle, the personnel guy, kind of gets in his own way. Think of somebody like this, Mohamed Sanu. This guy was trotting out Mohamed Sanu week after week
Falcons
after
legend.
week when everyone knew he was washed. Everyone knew he was washed. His obsession with Debo. I think he got a little close to Debo. Debo just wrote an entire article in the Players Tribune. It was like a love letter to Kyle Shanahan. And I'm saying to myself, whoa, dude, like, you got to have more of like a cold, callous feel when it comes, if you're going to be in the pros, when it comes to some of these guys. Can you have a relationship like Kerr does with Steph Curry? Absolutely. But you can't have that with every player on the roster.
That player also won 4 championships, so he's allowed to have that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's one thing for Belichick and Brady to, you hug each other and embrace and stuff. It's another when it's a guy who's underperformed multiple years in a row. Right. And I think that sometimes Kyle, the player personnel guy, has gotten in his own way. Look at their drafts. I believe, and this is just my assumption, I believe that their drafts in the first and second round have been god-awful throughout the 7 years of the 49ers. Why is that? Because I think Kyle has a lot of influence on those picks. I have nothing other than my own gut intuition to explain that.
Trey Lance on line 1, right? Like, that's inexcusable to whiff that hard in the amount of draft picks and draft capital you gave up to get him. Now,
Dante Pettis, Jalen Hurd.
Dante Pettis, by the way, another re-signed with the New Orleans Saints. He's back.
Great.
The Carr-Pettis connection.
I mean,
love that.
Brandon Ayuk. Like, I look at so many different picks that they've had in the first couple of rounds, and outside of Bosa and Debo, most of them have been very underwhelming.
I mean, just go back to last year, Ricky Pearsall. I mean, there's so much baked into it. So you want to give the benefit of the doubt. I mean, the guy got shot. I mean, like point blank right there.
Yeah.
Your first round pick got shot, and he's alive, and he ended up salvaging the end of the season. But right now, it's not looking like an amazing pick, but it's a pick you're going to need to work out because you've put yourself in this hole in the wide receiver position where you're relying on Juwan Jennings and now second year Ricky Pearsall. That's about it.
I'm glad you bring up Juwan Jennings because that's a great example of, if you look at their draft history, where have they crushed it in 7 years?
The 5th,
4th,
yeah.
5th, 6th, 7th round picks.
Yeah.
And I don't think Kyle's sitting there grinding tape on 7th round linebackers and 5th round tight ends and 7th round quarterbacks. And we know Greasy was a big influence in terms of that pick when it comes to Brock Purdy. Does that mean that Kyle shouldn't have influence? Of course he should have some influence. But I think there's a happy medium here. Allow the scouting department to do what they want to do, and they've crushed it. Fred Warner, George Kittle, Brock Purdy. Look at this roster. Diamonor Lenore. Look at the current roster. There's an argument to be said. Dominic Pooney, I'll throw in there as well.
Right.
Their best picks have been third round or later. Dre Greenlaw is a guy who's going to leave right now, but he was a great pick. The early rounds, where it does feel like he puts his thumb on the scale, they've been spotty at best. So if you're telling me I want to get my finances in order and I kind of want my scouting department to be a little more empowered in the draft, I kind of agree with that. That doesn't mean Kyle sucks.
No.
That doesn't mean I'm running him out of town. It doesn't mean anything. I'm just trying to get my organization to where we're firing on all cylinders and allowing people who are great at what they do to do their jobs.
As far as it pertains to Kyle Shanahan, the talent evaluator, what is your trust level on that, 49ers fans? 888-957-9570. What is your trust level in Kyle Shanahan right now as legal tampering period begins in the NFL when it comes to make all these trades, when it comes to the contract talks? And now it's a combination of things, but as we have talked about, as we've discussed, Tim Kawakami, Mike Florio, Kyle Shanahan ultimately has the final say on player personnel. When it comes to player personnel, what is your trust level with Kyle right now? 888-957-9570 as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app. And obviously we have the NFL draft happening next month, Joe Shasky. So this is a crucial 2-month stretch here in San Francisco with Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch to get this thing moving. Now, alluding to the Mike Silver article that we've been referencing all morning, lukewarm seat at best right now for
he's
Kyle
not going anywhere.
He's not going anywhere. So I want to make that clear. He's not going anywhere. But I'll say this. If they have another disappointing season after you pay the quarterback, that's when I do think the seat could start heating up. And that's why I think these next 2 months are critical that they nail, not only in free agency, but some of these draft picks, because they have to retool and get back into contention sooner rather than later.
I totally agree with you. I think Parag is good at the contracts. I do. I think he is good at the contracts. I do think that the scouting department has hit some picks mid to late round. But I also believe that Kyle should be involved in the process. They're just taking back a little bit of the control. Here's the part we don't have the answer to. He might have it in his contract that he has final say on everything when it comes to 53-man, draft picks, etc. And I understand that, but I think a happy medium is Kyle. Take a little off your plate.
Do you think Kyle's Kyle's ego will allow him to do that? He has a huge one.
But if you own the team, I think that it is also within your right to kind of like seize back some of that control and at least maybe amend the hierarchy slightly.
That's a slippery slope, though, when you start getting the ownership, taking away some power from the head coach. How do I feel about that as the head coach? Now, their relationship could be good. By all accounts, it is a good relationship. Kyle and Jed and John Lynch all agree on most things. But we're all human, Joe Shasky. You take a little bit of power from me. I'm the guy that got to 2 Super Bowls. I get it. 2 different quarterbacks, though. One Jimmy Garoppolo and one Mr. Irrelevant. I did that. I got you here. You remember where you were before me, Jed? This is where I'm starting to feel if I'm Kyle Shanahan.
My retort to that would be...
but hold on. If I'm Kyle Shanahan, it's like, no. This thing's been working. Just because I had a down year and I whiffed on, a guy that was second team All-Pro and wanted a big contract, and I love it. And that was one of the first round picks that actually hit for me, and I was trying to re-sign him. Now you're getting mad at me? Like, I do feel some kind of a way if I'm Kyle Shanahan.
Well, no one's mad. What we're doing is we're getting our books
a little disgruntled.
No, I think our finances were out of whack. Our finances, and here's the other part. Kyle, I have compensated you if I'm Jed York. This is what I say. You're the highest paid coach who hasn't won a title in North American sports.
He deserves to be.
No, but are you not highly compensated? You are the highest paid non-championship coach in North American sports.
I can get paid more elsewhere, though, if I was hitting the market today.
But I've also spent more money over a 5-year period than any other team in football. I have guaranteed more contracts than anyone over a 4-year period and spent on a yearly basis the most amount of cash in the league. Like we've done a lot of good work together. I'm retconning a little bit of your responsibilities.
I just think maybe if I'm Kyle Shanahan, I think you just got unlucky a little bit last year with injuries. That could happen. They just got unlucky. Like, I don't know if we're having this conversation had Brandon Ayuk stayed healthy last year. Maybe he has, a disappointing season coming off his first contract there, his first big contract after being second team All-Pro. But that's okay. At least if he's healthy, then I could talk myself into, you know what? Last year, there was so much baked into it in the offseason. It's going to be a fresh start. He's going to be there from the offseason mini camps, all that. And we're going to ramp up and everything's going to be okay. I think he may have just gotten a little unlucky when it comes to injuries there. When it came to injuries with Christian McCaffrey, the straw that stirs that offense's drink, right? And the Trent Williams situation as well. There was a lot baked into last year that I honestly checked down to, got a little bit unlucky. That quite frankly, that's what, like, does that sound insane, Joe? But maybe if I just say, you know, last year was just a little bit unlucky and we'll see this year. And you know what? I hear you when it comes to the contracts, but I do that contract again, knowing the season that he came off of and knowing that's my guy and Kyle Shanahan had that much faith in Brandon Ayuk. I understand why Kyle made that move. I do. I don't think we're talking about it as being this horrific deal had he not got hurt. And I don't think you could bake that into the equation when it comes to all these contracts. Like, what if DK Metcalf gets hurt this year? Yeah, is it a bad contract? No. Like, that sucks. Like, come on, man.
But Joe, I don't think
that's not fair.
I don't think it's just Brandon Ayuk. I think it's the way the Bosa thing went down. I think it's the Trent Williams. I think
the Trent thing,
Bosa,
Trent had a tragedy that happened to, and I get it. He wasn't having his best year prior to that. But again, it's not like he was a bottom 5 left tackle. He was still a top 10 left tackle in the league.
At one point, and I'm not trying to cape up for Jed. I'm being fair here. At one point, they had the highest paid fullback, tight end, wide receiver, left tackle, linebacker, and defensive end. That's 6 positions, the highest paid in the sport.
Because they were all the best at their position.
Yeah, but not many other organizations could find a way to finagle that and make it work. I also kept Jimmy Garoppolo on the roster financially, even though you told me you wanted to trade 3 first-round picks for this guy, Trey Lance, and he got 4 starts. Like, it's never just one thing. I think it's the totality of everything. And yeah, you came up a little short, and that's okay. No one's firing you. I'm not saying you don't have the final veto power. I'm saying I'm taking back the money a little, and we're going to pare this thing down, and we're going to get our stuff in order. It was unsustainable to plow forward the way that they were doing it financially.
What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Do you like what you're hearing, 49ers fans, if Jed York is getting more involved a little bit on the financial side? And what is your trust factor right now when it comes to Kyle Shanahan and player personnel decision-making?
And is it just Jed? Or, because I'm viewing this as John Lynch might have more say, which forget the Jed aspect. What about the John Lynch aspect?
On the other side, we'll get into it. And Tim Kawakami did talk about this last week. Maybe we'll have some sound from there as well. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types. Welcome.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
That's right. Met Oreo last week at the knockout tournament. That was a hell of a lot of fun. You know what else is fun? Talking sports. That's what we do here. Talking NFL football, talking free agency, talking legal tampering. You know what else was fun on Saturday? Watching the Golden State Warriors improve to 11-1 in the Jimmy Butler era. When Jimmy plays, I'll say that, when Jimmy plays, they are 11-1, and their only loss was that crazy Kyrie Irving game when you probably should have been doubling him down the stretch. Too little, too late, but you know what? Warriors got action, man. They're 36-28 right now, but they cannot let their foot off the gas. They continue to play tough, and they started that 7-game homestand with the win over the Detroit Pistons, 115-110. They pick up that second game on this homestand, Joe Shasky, tonight against the Portland Trail Blazers. Coverage of that starts at 6 right here on 95.7 The Game with Warriors Live, 7 o'clock tip. Again, you're home for Golden State Warriors basketball, 95.7 The Game. We'll get into that game because
my guy, Guy Santos,
Quinn Post, Moses Moody, Stephen Curry, Isaiah Stewart, Cade Cunningham. There is so much to get into. And Stephen Curry, Isaiah Stewart, real quick. And we'll get, again, there's so much happening in legal tampering period in the NFL, but real quick on Isaiah Stewart. What the hell are you doing, bro? Isaiah Stewart, there's like a meme now about him. It's like every time I see Isaiah Stewart, it's literally not even about basketball. It's him running at LeBron and shoving Steph Curry. What are we doing, man? He's trying to fight all the star players in the league. Know your role, big guy. You're not that guy.
Mess around and find out moments.
Yes, mess around and find out. I like the F around one, but we can't see that. Shout out to FCC.
Yeah.
But it is an all-time mess around, find out. I think of, Memphis and Dylan Brooks and John when they were doing the whoop that trick thing, and they were and Draymond turned into a heel WWE wrestler, right? Chanted with the crowd down in Memphis. And what did they do? They end up torching him.
Well, you know how the gritty became very popular, and
Justin Jefferson.
You wait for Justin Jefferson.
Gritty, by the way, you want to do it? You want to do it for the audience?
I'm not good at it. We can get a 9-year-old to come in and do it because they love the gritty.
Okay.
But I would say my favorite celebration in sports is the late game Draymond Green 3, where as he's backpedaling, he's giving you this face. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
No, not even. It's just.
No, but he's doing, no.
He does this face.
He does that, but then he does the yeah.
But he also he does the shoulders, and then he sticks the jaw out. Do you know what I'm talking about, boys?
Yeah, no, Kobe used to do that all the time. He'd do that weird, the Kobe face, where he'd do the underbite kind of.
And then he would do the fist pump.
Kobe. Exactly. But that's what kind of Draymond's doing a little bit of that.
Yeah, but Kobe's Kobe. Yeah. This is Draymond.
Draymond's Draymond.
Who can't shoot. And that's what makes it funnier is when he hits the 3, the reaction that he gives you is absolutely hysterical.
No, I love it every single time. But it's, he does it, and Marcus Thompson talks about this too all the time. He's like, he misses the early ones, but the ones late in the games, he makes them.
Except
there is a clutch level kind of, right? No,
I'm not even going to.
Shout out clutch with Draymond Green, obviously. There's a lot baked into that. But again, Draymond Green going up against the team he grew up rooting for, the Detroit Pistons, putting on that performance. And again, having Steph's back, having Gary Payton's back in the game prior when it was Zaire Williams and Gary Payton and Draymond coming up hooded with the knee pads on, getting out there. He's always ready for it. And the Warriors have this new swagger and this intensity with Jimmy Butler that I'd like to see a new swagger and intensity with the San Francisco 49ers.
Ooh,
you like that little?
I do.
Because I feel like, again, we're talking about players that you might be losing here and players that you have lost already. Deebo Samuel brought a lot of that swagger and intensity on offense.
No doubt.
And he's gone. Dre Greenlaw, I think someone's going to pay him a lot of money. And I don't think the 49ers are going to pay Dre Greenlaw what he wants. I think from what I've seen from reports, they're trying to do a 1-year, high teens, 17, 18 million. I don't think that's going to cut it. If I'm Dre, I want more stability here. And I understand that because there is concern if you're the 49ers, rightfully so. The Achilles, I already got my star running back dealing with bilateral Achilles tendonitis. You don't have money there to allocate to Dre Greenlaw. And you can't replace him. Let's just call it what it is. You can't replace what he brings to this 49ers team, which is a swagger and intensity. But I do know this. They need to strike early. I already saw the Rams making moves. I saw the Seahawks making moves. I need the 49ers to not drag their feet. I'm seeing it right now with the Dallas Cowboys who are dragging their feet with Micah Parsons' contract. That's going to get higher and higher. You know why? Max Crosby signed. Myles Garrett signed. Micah's price tag's going up. Oh, by the way, Trey Hendrickson He's not going to go back to the Cincinnati Bengals. Why? Because the Cincinnati Bengals dragged their feet in all this, and they dragged their feet with the Jamar Chase situation. He's going to demand the bag. They already franchise tagged T. Higgins, so they're behind the 8 ball. I don't need to see that from the San Francisco 49ers. They need to strike early and often, and it starts right now. There is an urgency with the San Francisco 49ers. They need to make moves starting today. Do something, man. Do something.
Let's recap where the league's at currently.
All right. Let's do it.
All right, ready? First one, the big one, and we'll get to this in a minute.
I love the free agency voice, by the way. It was like the devil voice. That you, Sam Lovin, that was great.
Put a bookmark in it because I want to talk Brock Purdy contract in a second. Josh Allen re-signing with the Buffalo Bills.
Huge.
Myles Garrett going back to Cleveland.
Huge.
Mega deal. Oh, boy, money talks, huh?
It always, like, please. The moment, well, I also think this. They definitely told Myles, we're drafting Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders, so don't worry, you stay. We have a future here.
All right. Devontae Adams, 2-year deal, Rams.
Tay.
DK Metcalf, traded to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Aaron Jones, going back to the Vikings.
He was good last year, Aaron Jones, for them. He was really good for them. He's 30 years old. He's 32, I think. He had a career year with them in his early 30s. Incredible.
Geno Smith pulled a night-night at Levi Stadium. He's going to the Raiders.
He is.
I can't believe that.
Tom Brady picking Geno Smith basically over Sam Darnold.
It's crazy. DJ Jones, Niners were linked to him. He's going back to Denver. T. Higgins, Niners had some, people like La Canfora, linking the Niners to him. T. Higgins, franchise tag, staying in Cincy as of right now. The rumor mill. Hit me with the rumor mill.
Fade it in and out. It's just tough. Board op.
Rumor mill me.
Do it. Fade it in.
Bada bing.
There you go.
Look at all these rumors. God, I love this beat.
Timex Social Club.
Aaron Rodgers, Pittsburgh Steelers. That's the rumor. Seattle Seahawks, Sam Darnold. That's the rumor. 49ers, Joey Bosa. That's the rumor.
They need to get Bosa now.
Well, no, that brings me right now into the Brock conversation.
By the way, another one I'll add on to it. Evan Ingram visiting the Broncos per Adam Schefter. So they're trying to get a tight end. There you go. All right. Not as sexy as a name there, but...
You want a guy who's always available on the waiver wire in fantasy?
By the way, per Dan Graziano of ESPN over the weekend, the Falcons told Kirk Cousins that he is not getting released. So who's going to trade for Kirk Cousins with that contract? Who's doing that?
Atlanta. Gosh. No one is.
It's a great backup to have if Penix, gets hurt or something, though. So we'll see.
Josh Allen. Would we agree he's one of the baddest dudes on the planet?
He is the reigning league MVP. Whether you thought he deserved it or not, he was up in the conversation. I thought Lamar Jackson should have won it. I get it. Voter fatigue, all of that. But yes, he is one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL.
So he got a $250 million guaranteed deal. Now, we're not really sure how many guaranteed years there are because a lot of the specifics on the deal haven't come out. But if you do the math and you say, all right, it's a 6-year deal, worth 300 and something, whatever, but let's just go guaranteed money. If you break that down, and I don't know if it's over 5 or if it's over 6, but if it's over 5, it's pretty clean math. That's $50 million a year. If it's over 6, that's $41 million a year with some change.
It says 6 years, $330 million.
But I'm looking at guarantees, right? And then that's how they kind of set up their cap hits. There's just no way in hell Brock should be AAVing in guaranteed money more than Josh Allen. He shouldn't even come close. So I actually think this deal with Josh Allen is a huge good deal if you're the 49ers front office and you're trying to get Brock Purdy to sign under a certain number. Because I have no idea how much money they can spend in free agency currently as everyone else around our division is just making moves and trading people away. We don't even know what our quarterback's going to cost. And I do think that kind of throws a monkey wrench in their dealings right now, Joe.
Well, if you're Brock Purdy and you're his agent and we're trying to get this thing going, we're trying to get to 50+ million, yearly here.
He's not.
How does this affect it? I say, and is this a stretch? Just give me some rope.
Okay.
Is this a stretch here to say, you know what? I've accomplished more than Josh Allen. I've gone to a Super Bowl. I've gone to a conference title game. I've been an MVP candidate. Now, this last year was a down year for me. I understand it was a down year for the organization. There was a lot baked into that. I lost my wide receiver. I lost my best running back. I lost a lot. You know what? The team was put on my back, and I did deliver a few times, but I also dealt with some injuries as well because the offensive line wasn't good enough. I was not put in a great position to succeed. But where would you be without me? I feel like, maybe I don't have the longevity of Josh Allen that has the equity built up in this league, but you start to pay me now and you start to project what I could be. Yeah, maybe I could be a perennial guy, perennial Pro Bowler going forward. Maybe I could be.
Joe, it's like laughable to compare Josh Allen to Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's a good player.
He's a top. I don't think it's. Listen, I think it's laughable to compare Geno Smith.
Josh Allen has more rushing touchdowns in his career than O.J. Simpson.
Again, I understand.
A first ballot Hall of Famer.
There's differences between top 5 and top 10. I get it. Brock Purdy, I think, is a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. I believe that. He is a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. So the notion that it's laughable to compare, you might think it, but during these negotiations, I'm absolutely comparing where my teams have been when I've been one of the best players on the team. And let's not get it twisted. The season they went to the Super Bowl, Joe Shasky, Brock Purdy was in the MVP conversations. You're only in an MVP conversation if you're one of the best players in the league.
I think the argument was that. And
but the argument is like, you could say, that was more Christian McCaffrey and he should have been in the conversation. And that's fine because running backs compared to the quarterbacks, that's all baked in there. But I'm using that in the negotiations. I understand it might sound laughable to all of you listening right now, and you can call in 888-957-9570, the 49ers. What's some of the moves you want to see made? The 49ers, Joey Bosa being linked there, all of it. I want to hear from the people today that are waking up this Monday morning, seeing all the moves being made in the NFC West, saying, what the hell are the 49ers doing? 888-957-9570. I just do think it gets baked into the equation during these negotiations.
His second year in the league, for his first full season of starting, okay? He had a better year that year than Brock did this last year. He was 20 touchdowns and 9 interceptions. He also ran for a bunch that year. Since then, 37, 36, 35, 29, 28 touchdowns passed. Like with a dozen touchdowns every single year on the ground. Again, he has more running touchdowns. This is Josh Allen than O.J. Simpson.
$55 million averaged per year.
Josh Allen has more rushing touchdowns than CMC in his entire career. These are stats. These are facts. Like, we could talk about what Josh Allen and some of his maybe playoff shortcomings in terms of team accomplishments. 31 out of 31 or 32 out of 32 teams are taking Josh Allen all day over Brock Purdy. There's not a team in the league who's taking Brock Purdy over Josh Allen. There's just not. That's a lot of
price matters in all of this too, as well. Sure. So the 49ers clearly aren't in a position to be paying Josh Allen the type of money the Buffalo Bills are. And there's levels to this, and there's going to be, I'm very curious, and everyone goes to the yearly average. Again, I said at $55 million average per year for Josh Allen. I always look at the guaranteed in total and the length of the contract, like the true length of the contract, and that hasn't been quite released. Again, you're going to start to see all the frameworks of these deals. You're not going to know what they are until they're actually signed them, and then it becomes public knowledge, and then we see it on the spot tracks, right? The over the caps. Then we start to see it on Wednesday. Again, if you're just joining us, legal tampering starts today in the NFL. So you're going to see all these different trades, all these different releases, everything start to be released today. And then Wednesday, you'll start seeing these teams actually sign the deals come to fruition. Like the Deebo Samuel one, for instance, you'll see that, it's official, by the way. He's a Washington Commander. Yeah. That's going to happen on Wednesday when the new league year officially begins. That's why I call it Christmas. We got some callers, Joe Shasky, that want to chime in on this.
I just want to make this very clear. Like, Dak Prescott set an unprecedented number prior to Josh Allen getting this number. Matt Stafford got a number way lower than we thought than what Dak's getting, after the Dak Prescott deal was signed. So now we have multiple quarterbacks who everyone in the league is going to take over Brock Purdy, taking significantly less than what top dollar would be out there in terms of market value. So for 2 years, like the next guy up, he gets paid the most. It doesn't matter. Well, no, that's actually not true. So now what I think is going to end up happening is the 49ers are sitting here and they're either going to be the first in line to get Purdy inked, or they're going to wait for the Geno extension and the Sam Darnold signing and try to slot Purdy based on those numbers. That's what it feels like. It's one of the two things. Either they beat the market and they try to set Brock Purdy down and then boom, Darnold and Geno dominoes fall right after, or the Geno and the Sam Darnold dominoes fall and then the Brock Purdy deal falls. One of those two is going to happen.
What do you think the 49ers should do there? Wait for Geno in Sam Darnold to sign and then react to that and find a middle ground between, Josh Allen and those guys? Because I think on those guys' best days, they're, 15th, 16th, 17th best quarterbacks in the NFL. Maybe on a good day. Like Sam Darnold at times played like a top 10 player last year, but I don't think anyone's putting Sam Darnold in their top 10. I think top 15-ish when he's on, okay. But should they, say, Brock, like, let's get this done now before those, or wait?
I would be shocked if he ends up, like, I don't know what they're going to do in terms of that, but I would be shocked if he's going to get more money than he thinks after those guys sign. I think, if anything, the 49ers have a number in their head, and I don't think they're budging. I think they've lost 4 or 5 contract negotiations in a row, and they're hell-bent on not losing this one, because this one is not a normal contract. If he can get inked up for 3 years at under $40 million guaranteed, I'm talking about 3 guaranteed years and under $40 million guaranteed, I think that's what their number is. I think their number is about $120 million guaranteed over 3. And that's what I think the number is. And I don't think Geno's getting that, and I certainly don't think Sam Darnold's getting that. So, yeah, I think he's looking closer to the Baker deal, or at least in terms of money, than he is Trevor Lawrence or Tua. I think those are bad deals, and Parag knows that.
TC, SAC, 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers fans, I want to hear from you today. We want to hear from you all day long right here, 95.7 The Game, as legal tampering has now begun in the NFL. What are some of the moves you want to see made? We've already seen Devontae. He's a Ram. We've already seen DK Metcalf get traded. We've seen Geno Smith get traded. The NFC West are making all the big moves, and the 49ers are a part of the NFC West. And I've only seen, as I go to the free agency tracker, let me see here, Ben Bartch. That's the move that we've made. Signed to a 1-year extension, offensive guard, exactly.
Who played late in the year and actually was good.
There you go.
In a handful of games. Yeah, I know that sounds insane. He was actually good.
He was actually good. That's the move I want. Yeah, no, that's great.
He was.
Ben Bartch, bring in something else. Maybe Joey
Better
Bosa.
than paying $20 million a year for Aaron Banks.
TC, what you got, brother?
Hey, what's up with my 2 guys, man? It's been a minute. I had to tap in on this, because this right up my alley. What's up?
What's up, dog?
Hey, man, just chilling, man. Look, check it out. So we talking about Purdy. Hey, Joe, I've been pushing that, man. That's more, that Baker contract is more than enough. Like when they said that 45, to me, that was more than enough for Brock. Actually, that was kind of like too much in my opinion, to be honest with you. So the whole 60 and 70 that everybody was talking about, dude's not getting that. In my opinion, dude's not even worth that, bro. And I love what Jed is doing right now. Finally growing a pair, right? Saying, Kyle, this is it. This is it for you, dude. And I like how he pulling the reins back. No, you don't have no say so. This is it. Whoever we bring in, whoever me and John bring in, this is what you working with, bro. And if you don't pull it off this year, bro, you're out of here. So I like it, bro. That's why I had to call in, because this is right up my alley. I like what Jed is doing, and Brock's not getting 70. That's all I got.
Look, they've had
Thanks, TC.
a lot of success in the 7-8 years of John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, and they've kind of been able to do whatever they want to do. And I think ownership looked up and they were like, man, dude, this team had a really bad season, and it cost us a lot of money in terms of guarantees. And if we want to have good seasons in the next couple of years, we do have to kind of reestablish financial flexibility. That's a fair thing. And when you pay the quarterback as much or around as much as you gave Nick Bosa, that's going to lock you in. And so you better have the finances around those 2 guys making that much money set up pretty nicely. And I'm kind of with him. Like, I don't think it's the worst thing to give. And I'm not just saying Jed. I'm saying John Lynch deserves more say. I really think that's the undertold part of this whole equation. You hear Parag, you hear Jed. I think John Lynch should be having more of a say.
Oh, there's a little sound.
What do we got?
Okay, I got it right here. Per Adam Schefter, ESPN, J.C. Horn has agreed to a 4-year, $100 million extension that could be up to $108 million maximum, including $70 million guaranteed with the Carolina Panthers. At $25 million per year, JC is now the highest paid DB in NFL history. So JC Horn signs a $100 million extension with the Carolina Panthers.
That's almost half of what Diomino Lenore got in guarantees. Right? So, like, I know everyone loses their mind. They signed Diomino Lenore during the regular season to an extension. It was a great deal. Under $40 million guaranteed throughout the life of the deal. And I think Diomino Lenore is a underrated great player.
And JC Horn's obviously a baller, deserves
he's good.
Yeah. And if you're Carolina, again, Carolina tax, if you will. There's a Panthers tax to be paid. Absolutely. They're Panthers, though, I'm not sleeping on next year.
As Horn's dad went to jail for tax evasion.
Joe Horn. Was it his dad or was it his uncle? It was one of them.
I think he is related to him, right?
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
There's so many of them, I can't give you an exact name. All-time interview, if you've ever missed it.
Carter, do you even know about this?
Joe Horn on with the Late Butcher Shop with Ryan Covey and Joe Shasky. I was the board op for that. Lucas Alexander, producer extraordinaire now with Willard and Dibbs. But prior to that was the Butcher Shop. Joe Horn, 5 or 10 minutes, but it was the greatest segment in the history of 95.7.
It looked like he was looking out the window at the feds watching him. And I go, that was one of the worst interviews of all time. It was early in my career. The next morning,
he gets charged. Yeah, no,
with 7 federal indictments.
Yes, it was not a good look. But it was his last, was that his last legit interview on the airways?
I was like, what are you doing now? Covey asked something to the effect of what exactly are you doing now? Just do a lot of marketing.
That's all it was.
What is going on here?
So good. We're just peeling the curtain back.
All-timer.
Those that know. Those that don't. 888-957-9570. You know, JC, that was a big move. And again, we're going to be breaking down all the big stuff that happens. We're going to be hitting that little sounder. If you get the legit breaking news sounder, that means something happened in the NFC West or with the San Francisco 49ers in particular. By the way, talking about the 49ers and Brock Purdy and trickle downs, Diana Rossini of The Athletic talking about the reports with Chase Daniel that the $40 million Brock Purdy offer might have been fugazi. Oh, I don't think my little levels are potted up there, Carter. Can you tell me when it's potted up? We good? Can I play it now?
bad.
That's all good. It happens. No, still not up. I'm playing it on my computer. Yep, no. Gotta get it up.
There was something that came out that the starting offer was $45 million a year for Brock Purdy. Do you think that's disrespectful?
That would be disrespectful, and that did not happen.
Okay. Wow.
That's not true.
It didn't happen.
That did not happen.
Okay.
They did not offer 45 million.
And that's why I don't believe everything I hear.
Okay.
So do you think that it was less or more?
I think this might be a cover-up job from the Niners saying, no, that wasn't true. Maybe it was. I don't believe anything right now. Let's say it's lying season. I don't believe in any of this stuff.
Yeah, but when
it's just I don't 40. It could have been 45 million. Now it's changed, and it's oh, that wasn't accurate.
After the year Baker Mayfield just had, and he's making about $34 million a year guaranteed.
Baker was a baller. If you had him in fantasy, you probably won a lot.
And I'm seeing some of these contract extensions, Stafford, and now the Josh Allen one. Just for people comparing Brock to Josh Allen. Josh Allen has made every start for 7 straight years. Okay? Every start that he's been available. This is in a row. 10 wins, 13 wins, 11, 13, 11, 13. I already gave you all the touchdowns. He's getting $55 million guaranteed. He is the model of consistency. He is that organization.
Yeah.
We don't even know who their coordinator is. We've been arguing about that for multiple years. He is that organization. I think he has all the leverage in the world. He got $55 million guaranteed. Matt Stafford, we know that McVay loves him, and we know that he had other suitors. His number is lower than that. I don't see Brock getting anywhere near that $50 million guaranteed. I think the Niners have a lot more leverage than I thought 2 months ago. I really do. I think they're going to get a sweetheart deal here relative to the quarterback position.
Would you be upset if he got $50 million, the average per year? Would that be too much? That's ridiculous?
Guaranteed? Yeah, I would be shocked.
Really?
Yeah, I would. I don't think Prog's getting played like that. What
if it's a true 3-year deal? What if you say to that? What if it's that's the average, but it's a 3?
I don't see them giving over $150 million guaranteed over 3 years to Brock Purdy. I just don't see it.
I'm very curious how this is.
Everyone is.
I don't.
I think a year ago, this time, I thought there's not a doubt in my mind, and so much has changed.
If I'm Brock Purdy and I'm negotiating this contract right now, and I'm comparing myself and you're comparing me to Baker Mayfield, when I feel like I've done more than that guy, I feel like, again, I've gotten hurt. I came back from that injury and I was at the top of my game. And even this past year, if you have concerns about my durability, sure, you can say that with Joe Burrow. You can say that with some of the other guys that have gotten hurt that are some of the big boys in the NFL, the Justin Herberts of the world, right? That get paid a lot more than I do. I feel like I am just as... I look at a Justin Herbert, by the way. This is where I get a little concerned if I'm the 49ers, I'm a fan, because you say Josh Allen, but on the other hand, I see Trevor Lawrence and Tua and all these other guys getting paid. And I was like, I'm better than those guys.
Yeah, but those are bad deals.
I'm better than those guys, though, Joe Shasky.
Those are bad deals.
Yep, I don't care if they're bad deals.
How many GMs in the league are taking?
That's not my problem, though.
Yeah, but how many GMs in the league are taking Herbert over Purdy? I'd say almost all of them.
Okay, great. And where's that going to get you? I know what my guys want with me, and what the best play caller in the NFL outside of Andy Reid, that's my guy. And Kyle Shanahan wants me on the team. John Lynch wants me on that team. And again, we've seen from last year, according to reports, if they want me on this team, they want me to get paid. They wanted Brandon Ayuk on this team. Kyle Shanahan did. He wanted him to get paid, and he ran up to get this deal done. Hey, Jed, hey, John, Parag, get this deal done. Is Kyle Shanahan running at bat for Brock Purdy to get this deal done now? Do you think he is?
I think John Lynch really likes Brock Purdy.
You think John Lynch likes Brock more than Shanahan does? What's
that? I don't know.
This time last year, I do think that Shanahan loved Brock Purdy. Do you think a lot changed this past year?
I think a lot of shine came off the veneer, if you will.
Do you think Shanahan views Purdy differently as a quarterback going forward because of this past year?
Well, Shanahan himself brought up to Tim Kawakami, when you break down these quarterbacks and stuff, it's like, all right, well, he's making $1 million. This is the team we could build around him. When he's making $40 million, what's the team you can build around him? And I think that's the question that we're having today, as every team in the division is making moves, and the Niners are kind of standing pat, and they're at the bargain bin trying to rifle through things. We don't know how much they want to pay Brock. We don't know how much he wants. I think they have a number in their mind, and I don't think they're going to go over it this time. They lost the Ayuk deal, the Trent deal, Bosa deal, all in succession. The Debo deal. I don't see this $55 million guaranteed deal for Brock materializing, especially when Brock himself has to acknowledge, boy, I need some talent on offense. Yeah. Boy, I need some defense to help me out because I can't put up 50 a week.
Sure, but again, as we talk about this league, the price today isn't going to be what the price it is next year. This deal, although it might look eyeball and we always have to look at the final contract details, because the wizards out there, the financial guys, they'll all release the info. Actually, it's really a 3-year deal baked into so-and-so to make this person feel better. So they have, kind of like the Max Crosby and Myles Garrett thing. It's it's actually this much, but they get this certain number, so it makes them feel better. Oh, this is the highest paid, and I like how we do this now, highest paid non-quarterback contract. So it was Max Crosby for a couple days. Now it's Myles Garrett. Then it's going to be Micah Parsons for a little bit, right? So it always is, and it was Nick Bosa prior to Max Crosby signing it. So there's always a trickle-down effect there. And I do think, we're not going to see Brock Purdy overtake Josh Allen. That I know is not happening. That's not happening. Is there a happy medium between, the Baker Mayfield, the Josh Allen contract, something baked into there? I do think that's what it's going to ultimately be. Something baked into, a Baker Mayfield in between that and a Josh Allen type of a contract.
I would agree.
It might look, again, you might come out and say, wow, you see all these big numbers. I'm going to wait and see how it looks there. And I do know, as far as a stability for this organization, the sooner they get this done signals to me that they've learned from the past mistakes about dragging their feet. Because when this deal gets done matters to me. Get this thing done before the draft, man.
Yes.
That's the timeline.
I want it done this week so we can figure out what our finances are for free agency.
Yes.
Because they've got a lot of holes. Look, the kid Allen from Washington just got released. I'd love to bring him in. Joey Bosa is out there.
Real quick on that, it is funny we're talking about, I want to bring in Joey Bosa and Jonathan Allen, the defensive tackle, obviously, for the Washington Commanders. Those both guys 30 years old. Do you want to allocate that much money to old guys? They're old.
I don't think they're commanding that much money. That's the thing. I think Joey Bosa to me is a 2-year deal, 2 years in terms of guarantees. And this is probably their only opportunity to play together. And Matt Mayoko, I listened to the podcast yesterday. The way it sounds like they're going to get Joey Bosa. That's what it sounds like. And because the price point is there, the need is there, and they're still going to draft guys. But you could find those defensive tackles to plug holes late in the draft. This is a very defensive tackle heavy draft. But you would want at least one veteran. Right now, you don't have Malik Collins. You don't have Javon Hargrave. You don't really have any veterans that you trust on that defensive line in the middle. I'm talking about in the middle at the D tackle spot. So bringing in one guy and then supplementing with a bunch of draft picks, there's nothing wrong with that.
By the way, Joey Bosa, that's the sexy name right now. If you're just waking up, if you're just tuning in, a lot of moves happening right now in regards to the NFC West. Devontae Adams is now a Ram. Seattle Seahawks traded away DK Metcalf, Geno Smith. what are the 49ers going to do? They got to do something. They can't do nothing. Malik Collins, they're probably going to release. Obviously, Javon Hargrave is going to be a post-June 1 designation. You've already gotten rid of Deebo Samuel.
There are
Brandon
guys.
Ayuk.
There are guys that we would like to bring back that are now obviously auditioning elsewhere.
Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga. There's a lot
Aaron
of them.
Banks.
Aaron Banks. There's a lot of moves to be made here, and there's a lot of teams with a lot of cap space that will overpay for some of these guys where it's just like, man, we were never going to pay that much for this person. I think of Dre Greenlaw being that guy. Like, he might get a contract. Maybe it is with the Houston Texans. Maybe it is the Raiders who have a lot of cap space. Maybe they overpay for some of these guys that fills a need for them that they desperately need. And by the way, is Joey Bosa a desperate need for this team right now? And what is his fits potentially with the San Francisco 49ers? Brian Baldinger, our 95.7 The Game NFL insider, joined us last week. Joe Shasky, this is what he had to say.
Yeah, I mean, Robert's a front four guy. He doesn't want to blitz a lot. Get home with your four. I mean, the Eagles proved that if you can do that on a consistent basis in a Super Bowl and affect a quarterback, like, you're going to be a better team all the way around. Yeah, I mean, and Joey can go inside, rush over, guards that aren't as athletic, and win inside. He did that at times when he was with the Chargers. He can play up and down the line, and he's good against the run. He's a good leverage player. I don't think, he's still big. He's bigger than Nick. He's still got length. He still can, beat you with a two-hand swipe. Like, I think he's still got skills left. They haven't just all left his body. He's been frustrated because he's missed a lot of time with injuries.
What happened?
Khalil Mack.
Where?
Back to the Los Angeles Chargers.
Is it Charger?
1 year deal.
Yeah, you held that for a little too long.
I'm sorry.
I was like, where are we going?
I felt great about doing that. It's just like, it feels fun making it dramatic. But he's back in LA.
Wow.
So a guy that, again.
Niner fans
maybe,
got linked to.
Yeah, no, Niner fans, Lions fans, a lot of people.
How
want
much?
Khalil Mack. 1 year deal.
1 year, $18 million.
It's not a lot.
What's the guarantees? Do we know? No.
All of it is guaranteed.
All of it's
guaranteed. So that tells me Bosa's probably going to be higher than 10, but lower than 18,
Khalil's
right?
34 years old, so he's a little bit longer
Khalil
in the tooth.
Is probably a better player today and more consistent player today than Bosa.
He's a future Hall of Famer. He's a guy that commands, like, that's the kind of a guy you say he gets better and better and better, and you're just like, when is this guy going to slow down? And he just gets sacks in each and every year, and he makes big plays, definitely in the run as well as the passing game. So Khalil Mack returning to the Chargers after the Chargers already released Joey Bosa, so making that a big priority and a leader of that defense, Joe Shasky.
The other guy is the New York Jets had a free agent, a linebacker that Robert Saleh loved, this kid Sherwood, and had the Niners not brought Greenlaw back, which we still don't know, they would have gone after this kid Sherwood. Well, he signed a deal late last night, early this morning, for about $30 million guaranteed. So he's off the table. There aren't a lot of people that the Niners are targeting. Again, going back to the money and the quarterback, there's so much unknown right now with the 49ers financially. I think that their moves are going to be few and far between.
What would you like to see the next couple of days, Joe Shasky? As a fan right now, you're waking up.
I think they need draft capital.
Okay, so you're trying to move on from some guys?
Yeah, I think I would probably trade Brandon Ayuk, and I would look at trading some other guys.
What are you going to get in return for, like, what's a third-round pick, maybe?
Fourth and a fifth.
Really?
I mean,
you're trying to just eat this year. Well, is what you're saying.
It's not necessarily just this year. It's also like I just need to reset my finances and just take the cap hit now, so that 1 year from now today we're not having these same conversations about, hey, we're bargain bin shopping. I want to be shopping in the Gucci aisle.
You want to be shopping at Macy's, not Ross, Dress for Less.
Yeah,
but I like both of them. That's okay.
Yeah, but having financial flexibility.
I got a nice Puma jacket from Ross once upon a time.
It's really helped the Philadelphia Eagles. It's helped the LA Rams the last couple of years, and like you've got to be able to absorb some of those deals, whether it be via trades or in free agency outright.
If you do trade Brandon Ayuk prior to June 1st, you do have an $18.4 million dead cap hit in 2025, but obviously you get the money for the future years off the book. So that is why you would do it. If you do a post June 1st, obviously you get the $4.6 million dead cap this year, but it extends into next season at 13.8, and that is what you do not want.
And the other guy that I'm kind of monitoring, because it gives me a clue as to what they're feeling, if they bring back Jordan Mason, who's a restricted free agent, A, they like Jordan Mason. That was what it would tell me. And B, do they know something about CMC? Like, I think if they let Jordan Mason just go, They probably feel good about CMC, and this could be a stretch. This could be a stretch here. But if they let Jordan Mason go and they don't get any compensation back or whatever, to me, that tells me like they think that they can find someone in the draft and they believe CMC is better and ready to go.
So it's Mason and Elijah Mitchell, right? They're both unrestricted.
I think Elijah Mitchell's
gone?
100% gone.
Okay.
But that's my feel.
But if Elijah is not commanding much there and you can get him back for the cheap, why not? Again, he's battled a lot of injuries.
He hasn't played a lot.
He hasn't played a lot. Well, he didn't play at all last season. He was hurt. Isaac Garendo, you still have, obviously, as a rookie last year, who showed some flashes, but also got hurt.
Also hurt.
Like, that's the
three times in a season.
Which, if we're talking about all this, then they're probably drafting another running back, you would assume. Like, that's what happens, right? That's what happens.
Taxes.
It's a run-first team.
And Kyle drafting another quarterback.
Right? Is Ashton Genty?
It's fair.
Ashton Genty, is he on line one? Is he going to fall there? I wonder where Ashton Genty goes, by the way, now after all this stuff shakes out. Is he going to be a top? Like, we go from 5 years ago, Joe Shasky, you don't draft a running back in the first round. It's not good positional value. I'm giving this a C- grade. And then you get, Saquon Barkley, the top 5. And now all of a sudden, a couple of years later, Saquon Barkley is a baller and he's the reason why you win the Super Bowl for the Philadelphia Eagles.
I keep coming back to this. I truly believe that the Joey Bosa move is going to be one of the few moves that they make. And I don't think it's even close to enough for them to compete. It's just not. It's a nice move on paper.
I'm not scared of the NFC West. Let's wait and see.
This team has gaping holes everywhere, and they're not going to shore everything up in free agency. They need draft picks. The draft is going to be what. I'm not trying to push the thing down the road here. I don't see them answering all their needs. They need a tackle. They need another guard. They need maybe a center. They need multiple linebackers. They need a free safety. Probably need another wide receiver. Need defensive tackles. Joey Bosa doesn't solve those issues.
You know what does solve some issues for us right now as we clean things up? The injury report. That's what I was telling you, Carter, New Year. I was going to throw to the injury report, and you said you couldn't hear me. So there you go.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurt. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
We'll get back into the 49ers. We'll get back into this team, though, too. I want to touch on the Golden State Warriors because they had a huge win over the weekend. And, can they get another huge win and a huge addition? We'll see with Jonathan Kaminga, who will not be playing basketball tonight against the Blazers. Steve Kerr said before Saturday's game, though, that JK is scrimmaging in practice and working his conditioning back into game shape, though he made no indication that a return to the court was imminent. Brandon Pajemski is also out tonight as he continues to deal with back spasms that flared up in Brooklyn. That's a little concerning for me. It's 3 games now he's basically missed with a back injury. Never want those to be happening, especially that early in your career. So hopefully he'll be back soon. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. More of your calls, more of your texts. What do you need to see from the 49ers in these next few days? Legal tampering has now begun. Do you want to see Joey Bosa? Do you need Joey Bosa right now if you're the 49ers? Who do you want to see be made priority? Dre Greenlaw? Talanoa Hufanga? Brock Purdy? Who should be the priority right now for the San Francisco 49ers? What is priority number 1 in San Francisco? 888-957-9570. Plus, we'll touch on the Golden State Warriors. Time to give Steve Kerr his flowers on 95.7 The Game.
It's the legal tamper period. Right now, there's a big article by Mike Silver that was written in The Athletic over the weekend.
Huge.
Joe, I'll ask you this question.
Sure.
And I'll phrase it to the audience. And I want to hear it. Rapid fire, line them up. 888-957-9570. John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, and Jed York. They're all in a room. They're all in a room together, and they have to make a decision.
What's the decision?
It could be anything. It could be the amount of money that Brock Purdy is worth, the amount of years they want to line up with him. It could be a draft pick, whatever you want. But it has to do with the 49ers roster. Who do you want to have final say? Do you want Kyle Shanahan to have final say? Do you want John Lynch to have final say? Or do you want Jed York to have final say?
Well, I'll tell you, first and foremost, where I do not want to have any final say on anything is the owner. Get out of here. Move out of the way, Jed.
Even though it's his team.
Don't care. It's great. The owner gives the blessings for the other guys, and he puts them in a position to succeed. You sign the paychecks. You sign the checks. That's great. We can have your input when we need it. Not for that stuff. Not the final say. Now, it comes down to Shanahan and Lynch for me.
For you.
I go with the best team, the best method, the team that's won 2 Super Bowls in the last decade. It's the Philadelphia Eagles method. Howie Roseman calls the shots, makes the draft picks, does the contracts. Nick Sirianni, Doug Petersons, whoever's coaching there, when Andy Reid, they do all the coaching, and they put the players that they get in positions to succeed. They can do the coaching staff. They can be a part of that process. That's what they do. So I say all that to say John Lynch should be making the final decisions when it comes to the contracts, when it comes to player personnel, when it comes to all that stuff. Kyle, you worry about your coaches. You worry about your staff. You worry about your players, the X's and O's. I'll get all the logistics. I'll get all the numbers. I'll get all that stuff done. The scouting, all of that. I'll take that off of your plate. Then we have a owner, GM, head coach, all in unity. That is what I need.
How many people agree with Joe Spadoni? How many people think that the GM, John Lynch, should be the one to have final say? I'll present it again. Rapid fire. 888-957-9570. I want to hear from Niner fans. Where are you at? 3 guys are in a room. It's Lynch, it's Shanahan, it's York. They're having a decision about a player on the roster, whether it's money, to draft him, to re-sign him, to extend him, whatever. Who should be the one to have final say? Who thinks it should be Jed York? Anyone?
No.
Is there anyone out there who thinks the owner should have some say?
No.
I think there is an argument to be made that the owner should have some say.
Depends on the owner, not Jed York.
Okay.
Joe Lacob, should he have some say at the Warriors? Absolutely.
What about...
He's won 4 titles, and he brought Chase Center here. He's done a lot for this organization. Absolutely, Joey Lightyear should have some say.
Like, how many people are here saying that Shanahan should be the one who has final say? Not that he should be picking every player, but when push comes to shove, going to 2 Super Bowls, turning this thing around the way that he has, he should be the one with final say.
888-957-9570. And shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Joe Shasky, it's a great question. Legal tampering period has begun in the NFL, so we're talking all things. Hey, the NFC West is already making moves everywhere. We already know that Cooper Kupp is on the trade block. We already know that the Rams re-signed and brought back Matt Stafford. Now they add Devontae Adams. The Seahawks, they get rid of DK Metcalf for a 2nd-round pick. They get rid of Geno Smith for a 3rd-round pick. They are loading up for the NFL draft. What kind of quarterback are they going to go after? Are they going to draft someone? They're going to bring in Sam Darnold. Who? Dare I say, are they going to bring back Russell Wilson? No, that's too much. Russell Wilson's not going back to Seattle. But things are percolating right now, and we would like, if I'm a 49ers fan, for them to start doing something. Not to be say you're going to be reactive, but what are those conversations looking like in the locker room? What is it looking like with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and Jed York? Are they on a text thread? Or they have the ice message? Which one of them has the green text? Is there an Android in there? Like, what is going on when these conversations are happening? And no one likes a green text, by the way. I'm just going to keep it a buck. No one likes a green text. Our group thread, no one's got a green text. We're all in unison. I need that for the San Francisco 49ers. They all need to be on the iMessage. Sean is out in Oakland, because I'm going to ask you a question on the other side of this. But Sean's in Oakland. Sean, who has the final say to you?
And why?
Lynch, York, or Shanahan?
Lynch.
Why?
because I think he make good decisions. And I'm really with whoever's not trying to get Joey Bosa. Whoever's not trying to get Joey Bosa needs to make the last decision. Nick Bosa is barely doing what he needs to do. We don't need both of those guys there. We can go get anybody besides him.
I kind of feel you on that. I feel like Joey Bosa is this shiny little object that doesn't, like,
Thanks, Sean.
Could they use a pass rusher? Yeah. I don't think he's that good. Like, I think he's an upgrade, but for how many games? And how much is it going to cost me? And then what does that do to the dynamic on defense? Is that clicky? Are we going back to clicks? Or are we actually going to play football and be one unity?
All I know is Joey Bosa, again, when healthy, which is a big part of this because this was a team dealing with a lot of injuries last year. And am I signing a player who is, and I know some people hate this word, quote unquote, injury prone, but if I'm signing him and bringing him in here, that is a concern. Having said that, am I in a position to be scoffing at players that have been to Pro Bowls, that have been to All Pros? Like, am I in a position to, just push them to the side and say, we're too good for that? Because outside of Nick Bosa on this line, does anyone else really give you hope, Joe Shasky?
He reminds me, in terms of the way he's, like, online, the way he's perceived, he's better than this guy, but it reminds me a lot of, like, a Nick Young.
Okay.
Like, Nick Young generated a lot of clicks online. We talked about him at a disproportionate rate to his impact on the team.
I'll say this: Joey Bosa in his given sport has accomplished way more than Nick Young.
But we talk about him like he's a 16-game player, when in the last 4 years he's been an occasional player.
No, that's a fact.
He hasn't had double-digit sacks in 4+ years.
And having said that, he still has 72 for a career, which is actually way more than I thought he had. 17 forced fumbles, 4 fumble recoveries. He has had a pretty good career, albeit an up and down career as far as a health standpoint. 5-time Pro Bowler, Defensive Rookie of the Year. I think I said All Pro. He's never been an All Pro.
No, but I'm saying the name feels sexier than the actual production.
Okay.
Right? Like, yeah. I think we do this at times in sports. We're like, oh, I know that name. Like, yeah, bring that guy in. And it's like, yeah, but he's not that good.
Larry Markkinen on line one. I've heard of that guy.
Carmelo before he accepted the role off the bench.
Okay, yeah.
When he still viewed himself as a starter.
We still get people calling about Dwight Howard.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
How old is he? 50
I
years
think
old
it's probably more precedent in the NBA.
Yes.
But the Bosas have NBA-like recognition because of their last name.
So are you out on Joey Bosa?
No, I'm saying like Joey Bosa's fine, but if that's all you're going to do in this little period right now, that accomplished nothing.
Oh, if it's a piece of what you're going to be doing, because if I add a Joey Bosa and maybe my first pick in the NFL draft is another defensive lineman, I know, roll your eyes, Niners drafting a defensive lineman in the first round, but it's like outside of the quarterback, D-line, that's where you got to shore it up, man. And again, you just heard from Baldy last segment. We were talking about Brian Baldinger joined us last week. Mm-hmm. You look at the Philadelphia Eagles, and we're talking about them being the blueprint of everything. I'm trying to model and I know you're throwing up in your mouth at this 49ers fans. You're just like, oh, the Eagles. I know it sucks to say this. They are the model franchise right now and what you need to be. They just dominated the team that beat you in 2 Super Bowls in the Super Bowl. They dominated the Kansas City Chiefs. And what was it? Offensive and defensive line just dominating.
And let's also be fair. But let's also be fair here. They also said, Josh Sweat, we're not extending you. You're playing it out. Hassan Reddick, you don't want to play ball? Take a hike. Yep. Right? Like,
they lost Fletcher Cox. They lost Jason Kelce.
Exactly. They were actually a little more stubborn now. Everyone's like, they paid everyone. No, actually they didn't. They picked and choose who they wanted to keep. And some of the guys, they were like, no, we're not bringing you back.
I mean, they were just they had so much talent and names on that team. So I might think like, and we're saying that, but they still had an A.J. Brown. They still had Devontae Smith. They still had Dallas Goedert. They still had, who's my guy? Lane Johnson. They still had Jordan Mailata. They had a lot of names on this team that they had so much talent there that I feel like it was slept on. So comparing the Niners to the Eagles, there are levels to this, and it's not a like for like comparison because of the line positions that they were just has so much more depth on the offensive and defensive line than the 49ers do right now. So it's not a fair comparison in that point. Where we'll compare them to is this, though. What happened last year when the Eagles got knocked out of the playoffs, got humbled against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the first round, coming off a Super Bowl loss. And the 49ers, they were the main reason why they crashed out. The Eagles were what, 9-1, 10-1 heading to that matchup against the 49ers on that afternoon game in Philadelphia. And Deebo Samuel just ran all over them, and the 49ers did, and they stole their souls, and they were never the same. What did the Eagles do after that? They looked back in the mirror and said, we're going to lose some players. We're going to make some hard decisions to be made. We're going to bring back the players we need to bring back. You know what? We're going to revamp our offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator. That's what they did. They brought in new players. They brought in Kellen Moore. They brought in Vic Fangio, and it all worked out. Zach Bond, who they re-signed this past offseason. They signed him last year. He was a first-team All-Pro linebacker alongside Fred Warner, who was also a first-team one with the 49ers. So they have a first-team All-Pro linebacker, right? They make the moves that needed to be made with Quinyon Mitchell in the draft and Cooper DeJean in the draft. A secondary that was putrid all of a sudden became one of the best in the NFL. And we signed a guy. We traded for a guy, or not traded for, but they signed a guy in Saquon Barkley, and it changed everything. He had a Christian McCaffrey-like season like Christian McCaffrey had a year prior with the 49ers, but an even better one because he was able to do it in the Super Bowl, and he got them a Super Bowl trophy in his first year in Philadelphia. And even if he falls apart this year, like kind of Christian McCaffrey injury-wise, even if that happens this year, doesn't matter because you know what? You got the ring. Is it going to be difficult to replicate that if you're the 49ers? Absolutely. And I'm not saying it's even going to be feasible given where they are with their depth of talent on the defensive line. But it starts right now, Joe Shasky. It started right now for the Eagles last year, and it could start right now for the San Francisco 49ers.
Do you think, like we were doing this conversation, Lynch, Shanahan, and York are in a room making a decision about the Niners roster? Who should have final say? Do you think John Lynch was happy with just the whole Debo experience the last couple of years?
No.
I don't either. Do you think he was happy with the way Brandon Ayuk handled business last year?
No.
How about Trent Williams?
No. But he understands. Like, he's not happy about it, but he understands.
But I don't think, I think if he had his way, I think he would have traded Brandon Ayuk.
Okay.
All right. And I think he would have traded Deebo Samuel last year as well. If he had his way. It's just, and all I'm going off of is the way that he conducts himself as a human. John Lynch is not for the nonsense.
Real quick on that. I hear you. That's a very tough look after you lost a Super Bowl in overtime to just say, yeah, it feels like we're going to blow it up.
They traded DeForest Buckner after losing the Super Bowl to the Chiefs, one of the most beloved Niners.
Okay, but they also had Eric Armstead there in the way. Like their depth there at the time, I understood why they were doing it, and it wasn't a great move in retrospect because you replaced him with Javon Kinlaw.
Yeah.
But you saw what they were doing, at least from a financial perspective. Coming off a Super Bowl loss, your best two wide receivers that helped your quarterback, that's baked into all of it. Like, second team All-Pro Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel, when your quarterback has said, Brock Purdy, I feel more confident as a quarterback with those guys. I'm not the quarterback I am without those guys. Like, that holds some weight.
I hear you.
That's part of it. You can't just come off there and get rid of your two best, wide receivers when you're trying to build up your young quarterback. You can't.
But I also think that Lynch views it as, I'm a guy that played with Keyshawn Johnson. We won without him. I'm a guy that played where we had an elite defense, and it didn't matter if Sean King was the quarterback or Brad Johnson. I think that he views things, not that he doesn't like Brock. I'm saying I think he views the game very simply. We need to get our defense right. And it's nowhere near right. And I think sexy offensive weapons on the outside are secondary to beefing up the trenches and establishing a presence on defense. And I think both of those areas are areas where this team is clearly deficient. And that's why I think he needs more influence. I think John Lynch needs more influence on this team.
I kind of like just, throw Jed York to the side, but if you want to keep it in the conversation, it's fine. I kind of like just who should have the final say when it comes to these moves. Should it be John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan? That's really what it boils down to. And I get it. Jed York is a part of the conversation.
Sure.
But it's ultimately he's going to let those guys decide.
Do you think Lynch liked the Pearsall pick? I'm just asking out loud. After paying Brandon Ayuk or knowing that he wanted to pay Brandon Ayuk and not trading him and not trading Debo, you think John Lynch, who attacks football from a defensive mindset as a hard hitter, you think he was like, yep, get me that third receiver after I just paid Jawan Jennings to be our third receiver?
It definitely felt like a Kyle Shanahan.
Exactly.
So, again, we're talking about it right now. Who should have final say on some of these decisions when it comes to the roster? Should it be Lynch? Should it be Shanahan? Should it be Jed York? Or final calls in general? 888-957-9570. I think Chasky and I are both in lockstep. It should be John Lynch when it comes to some of this stuff. but I understand why Kyle Shanahan has his thumbprint on a lot of this because it is his baby.
He's earned it.
And he has earned it.
He's earned it.
He is one of the premier play callers in the NFL. It's him, it's Andy Reid, Sean McVay, and that's it as far as I'm concerned. You can throw Kevin O'Connell in there as well. A guy, though, that comes from the Kyle Shanahan coaching tree. Antonio, Oakland, what you got, brother?
Oh, what's up, you guys? Yeah, man, I think, Joey Bosa will be a good fit. Nick Bosa needs to be rejuvenated. Got his brother right there, kind of like Jimmy Butler to the Warriors has rejuvenated Steph. So it's like you can never have enough pass rushers, man. We've seen some of the best offenses of all time, get steamrolled by great pass rushers, man, whether it's, the Brady 07, the greatest show on turf Rams, Mahomes again this year. So it's like, bring them on in, man. And I'd rather have John Lynch make the decision, so I kind of trust him more. Them late round pick, I think he had a lot to do with that. Why do you think we draft better in the fourth, fifth, sixth round better than we do in the first round? So it's like, give Lynch the key to that. But Shanahan, he does his thing. One of the best play callers in all of football. So at the end of the day, but I would lean a little bit more towards John Lynch. Bring Joey Bosa. Bosa's get 10 sacks each next year.
Hey, Antonio, how are we feeling about the NFC West next year? You think the Niners still got action? How are we feeling about Devontae Adams being in the Rams, all the Seahawks making the moves? How are we feeling about the NFC West?
Happy DK Metcalf is out. That Devontae Adams, he'll be somewhat of a threat, but I don't think he's going to be like a scary player. We beat Devontae Adams with a much better quarterback, Aaron Rodgers, in their prime. So it's all to the good, man. It's G-O-O-D good, like that song by Bone Thugs and Harmony. We're going to be all right. We're going to win the division anyway.
Bone Thugs reference. I think it's the second one today.
Your microphone.
Oh, I pulled a Shasky. Yeah. Oh, Bone Thugs reference. I think that's the second one we had it today. Excuse me.
No,
that's Antonio in Oakland. We'll get to Dave in San Francisco here in a second. 888-957-9570.
I have a hard time.
Who do you want to have the final call? Well, Shanahan, Lynch, York. Who should have the final call right now? Because everything's on the table as far as I'm concerned for the San Francisco 49ers. It's a huge 2-month stretch in San Francisco. Huge. And it starts right now with legal tampering.
I would only take umbrage with one thing that Antonio said, which was, Nick Bosa needs Joey to get rejuvenated. Now, in terms of schematics,
Joey Bosa, Jimmy Butler comp. Let's relax on that for a second. It's not even close to me.
The $122 million guaranteed should rejuvenate you to be ready to go to work every single day. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Well, I don't think
is there personal pride. Come on.
I'm not questioning Nick Bosa's commitment, to the San Francisco 49ers. I'm not questioning his want to and his ability to get ready and train, because we've heard from Baldy, the guys training, like, these are the two hardest working offseason guys in the NFL when it comes to Nick Bosa and Joey Bosa.
Yeah, but the production fell off.
Okay, but I'm going to say that's because Leonard Floyd, Malik Collins, Yetur Gross-Matos, you didn't put a lot of him in a position to succeed last year. And Nick Bosa, to his credit, he had to play a lot more than he's ever had because he didn't have that depth of talent around him. And he's still, again, he was a Pro Bowler, great. Everyone makes the Pro Bowl. Again, I know you're going to scoff at that, but he was still a solid, and I think a top 10 defensive end in the NFL when it all came.
Sure, he was really good.
And he didn't have a lot of help around him.
Okay, but when he had one-on-one opportunities, he wasn't playing like the player he was in the years prior. He just wasn't. He wasn't throwing people around like he was. He wasn't stuffing the run. He was actually horrible in the run. Well, and when you make a lot of money, I'm asking you to do more. When you make $1 million and you're the quarterback, all right, that's one thing. When you make $55 million at the quarterback position, I'm going to ask you to do more.
Maybe
it's the same thing for defensive ends.
Probably peaked early. He has a defensive player of the year in 2022. This happens with some players. Khalil Mack just re-signed for a year. He's going to go back to the Chargers. I'd say he peaked early on in his career. What is he, in his third or fourth year, kind of like Nick Bosa? He won DPOY. Then he never replicated that season again. Still been an all-pro. But he's never been a part of the DPOY conversations again. Doesn't mean he's any less of a player. It means he's still very good. He's going to be a future Hall of Famer. But sometimes you don't replicate those seasons, and you're constantly putting it up to the best year he's had, and he's not going to get that every single time. Listen, maybe he's not TJ Watt, who's constantly in the perennial DPOY conversation.
Aaron Donald was great every game, every year he played.
Maybe he's not Myles Garrett. Yeah. That's okay.
Yeah, but you paid him like those guys. And so when you flash.
Just because he's not top 3 doesn't mean top 5 is still really freaking good.
Yeah, I would argue that he'd look in the mirror and say he wasn't even close to what he could be.
That's fine. I think him and Max Crosby are still in that kind of that fringe. I'm not putting them in the TJ Watt, Myles Garrett conversations. I'll put Micah, Nick, and Max in the kind of like slight tier below, and I'm putting TJ and Myles Garrett in that top tier. And that's okay.
Look, he's a really good player, but they paid him premium money, and the way it went down, and it's multiple years now. You know, if he was 1 year, all right, you get a pass. It's now been multiple years, and so no one needs a career rejuvenation on the field more than Nick Bosa. Because if I told you Nick Bosa had a monster DPOY-like year, the defense would probably be really good.
Yes, and
regardless of who's out there.
And I look at that team right now, and we're talking about defense and where this team is sorely lacking. It's just that edge that they need to play with. And again, I keep coming back to this player because he's a free agent, and he's probably going to get given the bag from someone. It's Dre Greenlaw. And they're really going to miss this guy's contributions. And let's be honest, the leader of that defense is going to miss him the most, and that's not Nick Bosa. It's Fred Warner. And that's his running mate. Like, you saw the emotion when Dre Greenlaw went down at Super Bowl, and I hate to bring up old wounds. Your leader on defense was like crying. He had tears in his eyes because he saw Dre Greenlaw in a freak accident, a freak injury, run out onto the field, and it was over.
Yeah.
And then you see Travis Kelce just take over the game. And how many times last year did we see certain players and tight ends, and whether it was scrambling situations late in game, whether it was the Seahawks with Geno Smith, like, God, they missed a guy like Dre Greenlaw.
So, boys, I want to ask all three of you very quickly. There are players that supersede their stats. You brought up Greenlaw. I think it's a great example of a player that we don't even need to talk about stats. We just know he was impactful. Yes. D Ford, was he a good player in 2019?
Sure.
Carter?
I'm going to go on the other side of Spadoni. I would say more of a no to me.
In 2019?
He was fine in 2019. I'm not saying he wasn't good. I'm just saying, like, you got to be on the field for me.
Okay.
Like,
sure.
And I
think he was really good. And I think when he was on the field, he was a difference maker. How many sacks do you think he had that year in the regular season?
Couple.
6.5. Okay. And that was the best defensive line that they had. Now, there were other guys having monster years, Eric Armstead being one of them. You know, obviously Buckner had a monster year, and we know Bosa had a monster year. If I told you got the same production, 11 games, 6.5 sacks, and just everyone on that defensive line 8 because of the presence of that player, if I gave that Joey Bosa that same kind of impact, we would all say, give me that in a heartbroken, right?
Yeah, no, again, if he brings an edge to this defense that it's sorely lacking, absolutely. Then it's the Bosa Bros, and it's like the Bash Bros.
No doubt.
I can see it right now. It'd be a lot of fun.
But they need another couple guys. It can't just be. I referenced they had Buckner and Armstead.
I mean, again, and we're talking about defensive line. I didn't even get to the linebacking core outside of Fred Warner. I don't know. And Fred was first team All-Pro, and that, which was crazy. Again, we'll pick this up on the other side because I didn't think it was even his best season. And he was hurt a lot. It wasn't even close.
He had a broken ankle. Let's just call it what it is.
He did for most of the season. BPA, Dave and SF, we'll get you on the other side. Who should be the shot caller in these next couple days, in these next couple months, when it comes to the decision-making with these player personnel, the draft? Who should be calling the final shots? Is it Lynch? Is it Shanahan? 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Public Market Emeryville. We're having a lot of fun right now. Spadoni and Shasky. You know why we're having fun? Because we could talk NFL. And anytime you get to talk about the National Football League and free agency and legal tampering, I'm going to have a lot of fun. Now, talking about the Niners' perspective right now, a little nerve-wracking. And we're talking about final decisions. Who do you have trust in right now to make the final call on a deal that needs to be made? Is it John Lynch? Is it Kyle Shanahan? Your trust level in those guys? Jed York now getting involved in that? Do you want Jed York signing off on things going forward? 888-957-9570. There's a lot happening right now in San Francisco.
Remember, final shot of a Warrior game? I want Iguodala. Max Kellerman. Yeah. It's the most ridiculous. Have you ever seen Iguodala actually physically shoot? He has to jump all the way to his highest and then shoot. It's such an ugly shot.
Hey,
and I know he hit big shots, but give it to me one more time. I want Iguodala.
So good.
That would be like someone calling in I want Parag Marate to have final say on the Niners. That's how absurd that would sound.
My prerogative, am I right? BPA.
My prerogative?
Come on, that's a 5 this morning. Right?
How long have you been holding that in your back pocket?
I don't give away all my secrets. Shout out to Errol the Guru Johnson. He's an inspiration for some of these. BPA Dave, I'll get to you in a second. I want to pivot it this way because I just had this thought right before you came in. I threw it to Carter. Right now, if I'm John Lynch and I'm Kyle Shanahan and I'm trying to talk to some of these free agents, and I'm talking to Joey Bosa, I'm trying to do a sell job. I'm trying to be like Jordan Belfort, Wolf of Wall Street, sell me this pencil kind of a thing. Right? So why don't you sell me, Joe Shasky, on why I should join the San Francisco 49ers right now if I'm a free agent? Wow. Sell me on the San Francisco 49ers. What do you start with if you're trying to sell me on this team?
Well, so for example, if I was the Rams and I was selling Devontae on the situation, L.A., Stafford, and McVay, it's pretty straightforward, right? Wouldn't you guys agree?
Right.
Seattle, it's it's a tougher sell. Right? I'm just hypothetically. For the Niners, the sell is this. If you're an offensive side of the ball, it's Kyle Shanahan. You're never going to get more efficiency, yards per catch, yards per carry, yak opportunities than being in that offense. Look at how many 1,000-yard receivers I made Marquise Goodwin almost a 1,000-yard receiver. All right, that's how good I am at my job.
How many wide receivers has he gotten paid after they've been here?
Well, I mean,
Kendrick Bourne?
I brought up Mohamed Sanu. I mean, geez, Louise, Kendrick Bourne got paid absolutely. What's number 17? Emmanuel Sanders left.
Sanders.
But he had kind of at the end of his career. He got Deebo Samuel paid. He got Brandon Ayuk paid.
Okay.
Dante Pettis has been around the league. Richie James has been around the league. And those guys are, those are not
this
NFL
sell job,
players.
I'm out already. This is not.
But if you're an offensive player, it's hey, look, I'm going to get you if you're a weapon. But we don't really need weapons. I think we're going to draft weapons. Offensive line. Hey, you get to play alongside a Hall of Famer in Trent Williams. Okay. And we're not going to ask you to pass protect 50 times a game. We're actually going to have you going downhill. You're going to be a road grader. Now, on defense, it's hey, look, you get to play with Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. And you got Robert Saleh, one of the best defensive minds in the game. And he's a passionate dude. This is a great place to play. And we think we are now going to be the hunters, not the hunted this year.
Okay. All right.
We don't have a lot of money, though.
We had a down year. We had a lot
of money, though.
We had a down year last year, but this is a team that's been to 2 Super Bowls. I have faith in my head coach. Kyle Shanahan is going to get you there.
It's a tough sell, by the way.
No, well, it is, but you have to say, you know what? We had a down year last year. We had a lot of injuries baked down into that. We had a lot of tragedies that overtook our team. You look at Charvarius Ward, you look at Trent Williams, look at Ricky Pearsall. There was a lot baked into last season that contributed to the year that we had. But on our best year, and we have been consistent, we compete for titles.
We win big playoff games.
We win big playoff games. And if you want to be a part of this team come January and potentially February, you want to come play for the San Francisco 49ers.
But they don't have lifestyle. They don't have, quarterback cachet currently. Even if we all like Brock, if we're ranking different destinations, it goes money quarterback.
Devontae, there's a reason Devontae went to the Rams. Matt Stafford. Well, that's a big reason.
And LA and money.
Again, Devontae's only played with he's played with some bad quarterbacks. He's played with Aiden O'Connell. He's played with Gardner Minshew, and he was with Aaron Rodgers. And Derek Carr was his boy, so
and
I'm going to give
immediately hit the parachute.
Exactly. Well, specifically with Aiden O'Connell one and Gardner Minshew, absolutely. And by the way, the Raiders, and we're talking about all this.
Devontae back with Jimmy G.
No, that'd be hilarious, by the way. I didn't think about that. Do we have the drops? There's somewhere in the system we need to get.
Could you imagine? Hey, Devontae, can you go run out there with the twos? Can you go run out there with the twos?
No.
Help out Jimmy G?
There's a good chance that Stafford does get hurt at some point next year, and Jimmy G does have to throw to Devontae. The medicine balls, I cannot wait for that. It might be against the 49ers. Can you imagine that scenario? But it is funny because the Raiders did trade Devontae Adams to the Jets for a third-round pick. They used that third-round pick to send to the Seahawks for Geno Smith. So it all works out, right? So there was a lot of stuff.
So you traded Geno Smith for Devontae after giving him a ton of money and giving first-round picks to Green Bay. That's a hell of a transaction.
Okay. I don't know if you're being tongue-in-cheek right there.
No, I'm being absolutely tongue-in-cheek.
Okay. I'm just saying, hey, Devontae, you flipped him for nothing, right? And Devontae and the Jets ended up doing nothing there. I thought that was a good pick by the Raiders. Third-round pick for them, get that, and they got their quarterback.
You gave up firsts and money.
Okay, but they competed for the first year, and there was a new regime.
Sure.
I'm not going to be too hard on that at the time because Devontae, in his first season, was a first-team All-Pro. Brian in Palo Alto, speaking of first-team All-Pros when it comes to roasters, Brian in Palo Alto is absolutely first-team. What's up, BPA? How you doing, man?
Yo, I'm working, guys. Man, their star has fallen the Niners in a year. It's hard to fathom. That Mike Silver article, I mean, we can all sort of minimize it, but it's significant in a lot of ways.
Hey, Brian.
Not just that Kyle's power in the building is not what it once was.
I don't want to cut you off because it's early into the call. Can you sell me on this team at all? What are the selling points on the 49ers if I'm a free agent?
Can't sell you on the team, really. I can sell you on we were really good 2 years ago. And, you know, when people come here, we generally overpay them. Those would be my two primary selling points.
Can you get back to the Mike Silver article?
You know, we're going to pay a quarterback who just threw, 12 touchdowns and 6 TDs, $50 million. That's the sales trade. There's not a sales trade right now. And they're doing self-inflicted stuff now, right? They're doing stuff they used to do in the Harbaugh era, leaking an article out about how Kyle is a poor decision maker. And that he has his relationships with players that's a damning piece that Mike Silver put out. I don't know if you guys read that.
I read the whole thing.
We were referencing it all.
And also, I would couple that not only with the Mike Silver article, if you read the Players Tribune piece by Debo, which I don't think many people did, it was like a love letter to Kyle Shanahan. It was crazy.
Yeah, and so it's and like that article from Silver, which to me is the most significant. Just pure self-inflicted, error on the part of the organization. And, that's the stuff they did in the Harbaugh days, right, where they took a pound of flesh out of the coach. Prague is still in the building, and we all know what the horrible things that Prague has done with the 49ers, right? And he's still in the building. He's like, Robert Rowell, man. Kill him, And so it's not a good situation with the Niners. I don't have a lot of faith in them. They've massively overvalued their draft class last year, in my opinion. So, I think Cooney's a very good starter. I'm not sold on Pearsall. I'm not sold on Mustafa. I'm not sold on a lot of these guys, right? That they're legit NFL starting players. I'm just not. And, that Pearsall had one good game is that's, harken back to the Anthony Randolph days. Great. He had a good game, right? One good game. And we're talking about what a home run the draft class was. So, yeah, we'll see. But, I think this is, that article to me was damaging, pretty damaging to the organization, damaging to Kyle. I can't imagine that Kyle felt good about Mike Silver writing an expose about how he's a bad personnel decision maker and a bad contract negotiator. I can't imagine he felt good about that.
Brian.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you want him to be the guy at the end of the day to have final say? Because I think I trust Lynch a little more. I love Kyle. I think he's I think he's a great game day coach 9 times out of 10. But I think I do want Lynch to have his thumb on the scale a little.
I trust Adam Peters. I want Adam Peters' thumb on the scale.
He's gone. Yeah.
No, I know. But I don't know. What do you trust about Lynch? I don't know what you like.
I'm a sucker for him.
Malik Mustafa. Yeah, but what, he's got a pretty checkered draft history, right?
True.
It ain't great.
Doesn't John get some credit, though, for Adam Peters getting that job with Washington, though, Brian? And putting him in a position to where, he was a big part of that. And I do trust his decision-making skills. And thanks, Brian. Brian and Palo Alto, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, as all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. It's in time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop. Love me some Brian and Palo Alto. But they had a bad year, guys. They had a bad year. There was a lot baked into it. Some of it was unlucky. Some of it they put on themselves. This is what happens when you lose a Super Bowl. You usually don't go back, okay? Let's take a deep breath. There's still a lot to like about this team. You have big, major pieces that are the best at their positions. I have George Kittle, one of the best tight ends in the NFL. I have Fred Warner, best linebacker in the NFL. I got Nick Bosa, still a top 5 defensive end in the NFL. Left tackle, I still got a top 10 guy at the very least in Trent Williams. Brock Purdy, I got a top 10 quarterback. That is most than a lot of other teams have in the league. That is my selling point right now. And by the way, I still got the best play caller outside of Andy Reid in the NFL for my book. That is Kyle Shanahan. I got Rob Saleh, who's a former NFL head coach. He's going back to a coordinator where he went to a Super Bowl with this team. I got a lot to like about this team still. That's what I'm selling on, okay? All right, Joe Shasky, did I do a good job?
It was okay.
All right, well, I tried.
Can we just...
Why is it like... No, seriously.
But he made a point about the quarterback getting $50 million. And look, I think there is this part of this that people just need to come to grips with. Like, we all like Brock. He deserves a pay raise. He wasn't great last year at all.
That's okay. He wasn't awful, though. Like, we're acting like he was...
Was Caleb Williams awful last year?
No, I'm grading him on a rookie. No. I'm not doing this because he was a rookie and he's playing for a dumpster fire franchise that has never developed a quarterback.
They threw the same amount of touchdowns.
I'm grading him on a different scale, though.
Yeah, but Caleb threw the same amount of touchdowns as Brock with half as many interceptions.
Okay.
Now, there's context because
Caleb did not have a better season than Brock Purdy. I would not say that at all.
Okay.
No. I was disappointed with Caleb, but again, he's a rookie.
How about Geno Smith?
Geno has a bad offensive line. He had to throw it a lot. I'd say Geno and Brock had comparable seasons.
Okay. All right.
Geno, I felt like they did.
A couple more picks, more touchdowns.
Yeah. I feel like
Kyler, same thing.
Yeah.
Like even Jordan Love, for as bad as his year was 25-11 last year.
Yeah.
25-11. Like that was a bad year for Brock. It was the worst possible timing for him when it comes to this contract. And I just missing games, multiple injuries. This is we're kind of burying it. I think all of the trepidation regarding the 49ers is also baked into how we feel about the quarterback, which is we like him, but boy, we're not that confident on him a year later.
888-957-9570.
We like him.
Legal tampering has begun. We're talking all things free agency, which officially begins on Wednesday when the new league year opens. Hey, if you're just joining us and you're saying, hey, well, the Warriors had a huge win over it. Yes, they did have a huge win over the weekend. They have a huge game, again, the second game on this 7-game homestand against the Portland Trailblazers tonight at Chase Center. 6 o'clock Warriors live right here on 95.7 The Game. 7 o'clock tip. Trust me, Warriors are still on our mind. Stephen Curry, we saw what he did. This team is 11-1 now when Jimmy Butler plays as a Golden State Warrior. This team is rolling. We need the 49ers to get rolling, though, now, too. And this is a huge, huge day for that to get started. Can they bring in Joey Bosa? I think if they just bring in a name, and again, the name is a name, but there is some cachet in that saying we're doing something. And Joey Bosa is, when healthy, still a very good player. And I would like to see him paired with his brother because I do think that would be a fun story. And there's been a lot of doom and gloom right now in San Francisco. And again, if it's not breaking the bank, I still think overall it would be a solid move. And we were talking about moves that you would like to see, 888-957-9570. And how do you sell the 49ers right now? If you were to sell the 49ers to a free agent, Niner fans, how would you do it? 888-957-9570. Dave in SF has been hanging on for a little bit. Let's go to Dave. What's up, Dave? You're almost Spadoni and Shasky. How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Going back to who makes the decisions, I think you leave the skill positions to Kyle, and everything else you give to Lynch. And with the draft being coming up, we already know we need both lines to kind of get solidified. Especially if you're going to pay Brock $50 million, you got to protect your assets. So I think you go out and get some offensive line early, since we haven't done that ever in a draft in a long time since Anthony Davis and Purdy. We might need that kind of draft to happen for us to get this thing back going. But I also think that we need to get Dre back in the building. You got to get you got to get Fred's running mate back and somebody that's going to hit you in the mouth. I think we missed that so much last year. And, yeah, that's my thoughts.
Dave and SF, 888-957-9570. What are the moves that need to be made for you, 49er faithful?
You were asking about like sell me on the team, right?
Yeah.
Which is I think it's a fair question, and
I did my best. I honestly, you can say it was okay, but like that's kind of what I'm selling it on. Is like last year was a blip. We're going to be back to where we have some of the best players in the league still on this team at the most important positions, and we have guys that have been there and done that. Yeah, we haven't won the whole thing. But man, I got faith in Shanahan, bro.
If you're selling me on the Bills, you're starting with the quarterback. If you're selling me on Baltimore, you're probably starting with the quarterback, right?
Sure.
Washington, what's the big selling point? Jaden Daniels, right? I think a lot of the sell job with the Niners is a little more difficult because of the unknowns with Purdy. I don't know how much he's going to make, so that kind of limits how much cash I can spend. I don't know how good he is right now, which is crazy because we've seen 30 starts. Like, we just don't. Like, we think he's good, but we're just not sure. Like, right? There's this. We just don't know. It's the same thing like with Tua.
He's a top 10 quarterback.
What?
He's a top 10 quarterback. Like, I know.
Yeah, but we say that, and then last year he wasn't even close to top 10.
Yeah, because the team wasn't near close to top 10.
Top 10 quarterbacks play like top 10 quarterbacks year in, year out.
Okay.
Now, Jalen Hurts defies what I just said because I didn't think he played like a top 10 quarterback last year.
No.
And push came to shove, and he played phenomenal in the final 2 games.
Right, and I think if Brock Purdy had a healthy Saquon Barkley, he would have been similar to that because they would have just leaned on Saquon all year long. They didn't have a healthy running back for most of the season. And that's a big part of it. And again, you bring this up, a run-first team. So I'm very interested to see what they do in the draft and what Christian McCaffrey looks like. By the way, we do have some Christian McCaffrey-related news. Him and his wife, Olivia Culpo. Is it Olivia McCaffrey or did you keep her last name?
I believe she kept it.
Okay. They're pregnant. So congratulations there. Maybe that means that the Achilles is working a little bit better. Maybe, just maybe.
I'm not even going to go there. I'm not even going to go there.
I'm just saying, hey.
Hit me with an update, Big Carter. Hit me with an update for those that are just getting in and out of their car. NFL update time. Let's go. Let's see where we're at. All right. The big one today, J.C. Horn, huge mega deal, highest paid defensive back in NFL history.
$100 million.
Wow, that's crazy. Josh Allen re-signs with the Bills. Myles Garrett back to Cleveland, mega deal. I guess money does talk. Devontae Adams, your boy, L.A. Rams with McVay.
Our boy, East Palo Alto.
DK Metcalf. Traded out of the division. He's going to Pittsburgh. Crazy. Instead of getting Ayuk, they get DK.
Yep.
Aaron Jones, running back, going back to the Vikings. Geno Smith, out of the division, traded to the Raiders. It's the only way I can say it. I got to do the boomer.
Yep.
DJ Jones, Niners wanted him. He's going back to Denver. T. Higgins, franchise tag Christian Kirk to the Texans. Anything else? Sherwood going back to the Jets. That's the linebacker that the Niners were linked to. And I think that's about it this morning, guys. Anything else? Am I missing anything?
Small little update is Jonathan Allen, defensive tackle for the Commanders, who the 49ers have been linked to. He is visiting with the Minnesota Vikings today, and there is a good amount of interest.
Do these guys hop on a plane and fly there, or do they Zoom it?
That's a great question. And are they even doing it? Or is their agents saying, like, these are the teams I want, give me the best deal? Like, it's very interesting, the sell jobs of some of these players. Is it through the agent? All of that. Oh, and by the way, a little breaking news, but it's not. It's more Warriors related and bearing the lead a little bit because it happened. But we'll mention it. Steph Curry has accepted a role with his alma mater, Davidson College, as assistant general manager for the basketball programs. University officials told ESPN. So Steph going back to college, a la Rodney Dangerfield, as an assistant GM for Davidson.
I'm going to be the first to put this out there. I don't like this. I want him singularly focused on the Warriors. It's part true and part tongue in cheek.
Relax. Isn't he like owner of like a golf team right now? The TGL you guys talk about? Isn't he the owner of the SF Bay one?
Having your money tied up into something like that is different than actively being an assistant GM.
Isn't he getting paid by this college there too? Probably.
I mean, what's he even going to be doing as an assistant GM? Just like, hey, Steph, can you come shake this kid's hand really quick?
It's more Dwight Schrute. I think it's assistant to the GM. I think that's what it is.
He's like Lloyd in Entourage, going back to last week.
There you go. Damon is an SF. He wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. How we selling the 49ers if I'm a free agent, and who should have the final say right now when it comes to player personnel? What's up, Damon? You're all Spadoni and Shasky.
Man, Shasky, what's up, man?
What's up, Doc?
Spadoni, you got me pounding the wheel, man. I'm here in a dump truck, and I'm pounding the wheel listening to you, man. I just want to say this, man. I think I just think it's too much crew love that's been going on with the Niners. Bad contracts that's been handed out, and it just seems like we're gonna walk right into that with Purdy and his contract. Like all I hear about with Purdy is he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. You got to pay him. He's a nice guy, but he wasn't effective. Like, I mean, he was great the year and a half that he was, but last year he wasn't, and no one's talking about the issue with his arm. He wasn't able to get the ball down the field last year. We don't know what's going on with that. So to just dump a bunch of money into this guy because he's a nice guy, like that it just seems more of what we've been doing. The contract that we gave to McCaffrey, if what they said that the team knew that he had an injury that he was dealing with and we maxed him out, those are bad decisions. He came and he couldn't play. If they, look back and knowing that he was injured, would they give him that same contract, a max contract?
No.
I mean, I think it was kind of wishful thinking. I think we've been, kind of doing that. And I'd like to see the team kind of take a little bit more of a cutthroat and invest in, some young players.
See, look,
Joey Bosa.
He's old. I'm with you. Trust me, I'm with you.
At the start of next year. Thanks, Damon.
It's crazy to me. Like, people become so offended because I'm analyzing where we're at with the quarterback. You know what this whole circumstance?
Who's offended?
Just people. The Brock lovers think he can do no wrong. He's great. Give him everything he wants. It's like everybody.
Whoa.
I've been watching the Niners my whole life. You know what this episode of the offseason of the Niners reminds me of? A lot like the end of the Kaepernick Harbaugh vibes. Yeah. Okay? People forget because they want to like win all these arguments. Colin Kaepernick, 31 touchdowns, 11 picks. 31 and 11.
He was sick.
17-6, and that doesn't include the playoffs where he was even better. He was better in the playoffs than he was in the regular season. Dynamic, and that's just the offensive throwing numbers. He ran for a zillion touchdowns too.
You're gonna get to the contract he got, right? It was fat. Like the way they built it in was actually genius at the time.
Look, he was great till he wasn't, and then it was 8-8, 2-6, 1-10.
Yeah.
Now the team around him completely fell apart. The organization was completely toxic. There was coaching changes. There was personnel decisions that were awful. But that is kind of what we're going through right now. It's called transition. Yeah. This is what happens. Buffalo went through a transition, and they went right back to the playoffs and won the division. Now, they've done a better job of developing the talent around Josh Allen, and they still had a very good defense. Not a great one, but a good one. Lamar Jackson has had that team kind of change around him. They've done a good job in the infrastructure. Same thing in Kansas City. We will see if the Niners can do that. But I get almost PTSD because I watched Colin Kaepernick be amazing for 2 years and do things in the playoffs I've never seen anyone do. And then the bottom fell out. He got hurt. Team around him got shuffled around, and they didn't replenish the talent. The coaching got worse and worse and worse, and they made decisions that I just never will agree with. And I do have PTSD from the Kaepernick era. Yeah, I do. And I freely admit it. So just because you have 30 starts of a guy and you think he's good, I thought the same thing with Garcia. I thought the same thing with Jimmy G. I thought the same thing with Alex Smith. I thought the same thing with Colin Kaepernick. Doesn't mean that guys can't get worse, and the organization is going to surround him with talent.
You think Cap and Shanahan would have worked that first year, by the way, if he had opted back in? We're just having a hypothetical conversation here.
I think the team needed to move on because all of the stuff.
There was a lot of stuff.
All of the stuff with everything, both sides needed to move on.
Because he opted out of $17 million right there, and he never touched a cent after that. It's pretty wild how it happened. Now, he did get paid by the league, undisclosed, and we're not getting into that.
Fair or not, everyone brings up Montana and Steve Young. They're like, you guys are comparing these quarterbacks to Montana and Steve Young's like, no, I'm actually viewing it through the prism of I've been snake bit every time I try to wrap both my arms around one of these quarterbacks. They show flashes of brilliance for a year, 2 years, sometimes, even closer to 3 like Garcia.
Sure.
And then injuries and coaching depreciation and talent depreciation and organizational failure. And then the bottom falls out. So, I am a little stung by that.
I don't think it's the end. You're going to see the numbers, and maybe it'll be what you had in mind, and it's okay, and it works for both parties. I am not going to freak out about whatever the number is with Brock Purdy and what he signs. I'm going to be not shocked regardless. If it's 45, 50, 50, I'm not going to be shocked about whatever it is because I know what quarterbacks are getting paid now, and I know if I'm a top 10 quarterback like I believe Brock Purdy is and what his agency is going to be selling, I understand that. Again, going back to what the 49ers did last year, and I understand you don't want to repeat of what happened last year. I think there was so much baked into, Brandon Ayuk, the player, Trent Williams, the player, Christian McCaffrey. There was so much. And again, you could say this too. There could be injury concerns when it comes to Brock because of his frame, because of his size, and he's shown some wear and tear last year. Let's keep it a buck. He had surgery on his throwing elbow. That's baked into it. He had a shoulder problem. There's a lot baked in there. And it happened with Kaepernick. He dealt with his injuries, and he was never the same player.
His shoulder, too.
Yes, so there is baked into that. Again, it's how they structure the contract for me is going to tell me a lot about it when it's all said and done. Kind of like what we'll see with Geno Smith, the Raiders. What we'll see with Sam Darnold. When we see some of these guys start signing, what does it truly mean at the end of the day? Is it a 3-4 year deal? Can they get out of it? How much are they going to get weighed down? There's a lot baked into this, and we're going to start seeing these deals get done in these coming days because it is legal tampering period, and we're talking about it all. This show's flown by the way. We're 3 hours down. Joe Shasky, as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Diana Rossini and Chase Daniel of The Athletic talking about that $45 million offer that was reported to Brock Purdy last week. Was it Fugazi?
There was something that came out that the starting offer was $45 million a year for Brock Purdy. Do you think that's disrespectful?
That would be disrespectful, and that did not happen.
Okay. Wow.
That's not true.
It didn't happen.
That did not.
Okay.
They did not offer 45 million.
And that's why I don't believe everything I hear.
Now, is Diana Rossini getting that from the Niners? Was it
the average fan thinks when they hear $45 million a year is disrespectful? They roll their eyes.
What's disrespectful?
But I understand in their industry it's completely viewed different. But the way that lands with fans is miss me with that. $45 million is disrespectful. Well, keep disrespecting me.
I thought I hit the legal. Maybe I didn't. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KG's FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Yeah, right. I would love to be disrespected and slapped in the face with $45 million. I'd feel the wounds would actually be healing as the redness is going away from my face. The wads of cash you're chucking at it. It's
just the world they live in.
I have a grin on my face as I'm
getting
pelted with the rubber bands, right? And I'm just looking at that $45 million as I have the average contract length because that's what we're talking about it. The average contract, I should say, per year, because you look at the salary rankings right now. If you just go to it, $60 million for Dak Prescott. Joe Burrow has 55. Jordan Love 55. Josh Allen 55.
And Jordan Love, I would say, was they jumped the gun on that.
Sure.
I know they had to give him some money, but they overpaid.
And you listen to his stats last year. You look at just the pure stats. It was good.
And I watched them because he was my quarterback. Yeah. He wasn't good.
He was my fantasy quarterback, and he was not good.
He was not good.
Yeah,
you watch him on a week-to-week basis.
Yeah.
We all again, when he's your fantasy quarterback, you are obsessing.
Josh Jacobs, good. Yeah, Jordan Love.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's the way I viewed it.
Trevor Lawrence, 55. Tua, 53.
Those are 2 consecutive overpays.
Jared Goff, 53. He's been really good for them.
He was an MVP candidate last year, too.
It was tough. Justin Herbert, 52. Had a good year last year. And again, didn't have a lot of talent offensively around him. And it's a run-first team. It's kind of actually similar to how I view Purdy a little bit. Justin Herbert and Brock Purdy, I feel are asked to do very similar things in their given offenses. But when Justin Herbert connects on the big play to a Quentin Johnson, it's wow, look at that. Look at that 60-yard rope. Look at that bomb. Ladd McConkey was a baller for them last year. So there is there is something baked into that, and he was a rookie. Lamar, obviously. Jalen Hurts, 51. Kyler, then you get into the Kyler, the 46. Deshaun, 46. Kirk, 45. So Is it disrespectful to be like around the Kirk Cousins, Kyler Murray, Joe Shasky?
Well, what I would say to Purdy is, all right, like, okay, if we can get you at a $43 million guarantee per deal, that gives us, let's just say hypothetically, $12 million to play around with. We could bring in Joey Bosa. We could bring back Dre Greenlaw. That's why it matters.
Yeah.
On a team that's cost-cutting every single corner, every $5 million matters, which gets me to the fullback, like $5 million to get out of the Juice deal. Like, I'm sorry, if they need $5 million to give Dre, I'd rather have Dre Greenlaw on this team just to see what it is than Kyle Juszczyk. And I know how important he is to Kyle's offense, blah, 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 blah. I'm sorry. Like, I'd rather roll the dice with Dre Greenlaw. I think he means more, and it would be more bang for the buck than you trying to find a fullback to fulfill whatever Kyle Juszczyk brings to the table. And that might be seen as cruel, but that's a roster decision that I would make.
Again, I think, and you just said it right there, but I was going to ask the question, outside of the quarterback, what is the most important player? Who is the most important player that you need to bring back on this 49ers team? Is it Dre Greenlaw? Is it Talanoa Hufanga? Is it Aaron Banks? Is it some of these players now that are probably going to be priced out for you, just given where other teams are with their salary caps, the Patriots of the world that have a lot to spend, right? You just saw the Carolina Panthers spend a boatload on J.C. Horn. Who is the player that the 49ers absolutely have to keep outside of the quarterback, because we know Brock Purdy's going to get paid? 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm with you. Dre Greenlaw, losing him feels like you're losing multiple, but feels like you're losing, it's strong to say, the heart and soul of that defense for a guy like, because he's not the best player. So it sounds crazy to say, but you saw just in that half that they played against the Rams on Thursday Night Football. God, you saw Hufanga making plays. You saw Warner fired up. You saw Bosa fired up.
They suffocated the Rams.
God, they were feeling like, it just felt amazing. And it's unfortunate because that game gets overshadowed by what? Devontae Campbell and that whole thing.
That's right.
Right? And that was the whole saga.
And the Brock interception.
Right? Oh, well, that was bad. Was that a raining game too? Yeah. Right? Yeah, it wasn't Stafford. Wasn't his best game either.
No, they actually held, and also I think Debo dropped a walk-in touchdown in that game.
It was bad. Yeah, it was a bad drop.
Yeah, I mean, that might have been the worst drop of his career.
It was really bad.
I think that was the end of the Debo era. Was right there.
It's a good point, Sam. I kind of felt like that.
You know what's crazy is he had a couple okay games after that, but it meant nothing because that was the primetime game, and the season was still in the balance.
You had that game in the back of your mind, and you had the Packers game, and how.
And then the judo chop.
The judo kick.
It is interesting that Jake Moody's still on this team.
Is it?
Yeah. What are we doing?
That's a kicker.
What are we doing? I don't care if that guy makes every kick from now until eternity in the preseason. The second he gets trotted out there week one, we're all going to think the same thing. There's no chance he hits this.
Well, what if, again, playing devil's advocate here, what if a lot of it had to do with the injury? Does that change anything in your mind? Do you think he's just mentally shot, though?
He also missed an extra point in the Super Bowl. This isn't about one thing. They shouldn't have taken a kicker with the third round. It was bad.
I never understand if it's the kicker's fault if it gets blocked or not, or if it's the offensive line's fault for not doing their job.
I'm asking you trust.
Is it chicken or the egg?
Once you lose trust in a kicker, can you really regain it back? It's very rare.
Well, just ask the Baltimore Ravens right now. Larry in SF, what's going on, Larry? What you got?
That's true.
Hey, good morning, guys. Listen, this is the same scenario about this Purdy contract coming up and how we're going to restructure this team when we sign Purdy to this big contract. We got to look at everything. Now, if Purdy had been a first-round draft pick, would we be having this conversation about Purdy's contract? No, we wouldn't, because if he was a first-round draft pick and didn't perform like he did when he first come to the league, we wouldn't even have this contract about how much we're going to pay this quarterback.
But he wasn't.
But we have to pay attention to what else needs we going to need. First of all, let's look at the offensive line. We need help there.
Yep.
Let's look at the defense. The defensive line, the linebacker, and the secondary is in trouble. Okay? So you got to find a guy who's willing to come here for a little bit of money so we can rebuild our team slowly but surely. Because let's face it, the special of these quarterbacks nowadays, look what they just gave Josh Allen. We're not going to get that from a quarter. Purdy's not going to get that kind of money because where he was drafted at. That's fact.
I disagree with you, though, because Tua's a first-round pick, and Trevor Lawrence is the number one overall pick. And I think both of those guys got grossly overpaid, and I didn't think they should get signed. Zach Wilson's a first-round pick. He's unemployed. Trey Lance is a first-round pick. He's unemployed. Yep. Mac Jones is a first-round pick. He's unemployed. I think to a degree I understand what you're trying to say, but I think once you start playing in the league, either you're good or you're not.
Well, and also that is baked into it. It's like if he was a first-round pick, well, he wasn't. He's Mr. Irrelevant, and that is baked in to the narrative of how we discuss him, because we do love the story around Brock Purdy. And let's not let's not have revisionist history here about Brock Purdy. Yeah, did he have a great year last year? No, I wouldn't say he had a great year.
Spectacular the year before.
He was unbelievable the year before.
He was great.
And he was really good when he was a rookie, just coming off the bench as the third string quarterback and taking the team to the NCAA championship. And you know what? Had he stayed healthy, you guys were there. Like, maybe they do win that game. And then how are we talking about him? But he didn't. But the good has outweighed the bad with Brock Purdy.
Sure.
And I can only go off what I've seen. He's been a really good quarterback. It's not like this is some charity case we're doing with Brock Purdy here. I think he has earned to be paid like a top 10 quarterback. I absolutely think he deserves to be paid as a top 10 quarterback. 888-957-9570. If you don't, please call in. And quite frankly, where are you pivoting if you're not paying him? Where are you going? Sam Darnold?
I think we all think he's going to get paid.
There's people that don't think he should get paid.
Well, I think that's too strong for me. I think that he deserves a pay raise. He's earned a pay raise, a big one, a chunky one. I mean, he's going to go from, even if he's making $30 million guaranteed a year, he's going from $1 million to $30 million.
Yeah. There it is, per Adam Schefter,
what
ESPN. Hassan Reddick is signing a 1-year deal with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. $14 million. Oh,
another one. Hit me with another one.
Hit me with another one. Former 49ers offensive tackle Jalen Moore reached an agreement today on a 2-year, $30 million deal, including $21.24 million, fully guaranteed at signing with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Jalen Moore?
To the Chiefs, baby.
I thought McGlinchey getting $50 million in free agency was the most insane contract I've ever seen. The Jalen Moore. He played like, how many games did he start? 5? I mean, I'm dead serious.
And another one. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Chris Godwin back to the Bucs.
What?
3 years, $66 million. Wow, that's a lot that just happened right there.
Wait, so Jalen Moore, he started how many games for the Niners total? Well, I bet it's less than a half dozen.
I'm pulling it up.
He got $21 million guaranteed.
That's, wow. Jalen Moore.
You want to talk about kind of wild. Watch him be great with Andy. God, because I hate the freaking Chiefs so much.
Okay, here we go.
Jalen Moore started 5 games last year, appeared in 15.
Yeah, appeared.
29% of offensive snaps.
Okay, but how many did he start in his career?
In his career, 5, 7, 9, 10 total starts in his 4 years.
That's 5 more than I thought.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Actually, that he got that much
Isn't
money.
it?
Like, is he going to be the starting right tackle for them? Left tackle?
I have no idea.
Like that offensive line was bad last year. Like the Eagles didn't blitz one in that Super Bowl. Oh my God, there's a lot percolating here.
Wow.
You're hearing it right now, Niners fans.
So now they need another tackle. They lost their backup swing tackle.
Yep.
Wow. There's so much happening. Godwin's off the board.
Hassan Reddick.
What did he get?
3 years, $66 million. By the way, Hassan Reddick, how old is he?
Hassan Reddick's off the board. How much did he get?
Not a lot. $12 million guaranteed.
So I think Bosa is going to get less than that.
He's 30 years old. He's the same age as Joey Bosa. I wouldn't have minded that deal. An approve-it deal for Hassan Reddick, bringing him in alongside Nick Bosa. Niners weren't in on that. I get it. Hey, if we're going by we don't want drama, that is drama number one.
That's a good point.
So there is that baked into that.
Woo, things are happening.
Things are happening, though.
Wow, things are happening.
We're going to react to the other side. Sell me on the 49ers.
Wow.
What are the moves you want to be seen made, 49ers fans? 888-957-9570. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. It's free agency Frenzy on the game, brought to you by Safeway.
Joe Shasky. We'll be right back after the break.
Close enough. Joe Spadoni, Joe Shasky. This show has just flown by today. It's free agency frenzy, not Friends Day. Free agency frenzy. By the way, shout out the OG Xbox game. We were talking about games last year. Fusion Frenzy. Those that know. Those that don't. Game was sick. 888-957-9570. We want to hear from all of you. We've been talking about all the big deals, Joe Shasky. And you know what? We got a new sheet right now. Do you want to go through them all?
Yeah, hit us with the sound.
NFL Network or NFL Music, all of anything you can give me. Thank you.
Jaylon Moore. Yes, that Jaylon Moore. 49er tackle. Barely played for you. 2 years, $30 million, $21 million guaranteed. He's with the Chiefs.
Wow.
So the Niners have one less offensive lineman on an already thin offensive line. Let's go to the defensive side of the ball. You want to get a defensive lineman? Well, Hassan Reddick off the board. $12 million guaranteed. He's going to the Bucs. Khalil Mack off the board. Back to the Chargers. 1 year, $18 million, fully guaranteed.
Max sacks are back.
All right.
Like that?
Defensive side, J.C. Horn, 4-year extension with the Panthers. Myles Garrett, defensive line, staying in Cleveland, $40 million per year. Von Miller, released. He could be out there. Actually, I'd go after Von Miller. For the cheap. Devontae Adams to the Rams.
I'm out on that.
2 year, $44 million. DK Metcalf to Pittsburgh. Aaron Jones to the Vikings. Geno Smith to the Raiders. Josh Allen re-signs $55 million per year. Wow. And then there's a ton of rumors. Why don't you do the rumors?
Well, there's one more to add. Falcon center Drew Dahlman to the Bears, 3 years, $42 million.
To the Bears. He was linked to the Niners.
Guaranteed. Drew Dahlman.
Wow.
Why do I know that name from somewhere? Drew Dahlman.
Also, Braxton Berrios to the Texans, 1 year, $2 million.
Do you know why I know?
Things are just happening.
Do you know why I know who Drew Dahlman is? Because he went and graduated from my alma mater in high school, Palma.
Oh.
There you go. So he's from there. So Chieftains, this is what we do. We go to the NFL, we get paid. Drew Dahlman, baby, getting paid. Also, I want to say he's the son of Dahlman that played for the 49ers.
Chris Dahlman?
Yes, that's exactly who he is.
No way.
That's his son. Yep. Chris Dahlman's son. Mm-hmm.
If you say Chris Dahlman, I say Bart Oates, and I start going down the rabbit hole of offensive linemen for the Niners.
I used to see Chris Dahlman.
Jeremy Newberry.
No, I used to see Chris Dahlman walking around the highways because he would teach, because he was a teacher there and he's also a coach at Palma for the middle school. And he's a very intimidating looking person.
Ray Brown.
Yeah,
I could just play this game all day.
His eyes scare me. But the rumor mill.
Derek Deese.
Rumors. We still got Aaron Rodgers, potentially. There's a rumor out there that he's interested in the Pittsburgh Steelers. So could you imagine Aaron Rodgers throwing to DK and George Pickens? That would be a lot of fun. We got a lot of rumors in regards
to You go from Big Ben to Russ to Aaron Rodgers.
That's pretty crazy, right?
It really is.
Well, you skipped on Kenny Pickett in between. Kenny Pickett.
That's like saying the Niners went from Trey Lance to Brock Purdy. They went from Jimmy G to Brock Purdy.
Hey, played in a Super Bowl and is a champion, Kenny Pickett. Don't you get it twisted.
Stop it.
Sam Darnold, potentially. Rumors has it. Seahawks, is that doing anything for you? And then those are kind of the big ones right now. Anything else I'm missing, you can let me know. Joey Bosa, obviously the big rumor potentially to the San Francisco 49ers. And does that do it for you, Niners fans? You see all these moves getting made right now.
It feels like right now the Niners are in a let everyone go mode, and we'll take all the comp picks we possibly can.
Okay. I don't know if I like that.
No, how can you like that?
I don't.
You've been in the mix at the top of the charts for so many years in a row.
Is this Black Friday and I'm like waltzing in at 11 o'clock in the morning and say, what happened?
Well, we're having a yard sale. What will you give me for a Malik Collins?
Oh, who cares?
That's
a BOGO? Here, I'll give you one Jaylon Moore, and if you take him, I get back a 5th round pick.
You know, I said it last segment, sell me on this team right now, and it's really hard to sell me on this team right now in San Francisco. They were a year removed from an overtime period of winning the Super Bowl.
I know. They missed the window. They've done it multiple times in my life. Yeah,
really? Is the window that shut, though? Really?
Yes.
Not when you have Fred Warner, George Kittle, Nick Bosa.
Those guys are all old.
They're not that old.
I mean, football years they are. They played a lot of football.
How old's Fred Warner right now is 28. Stop.
When you miss your window, though, it makes things really hard.
George Kittle's 31. He's not ancient.
You have an expensive, older team. They just need a little
Nick Bosa's 27. Brock Purdy's, 25? His team's not old. Come on.
How old is his shoulder?
Oh, just stop. Again, one bad year, and it's all, it wasn't awful. I would say bad. He wasn't even bad. Come on, man. Like, I'm not buying this whole... The 49ers in this division, they got action still. I'm not saying this team is cooked in any way. They can win this division.
Yeah, but there's a difference from you can win the division to because this is what it was last year. You're a Super Bowl contender. You're a half a piece away from getting over the top.
Were the Rams
They've dropped?
Were the Rams and Eagles viewed as Super Bowl contenders this time last year?
No, but
they were not. No, you just said it. No,
but they had. Okay, but just 1 second. The Philadelphia Eagles had everyone under contract in their primes.
Yeah, you didn't trust their quarterback. You said there's no way with Jalen Hurts they were going to win that Super Bowl.
I was wrong.
Okay, but this time last year you were taking Brock over Jalen. Are you still taking Brock over Jalen?
No, I'm taking Jalen over Brock.
See, again, everything changes in a year. Hit the draft, hit free agency, be prudent.
But I've also seen Jalen now twice in the Super Bowl in the biggest game rise to the occasion.
Okay.
I mean, he played awesome. You can make the argument he outplayed Mahomes in the first one.
Well,
I'm not saying I would.
I absolutely thought he did. He
had the fumbles.
That was it. That was his only blemish, and that was a blemish.
It was a big one.
It was. But, I mean, hey...
The Bradbury DPI.
I mean, and also defensively, can we not slip and slide on the
guy's
turf?
Running on one leg.
I know. Well, I
just hate him so much.
You love to hate him because he's so good. You can't hate on greatness, though, Joe Shasky. You can't hate on greatness. And you know what? There's a lot of greatness that is being paid right now. Devontae Adams is now a Los Angeles Ram, as you mentioned. DK Metcalf is gone. Geno Smith is gone. When I look at the landscape of the NFC West right now, I don't fear the Seahawks. Again, you have to worry about your own stuff. You worry about in-house first and worry about your team first. And I'm taking Kyle Shanahan still over Mike McDaniel and taking him absolutely over Jonathan Gannon. I don't know what the hell. The Cardinals doing anything? The Cardinals made a move.
Is that what we're doing, though? Niners fans are never comparing themselves to the Cardinals.
No, but you always compare yourself to the rest of the division, though. I think you always have to.
The Rams and the Seahawks.
Okay.
The Cardinals have been one of the, in this division, they're the equivalent of the Rockies.
You swept you last year. Again, the last game.
No, I know. I'm just saying, in terms of perception.
Okay, sure.
And they've always been a tough out. I agree.
Yes, yeah. But to your point, I'm just doing top to bottom as we're taking a.
They went 1-5 in the division. The Niners.
It's crazy. Again, that's why we're talking about this division because it matters. And what they're doing is a lot of stuff is happening. And do the 49ers need to be making some big moves right now? What are some of those big moves that need to be made? 888-957-9570. I look at it this way, too. We were talking about, for a lot of the show, the final decision. Who needs to make these decisions here? Whether it's John Lynch, whether it's Kyle Shanahan, whether it's Jed York. And Brian and Palo Alto had an interesting point here, and I want to kind of get back to it, about him being concerned about, Jed York sticking his nose in a little bit now. Whether you think it's the right or wrong move, just the owner in that word you never want to hear, meddling. And is that a stretch to say he's meddling, Joe Shasky? Is that too strong of a thing to say? Or is he saying, the spin zone here would be, holding the coaching staff and the powers that be accountable? How would you say it? Is that how you'd phrase it?
I would just say that the last 3 years was unsustainable to moving forward. Right, you can't pay everyone top dollar every single time when they have their hand out. You just can't. Every now and then you got to say no to somebody. And I think that was unsustainable. And when you're the coach and you also have the final say, you want to keep all your favorite players. You don't really care about the repercussions 5 years down the line, 4 years down the line, because you're worried about winning on Sunday. When you're running the team at a top level, you realize that that's unsustainable. And if I'm not going to get those playoff money, if I'm not going to be printing money off the playoffs, then, we're going to taper this thing back a little. It's okay. I get it. I believe that sports is cyclical, and to just throw money after year after year after year after year after year, eventually you have to say hey, we're not going to double down on older players, at least the ones that we have in-house. So I think that's kind of what they're doing right now. They're just kind of retconning everything moving forward.
We got about 22 minutes here before Fast Five. 888-957-9570. I want to hear from the people here as legal tampering begins. What is a move out there, a realistic move, a realistic option that you want to see be made? And who on the 49ers needs to be a priority right now to bring back? Who do you need to have back on this team? You can include Brock Purdy. You can include Dre Greenlaw. I'm saying right now needs to be back. Do you think it's Talanoa Hufanga? Again, I think in years past, it's interesting how we're looking at this team because it used to be the weak link was the secondary. I'm not so sure it is the weakest link right now when you look at top to bottom. I do still think I would like to keep Hufanga if I can, but I'm looking at Dre Greenlaw saying I need to have that guy back.
Hit the breaking news.
What is it?
Hit it again.
What happened? What is it?
All right. Jordan Schultz. Sources. The Chiefs are signing Elijah Mitchell, worth up to $3.5 million.
There was that cheap contract I was talking about, Elijah Mitchell. He goes there. Him and Isaiah Pacheco now.
Wow.
Okay. Or is Pacheco a free agent now, by the way?
The Niners are they're just, wow. They're just, oh my goodness. So now the Chiefs have taken 2 of your players.
I mean, he didn't really play last year. He wasn't really, you have Christian McCaffrey. I say again, you have Garendo last year. I learned my
lesson with the Chiefs. I scoffed at the Jerick McKinnon deal, and the paper jet actually looked good over there.
Do you go
paper airplane? Do
you feel confident if it's just right now, and obviously maybe you'll add an unrestricted free agent or undrafted free agent, excuse me. Do you feel confident, though, if it's, McCaffrey and Garendo heading in next year? Just those two?
I think they need to draft another guy. Absolutely.
What if he's like an undrafted guy?
Sure. I mean, that's what Jordan Mason was originally. Jordan Mason originally was an undrafted free agent, and he came in and looked really good. You could see it right away. They just waited to use him way too long.
Are we overreacting to how last year went a little bit too much? 888-957-9570, because it does feel like panic mode is kind of creeping in right now when we see all these moves getting made. I feel like there's a little bit of an overreaction right now, and that's what we do. That's fine. I think a lot of what happened last year was unlucky. You were coming off a Super Bowl loss. There was injuries baked into it. I'm a lot higher on this team heading into this next year. Again, we have to see what these moves are. I still think we have a great foundation in place with the head coach, the quarterback, the tight end, the linebacker, the defensive end, the left tackle. Those are the foundational pieces you need to succeed in the NFL. I think you can make some moves around them, draft some players, and get back to where you need to be next season. Do you disagree? Do you agree? Or were you overreacting to too much of last year? 888-957-9570.
When was the last time the Niners had something to celebrate? NFC Championship game.
Yes.
That was 2 calendar years ago, it felt like. Like, it's been that long. It's been Super Bowl loss, CMC's hurt, Ayuk drama, Trent drama, Bosa coordinator drama, right? Like, it's been nothing but negative.
Javon Kinlaw to the Commanders.
Per Schefter.
Oh, my God.
Adam Schefter.
I thought he was coming back to the Niners, and I was like, I need an exclusive with Grant Cohn.
Well, that actually kind of would have made sense because he obviously came to the Jets with...
He was terrible with the Jets.
I know Robert Saleh was there now, but so bring him back. But I don't think he wanted to.
Kinlaw.
Grant Cohn. He would have been excited to see Javon Kinlaw. Adrian is in Hayward. He has a radical idea that he wants to throw to us. What's up, Adrian? What are the 49ers?
We're just not involved in free agency.
49ers, what do they need to do, Adrian?
What's going on, fellas? Well, what needs to happen is a full-on rebuild. They need to quit pussyfooting around. You still got guys like
all right. Yeah. You can't be doing that. He's gone. Dump Central. Thank you, Carter.
Well, this is my favorite. It's like, I don't care what the quarterback makes. It doesn't matter. This offseason has been 2 weeks since it started. Yeah. All we've heard is they can't afford this guy. They can't afford that guy. They got to get rid of that guy because of money. Like, guys, if you're not studying the money regarding the salary cap and how much players are making and how it affects your team, you are the fax machine in these sports conversations with your buddies and with the gals nowadays. You better be able to talk the money because every move the Niners have made or have not made has been financially driven, has it not?
Yes. Everything's financially driven. That's baked into a lot of it, and I get it. We like to live in this world where it's, it doesn't matter, the finances, we can figure it out. F them picks, right? The Rams way. I think people legitimately got a little bit jaded from how the Rams did business for so long with Les Snead trading away everything and going legit. Like, they went all in for like a 3 or 4 year stretch. It felt like everything.
They spent tons of money. And the Niners kind of took a page out of their book with McCaffrey and Trent and all the guys that they traded for.
And now credit to them, they still kind of competed, even though they didn't make the playoffs some years. They still competed because of the quarterback and head coach. Again, you still have Matt Stafford, you still have Sean McVay, and they hit on Puka Nacua. They had Cooper Kupp still, who was hurt in and out of there, and they had Aaron Donald. And if you have some of those guys, you're going to be competing no matter what. Again, that's what I'm saying about the Niners. You're still going to be competing next year. I'm not saying this team is going to be completely dead. In an NFC where, quite frankly, Eagles are in a league of their own. They are the class of the NFL. Outside of the Eagles, again, you could say, the Detroit Lions, they scare the hell out of me. Very good team. Their defense was shredded without Aiden Hutchinson. They had so many injuries on that team. Let's see them try to get back there. Jared Goff, I'm not sure he's the guy. I'm not sure he's the guy to get you over the hump there. The Minnesota Vikings, very good season last year. What are they going to do? I don't think they're going to bring back Sam Darnold. J.J. McCarthy, right? Or Kirk Cousins, he's coming back. I don't know. I don't think that's happening. The Chicago Bears, the Green Bay Packers, the NFC South. You go, the Buccaneers, the Commanders. Okay, right? The Niners are right there. Is what I'm saying. They're right there. They're still a tier below the Eagles. Can you get to their level? Seems like there's a lot there to try to get that happen in the next coming months. I'm not going to put it past them, though. I have faith, if I'm still a fan of this team, that they can get it done, because more often than not, in the Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch era, they have found ways to get it done. Now, if it's 2 seasons in a row that they're bad or mediocre, that's when I'm going to start having questions about whether this thing is sustainable going forward. As far as I'm concerned, this was a one-off season. They're going to get back into it, and it starts right now, though. And if Joey Bosa's the guy to get it all done, get that done right now and start getting that Brock Purdy contract done and get the ball rolling with all this other stuff, because they can't have this bleed past the draft into OTAs. They cannot have that happen.
I just wonder what's going on with the locker room right now. Kittle wants an extension.
That can't be real.
What happened?
Javon Kinlaw got 3 years, $45 million and $30 million guaranteed.
No way!
To the Washington Commanders.
No way!
That can't be real.
Javon Kinlaw? $30 million guaranteed?
That's NBA Centel. That's NFL Centel stuff right there.
No
There's
way.
No chance.
No way.
No, it's per rap sheet. I'm looking at it right now.
What?
What did he do last year? Did I miss? Let me pull up his stats right now.
He did nothing. Number 54 had more holds and offsides than sacks.
He played in all 17 games and started in all 17. Okay, I'll give him that. Guy battled a lot of injuries. 2 forced fumbles. Okay. 4.5 sacks. 5 tackles for loss. That's it? 27 solo tackles? I mean, I get the defensive tackle market's depreciated, but damn. Javon Kinlaw?
I mean,
$30 million guaranteed? Are you serious?
That's insane.
Hey.
All those people that are like, Adam Peters, that's a bad move.
I mean, BPA, your boy Adam Peters, that was his move right there.
If Bosa now, Bosa's like, the Kinlaw move, I think I deserve $40 million guaranteed.
Good for him. Hey, let's get his money.
Holy moly.
Leroy's in Oakland.
Do you think he went into the office wearing a squirrel hat? Because remember he had the squirrel in his mouth?
Right, yeah.
I'm talking about Kinlaw on Instagram. That was scary.
Yeah, no, I don't want to mess with that guy. John Lynch, what do you got on John Lynch, Leroy?
What's up, Leroy?
What's
up, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? So I just wanted to say real quick that in the war room, who I want making the decisions, it was tough because John Lynch and Shanahan, when John Lynch talks about that, he says, we. It's always we. We're doing this. We want to do this. And I tried to find something where he was talking where John Lynch was talking. And I finally found a quote where he said, I want to attack on both sides of the ball. And I was like, that's what I want. I want a guy that's looking on both sides of the ball. Shanahan, he wants to run the ball. He wants to play defense. He wants to play time of possession. And it doesn't seem like to me that, I thought he was this offensive guy, this offensive play caller. And I just haven't seen it since Lynch has been here. I mean, since Shanahan's been here. I've seen a lot of running the ball with the running backs. I've seen a lot of, running the ball with Debo and defense. So I'm going with Lynch. And hey, he wants to be aggressive on both sides of the ball. And so he's going to draft for both sides of the ball.
I've been thinking a lot about Kyle Shanahan. I probably like Kyle more than most in terms of just my appreciation for what he's done to the Niners and his offensive philosophy and the way they play football. Because I've had a firsthand seat to see they kick teams' butts, whether it's in the trenches, whether it's via play action. Like, he has a really nice system. Forget getting creative on third down passing, because that's very nuanced. You know what the area is that frustrates me the most with him? And he's talking about like how I thought Kyle was like an offensive good. It's these like 4th and 4 from the 40 situations where he'll go up to the line and we know he's never going to hike it. And then they end up taking a 5-yard delay a game and they punt it.
He's a little Dan Campbell in him sometimes. There's a happy medium between both of them, but
No
like
doubt.
you need a little bit of that.
I don't want you to be Brandon Staley going for it on the 18-yard line, going the full distance.
Niners legend
on
Brandon
4th
Staley.
and 13. But like, come on, Kyle. I watched the whole NFC last year. Stafford, Eagles, the Commanders. Pick the team that you want. Detroit was about this all year. So were the Vikings. If it's like 4th and 4, 4th and 5, and we've already crossed the 50, we're going for it here.
Right.
Go for it.
Right.
He did it in the Super Bowl. I'd like to see him do it more. And I think that would be one area. Be aggressive.
So you're talking about areas of concern right now for the 49ers. I would throw defensive tackle right in there. Absolutely. You referenced, DeForest Buckner not having him. Eric Armstead's gone.
Kinlaw got $30 million.
Well, that's what I'm bringing up here. Javon Kinlaw gets paid. The Bengals are bringing back their defensive tackle, B.J. Hill, 3 years, $33 million. The Raiders re-signed their defensive tackle, Adam Butler. So you're seeing a run on defensive tackles here in the market. And a lot of that has to do with obviously seeing what Jordan Davis does, seeing what Jalen Carter does in Philadelphia, seeing what Chris Jones has been doing, what Aaron Donald did previous to that. That is a position of need. If you want to dominate the trenches, kind of starts inside going back to the defensive end. But it starts in the interior there and getting a beast up front like that. I remember, who was it last year that got paid outside of Christian Wilkins?
Yeah,
that's right.
Christian Wilkins.
And he got hurt early on the season, but he was playing well, but he got hurt. But again, that's a cautionary tale, but you're seeing how important that position is. And I don't know, and you're seeing guys that you've never heard of. Again, Adam Butler, who knows that? The BJ Hill, like who are these guys, right? You know who Javon Kinlaw is because of his ties with San Francisco, obviously, and bearing a high first round pick. But again, these are some of the positions that are going to get over. You're going to have to pay a little bit more.
What the Niners did with Javon Hargrave.
Exactly.
And it's what they did with Eric Armstead.
Exactly.
In multiple free agencies. They kind of overpaid for those guys.
And now, like, that's why I'm kind of thinking, like, stop me for this before. The Niners go defensive tackle, 11 overall. Are they really going to go with? You're scoffing at it.
You're going to take Mason Graham, who barely weighs 300 pounds and is a 2-down lineman. I mean, God.
Would you be that upset if they did do that?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Is that the only position you don't want to see them draft is defensive tackle?
They're a team that doesn't need to draft a guy that high who's only going to play 2 downs and then run off the field on 3rd down. That drives me insane.
I need to look up. Can we look up the top defensive tackles that are still out there, guys, that are free agents? Because you need to bring someone in. Like what are
I think
doing
there's
right
a ton
now?
of guys in the middle of this draft that you could take. I know. But you didn't know who DJ Jones was until, he was really good for you.
No, you could have had him, but I guess he signed to the Broncos. He's gone. He's been in Denver, and he's staying in Denver.
Yeah, he's a good player.
Again,
and they've missed him for multiple years. I want to see if DeForest Buckner becomes a cap casualty. That might end up happening, but it doesn't feel like the Colts are doing anything right now.
No, it does. Well, yeah, that's an interesting team there. The Colts, who, by the way, like the Anthony Richardson thing, it's kind of open competition. Talking about botching that situation, that was one of the worst botching of quarterback malfeasances. Is what they've done with Anthony Richardson the last 3 years in Indianapolis.
But isn't that the alternate universe if Trey Lance would have played?
I mean, I guess, but you didn't think Trey Lance was a project. I didn't think Trey Lance was a project when he got drafted. And from all accounts, he was polished and he was ready to go.
He had a lot of
there.
under center snaps.
He did. Anthony Richardson, you knew what you were getting. Like everyone said he was a project, but look at the intangibles. You got to let him fail.
He is a physical freak, though.
No, he would throw some
he just can't. He can't. He's not accurate.
No, but he would every 2 or 3 plays he'd have bombs. It's like, oh my god, right? He'd salvage the fantasy.
He's on my all Adonis team,
right? He's massive and he's huge. And I remember his first game in the NFL was Trevor Lawrence saying, yeah, man, you can't be taking shots like that. By the way, Trevor Lawrence, you are not the person to be telling other people not to take shots and just putting yourself in harm's way, which he does constantly. My guy's getting hurt left and right. And there's a Brock Purdy conversation about being able to slide and being able to just, not put yourself in harm's way. And I thought Purdy put himself in a lot of harm's way last year because he felt like he was, had to put a lot on his shoulders as quarterback at the 49ers because they were stopping and stifling the run. We got about a couple minutes here. Oh, Sam, what do you got back there?
Yeah, if you're looking for free agent defensive tackle options. So this is according to Spa Track, sorted
Allen.
by, Jonathan Allen is out there.
Is he the number one?
Well, no, so Spot Track has it organized by previous AAV for what they were at their previous team. So this isn't ranked by ability. So you got Grady Jarrett, who was with Atlanta last year.
Been good for multiple years.
He is 31 years old, approaching 32. Roy Robertson Harris, he was with Seattle last year.
Okay.
Raekwon Davis from Indy. Sebastian Joseph, he was with Tennessee last year, 7th-year guy. Austin Johnson, 10-year guy out of Buffalo. You got Greg Gaines, John Jenkins, Jerry Tillery.
So a bunch of guys no one's ever heard of.
Yeah, Linval Joseph.
Linval Joseph, yeah.
You got, let's see, Jonathan Hankins. He's still hanging around out there.
I like Jonathan Hankins. Big Jonathan Hankins.
It feels like he's been around forever.
He's
12 years.
He's really good in the run stuff game. Like, he's a big boy out there. You're talking about your weight. He's 320, 6'2". He's a big boy. He'll stuff it up there. He's only actually... I would love that signing for the Niners. He's great. No, because they were getting gashed in the run a lot last year, Joe Shasky.
Wide 9.
No, that guy stops the run, though. Big John Hankins will stop the run for you. The Big John Hankins. I'm in on him. No,
Can you be Little John Hankins?
He'll be 33 going into next year.
That's okay. I'm not mad at that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Those are the big names that are
add him to the feature list. Lil John. How could I forget Lil John? Anytime he's featured in anything.
Yeah, he is.
He's
That is a banger. Yeah, I would agree with
him
that.
Him and the Yin Yang twins. Am I right? These boys.
It just feels like the Niners aren't doing anything but shedding. Like, they are shedding their winter coat for the summer to get a little more sleek.
I'd rather be like a snake when they're shedding, and then they get a little frisky after that, go strike after that. Come on.
I'm out on snakes.
You don't like snakes?
I don't like snakes. I'm like Indiana Jones. I'm out on them.
Kenny the Snake Snabler?
One of my buddies had a snake, and I thought it was just an odd pet to have.
That's an interesting one. Depends on the type of snakes. Like, you can't be having a python. Like, that's not, or anacondas.
You got to feed the snake mice. Like, no, I'm out on the whole thing. I'm out on the whole thing.
Well, they got to get their food somehow.
I'm not saying that you can't like it. I'm saying that I'm out on it as a pet.
Okay, fair
We
enough.
had turtles. Have I ever told you the turtle thing?
No.
My little brother, Ninja Turtles was huge. My little brother had multiple turtles, and I forget which ones passed away, but we came home
after like Leonardo.
We came home and Michelangelo, I think, died on the rocks.
Oh, no.
He didn't get enough tetramin, and he got a little too much light, not enough water.
Oh.
And let me tell you, that water...
Oh, my God. Oh,
so this is for Rap Sheep. I'm pretty sure there's a typo in here. Rams are bringing back Jimmy Garoppolo on a 1-year deal, but he said CB Jimmy Garoppolo. I assume he means QB Jimmy Garoppolo, unless there's a corner.
No,
name.
he's switching positions.
There you go. Yeah,
He's switching positions.
I'm going to keep
a
it
1-year deal for Jimmy G.
There's
back
never
to the Rams.
been an Italian quarterback in the NFL since like 1960s, okay? I'm just going to keep it a buck right there. There we go.
There's ever a time to change that.
Yeah,
Didn't we have a lot of the same conversations about Jimmy Garoppolo that we're having about Brock Purdy currently? Even if you think that Brock was better in his individual year than any year for Jimmy.
Yeah, we never
Aren't
talked
a lot of these conversations like deja vu.
Yeah, we never talked about Jimmy being an MVP candidate, though. That's the where I'll differ from that. And
Sure.
I never felt confident in Jimmy Garoppolo late in games like I do with Brock Purdy.
Okay.
That's the difference. That's the difference.
He's been way better. Brock's been way better in the second half of playoff
But
games.
as far as contract talks, it is interesting that we kind of lump him in there a little bit, because on Jimmy Garoppolo's best day, we would say he's a fringe top 10 guy. On his best day, we would talk. It was always Derek Carr and Jimmy Garoppolo.
Jimmy had moments. That game in New Orleans, still to this day, is one of the most exciting football games I've ever seen.
By the way, Derek Carr's like making like $50 million. Insane.
Well, that guy sucks.
I mean, insane.
That guy sucks.
He's not good anymore. He's not good, but the Saints have no choice. They had to keep him. Kellen Moore, who destroyed Derek Carr in college when he was at Boise State.
You always have a choice. If the choice is Derek Carr or nothing, you go nothing.
There's always a choice. It's the choice of a new generation. You get that reference, don't you? What's the
Pepsi?
reference?
What was that?
Yeah, thank you. Wayne's World. It's the references, baby. 888-957-9570. We got a couple minutes left in the show before we get to Fast Five.
Would you rather have Jimmy G or Derek Carr? On the other side, it's Townie and Shasky.
What's been the most
circa 2018? I swear to God, we did that to death.
What's been the best deal you've seen so far in free agency? What's like the best?
Probably the Devontae deal because I think that you have a Cooper Kupp replacement. It's win now. It synergizes the Stafford years, meaning the timeline. Very similar to what the Warriors were trying to do. I think it's a great fit. I think that, his style of play, now they're really difficult to guard because you got two guys that have to be honored on the outside. I think this really helps Kyron Williams.
Yeah.
If we're talking about that. Still think they could use another tight end. But I really think that's a great move for them.
I love DK Metcalf to the Steelers.
Why?
I love that for them because you know what? I don't care if they don't have a quarterback. I'm putting George Pickens with DK because I think they always feel like they want to be a run-first team. Rip the Band-Aid off, man. You saw, again, we kind of laughed at it, but Russ was cooking late in the year at times last year. At times, and it turned out Russ was cooked. The boiling, it boiled over and it turned into a hot
Russ?
mess. No one wants Russ. Like, let's keep it.
New York Giants?
No one wants Russ.
Cleveland? Russ and would there be a funnier locker room dynamic in the quarterback room than Russ and Deshaun Watson? Come on, that would be hilarious.
How much money does that quarterback cost?
I think after I saw
massage therapists, let's ride.
Relax. Justin Tucker would agree with that. But, I mean, I'm talking Myles Garrett in Cleveland. I have to be sold if I'm Myles Garrett. Again, money always talks. But you have to have, like, part of the pitch is like, hey, we're drafting one of these young guys. Don't worry. Like, Deshaun's not being here forever. We're going to draft Cam Ward or we're going to draft Shedeur Sanders. Like, I am coming away with this. I think it's going to be Cam Ward in Cleveland. And I'm curious.
I love Cam Ward.
I'm curious if this move, because everyone was pointing Shedeur to Vegas. With this Geno Smith trade now, does that open up Shedeur to slide further down? Do the Raiders get Ashton Genty, who we all thought could pay potential slide down to the 10s, 11s? I know you said you wouldn't be mad if the Niners drafted him.
I think Genty's a star.
I'm very interested to see how that's going to happen. Maybe I'll ask Sam Lubman and Carter their final thoughts on some of these free agent signings. It is unbeatable. And it's time for the Xfinity Fast Five, where we give our final thoughts on the show, brought to you by the Next Generation Tension Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Joe Shasky, with his baseball in hand.
My final thought is this. Giants played over the weekend, and the game was actually on television, and I watched the entire thing. Boy, it's nice to have Giants baseball back. I like Willie Adames. Him and Chapman made multiple plays in the first couple of innings, and I don't know how good the Giants are going to be. I really don't. Jung-Hoo Lee was hitting the ball real hard. It's spring training. I throw the batting to the side because Yaz hit a couple bombs. But defensively, this is as good of a defensive left side of the infield as the Giants have ever had. It's really good. And I'm not disrespecting Matt Duffy and Brandon Crawford because that was a hell of a tandem, or even Evan Longoria and Crawford. There's an argument to be made. Matt Williams and Uribe, Matt Williams and Royce Clayton. This is going to be really fun. I think it's going to be in the mix for one of the best left sides of the defense in the last 40 years for the Giants.
And who they're going to be thrown to at first base? That's the question.
Well, Lamont Wade, he had a couple home runs.
He's back?
He's got like a 700 OBP. He's also the slowest player I have ever seen in my life.
Doesn't matter. What does he do? Billy Bean gets on base. What's up, Carter?
I'm going to keep mine short and sweet today. That Isaiah Stewart situation against the Pistons really, really ticks me off. And I was talking to Shasky about it this morning. That's where I want to see Draymond step up. I don't want to see you put Rudy Gobert in a headlock. I don't want to see you beefing with, what's his name, the center for the Hornets. Who cares? Beef with an actual dog. Like, show me that you're going to protect your guy, Steph Curry. Like, that was your opportunity to step up, and you missed it.
Wow. Draymond Green, Carter Chickering is calling you out right here at 95.7.
Shocked you're talking to him.
Scott Sammy.
Devastating news out of Scottsdale. I got a report. Shasky, are you sitting or standing right now?
I'm standing.
You might need to sit down for this one because I'm really worried how you're going to take this.
Well, that Ross Stripling's getting DFA'd.
No, this is going to hit you even harder. Tom Murphy is getting a second epidural for his mid-back herniation, and he will be out of action for the next 2 weeks, which means he is definitely out for opening day, per Shanna Rubin.
Okay.
I know. We're all going
Look, I feel bad for him. Honestly, I do. I feel bad for him. It's one of the worst signings and transactions. Getting rid of Joey Bart for no reason and bringing in Tom Murphy is one of the dumbest things this organization has ever done. And they've done some dumb things.
But, hey, shout out Sam Huff. You're the catcher number 2 now.
Is Auerbach going to ever get a chance?
Who?
He's like a platooner. Yeah, I know. Auerbach.
Auerbach?
I don't even think he's on the spring training roster.
No, I think he is.
All right. My final thought, let's all take a deep breath. We'll react tomorrow. Warriors looking to go 2-0 in this homestand. Big win for them yesterday. Let's keep the good vibes going. We have so much to get into with Golden State. We barely even talked about them today. You know why? Because football is back, baby. Yeah, the new league year starting Wednesday, and there are moves to be made. Will the 49ers make a move between now and tomorrow? God, I hope so. But don't be alarmed if they don't. Things are percolating in San Francisco. I promise you that.
Do you know who has a 25 ERA right now?
Ross Stripling.
And he pitches for the Royals. Somewhere Farhan's punching air as he's running the entertainment side of the Dodgers.
That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Is he back? Steiny's back? Steiny and
He's glowing.
Steiny and Goo are next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank.
That golf glow.
Here for you. Here for good.
what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man, let's see if I remember how to do this, Goo. What is happening?
My man is back. Tupac is back, and you're glowing.
It's just a little tan.
Yeah, it looks
sunshine.
Good.
Got a little vitamin D.
Yeah.
You're in a different spot. It's a
you
little
don't
unsettling.
like it. Yeah, I'm helping Tim Jordan, the engineer extraordinaire, said when I'm over here, we're on the same camera and it looks better. It helps his job.
All right. Well, as long as it helps everybody.
There you go.
Hey,
I missed you, man.
I don't think the Warriors. Well, they didn't lose a game with Jimmy Butler playing while I was gone. I know that. They lost to Philly, a week ago without Jimmy Butler? And
it's $50 too.
$50
yeah, that'll
too.
Be the initiation fee for the Warrior bandwagon. You talked about that you may want to hop on.
Oh, that was a vulnerable moment for me during vacation. No. Hey, I mean, I saw the Detroit game, saw a lot of the other ones. And
that was a playoff game, it felt like.
I mean, there's no doubt, Goo. Like, now this is the way I feel now.
Okay.
Now it's getting fun.
Okay.
Because now you look at the standings, and I feel like for the first time you can play a little bit of the matchup.
Okay.
You know what I mean? When two, 3 weeks ago, I was thinking, let's wait. But, you win whatever it is, 10 out of 12, and now all of a sudden you're at 6, and you're battling the Timberwolves. Well, now I do think it's legit to go look up at the top of the standings, see who's at 2, see who's at 3. Can you get to 5 somehow?
Good Lord.
Who knows? But I got to tell you that, there's no denying it. This team has changed dramatically, and here's the one thing that's hit me.
Tell me.
What happened to Curry?
He's averaging 30 points since Butler has arrived here, and that's the $1 million question.
I mean, he is the player that he was. Remember, right before Butler got here, Curry was
getting double and triple team.
But he put a couple 30-point games together, but they weren't really that efficient.
No doubt.
And ever since Jimmy Butler has gotten here, Curry looks, dare I say, 5 years younger. Man. And he's just been Jimmy Butler. I'm trying to measure all the ways that he's been a factor on this team, but it's clearly a team now that thinks they're good.
There's no doubt.
And I don't think they thought that. I don't think they thought that, let's say, around Christmas or early January.
No, we lived it, Steiny, and I know I don't want to sound like a broken record, but when you left, I believe they were still battling or middling around 10th, and now anything is possible. Kevin Garnett, but you're right. It starts with the chef, Steiny. People were wondering, was it the bilateral knee tendonitis, which I haven't mentioned it forever, but all of a sudden he's spry, he's frisky, and it tells me there is no doubt in his mind if we were to ask him, Steiny, was the attention other defenses or opposing defenses were throwing at you, was it bothering you? Was it making the game hard? And their offense was the pregnancy offense. It was a labor. And now this dude,
I missed you, buddy.
Yeah, I missed you too. But Steiny, that's what it is. And now I'm sitting here, Western Conference Finals, and people are like, you need to take this cup and go in the restroom. Now, if you just look at the league and just the Western Conference, and I know they got to handle business. Clippers are on their neck, many. But the bottom line is it starts and ends with Steph Curry, Steiny. And I'll say this, because I didn't say it to you before you left. Kevin Durant, as great as he is,
nice player,
was not a champion until he came to the Golden State Warriors in this culture. Andrew Wiggins, number 1 pick back in the day, was not a champion until he got to the Golden State Warriors. I'm not saying it, but if this cycle repeats itself, and somehow they shock the world, Jimmy Butler, Steiner, we could be here till 4 p.m. trying to just put on layer on layer on layer on why it's worked out and gelled better than your hair today.
I don't put gel in my hair.
But it looks like it, dude, you got bounce, it's flowing.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks good.
I saw a guy. Saw a guy a week ago. A guy named Jerry. My buddy's Matt from back east. We went on a little golf trip, and I hadn't seen Jerry in about a year.
He lost his lettuce?
No, apparently we're on like hole 14, and my buddy Matt comes up to me, and Jerry's right there, and he goes, "Hey, Steiny, you know what Jerry just said?" I said, "I have no idea what Jerry just said." He said, he asked me if Steiny put on a few pounds in the last 6-8 months.
Oh, no.
I got a big ass.
How did that make you feel?
I was on vacation.
All right. But you look good.
He's right.
Yeah.
No, he's right.
Well,
a few here and there.
tell.
A few here and there.
You look like Evan.
That's gonna happen.
Evan, yeah. Priest called in, Steiny. He said,
well, yeah, where's he at?
He's mad at Kerr.
That's the first thing I thought about when I got back.
Because he feels like this should have been up and running sooner, but he understands and admitted that Jimmy Butler's changed everything, and I'll just leave it at that. Hopefully I got you. I paraphrased you right, Priest.
Yeah, what was the I'm trying to think where I was at when they got Jimmy Butler. I'm pretty sure that I was saying that they have action now, championship action.
I mean,
I didn't.
Okay.
Remember.
I'm being nice to you.
Yeah, I didn't. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Look, I want to ask Warrior fans this. Like, how do you describe what Jimmy Butler's done to this team? Because I feel like there's a million different answers to it. When I was watching them a little bit over the break, they're just a different team. They started to become a different team. They're beating every team they should beat, they're beating.
All right.
And that's something that
Except
they have.
the Sixers.
Well,
I hated that one.
Well, here you go. Butler didn't play.
Yeah, I got you.
So, yeah, and look, you're going to lose a game here and there in the NBA, but the one thing that I am looking forward to is I do feel like now we can talk about the Warriors almost in a more realistic way because they've finally started playing to their potential. Maybe not finally, but they have recently. And there's something about Jimmy Butler, and I guess that's what I want to kind of ask Warrior fans. You know, I haven't been on top of it the last 10 days. Watched, obviously seen all the box scores, seen all the highlights. I saw Saturday's game against the Pistons, but
Guy Santos.
Yes. He's saying we're going to get into him. I'm worried about you.
But there's a bunch of him, though. There's a bunch of guys. Steiny, the Warriors now, forget the scoreboard, the 50-50 balls, the 50-50 plays. They just seem like they got that moxie and a mechanism on their jersey to where they're going to get on the floor. Moses Moody, the strip on Tate Cunningham.
How's he been playing?
I'll say the shooting's come down a bit, but it hasn't changed his effectiveness.
Good.
Now, there is one thing looming in the universe out there that concerns me.
Well, you know what? Let's hold on to what concerns.
You know where I'm going.
I think so.
It's a concern.
And we can get into that.
Yeah.
He's we'll talk about him in a minute. But let me ask Warrior fans this. I haven't been around for 10 days. I've seen him a little bit. Like what has Jimmy Butler brought to this team that
they didn't have,
that very few people saw, or even if a lot of people saw it? Now, I thought Jimmy Butler would make the Warriors better. I had no idea he was going to make them this good. Can they continue this? Can they continue this? The other thing that scares me, because I've got to bring it up or I wouldn't be Matt Steinmetz, is I'm looking at all the other teams and they're getting some nicks and knacks and hurts, and guys are banged up a little bit, and that has me worried about the Warriors. But I mean, as long as this team stays healthy, I guess this is going to be how fun is the next month going to be? It's going to be incredible.
And we don't know where it's possibly going. They could be playing into June. But when we get back, I know we're up against it, Steiny. You and I did pre and post. I keep talking about it for 2 years, the Kevin Durant years. And you had to wake me up after the game because they were so dominant. Jimmy Butler, this is not about him versus Durant, but it's about what he represents, how good of a basketball player he is. And I know there's 13, 14 guys on the team, but the bottom line, Steiny, when I do my math and break it down to the last time Dre and Steph and Kerr had the likes, a caliber player like Durant, they were 2-time champions and went to 3 straight. So are we really surprised that Jimmy Butler is having this impact?
I am. I mean, I can't sit here and say after I was skeptical.
I'd love to hear more of that.
Well,
So you were down on Butler as a player, or you like the 2 trip to the finals with Miami? That it sounds like you didn't give him his just due, maybe.
No, it was
as
more
a complete player.
It was more that I never felt like he was their first option. He felt a little like the guy left at the dance alone, and they said, "Well, you know what? Let's grab him, come home with us." But my question to Warrior fans is this: if I told you right now, I haven't watched any of the last 10 games, even though I have.
All right.
What has Jimmy Butler done to this team on the court and off the court that has made them so dramatically different? Pretend you're talking to me, and it might not be hard for some of you, but pretend you're talking to me and I don't know anything about the Warriors.
All right, gotcha. You've been gone.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to stay mostly positive today because there's no reason not to, but also there's one thing we got to talk about, and I'm worried about Guru and how he's going to handle it.
We got some free agency stuff that
yes, sir.
News as we get it.
Absolutely.
Everything.
Anything that happens NFL-wise, we'll pass it to you right away. All right, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicles welcome.
Stoney, it's so good to have you back, man. And
went anywhere.
No, I'm talking about you.
Oh, I thought you meant Curry. I thought you meant Curry.
Yeah, he didn't go anywhere, Snotty.
So one thing's gonna be fun today is I'm just gonna kind of take all the information about the Warriors in. I feel like, tell me about this team. What's been going? How's for example, how's Post doing?
Quinn Post is doing as well as he was when you left, and now we're seeing him a little more in the post. He's tangling and mixing it up with the down low in the paint. I'm not saying all the time or Karl Malone, Stoney, but he's still hitting his threes, and he's just another nugget or facet to this team that I need to slow my roll here, because I know when you left, and Evan, we were talking about it, we had lunch Friday after the show, Stoney, the future is so bright, and we won't fight today on that, and it's not even a fight, but he's a part of what has me excited. So, Stoney, I think by the time the playoffs start, he could be your starting five.
Yeah.
I know it's dependent on matchups, but, man, I'm just watching the league now thinking, oh, the Warriors could take them. Oh, the Warriors could take – and that, and I ain't got my Curry underwear on.
Well, listen, how far do you think they –
I think they could win it all now. Like, that's where I'm at.
All right, and now I have to sit here and say maybe.
Yeah. How much progress is that, though?
Warrior fans, I'm asking you this. If I told you I've been gone for 10 days, which I have, I know it seemed a lot shorter to the people out there that probably aren't a big fan, but nevertheless, what's going on with the Warriors? I mean, when I left, they were starting to roll with Jimmy Butler, and it's been taken to a new level, clearly. What are my numbers? They're 11-2 since the Butler trade, 11-1 when he plays. And when you make that dramatic of an improvement, it's got to be more than one thing that this guy has brought. And I get it. The players around him are responsible for this team improving also, but there's just no denying that something happened when Jimmy Butler joined this team. And I'm asking you guys what you think it is. Is it something tangible on the court? Is it something intangible? Is it a mindset? 888-957-9570 is the number. Guru and Steiny, Guru's got to catch me up on a lot of stuff.
Well, I can do it right now.
Okay.
And I appreciate you not bringing this up, but I don't want to stall this show.
Mm-hmm.
But you heard what happened with me in Knockout, and I'm a little hurt you didn't ask. And now you smile. Why do I see every tooth in your mouth? Evan was calling it with dibs.
This is the new Steiny. I heard what happened in Knockout, but and that's why I wasn't going to bring it up.
No, we're truthful on this show, man.
What happened?
I lied. I kissed the rim 3 times, Donnie, and went out, and the putback, that's the worst part of it.
Did you lose on the first shot?
Well, Grandy went first, and then I missed.
So Grandy's a 2-time champ?
Yeah. No trophy. He didn't get a new trophy.
Well, it's one of those trophies that travels, so he gets to keep it as long as he keeps winning the tournament.
Myers texted me asking me what happened, so that's how bad it got in the streets for your boy. But Willard told me it was just a free throw. Goo, keep your head up.
I did see the finals between Grandy and Willard. It was pretty good finals.
It's been 2 free throws, Goo.
Yeah, it's been 2. Oh, damn you. Yeah.
It's been 2 years of this with Goo. Two.
But thank God you weren't on the call. Evan tried to hype me up. We had some technical difficulties.
Oh, no.
So I couldn't hear Evan and Dibs before I shot. And I don't want to tell anybody, but that had a lot to do with it. Because then.
Nerves?
No. I was worried about the production of it all as opposed to just training the free throw. But
I would have been John Wooden, but Goo couldn't hear me.
This is from the 650 on the text line. What does Jimmy bring? There's 3 things that Butler delivers. Fear in opponents, as well as respect among teammates, energy and focus. 3, the fundamentals. That's number 3, Jimmy Butler. I'll tell you what, he was really good on Saturday. He's not greedy. That's the thing, Goo. You're absolutely right.
It's just incredible, man.
And that's one of those things where if you watch the Warriors all year and then you watch them with Jimmy Butler, it's a firsthand look at how a guy can change a team without taking 18 shots a game. He doesn't have to get you 25. If he does, that means, to me, if he gets you 25, that's good rather than not good. But if he doesn't get you 25, it doesn't mean it's not good either.
Man.
He's been really, really good. And, the one thing I've always said, Goo, and I'll admit it, is, man, you don't know all the ins and outs of a player until he comes to your team and you get to see him night after night after night. And so I'm asking Warrior fans now who've seen Jimmy Butler play 12 games with the Warriors. They're 11-1 in those games. What is it? I guess what is it about Jimmy Butler? Because he has absolutely turned this thing around. And at this point, you can still be skeptical of the Warriors, Goo, but you can't ignore them.
No,
you
doubt.
can't ignore them.
And while you were out, Stoney, Evan held it down. I did a show with Grandy, and Friday I did one with Bonte, so I'm recycling this one. But it's about Jimmy Butler. The first time I've ever had my heart broken, Stoney, the conversation went, I need space. It's not you, it's me. Space.
I miss you, buddy.
Hey, and that's what Butler has provided Steph and this Warrior team. That's the only explanation. Steph has been unlocked because he has space to cook.
I also think there's a huge mental component to this, especially
mental,
especially as it relates to Draymond Green and to a lesser degree Curry. The one thing I've always believed is, like, if you've been in the NBA for a long period of time, you know what's up, whether you're a player, whether you're a coach, you know how good you are, relatively speaking, to the rest of the league. And I just think that it wasn't they'd lost their personal confidence, but I think Curry and Draymond Green were smart enough to know a month and a half ago, oh man, we don't really have it. We're just
preaching.
We're going to be a 10 seed, maybe a 9, maybe an 8. Could we get to 7? Jimmy Butler, for whatever reason, has made Curry and Green now believe, and I think their belief is stronger, way stronger than it was before he got here. And I understand it. I'm not saying that Curry and Draymond weren't playing hard or nothing like that. But now they look to their right and to their left, and there's Jimmy Butler, and I think they feel like everything they said is kind of coming to fruition in terms of, we just want to get in and have a chance. And I think now it looks like they're going to get in and they're going to have a chance.
Yeah, and he had 26, Jimmy Butler, 26-9 Saturday.
It's like quiet.
It's just, but that's what's beautiful about it. And I'll say this. The basketball part of this, and I'm going Andrew on you, Stoney. The luck that was involved in the relationship eroding in Miami is the only effing reason Jimmy Butler was available. But Stoney, now they are box office. Tonight, I can't wait for the game. And I don't know while you were gone if you heard what Barkley said. He got mad that Cleveland and OKC weren't getting their just due.
Kendrick Perkins.
Yeah, we'll get to that. But Stoney, the bottom line, and I would tell Chuck, is we got Barcelona Steph now. The 56 in Orlando. I forgot and I can't forget Devon. I did a show with him too, Stoney. But the 56 points in Orlando, they needed every one of those points. And he's Michael Jackson again. And I don't know where this thing is going, but if you mention a team to me in the Western Conference, I watched Denver. They didn't play bad. They got beat by OKC. It went 15 rounds, and it got ugly late. But, Stoney, I'm telling you, the Warriors have an identity now. They know who they are. The youngsters, they know what they want to do, and that's why I won't throw us off here, but the Kaminga thing is scaring me.
Okay.
Because we're running out of time for him to ramp up and be that guy that I envision him to be, the Kawhi in San Antonio, whatever you want him to be.
Sure.
I'm getting scared we're running out of time. He's out tonight.
But what are they? 18, 19 games left.
30 games. Counting.
See, it's funny how you and I still look at things a little different. Like, you're worried about Kaminga, and the way I look at it is, not we don't need him, but
because I'm not there.
Well, they're 11-2.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, to me, it takes a little pressure off Kaminga. He's not going to have to come back and think that he's got to be a reason this team can turn it around. And now I am kind of interested to see how he plays with Butler and if Butler can have any influence on him.
Well, as excited as I am, are you telling me I'm robbing this team of currently without Kaminga of them going to knock off Denver or the Houstons or the Lakers of the world or OKC? Because to me, they can't do that without Jonathan Kaminga. And the whistle where they swallow, just his physical, everything about him. I guess, like, I get this is great, but for my standards, you're going to need him.
I can definitely see how if Kaminga comes back and fits perfectly, he makes the Warriors better.
All right,
I can see that.
Right.
However, I'm also ridiculously reassured that he's important, but I think they can do it without him. Now, what is DeWitt? I don't know. Is DeWitt the championship? Is DeWitt the Western Conference Finals? Is DeWitt winning a first-round series? Is doing it challenging in the first-round series? I don't know, but I just feel like with Jonathan Kaminga, just treat him like gravy at this point. Don't expect, I wouldn't say don't expect anything, but I mean, this is what sometimes happens. He's got to come back and fit in on this team.
Okay, no, and we've been talking about it for weeks. So if he's the gravy, what's the rice? Because the rice now is the playoffs for sure, but I'm talking about beating other teams, Steiny, a 7-game series, and I think they need a guy that can add to what you're excited and all of us are already excited about.
No doubt. Maybe the rice is Guy Santos.
He's playing his ass off,
So Saturday, Evan, after the victory against the Pistons, apparently this was a question from Mark Willard's media class.
Oh, they were there.
And Steve Kerr was asked about Kaminga coming back and what his role is. Evan, hit it.
The idea is just bring him along slowly, play him in short bursts, help him get his rhythm back. But, we've got to keep playing Guy Santos. We've got to keep playing the guys who are helping us win right now. And so usually this stuff has to kind of play out, and so we'll hope that it plays out.
Well, I know you're with that. Does that worry you?
No,
yes, it does.
No,
short bursts.
No, that's
two
great.
Possessions at a time. Get him out.
Yeah, no, because there's going to be that physical and mental component of him trusting his body.
No doubt.
No
doubt. And
that's all. And I'm not being negative. I think
15, 16, 18 games before the playoffs. Sure.
Right.
I think it's plenty. All right. 888-957-9570. We'll get more into Kaminga, but we gotta focus on where this team is right now.
And Dre hit a 3 to win it.
Technically it didn't win it, but it was the biggest shot of the game for sure. And what made it crazier was it was in the fourth quarter of a game.
And he's been 8 of 39 from deep since February 3rd, since he had the calf issue. And he let that thing go as if that was drawn up for. I said, no.
Who here thought that was going in?
I
shut my mouth.
I didn't rule it out because of how he took it. He was ready to shoot it. The thing I found interesting was he rises up and makes a 3, doesn't hit, just buries the 3. Then on the next possession, he got fouled, and he took a free throw that didn't get 10 feet in the air. But he made the second one. Let's go to Danny in Vancouver. Danny, get us started, buddy. How you doing? Jimmy Butler. He doesn't stink, does he?
Good morning.
How are you?
Good. No. Good morning. Welcome back, Matt. Daryl, always a pleasure.
Thanks.
Nice to talk to you guys. Regarding your question on Jimmy Butler, it's both tangible and intangible, Matt. So what I watch every game. It doesn't mean I know what I'm talking about, but I watch every game. Just to compare him to Wiggins, who I loved Wiggins, thank him for his service. Wiggins was high risk, high reward. If he was shooting the 3 well and he was driving and finishing, it was great. So that's the high reward. But there was high risk. There was a lot of turnovers or fumble balls with Wiggins. With what I noticed with Jimmy specifically, first of all, is that he's a very high percentage shooter. He doesn't turn the ball over. I'm gonna bet that the turnovers, I haven't looked at it, but with the Warriors are much lower now. So he controls it. He's a second scorer. He doesn't turn it over. He moves it around. And that's the tangible. I think the intangible is everyone's got a belief now. Moody, I think, is playing great. Not so much offensively, but I think his defense has gone up a notch or two, and everyone believes now. So, I think that's it. And Jim Butler's a winner. I mean, he's got that mentality. So I'm very excited. Don't know where it's going to go. I think it depends on how we get seeded. If we can avoid Denver and Nuggets in the first round, I think we've got some action. So anyways, love to hear your thoughts, guys. Enjoy the show. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Danny.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. As it relates to Wiggins and Butler, and I remember Curb saying this before I left, that he doesn't like to compare guys, but it's too hard not to compare those two players. Man. And there's something about Jimmy Butler where if Wiggins wasn't scoring or making shots,
he'd kind of float.
And it sometimes it didn't feel like it was happening. Like, when Wiggins plays well, we're probably going to win. When he doesn't play well, we're going to struggle. Well, Jimmy, I feel like when you talk about Wiggins, you're really just talking about his scoring.
Yeah.
And Jimmy Butler, to me, is a player who, if he's not scoring, he still can impact a game. And that's the part that I think is dramatically different for the Warriors. All of a sudden now they're a good free throw shooting team. All of a sudden, I think they become a smarter team, but I don't mean that Wiggins didn't have a high IQ.
Yeah.
I just mean Butler's is off the charts. And there's something that he's done with the team's two best players in Draymond Green and Steph Curry, where they now have a belief and it's pushing them to play at a higher level.
No doubt about it.
Jimmy Butler, how many games do you have to play in the NBA to be the MVP?
Oh, like 65 or something.
You going there, huh?
I mean, if they finish 27-4 with Jimmy Butler,
well, you got the Lakers kind of doing their version of this too.
That's true.
Yeah.
LeBron out though for a week or two.
Yeah.
Let's go to RJ in Napa. What's up, RJ? How you doing, buddy?
Good, guys. Thank you. I think the biggest thing with Jimmy that I've noticed is that in the game itself, he computes everything at a higher and quicker rate than everybody. The example I give is when they played the Knicks late in the game, it was still a tight game, and Draymond had the ball up top. Jimmy cuts to the basket. Draymond hits him with the pass, and 99% of NBA players would have gone up to the basket at that point. But he saw Steph cut over to the left wing, and he hit him for a pass and hit a three-pointer, the most wide-open one he's had in about 8 years, and that pretty much closed the game. And I thought, there's only a handful of players that would have anticipated that happening and make that pass. He just always seems to make the right play at the right time. So that's what I got. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you, RJ. Appreciate the call. The other thing I was thinking about with Butler is, do we know that he's, and I don't want to compare IQ, but like he's as smart as Draymond Green is as a professional basketball player.
With more assets in his utility belt.
No doubt. And so now you have two guys. Yeah, they're dogs. That's great.
But they are, Scotty.
But better than that, they're smart and they're really good players. At least they're playing well right now.
Yeah. And defensively, they're a problem now.
Now they're still going to play, and I saw Marcus Thompson in The Athletic this weekend, wrote a story on Draymond Green, and it basically said, look, he's going to play a lot of five. This is going to be a
no
small
way around it.
This is going to be a small ball team for the most part, but they wrote it to some titles in the past, even though they had some size, more size than they do now. But there's a confidence about this team. Did anybody think they were going to lose to the Pistons?
I did. And Jalen Duren, he's what they don't have. You can't have everything. But, he wasn't Shaq, but you could just feel him down there, Steiny, when he got his hands on it, like, boy, that's what we don't have. And I was thinking, okay, that's Jokic. That's another big that they might have to face on the way. But the bottom line is defensively, too. Butler, like, remember Draymond said, you know what, I'm kind of not getting tired of playing five. But I think he was saying that with the mindset of how they were currently constructed and maybe how far he thought they can go. Maybe the worth of what was it costing him, doing all that extra bruising. But now it's like, you need me to play 5?
I agree.
Hey, no problem. Put me in at 5. We'll ride this baby out because he knows there's something tangible maybe at the other end.
I actually couldn't agree with you more.
Man.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think Draymond, on a 500 team or a team struggling to be at 500, you know what? He probably doesn't want to play 5. But you tell him he's got a shot to go deep in the playoffs, and all of a sudden, you know what? I'll play some 5. I'll play a lot of 5 if you need. Let's go to Elena in Arizona.
Hey.
What's up, Elena? How you doing?
Hey.
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Doing well.
So, first of all, I'm a little surprised with you guys as how fast Jimmy kind of helped, but I wasn't skeptical because I've been following Jimmy since he went to the Heat. And he's been a great part of their piece. He just kind of chills around and plays the right way in the normal season and just kind of turns it up a notch in the playoffs. That's always been him. So I expect him to do that in a different, maybe in a different way at the Warriors, because he does have a number 1 player here. So he'll probably be number 2. And I think he's like this weird combination of like Iguodala and Livingston.
That's
like
a good
he
call.
has a good mid-range. Yeah, he has a good mid-range. He can facilitate the offense, but he's also as good as Iggy when it comes to help side defense, steals, just one-on-one defense. He's very aware. And everybody's concerned about Denver as a matchup. I think they're a great matchup to us because Jokic is the only one that we get really that's a bad matchup because they have Westbrook. Have you been recently paying attention to how they're guarding them? They just pack the paint and dare them to shoot, and they don't really have a lot of shooting around them.
Good point.
Appreciate the call, Lena.
Yeah. I'm
Appreciate
watching
the
them,
call.
Stoney. Remember, Denver's their kryptonite, and they see him here on the homestand.
It's coming up. I know that. I didn't want to look too far ahead, but I think it's in mid-March sometime.
Yeah.
Warriors, of course, play Portland tonight. You can hear it all right here on 95.7, the game at Chase Center. The Blazers played last night and lost, so they're on a back-to-back.
Yeah. Let me throw this to you.
Go ahead.
Because the road trip while you were gone, Stoney, was just, impeccable. It was awesome. But they beat Brooklyn by 2, so that went to the wire. But what if I were to give you this stat, Stoney? On that trip, they were outscored by 30 in the first half. So they're getting off to slow starts. Not every game, but when I see that, for those amount of games, I do get concerned okay, you can come back on Brooklyn and Chicago's of the world, but when it's really go time, and they're working on their identity, and the record is spectacular, but I do wonder, Stoney, moving forward, if better teams could take, are you going to be in a hole to where you can't dig yourself out of against a better team?
Well, I look at it this way, and the Warriors, look, it's not like their schedule's been grueling, but that's the first step, is you start beating the teams you should beat consistently. And I just remember before I left, a couple weeks before I left, I remember Curry saying, we're not really built to come back.
I'll never forget it.
And so this team clearly is built better to come back. Can they do it against elite teams? I don't know. But my question is this. What has Jimmy Butler brought this team that maybe some of us didn't see? I mean, I didn't see him going 11-2 after the trade, obviously. So this guy has made an unbelievable difference. And like I said, I haven't been around for 10 days, so why don't you guys tell me what Jimmy Butler has done? 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was also brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
LifeSource Whole Home Water Systems filter water from every tap. In honor of their anniversary, they're giving...
guards can dunk.
I'm not in this one.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No yelling today.
Yeah, yell at what? I know we got free agency.
Oh, I can find something.
I was drunk.
Probably. Let me see.
But the fact you're look.
I mean, does it have to be Warriors?
No.
Oh, I know what I wanted to say. Is it true that on the road trip, it looked like Hield had some big games? A couple big games? Am I wrong?
No, he balled out in New York.
Okay.
Yeah.
And against Charlotte.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at me.
Okay.
Let's respect on my man's
Is it fair to say that they may not have won the New York game without Hield?
Oh, no doubt.
Okay.
That's easy.
All right. So I get it. People were down on Buddy when I left.
Yeah.
And I remember saying, well, they're going to need Buddy to be at their best. So, Buddy's helped them win a couple games.
Evans had his some work etiquette real quick. Evans had his
some
lunch
work done?
stolen here. Remember that a few times.
I thought he said Evan had some work done.
His
and
lunch,
I'm like,
somebody took it. We don't know who took it.
Okay. Well,
but I got a coffee cup, and it says
that's not yours.
I knew not to, but it was out there.
Goo, it has a letter K on it.
Yeah, that's
so. The fact that I bring it up and I'm telling on myself, I wasn't being mischievous. That didn't sit. I shouldn't have grabbed it.
Just say it was an accident.
But who's K? What if it said Karen? I wouldn't have took it. Or Ken.
Is it the boss's boss?
Oh, boy. It better not be the boss's boss. You better be careful.
Oh, man. Telling on myself. Yeah, I'll wash it. Yeah.
You can always
Franklin and Marshall.
I can give you the Franklin and Marshall cup that our wonderful P1 sent me. 888-957-9570 is the number. Great to be back with Goo, and I haven't been around for a week and a half, and the Warriors lost one game. Jimmy Butler didn't even play in it, and they are rolling, and tonight they play the Portland Trailblazers, and I feel like now after 12, 13 games with Butler, we really have a better sense of what he's done, and I'm asking Warrior fans, what's he done? Like how could one guy make this big of a difference?
Man.
Even when Durant came to the Warriors, they were already really, really good.
But let's be honest, the streets were saying they felt like they needed to beat Cleveland again to extract revenge. I never agreed with it. They needed the likes of a Kevin Durant. One more guy. And now they got a guy, it ain't Superman, but it's Batman.
Well, I feel like the Warriors were excellent when they got Durant, and then he pushed them to a level that nobody could touch.
Man.
I feel like with Butler, he's taken an average team and made them a really good team. How good? Well, that's what the next 20 games in the postseason is going to determine, but they're playing well, and I get the other side of it, too, from people who are skeptical who say, well, let's really break down this schedule, who they've beaten, who played, for the other team, where they all that stuff is
like
is
can't
fair.
miss the New York game.
It's all fair,
right.
But the reality is, I think we could all agree that if the Warriors would have played the last 13 games without Jimmy Butler, would they be 11-2? No way. There's no chance they'd be
6-5, maybe.
And then they'd be back
that team lost to a team that had lost 9 in a row.
That
to Philly
team lost
without Butler. The one game they lost, I told Evan we did the shit.
Did it bother you?
A little bit like.
But it was a Saturday game, so
But no, that's what made it worse. But I thought the not nostalgia, just the euphoria of having Butler, you guys would be like, hey, Jimmy, sit this out. We got Philly. And Philly won. That's all, Steiny.
Yeah, it happens. It happens.
And I'll tell you this before you grab the calls. Sir. They still can't rest. They're 6, but they could get back in, as Bonte calls it, the box, because Minnesota and the Clippers are on their tail.
I mean, there may be another team out there that's found a little something, and that's the T-Wolves. They've won 5 in a row. Now they've gotten healthy.
That's incredible.
I haven't seen them play either, but I've been looking at their box scores. Something's going on in Minnesota that's positive. Like did I see that Julius Randle had 10 assists last night?
You did.
I got to double check that. It was either 10 assists or 7 assists.
The black hole, as I dub them.
And Anthony Edwards, I've seen his shots are down a little bit. And DiVincenzo's actually making threes, although he was shooting it halfway decent before he got hurt. But yes, I think Minnesota and the Warriors, they both have pretty favorable schedules. I think that's going to be the battle for 6. And I don't know if the Warriors can catch 5. Who is it now? Houston?
But still 3 behind.
But Houston's got to keep winning, because I think either the Warriors or Timberwolves, one of them's going to probably keep winning down the stretch. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Alex in Marin. Hey, Alex, what's going on, man?
What's up, Steiny and Goo? Welcome back, Steiny.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for taking my call. Love the show. Last time I called, I was part of the group that didn't want the Jimmy Butler trade, and you can go ahead and you can play the dolphin sound. You can call me Flipper. You can back the track up. I was wrong. And what I really want to touch on right now is, thank you. So when we first were talking about this, and the reason I didn't want it, we talk a lot about compensation. And now, I mean, obviously the performance on the court, I mean, it's amazing. It's had immediate results. But when we first were talking about this, the two scenarios that we considered was that he would either leave at the end of the year, or we'd be forced to give him a big money deal for 3 to 4 years. And obviously he's getting older. But and then we also talked about the first round picks, where we're gonna have to give up multiple first round picks to get him. Would we have to give up Kaminga to get him?
Yeah.
And when I look at the compensation that they actually gave it, I mean, they gave up, I think it was 1 first-round pick, and then, Wiggins, obviously, who made a huge impact on our team, but you just can't deny what Butler has brought is just a complete attitude change. And I think what I look at with Draymond, it's kind of similar to when we had Durant. Draymond is just so much more of a aggressive edge to his mentality when he feels like he's got a couple real big boys playing alongside him. And I think Jimmy Butler has kind of brought that back out of him. And the last thing, I'm sorry, but I don't think we can pay Kaminga big bucks. I'm really, really eager to see what he looks like and what his role is going to be, because there's not much time left. The team's looking good, and there's going to be some big questions going into the offseason. So welcome back, you guys. Thanks for taking my call. Have a good rest of the day.
Yeah, appreciate it, Alex. Well
Thanks
said.
for the honesty.
Well said. Yeah. Okay. What if you know? I hate to be wrong. I think we all do, but sometimes I, really go out of my way to make
Dallas
sure
is
that people. Like when he said I was wrong about Jimmy Butler, what went through my mind is it was wrong. Steiny, why don't you just say you were wrong about Jimmy Butler? But that's not how I see it. I was not skeptical on Jimmy Butler. I was skeptical on whether or not he could make an impact like he has on this team. That I was wrong about.
I kind of feel like that's the same thing.
Maybe, but it's my way of weaseling out of being wrong. But no, I mean, there's just no doubt he has. Do we still have a spacing issue?
No, at all.
I have noticed they're not as good of a 3-point shooting team, right? And they're still 11-2.
Exactly. And the compensation, I think that gets lost, Steiny. What if I told you that gave up 2 future first, Kaminga, to get Jimmy Butler, and you still were 11-2? I'm asking myself, would I be like, well, it's kind of worth it. We're 11-2. But the fact that I deem minimal to get this guy and change your fortune and future, that dude's right. It's almost another reason to be like, hey, you know what? We lost in the Western Conference Finals. But guess what? We're coming back next year. It's to that degree of just
honestly, and this is where it's great to have a radio show where you can listen to all the fans. And I think a lot of the fans were really hungry that this team needed to do something. So I believe, had they made this move, let's just say hypothetically, and Kaminga was involved, and let's just say one future unprotected.
Okay.
I think people would be ecstatic still. I think they would still be incredibly ecstatic about this team.
Wow.
Because there are a lot of people that believe, look, we still got to do everything we can for right here, right now. And maybe we gave up a pick for 25 or 27, but we're 11-2 since Jimmy Butler came along. So
wow, man.
I actually think even if they made a worse deal for Jimmy Butler, there would be no problem with it.
There you go right there. That's just amazing. And, I sit here standing while you were gone, and Evan and I were rocking, scratching my head, again, trying to find an in-season trade of this caliber. And this is what I would tell Charles Barkley, because a lot of people, before we get out of here, get your thoughts on him and Kendrick. But Charles Barkley getting mad that a lot of attention is going the Lakers and Warriors' way. But Steiny, Luka's not 35 like Butler. Right. The Lakers picked up a guy that is going to be the next LeBron James or the next Luka, and they got action this year. So the parallels are just scary in regard to, well, Guru, L.A. might have got a little more than what the Warriors got in Butler just from the birth certificate.
Yeah, they did.
It's incredible.
I mean, they did. But that's not our issue right now.
No doubt.
That the Lakers might be good in 3 years or better than that, than they are now. Let's hit Mac Zach in Oakland. What's up, Mac Zach? How you doing?
Hey, fellas.
How are you, man?
Doing pretty. Hold on, let me get you off of.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I'm here. How you doing, Steiny? Good to hear you.
Oh, thank you very much. What do you got, bud?
So, basically, Jimmy Butler made the Warriors tougher, but what he also did with that trade is, gave us a little bit of addition by subtraction, because that 12-man rotation wasn't sustainable. And so now you have a tighter rotation, and you have guys that are more in rhythm offensively and defensively. And then also Quentin Post is a revelation. Even though he can't jump over a paperclip, just being 7 feet, gives us some type of defensive presence and toughness. The guy's a tough young man that can knock down shots. So, Jimmy, him being, a team first guy is helpful. And, we're just a tougher, more buttoned up team.
Man. Well said, Max Zach. Appreciate it. 888-957-9570 is the number. What have you seen in Jimmy Butler's game since he's gotten here that has dramatically changed this team as much as it has? That there's just no denying it. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Of course, it's the legal tampering period in the NFL, so we want to keep you updated on what's going on there, and I'll throw it to our main man, Evan Giddings.
Yeah, so teams are allowed to negotiate. We've seen a lot of big moves already this weekend. Devontae Adams goes to the Rams. DK Metcalf traded and extended to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Josh Allen got a massive contract extension from the Buffalo Bills. The Niners have been pretty quiet today, leading up to the official new year on Wednesday, but they have had a couple players plucked. Jalen Moore, left tackle, signed to the Kansas City Chiefs, 2-year, $30 million deal. Elijah Mitchell, running back, is also with the Kansas City Chiefs, a $3.5 million deal. And then, not official yet, but Jeremy Fowler of ESPN is reporting that Talanoa Hufanga and the Denver Broncos are close to a deal. So the Niners have not made a free agent splash yet, but they have had some players that have been poached so far.
Speaking of poached, I was watching the new season of Mountain Men. And
what is that even on?
I think it's on the History Channel.
Okay,
well,
there we go.
It's an unforgiving land. Well, there's like 5 characters. One's in the Appalachian Mountains in North Carolina. Another guy's in Upper Montana. One guy's in Alaska. And the guy in Alaska, what he does is coyotes and wolves kill all the cattle.
Okay.
So they call this guy in to get rid of the coyotes because they kill everybody and kill all the animals. And he went to start tracking a bobcat and he realized somebody was trying to poach. And it was a little scene. Don't poach from a guy from Montana.
Wow.
They're not going to like it. Get off their property. If it says no trespassing and you don't own it, don't go on it.
All right.
Particularly in Montana or Alaska.
Yeah, you got to be that way hunting too, because if you get on some people's private property, they'll answer with rifles. You know what I mean? Some are nice, but some it could go the other way.
And that's why you go to Area 7.
D5.
D5, yeah. D5.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of television real fast, I do have to admit, Steiny, while I was house sitting for you, I logged into Guru's YouTube TV account, so you now have access to all of Guru's
you can
stuff.
watch anything you want. The games.
Oh, I wish you would have done that down in my man cave.
Well, you told me not to go in there.
Did he?
No, that's not true. No, that's not true.
I don't lie. Whoa.
I got my little man cave in the basement. Okay, so you got to go into the basement, then go into the office. I said to Evan, you might want to keep the basement door shut because if you don't, the dog will go down there and do its business.
Oh boy,
that's what I meant. Just keep that door shut. You could have gone into my
some
office.
Skeletons in there.
Evan, because anytime Evan uses my login, I get an alert that says the city. So when it says San Francisco, that's my boy E. And then I go, I've been robbed, because it said Oakland.
Yeah,
and I was sitting there just. Who's got my login? And he was house sitting for you. I was like, yeah.
By the way,
good.
let me thank Evan publicly.
Did you pay him?
It should be in the Zelle now, or
because Willard didn't pay him. He went and talked to his students, and Willard didn't give him any scratch.
Professor Willard.
Oh yeah, Professor Willard. Will, I'm just playing. Hey, real quick on free agency.
Sure.
I don't think I got enough flowers for what I did at the summit last year in regard to saying watch out for the Rams. And then they went on to win the division and should have beat the Eagles in that playoff game. They didn't.
I think you had them in the NFC Championship.
Yeah, but bottom line is they added Devontae Adams. So now you got Puka and Devontae.
They're going to lose Cup.
But he's injured and he kind of, I don't want to say fell off, his body's betrayed him, but Stoney, the Rams are a problem. The Niners need to Arsenio Hall. Get busy.
I'll just say,
bring Greenlaw back.
It's small potatoes. Greenlaw.
Do you mean that?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
They're going to figure out if he's ever going to be the same player again.
Well, you might have to do that if you bring Joey Bosa in here. I mean, Cal Comey was tweeting like it might be done.
Nah,
you ain't on board? The Bosa brothers.
Maybe. Let's see how it all plays out. I will say this. I was golfing last week with a bunch of guys who are the Commanders fans. They're excited about Deebo Samuel.
Right. Oh,
they're
about
like,
Deebo.
Steiny. Yeah, Deebo. Oh, with Jaden Dan, he's going to be unbelievable. I said, yeah, he's washed.
They got a former Niner, too. Javon Kinlaw is a Commander.
That's Adam Peters' organization now. So I just said Deebo was washed just to – because I was in my old school Steiny mood. And
there's been a lot of stuff here real quick, starting with I don't know why I say real quick, with the Niners about they're going to be more tougher with spending. Just do it. Don't tell us about it. I don't like, it's like the parent, little Johnny, you're really going to be in trouble. Just bring the hammer down when it need be. Quit talking about it.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about is a story by Mike Silver in The Athletic. He did use some phrases that were intriguing. He said he recounted the Brandon Ayuk negotiation where Shanahan apparently ran up the steps to tell John Lynch not to make a trade for
Ayuk. Pull the wire
out the fax machine with Pittsburgh. And he said Shanahan's sprint didn't age well, which tells me that maybe not everybody was on board to re-sign and extend Brandon Ayuk. Man. And then he had another one where he said for the 49ers, going all in is now out. Meaning, they paid a ton of guys over the last couple of years, and especially in this last year, they didn't perform up to standard, so they're going to take a way more cautious approach.
If I'm a fan, Stoney, I don't like to hear that. And the fact that they've been a 6-year run, maybe, it's nobody's fault, but it's taxing, right? To have, quote unquote, something like a dynasty, maybe this is just a natural evolution of not the reset, but some sort of a reset without the good fortune of going to the NFC Championship and Super Bowl. Like, that can naturally be happening right before our eyes.
I mean, maybe it's not dissimilar from the Warriors. Now, I get it, the Warriors had a dynasty where they won, but the 49ers have had great success the last 5 years. Maybe they're trying to tinker, but, now they've had one bad year, but the Warriors last year didn't make the playoffs, and now it looks like they're back to being a real good team.
But they pulled off a heist in regard to getting.
That's why you got to let the Niners the Niners do their offseason and see what happens. And don't forget they have the easiest schedule in football by far. So that's going for them. They should win their share of
games,
football games for sure. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors play the Portland Trail Blazers tonight at Chase Center. And that's the other thing I wanted to ask. Chase Center on TV looks like it's coming alive a little bit.
Evan,
can you speak to that?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot more juice in the building. We're getting a lot more chance in the first half. I just think people are excited about the team because whether you think they're going to win every game or come from behind, they're just more fascinating.
No doubt.
They're more interesting to watch, and it feels like they're playing with more energy. Someone like Guy Santos against Detroit was banging his chest after a big three, and how can you not get into something like that?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Now it's getting to the point where if the Warriors make a run and they finish 6th and they get beat in the first round, we're going to be disappointed. We're going to be really disappointed.
And that's all. Standards are back.
And I think that's a good thing. Mm-hmm. And who knows how far they could go. But the question I'm asking Warrior fans today, if you're a P1 or you listen a lot, I haven't been around for a while, week and a half. The Warriors have won all their games while I was gone except one. And I'm trying to put into words what Jimmy Butler has meant to this team. Because clearly here's how you know a guy's a good player. I have no idea what he's averaging for the Golden State Warriors, whether it's 20, 15, whether it's 25. I have no idea how many rebounds he's getting a game. I have no idea how many assists he's getting a game. It doesn't matter. They are winning with Jimmy Butler, and here's what I love about it. Here's what I just absolutely love about it, is that you just never know what can happen when you just change the dynamic a little bit. And our last caller, Max Zach, was talking about, what Jimmy Butler has done from a practical standpoint has changed the Warriors' strategy from playing 12 guys to playing fewer than that. And I was thinking, and people are saying 12 wasn't sustainable. I was thinking this. I was like, well, if you look at this team at the beginning of the year, I could completely understand why Cerr was doing what he was doing in terms of giving a lot of players a shot.
And it was working.
It was working early, and then it tapered off, and they became a 500 team. And then right around the trade deadline, I think they realized, we've milked this big rotation as long as we can. Now it's starting to peter out a little bit. We'll go in another direction. We'll make a 4-for-1 trade, which they did. And now guys like Guy Santos know they're going to have to play. Moody is going to have to play. Pod's going to have to play. And I think it took some of the uncertainty away from some of the players on the team in terms of how they're going to play or how many minutes they're going to play night to night.
Yeah, I love it. And Steiny, he's averaging 16 points.
That's it?
A game.
That's it.
But the domino effect, if that's just the points, 22 from 3, what's he unlocked for others? And somebody put it on the text line earlier, and I agree, Steiny. Again, how does Moody or Quentin Post, how much more confident do they feel with Butler out there? Not that Draymond didn't give him that. He gave it to him. But when you have another guy like a Draymond come in that can facilitate, and my word for Jimmy Butler, Steiny, and why you were having fun with the MVP, he's a connector to the utmost, man. That's what he does. And now, nobody's surprised that he was able, even though it was years ago, to take Miami, that Miami team. He was the grown-up. He was the parent on that team. And Steiny, his game is just, I love everything I'm seeing from it right now, man.
All right, 888-957-9570. I'm asking Warrior fans the biggest thing that Jimmy Butler has changed. If you had to pare it down or you had to list one or two things that Jimmy Butler has done since he's come here that has turned the Warriors into a team that's won 11 of 13 games since that trade, what is it? We'll get into those thoughts on the other side. 888-957-9570. We'll also keep you updated on any NFL news that breaks during the show. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Jimmy Butler, what has been the reason he's been the magic elixir for the Golden State Warriors? What's coming up next on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. I've been watching a show called Below Zero. It's about life in the bush.
cannot sit here and not go outside when it's sunny waiting on the rain. You got to go live.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. It's good to be back, Goo. Good to be back. You know what?
I know you miss us.
I did. You know how you know you got a pretty good life?
When? Or how?
When you go on vacation and then it's the Sunday night before you got to come back and you're not in a full-on depression.
I've had those jobs, no doubt.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, back in the lab. Look at you.
I'm just imagining if last night I came home and I had to get up at 6:30 today to go work for Waterfall Gardens Landscaping.
Oh, my gosh.
Which I did.
And had a boss you didn't like? Or co-workers?
Yeah, my boss was, his name was Keith Wamba. He was a good boss at Waterfall Gardens Landscaping, blue-collar company. But yeah, I'm glad I'm not out there landscaping today. Not that you can't get enjoyment from landscaping. In fact, many people receive a peace and a calm when they do gardening and landscaping and things like that.
Yeah, Norm does it in the back. He has a little garden back there. Yeah.
Oh, I missed his birthday.
Yeah, no party this year.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Evan got to the uni. He had went on a little dinner. I don't want to say date, but he met up with some friends.
How'd you celebrate his birthday?
We ordered some seafood in. He's a big seafood guy. He wasn't feeling well. Yeah, so we ordered it. Yeah.
I mean, I love Mexico, but, a little queasiness.
You didn't get jumped,
here
though,
and
huh?
there. No.
Okay,
no,
there you go.
We didn't veer too far from the property.
It was my fault.
No, we actually went downtown once or twice.
There you go.
No, but you did find some interesting animals.
Oh,
that you
my
sent.
God.
Dude.
What the hell were those
Tell
things?
us, Donnie.
So we stayed at this place in Mexico, and this is great because I know our listeners will know. I may be saying it wrong. They've got these animals called coatis?
Yeah.
Coati, I think. They got long tails. They're kind of cute.
Yeah, they're furry. They're
kind of cute. But, they were walking around the property and
look like baby dinosaurs.
They're like, they looked a little cute.
Yeah.
We saw about 9 different kinds. You know what we saw? I swear to God. A monkey.
Wow.
With a little chip on its back. I swear to God.
Did you feed it or give it
Hell
some?
no. It scared us a little bit. First of all, then I thought about it. It's like I've never seen a monkey outside a zoo. You know what I mean?
I'm with you.
And so I'm walking with my daughter down this path, and it's leafy, and there's foliage all around, and about 15 yards ahead of us, we see this.
Was it big?
Yes, it was like, it was as big as like a 5-year-old kid, only it was nimble and fast and just, I mean, if it would have been closer, we would have been scared.
Yeah.
But
so he looked at you and moved on? Or?
No, he was just kind of crossing the road like a chicken.
He's looking like, that's him.
And
that's them.
I looked at Grace and I'm like, oh my God, there was a monkey. She's like, oh my God, he had something on his back. And then, of course, the rest of the family wanted to see the monkey, but
I got you.
That's the only one we saw. Saw raccoons.
But no rats.
Well.
Possibly.
Yeah, they have these, I wish I knew the name of it, like scarets or skein, something like that.
Are they ugly?
I saw a couple of them running across here and there, and I was like, oh, that's that animal we've seen. And then I was like, no, this one doesn't have a tail. And then I looked it up, and it's called, I wish I could remember the name.
But they consider it a rodent?
Yeah, I looked it up on Wikipedia. Apparently it's a rodent.
Yeah.
But they didn't bother us
Rats
too much.
are number one, man.
Saw raccoons, saw a lot of lizards.
They're all right.
Yeah, they don't bother. They just sit there on a rock. Yeah. Let's go to Christian in Fairfield. Let's talk Jimmy Butler.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, Christian, how you doing?
I'm good. What's up, fellas? Welcome back, Sonny.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I thought of another thing. My first was the whistle. Like, he's even got Steph getting a whistle. We all know Steph never gets a whistle. And now he's getting 8, 9 free throws. So I didn't expect that out of Jimmy. And the second thing is he's playing one-on-one with his teammates. So I think that he's trying to, maybe change the image. And I think that's where the confidence is coming from, because every day he's taking another teammate and playing one-on-one.
Man.
And I want to ask you guys one thing. He took number 10. Remember Tim Hardaway said those comments in Miami, and he also said them All-Star Weekend. Do you think he took number 10 so he could win a chip before Hardaway with the number 10 Warriors?
I mean,
I'm sure Tim didn't like to see it,
Probably more of a coincidence than anything, but I think Warrior fans will take it one way or the other. Here's the one thing I was thinking about.
Stoney, real quick, we got some
I'm sorry,
NFL breaking news.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
Sam Darnold is back in the NFC West with the Seattle Seahawks. Yeah, according to Ian Rappaport of NFL Network, a 3-year, $110.5 million contract, including 55 guaranteed. So Sam Darnold, the newest quarterback of the Seattle Seahawks.
Can you give those numbers one more time?
55 guaranteed.
Okay.
$110.5 million over 3 years.
Okay.
Man, Sammy.
And, of course, they just traded Geno Smith for a third-round pick to the Las Vegas Raiders.
The Raiders. Wow.
I was going to say, what are the Seahawks doing? Because I know they just moved DK Metcalf.
Yeah.
And they obviously moved Geno Smith. Is Darnold an upgrade from Geno Smith? Yes or no?
Had I not seen
Darnold didn't write back either.
Magical season come to a screeching halt with those last 2 games, I would say yes, Donnie, but I saw those 2 games, but I got to put some respect on this. I'm going with Geno. I don't know what you two think. I would go Team Geno.
They're in the same kind of boat. Evan?
I mean, they both beat the Niners last year.
Well, he won't be throwing to Justin Jefferson. Look at Evan with the nugget.
That's true.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm going to wait to take my victory lap, but it looks like it's all locking in.
Not the Purdy contract.
Yes, he's not getting.
Oh, right. Well, so what's going on there?
I think was it Dibs that said? I said no chance 60. No chance 60. No chance.
There was a report here in the Bay while you were gone. But now they're saying we don't know how much merit it had, but 45 was the Niners' official first offer.
Well, that'll get
if you're into that type of.
That'll win the bet for me.
Yeah.
That's all I know.
I look at
you. 888-957-9570 is the number. And look, can somebody tell me what it is about Jimmy Butler that has allowed the Warriors to turn into a team that looks significantly better than they looked all season? Look, I know he's a great player, but what is it specifically? Here's one thing I was thinking about. Steph Curry obviously is one of the greatest players of all time. And over the last couple years, we've heard Steph needs help, Steph needs help, Steph needs help. And whenever I heard that, I thought about the young players like Pajemski and Kaminga. Post wasn't playing a lot back then, but Moody, etc. And I thought, boy, I wonder if that in and of itself is putting pressure on the young guys because they feel like they're the reason that Steph needs help because they're not experienced enough or they're not there yet in their games to help him. Okay, so let's just say hypothetically, they're playing a little bit on eggshells because they know Steph's winding down and they've got to they've got to try to lift this team back to where it was. So now here comes Jimmy Butler. Well, Jimmy Butler is either the 1 on this team, the 1A on this team, or the 2 on this team. Who cares? And I feel like if you're a young player now, you now realize that that's Steph's help. Like it's not on Brandon Pajemski to lift the Warriors into the second round of the playoffs.
But he has a role, though.
Oh, he absolutely has a role. But I think his role now comes with less pressure, less inspection, less dissection. He doesn't have, he's a second-year player who's going to have some ups and downs. And when he has a down, it doesn't mean that he's going to be the reason that they're losing games. I just think that Butler has given the role players kind of a more wiggle room because at the end of the day, if it doesn't get done, the big boys are going to take the brunt of the criticism, where it's going to be because Steph, Butler, and Draymond, for the most part, couldn't get it done, and the young players are more complimentary players, and that's just the way it is. The Warriors have a big 3 right now. Draymond, Butler, and Curry. And then they've got other players on the team that fill in their roles, and I'm just wondering if Butler's presence doesn't just let the young guys play a little bit more, because I go back to Pajemski.
We had him on last week, Evan and I.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he was great.
Which is the one? Oh, the one where Pajemski took the blame for a loss. And Cerr said, and Cerr told the story about, hey, look, you ain't that important. Right. We love you, and we love your contributions,
no doubt.
but
accountability.
You ain't you ain't good enough to lose. And now, with Jimmy Butler, they're just playing freer. They have more wiggle room. They've got more confidence. They can take more chances and realize that, if things don't go great, they're not going to be the reason the team lost, and nor should they be, because there's other guys in the team with a bigger role. I feel like people the roster's being slotted right now better than it's ever been slotted.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that, but also too, Stoney, you talked about the impact Jimmy's had on the 4-time champions in regard to Steph and Dre.
Right.
Okay, they've done it. But what about the impact it could have on younger players?
No doubt.
And this is nothing against Steph or Dre. It's not, Stoney, but it's like if the boss said Stephen A. Smith is joining our show, and it's the three of us. I learn from you every day. But Stoney, looking at Stephen A. Smith, I'm going to naturally want to step my game up, per se. Not that I'm not doing it on purpose, but I got to believe Pods, Moody, they're watching a different – he's not Steph Curry. He's not Dre, but he's a badass. And I want to say accountability, one, but also just like, damn, I'm watching another badass dude work every day. I'm going to step my game up.
I think that's fair. I mean, I think it's fair. And I just think it goes to show that as great as Jimmy Butler is, it's still always bigger than one guy. And the team has galvanized since that trade. And a spark has been lit on this team. But think about this, too. And nobody was saying that Steph Curry and Draymond Green were having a crisis of confidence.
They needed help.
Although Cerr talked about the entire team wasn't confident maybe a month or two ago.
And I didn't like that.
But the bottom line is that Curry and Draymond Green now think they can win.
And that means something because they know what it takes.
And I've always been a believer that, like, let's say Steph Curry and Draymond Green think, we can win a title now.
Yeah.
You know what? It doesn't matter if they can or they can't, as long as they believe it.
There you go.
And that's the one thing. Like, well, what's he done for these young players? Boy, what's he done for Steph and Draymond? Like, he's put a skip in their step. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, dude, Snotty, where's this thing going?
I'll throw this at you. Yeah. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much of a chance do you think this team has at winning a championship right now?
I'm at an 8.5, 9. I'm at an 8.5.
Okay, I looked at it a little wrong. I looked at it a little wrong. I thought he meant I'd give the Warriors like a 10% chance to win it all, which is 10 times more than I would have given him a month ago because that was at 1%. So, I'd say I'll give him a 10% chance at this point. And I think a lot of Warrior fans now would say that's too low, but that's where I'm at right now. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go out to Andre in Fairfield. What's up, Andre? How you doing, man?
Yo, doing good. How about you guys?
Hey. Doing well, thank you.
Doing good. I just want to talk about Quentin Post. I know Jimmy Butler was a big guy that was what we needed, but I also want to talk about how Quentin Post. This dude's hitting at a 40% rate from three, and everyone talks about how we never had a 5-man that can shoot our years as the Warriors, but now we have a 5-man that can stretch it, and I really feel like he's going to be a huge piece for us if we get to our championship run this year or next year. But in my opinion, I think Quentin Post is probably one of the most underrated players on our team, if not one of the most underrated centers in the league. Because especially if we're going to go against teams like the Spurs or the Lakers, where they have a lot of center depth, if we can extend those guys out, and then if we can just let Curry and Butler go to work, I really feel like it's going to help us a whole lot.
Appreciate it, Andre. I would say this. I'm not ready to say Post is going to be this, that, or the other thing. I don't know how good he can be, but that's kind of what I mean. He's changed the dynamic a little bit because of what he can do, which is make some threes.
Yes, sir.
He can make some threes. They needed a big guy who could stretch the floor and make some threes. Now, he can't play 35 minutes a night, but he's a rookie. So can he play 10 to 15? And in those 10 to 15 minutes, he gives you something where he's not just keeping you in a game, but he might be helping you win games.
Yeah. And that's what we're watching, I feel like, Stan.
Yeah, I feel like we're watching something pretty fun.
Let's say like on the road
kind of like we believe.
Look at you.
In a little way.
Let's say Buddy Hield goes 3 for 8 or young Quentin Post goes 3 for 8. But Steiny, they might be down at any juncture, down 10 or 11. And it's when you make the threes. And that's what I've been noticing.
Absolutely.
When the other, like, Buddy will go off and it's like, all right, we're down 1 or we're up 1. It's like, it's not just Jimmy, Dre, and Steph anymore, I don't believe. Like, you can get the help on any given night, and it goes back to strength in numbers, man.
By the way, we're going to be out at Chase Center on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Talking to a bunch of Warrior players. We'll see who pops in. But,
I'm juiced.
We're going to be at Chase Center for the Warriors practice, and we'll grab guys when they're done practicing on Wednesday.
You should wear your Steph jersey. Did he
It's in a frame.
Oh, yeah, right.
Behind glass.
I hate when I come up with good ideas.
That's not. I could bring the whole thing in, but I don't think I'm going to do that. Yeah. And I'll tell you what. Maybe we'll play the game again because this one I will win unanimously. I say every Warrior we bring in there.
Oh, here we go.
I'll ask them what the Warriors' record is. There's no way they will know what their record is. No chance.
Nah, they know now.
They
best believe.
We know Draymond doesn't pay attention.
There's been a before and after. Before the trade,
but they're winning
after.
So much now. This is when you lose track of how many wins you
think
have.
Steph? Well, if we get
Steph has no idea.
Looney
might.
Pods is gonna know.
I bet they know what place in the standings they're in.
I might go with you.
You mean the seed?
Yeah, like where they're at right now.
Okay, gotcha. I believe I'm whatever.
I actually don't know their record now, and I usually always know it. What are they, 8 over?
Yeah, something like.
If there was one player on the Warriors that you could bet for sure would know their record,
would know
the record off top, who do you think it would be?
Pajemski.
I'm going Jimmy Butler.
Oh, he has no clue.
That's my answer.
You know what? And if we get Butler on Wednesday, you know what he'll say? Yeah, we're 11-2. That's what he'll say our record is. We're 11-2.
You got to imagine the vibes are going to be immaculate over there, right?
Unless they lose to Portland.
Can Evan, can you jump in and just share with us what you saw when Jimmy got a 3-point play Saturday? And if people aren't watching Joe Lacob at games, you're missing out on something. But can you share with us what you saw?
Yeah, if you're at the game, because I'm not sure what the viewing experience is like on TV and if you can see all the courtside when they make shots. But if you're there at the game, Lacob is sitting mid-court on the opposite side of the Warriors bench. Look at him every time something exciting happens because I feel like he's the symbol for Warriors fandom right now. Butler got an and one, and Lacob took like 3 steps onto the court and did the Jimmy Butler and one celebration for all to see.
Come on, man. Starty, your boy's juice right now, man.
I mean, Butler's impacted the owner. There's no doubt. He's not sitting there shaking his head. So in other words, Joe went out 3 steps onto the court, and it would be like if I got something right, or no, I made a prediction and it was really close, and I'm like, count that. Count the bucket.
Yeah.
And one. Well, this is certainly better than the way it was a month or so ago.
No doubt.
That's for darn sure. Let's go to Frank in Atlanta. Hey, Frank, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, man, how you guys doing?
Doing well.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You asked about what does Jimmy Butler do?
Yeah.
Jimmy Butler makes the other team have to defend the basket. In the modern NBA, the winning teams have to put pressure on the rim. Jimmy makes the defense avert their eyes from who they're guarding and guard weak side and creates weak side help. He catches the ball. He drives to the rim.
Right.
And he puts the ball on the glass. What does that create? Big man double. The big man has to come to the rim, turn his back on the play, and come to stop Jimmy. Because one person will he'll beat that man every time.
You know what?
That creates the first pass. That creates the first pass. And the first pass is what gets the open shot. When people start cutting, when Jimmy catches the ball and he turns and faces the basket, or even when he's in the post position, you have to, all eyes are on Jimmy. So it creates back cuts.
I love it.
Hey, Frank.
Well, that was great.
Right on the money. Here's the other thing. And when I hear a listener talk like that, I always try to imagine the games that these, like the individual games that each player has.
Yeah.
And that one struck a chord because you think about Andrew Wiggins and his ability to get to the basket. How was it? It was okay.
I'll give him a B-, Donnie.
Okay, B-, C+, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Right.
He didn't have much of a left hand. If he could get to his right,
pointed that out, and I hate you for it.
If he could get to his right hand,
Watch
dynamite.
out. Yeah.
But when Wiggins was going to the basket, that's all he was doing. Like Andrew Wiggins is a heck of a player, but he can't stop in the lane and make a pass. Butler can absolutely do that. I think there's something to that. I also think
I love that.
When Wiggins had the ball, you just defend Wiggins, and if he gets by his guy and tries to finish at the basket,
he wasn't a playmaker.
You know what? He can do it, and he'll do it a few times a game, but it won't kill you. With Butler, he gets the ball in the wing and he's in an isolation situation. You do have to
account.
You have to honor the fact that he can drive the ball. And he's right. If you're a defender and you're in help position, you are more likely to help on a Jimmy Butler drive than an Andrew Wiggins drive. It's just they're two different players, and Jimmy can make some plays in traffic that I don't think Andrew Wiggins can. And that's another. Yeah, we're just talking about Jimmy Butler today and what has he brought to this team that has changed them so dramatically? Because I'm going to ask you this one more time. This is the best part. If I were a Warrior fan, this is the best part. What's Butler averaging since he got here?
17.
17.
I want to say I got.
And what was Wiggins average? Wiggins was having a pretty good year, we thought. Yeah. Probably averaging 17 or 18.
It's not just about scoring, partner.
It's about the all-around game.
But I like
and he's got it.
I know it's free agency, Stoney, but I like to call these guys quarterbacks. And as much as I get on Draymond for some turnovers, there's no doubt he's up there with Peyton Manning in regard to when the shot clock is winding down, Stoney, he doesn't feel the pressure to make the pass at the last second. Jimmy Butler is Joe Montana at it. He's come, like he'll wait to the 3-2, and then he'll make the proper decision 9 out of 10 times. If it's him going up to get fouled or him making that pass from something he saw.
I mean, he's
got vision, man.
He's a real good player. There's no doubt about it. Maybe border on a great player.
Real quick, just before the break here, guys, just reported that Justin Fields is signing with the New York Jets on a 2-year, $30 million guaranteed deal. Got 40 total.
Yeah, it looks like they may just flip quarterbacks.
Aaron Rodgers. Up in the air.
Hey,
I don't want to make a bet.
I can't see him in a Pittsburgh Steelers uniform.
He's finished.
All right, 888-957-9570. I see a bunch of guys on hold. We'll get to you all on the other side. And download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Segment also brought to you by San Francisco International Airport.
Traveling in 2025?
what I ended up doing. But
Okay.
in case you're just joining us, I've been gone for a while, and Evan house sat for me.
We talked about it.
Because we have a dog and a cat, and it stinks to boredom and to board them. And so Evan got to my house last Sunday and house sat for me till this Sunday.
Love it.
7 days. 7 days. He house sat to make sure our pets not only survived, but thrived. What do you pay a guy for that? No, listen. I've already paid him. So I know the number.
E-Pocket's got the mumps.
What do you, and here's the other thing, like sometimes if you're a little down and out and you ask somebody to house sit without pets, you almost don't have to pay him because it's kind of a vacation for him. But he did have a couple pets to take care of.
Yeah.
So a guy house sits for a week, what do you slide him?
I'm going to tell you right now, I'm doing, all right, 75 times 7 is 525.
All right.
And if you want to go 70, so I hope Evan got more than that.
Okay, 525. 525.
Just think about if something went wrong, you got somebody at your crib.
Well, then I wouldn't have to pay him.
Well, yeah. Evan drinks on Evan.
Anyway, just you can hit the text line with what do you think a fair number would be for a guy who house sits, takes care of a couple pets, and is there for a week.
And it's a bigger house, too, so that's why it's more than 10.
Well, that might be why it should be less.
No.
Quite frankly.
Hey, I'm not good at holding water, but I know this. You may, I can't tell you the name, be having a new neighbor. Yeah.
What does that mean?
This neighbor showed me a possible house they're looking for, and it was adjacent to your back. You could see your house from their backyard.
Yeah, I got to say, there was a viewing for the house right next to yours.
Yeah, Mike and Wendy.
Yeah.
On Saturday from 2 to 4.
Okay.
A familiar face of ours may or may not have been there.
Yeah.
Goo, you're looking to buy next to me?
No, please.
Not Goo.
Yeah. I'm done with the town.
Oh my gosh, am I intrigued?
I'll tell you later, maybe.
Is this something that should be told during the break? Or?
Yeah.
Well, and you know what?
And I don't want to jinx it, you know.
I'm kind of like a restricted free agent. I have the last say in whether they'll sell it to this person or not. Yeah, the person
goes, Stoney won't want. I go, he would love that he's familiar with you. Dude, he would love that. You know what? Yeah, that's my guy. Yeah.
It's not Dibs.
Yeah. No, not Dibs.
Yeah, I don't.
Dibs in the.
I'll tell you, we don't need a baby next door.
Okay.
God love Mila. She's dynamite. Don't get me wrong. 888-957-9570 is the number. Having a lot of fun today talking about the Warriors and Jimmy Butler and the transformation he has helped the Warriors undergo.
Wow, man.
11-2 with Jimmy Butler when he plays. 11-1.
Can we, before you grab the next call, because Evan and I, we kind of just talked about it, but you said you can romanticize, you can fantasize, but I know it's the Warriors, but this is about 30 in this sense, who's about to have a birthday. What was it, Thursday?
Friday, I think.
Okay,
March
Friday.
14th. How do I know Steph Curry's birthday? I think it's the 14th.
Because it's the best thing that happened to me. But Steiny, what would number 5 mean for him?
Number 5. What do you mean?
The ring.
Oh God,
he would surpass Bron.
I thought you were talking about number 5, like the Warriors have a number 5 player.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't jump to number 5 as in title.
The chip.
You know what?
Up there with Kobe and Timmy.
I got back from vacation. If you want to talk that way, you can. I just think
okay.
See, exciting.
Before you begin,
it's incredible. It's exciting. Right. This team was kind of dead in the water. They made a move. I wouldn't say it was controversial, but it was interesting for sure. And to me, it felt like Butler wasn't their first choice. Part of me thought, you know what? I think they're just making a move to make a move.
We all come on now, but we slept on how good Butler was. You got caught up in Butler drama mania.
And
the drama.
You know, that's still on the table, but probably not for now. Not for now. I don't think it is.
Yeah.
Let's go to Shooter in Virginia. Hey, Shooter, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey.
Yeah, hey, Steiny. I think that that ballpark number to give Evan, you know, for house sitting probably had to be about 200, because I'm pretty sure he was probably in and out and probably had a little Project X going on.
Wow.
If I had a little Project X going on while you weren't there. But so I would say to that probably 200. But a couple things though. I'm glad, Steiny, I'm glad you brought up Wiggins in that at the end of that last segment, because everybody wants to trying to figure out what the big difference was between Wiggins and Butler. And I would just say it's blatantly obvious, but one's a superstar player, wasn't, and one's a initiator and it can create his own shot, and one just had to find his game in the flow of the offense. But the other thing I was going to say was, hey, Steiny, do you have that sound, that Butler sound after the post game, after the Detroit game, where he was talking about, because everybody was saying that Detroit game felt like had a playoff vibe and playoff intensity, but Butler had a different opinion. So I want to see if you could play that sound that Butler, when they was questioning him after the game, where he was talking about, playoff. When it comes to the playoff, It's a different level of intensity, and if Warrior fans want to know the mindset of this guy, I'm telling you, that sound with what he was talking about, that's what you want to hear from your superstar player. Because I'm telling you, y'all ain't seen nothing yet with this guy, because he's going to turn it up in the playoffs, and that's all. I want to see if you can play that sound, but that's all
we'll take a look
about that.
But we already seen it twice in Miami. Like, I get where he's going, but he talking about with the Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, without getting into the difference between a star and a superstar, I think Jimmy Butler has shown that you can be a pretty good team with him as a one. Man. And I think we all know that Wiggins is best suited to be a three, maybe the third scoring option on a team. And look, it's no shade at Wiggins. Butler's a better all-around player. I mean,
and Wiggins will probably tell you that. Yeah.
Of course he is. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Somebody here says, Steiny, need more details.
I didn't like that.
Did Evan live in and feed the animals?
He watched the house.
Did he walk them? Did he spend time there? You know what? All I know is when I got home yesterday, the dog jumped on me. The dog was excited to see me. The dog was whimpering and licking my face. And so, as far as I'm concerned, dog looked healthy. Evan did his job.
No, Steiny, I said 75 a day. Evan, I apologize. That's a hundo a day.
I'll just tell you what we gave him.
Okay.
Some of these I gave him 5.
Okay.
500.
No, that's awesome.
I'm surprised there's a wide range.
Yeah,
You saw like
incredible.
100 to 1,500. Like, what do people pay for house sitting? My God.
I mean, I would have let the dog alone by himself if you would have said I need 1,500.
Some of your lady said $50 a day for people to watch her pets, to have the pet sit. So
to board an animal is expensive.
And also, Steiny, you were out of town, so you didn't get the Warriors had the all-woman telecast, all-women. It was incredible. Zena, Kareth, kudos to everybody. Monique, Kaylin Mills, Natalie, Esquire. It was awesome. So that's something they've been doing, and I liked it.
Hey, real quick, I wouldn't be me if I didn't bring up earlier in the show, you talked about Steph in the Olympics. Olympics were in Paris, not Barcelona.
Well, who did I do? Vontae didn't correct me. Hey, I got to be honest. It just felt good saying Barcelona. It rolled off the tongue, but Evan, what happened Friday? You didn't jump in and say
No, it was today.
No, but I said it Friday to Bonte. I said Barcelona.
You did it twice?
Yeah. And nobody would, nobody on the chat. They understood.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, you can't get fooled again.
By the way, one thing before the legal, Sonny, I was a bit concerned. You have a Ring camera right outside your door.
That's correct.
And so the one thing that I was not worried about, but cognizant of was the fact that you knew whenever I was coming in and out of the house.
Yeah, and with who?
We had the ability to see when you came in and out of the house. That doesn't mean we utilized it. But every time somebody comes in or out of the house, you get a little.
I live on it. Yeah.
By the way, you did miss curfew on Thursday night.
Look at him. Don't talk about that.
Let's go to Horace in Texas. Hey, Horace, how you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. Welcome back, Steiny.
Thank you, Horace. Appreciate it.
I bet he in a good mood.
Yeah. And I'll just tell you, man, Evan and Goo, they did a good job of holding it down while you was gone.
They always
in case you were wondering.
Sweet.
My man.
Yeah. 1,500? No, I'm just kidding.
Wow.
Hey, we are in the Bay. We are in the Bay Area, Horace. You know what I'm saying?
Anyway, Jimmy Butler, man. I'm gonna just tell you this. I get into it with these stat guys a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Stats are important, but what Jimmy brings is impact, and impact in most cases are more important than stats. I always knew he was going to be a great player. I always knew he was going to fit in. His game speaks for itself. But two things that Jimmy brings, he brings stability, number one, and he is a fundamentally sound player. But what I did not know is that how he was going to affect everybody else. Man, it was like the dude came in and sprinkled some kind of magic dust on everybody because he's got everybody doing what he's doing. It's like when Chris Paul came, we knew Chris Paul was fundamentally sound. We knew Chris Paul brings a sense of stability. But what Jimmy does, he made everybody do what he does. Chris Paul didn't turn the ball over, but he couldn't stop everybody else from turning it over. Chris Paul could hit his free throws and play sound, but he couldn't make everybody else do that. Jimmy Butler, he doesn't turn the ball over, and guess what? We don't turn the ball over as much now. Jimmy Butler gets to the line and hits free throws. Guess what? We're getting to the free throw line more. I mean, his individual stats are not as important as his impact. So that's what he does. He somehow makes everybody else do what he does.
Great stuff, Horace.
Yeah, good stuff,
I would
man.
agree. And you know what? I always try to use that word that Horace used, impact. And by the way, first of all, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. I'm a little rusty. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That word impact has always been big to me. So I don't know. Do you feel this way? So I've been looking at the headlines the last week or two. Why are these conversations about the GOAT coming up? LeBron better than Jordan. What about Kobe? Where does Steph fit in? It feels like that's taken on like a life of its own. Yeah, explain to me what happened there.
So Curry dropped the 56, and I got to give Shaq credit. He's always been in the Warriors' corner for their style of play.
No doubt.
And when Steph went for the Lawrence Taylor game, 56, he was up there with the B squad. He wasn't up there with the original Kenny Chuck. So he had told them he needs to be mentioned in the GOAT conversation.
Okay.
Not that he is, but I took it as he's one of a kind. And Shaq said, when you talk about the damn GOAT debate, he played with LeBron, he played with D-Wade, and he played against Jordan. Steph should just be mentioned. And then that's when everything kind of blew up about. And Evan and I did, a majority of the show on what is a GOAT. And, I'm mad at Evan still. I had Steph Curry as my number one point guard over Magic.
All right.
But Evan was like, no, GOAT is one. It's singular. It's got to. So that's why I feel like it's been, getting a lot of steam. And LeBron James, longevity, he's beaten everybody. He's even beaten Father Time. So he wins that award. But my GOAT, Steiny, you got to do it on both ends. And it's Jordan. But Shaq's whole thing was Steph is 101. He deserves mention up there with the greats. And I understand.
Yeah, here's the way I look at it is
people get mad though in this conversation.
Steiny, who's better? Who's a better player, Michael Jordan or Curry? Jordan.
Right. And
who's better, LeBron James or Curry? I'd have to say LeBron.
Well, Curry beat LeBron three times.
But that's but that doesn't mean he's a better player.
Wow.
But what I'm getting at is if you say impactful, then Curry has to be brought up with the greatest players of all time. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I'm not sure that he had as big of an impact, believe it or not, as Steph Curry on the floor. I think you could make a case either way. And
how much weight does that carry?
That's all that I care about. I don't care about a list of who's 1 through 10. I care about what I watched and how somebody impacted a game. And I'm trying to think in my life, like in a crazy way, I think Curry, even in their primes, may have impacted a game more than LeBron
and more than Jordan. Well, not transcending
that one's
the game.
That one's a little tougher for me.
What about you? 5 years ago, when we first started 6 years ago, you were talking about the guy has to be guarded as soon as he crosses half court.
That's why he had an impact.
Gravity, right? And the game has changed because everybody's trying to mimic what he's doing. Shoot from Hayward.
Yeah, I mean,
so in that instance, I don't want to rob LeBron or Jordan of anything. I know Jordan took the mantle from Dr. J and had grace. I'm talking about impacted the game. Steph Curry might be second to none. And we're living in that world now. Watch an NBA game.
Exactly. That's why, to me, impact's more important than who's better than whom. 408 says, explain why those two are better. I mean, look, Michael Jordan's better than Steph Curry because he scored as much and he was a better defensive player. That's why I think he's better.
Yeah.
I mean, LeBron James, just better all-around player.
But this, I don't want to do this.
This is what I mean. I mean, who cares if Curry's 8, 3, or 15? I'm talking about impact and impact only. And if you're talking about impact, now you're hard-pressed to find somebody who had significantly more impact on a game or as a player than Steph.
Can you, and I'm being serious, Steiny, because I asked Evan too, and anybody that would listen. In the world of sports that we live in, Steiny, the fact that Steph took 3 championships away from LeBron James head-to-head, how would you break down it's more nuanced than that?
No.
Even though he averaged 35, 9 and 9,
Did Cleveland ever have a better team than the Warriors? I don't think they did.
I
just
want to
don't
say year one, but they went down when Love and your boy got hurt.
Yeah.
And Kyrie.
I mean, it's true. Steph took 3-1 against LeBron in the finals, but I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean one guy's better than the other. Let's go to Verducci. Verducci and El Dorado Hills.
EDH, Sonny.
Is that what they call it?
Hey, what's going on, my fellow Paisans? And so good to see you back here, Steiny.
Thank you.
But I'll tell you, man, the mood is pulsating up here at EDH, man, with the Jimmy Butler. And I'll tell you one thing, Guru, you talk about it. You need more dogs on the team, and he is a dog with some serious bite. But it's a different type of bite, you know. Draymond's got to be loud and boisterous. You know, with Jimmy, it's like this just quiet confidence. And I love the fact that we were talking about him and Wiggins. It's the IQ, it's the connectivity, and it's the thing, too, is look at those minutes when Curry's not on the floor. They're way better to watch. They're way more productive. He's making everyone better around him. And then the ability to get to the free throw line, they were talking about it on the air a couple games back. But what does that do for Curry when he's able to rest during all those free throws and taking it to the line? And, you know, the fact is that Jimmy brings 80-85% from the free throw line. All of a sudden, everyone else is hitting their free throws, and the game becomes a lot simpler. And then you talked about it earlier. You go from a 12-man rotation, and you get your 10 dogs ready to go, and it's going to be streamlined. And the beauty about this, all fellas, we haven't even seen Kaminga added to the mix. So a lot going on. I'm going to go see them on Thursday. I'm super excited to see them face the Kings, and I'll see you all later, fellas.
Thanks, Verducci. Appreciate it, my man. I mean, you know what's funny? I've heard this now. You guys all know I'm 60 years old.
Yeah.
Look good. Go ahead, give me the drop. Watch basketball forever. I've never heard before Jimmy Butler arrived to the Warriors this thought. You know, player A, because this guy goes to the line, gets to rest during the game more. Like, I've never heard that before. I'm not dismissing it at all, but I've just never heard that before.
And if you think about it, it's like, oh my gosh, Stoddy, I can catch my breath.
I mean,
what do you do during the free throw? I'm just telling you.
You put your hands on your shorts. That's what you do. Steiny, when it comes to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, you have to remember his career, not just the end. He was dominant. Oh, I mean, yes, Kareem was incredible. Like,
you want to hear some more breaking news real quick?
Sure.
Go ahead, Evan.
Well, we talked about it earlier. It was trending in this direction, but it's official. Per Adam Schefter of ESPN, the Denver Broncos and Talanoa Hufanga have agreed to a 3-year contract worth up to $45 million, including $20 million guaranteed at signing.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, no,
Are we in trouble?
I thought we seen
Are
the
we in
best
trouble?
Hufanga now before he got hurt, but Denver is telling you something else. They got a damn good defense, and they added him. So props to Hufanga for what he's done. But, Stoney, I thought him
Takes
taking
bad,
the wrong
bad angles.
That's all, and staying healthy. Just get a contract done with Greenlaw, and your boy will be okay.
It's pretty interesting. Just a couple of the texts that have come in, and we don't have to spend a ton of time on it. But there was, the phrase change the game. Did Curry change the game?
He did,
sure.
man.
Okay, did Magic? This guy said Magic didn't, and I would vehemently disagree with that.
He played it with a flair.
Well, also, I just think Magic Johnson showed that you could be 6'9" and be a great point guard.
But every team didn't go because they didn't exist to that point, Stoney, and change their draft strategy and get,
Well, I don't know about that.
Well,
I mean, look, the bottom line is when
Bird hard pressed to find
when Bird
those
and
guys.
Magic came into the game, they changed it because they changed the league at that time from an individual game to a team game. All of a sudden, you had the two best players in basketball, and both of whom were just unbelievable passers. And that brought a team concept back to the league that
it needed.
That they did need it because it was all individual. So, like, I think like Bird, Magic, Steph, I think they all impacted the game. Or like LeBron didn't change the game, did he? Did LeBron James change the game?
He just was a master of all of it, and he wasn't a ball hog.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to get into some of this sound from Saturday's game against the Detroit Pistons. Of course, the Warriors, they won that game 105-100. Pistons,
they got action.
Maybe not right now. Maybe not right now. Maybe not this year, but yeah. I mean, Cade Cunningham is good.
Man,
he's a really good player. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're asking about Jimmy Butler and what Jimmy Butler has done, either specifically or intangible-wise. Why has this team done a complete and utter 180 with Jimmy Butler? It's got to be more, as I said, than he's averaging 16 and a half a game with the Warriors.
Yeah, but he's doing other stuff too, Stoddy.
No doubt about it.
Stoney, real fast. The Niners have made their first move of free agency. They have added former Jaguars tight end Luke Farrell, a 3-year deal worth up to $20.25 million with 11 guaranteed. That's per Ian Rappaport of NFL Network.
Tight end.
Fourth season in the league, 27 years old.
Is that starting tight end money?
They got George Kittle.
I know. That's why I'm asking. And Kittle's due for a contract extension.
Well, they're going to need someone else to block. They lost a lineman today.
That's true.
Well,
that is true.
Wow, that's right.
That is true. By the way, I'll get into it on the other side. You guys had a conversation last week you told me about that I think is pretty interesting. But 888-957-9570 is the number. What has Jimmy Butler brought that has dramatically turned this team around? They're 11-1 since he's arrived when he plays. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15.
Oh, I'm going to watch tomorrow, Toots.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I stuck up for you this weekend. You don't even know it.
I'm in a good mood, and that just made me in a better mood. You got to please explain. Roxy Bernstein.
Our guy, Harry.
Oh, boy. What's up with Harry?
He's been emailing me Warrior.
So the hell with Harry?
Warrior stuff. And I hadn't gotten back to him, so I just sent him a quick email that said, I'm on vacation right now, so that's why I haven't gotten back to you. And he goes, good for you. You need a vacation from Guru. And I said, hey, you better be careful. He loves you, though.
No, I mean, but everything's been positive, unless he's not positive on the Warriors.
He's not convinced.
Okay.
See, he's one of these
guys.
Still
skeptical.
He's one of these guys who say, he'll go say, well, the Knicks didn't have Karl Anthony Towns.
All right, I hear you.
He's
I got you.
A little skeptical.
Yeah.
And look, this could all be heading down the road to a first-round series against the Lakers or the Denver Nuggets. And,
oh, my gosh.
And we got to see what happens. That's the one I want.
Yeah. Oh,
well, no. Actually,
you tweeted something. We brought it up on the show.
That was a text.
Yeah. I
don't tweet. I'm off Twitter.
Yes.
Principle.
Why?
Haters.
Kevin Durant and Skip. You missed it. They were going at each other on Twitter.
I don't need that in my life anymore.
Need what? It's sports.
Need the hassle. I don't need the hassle. I get enough of it from the
Do you
text
really
line.
get harassed? No, I'm being serious. Do you get harassed that much on Twitter? It's not get over yourself.
It's not harassment. It's just, hey, how's everybody doing? I'm in a good mood. Hey, Steiny, you're losers.
Well, that's out there.
Okay.
I got to tell you the real quick secret.
Yeah.
And in doing this job, I think I need that. That's a part. I need hate.
Some people need that
It fuels
fuel.
me, Evan. I don't think I've ever, I'm serious. When you were gone, Guru, shut up. But
Evan wouldn't know.
Barcelona, I'm mad at Evan and Bonte for not correct.
Evan wouldn't know criticism if it hit him in the head because he's new in this business and because he's like a backup quarterback in the NFL. Never gets criticized.
No. Darnold. He get paid. He got that money. Some say you shorted Evan. The streets are saying
I tell you what, if I shorted Evan, I can never take a vacation then again.
But Evan does play-by-play. He's got critics. Now, he might not be hearing from them, but they're out there.
I don't think there are.
I got my first taste of it last week. It didn't feel too good.
Tell us, please.
What happened?
Well, just people saying, you sound like an idiot. Where the hell's Steiny? I'm like, well, he'll be back Monday.
And he'll read it, and I'll tell him during the break, young fella, that's just losers, man.
Yeah.
Get back on Twitter, though, Steiny.
It is crazy, though. People might be mean to your face right now, but last week it was all, oh, my God, I miss Steiny.
You were like, for real.
Yeah, I know.
I need it. I actually need it, Steiny.
I don't. Sometimes you pay a little too.
No, it never changes my mood.
Too much attention.
But you got, it's like.
Right. Let's go to Jason in Philadelphia.
Oh, your neck of the woods.
Hey, Jace. What's up, my man?
What up, Steiny? Welcome back.
Thank you.
Ooh, we got action on Power last week.
Yes, it was a great episode, man. Wow.
Good episode. Hey, but I just wanted to touch on the Jimmy Butler thing. Steiny, I had spoke to you a while ago. I told you Steph was still the one.
Mm-hmm.
I told you that his issues wasn't related to aging, but spacing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what Jimmy has provided. He's freed up space for Steph to operate. Like I had said before, his points per 100 possession was on the same level as the last championship year. But now teams can't double or triple or trap Steph all game. The Pistons tried it some, and Jimmy was able to beat them with scoring at the post or getting fouled at the rim. And so that's been the biggest impact. And then the secondary impact is just being everybody slotted in their right place. Nobody, it's clear who's the number two. It's clear who's going to get the shot if it's not Steph in clutch. It's clear who's going to bring the ball up in pressure situations, which allows everybody else to be role players and stars in their role, which is why I'm kind of worried about Kaminga coming back because they both operate out the same position, the high post, the mid post, and the dunker spot. But this is in a succinct way, Jimmy has just created space for Steph to operate, and now you got a 1-2 punch in the post and out in the perimeter.
Wow.
Yeah, Jace,
well said.
Right on the money. I'm a huge believer when it comes to basketball in pecking orders. Like I'd rather have 2 guys who scored and 3 guys who were more of a role players than 5 guys who average. I don't want 5 guys who average 18 a game.
Yeah.
I just don't.
I don't think we've seen it ever work. Well, maybe the Celtics.
I was thinking maybe the Pistons that year they won it with their starting 5.
With Rip, Chauncey,
Rasheed, Ben Wallace, and Tayshaun Prince. But I do like the idea that, okay, we all knew Steph was the one. Okay, then who was the 2? Sometimes it was Kaminga.
It was by committee.
Sometimes it was Wiggins. Sometimes it was somebody else. So I agree with Jason and Philly there that and as far as who's the 1 and who's the 2 in terms of Steph and Butler,
you do it.
That doesn't really
done nothing for me. Now.
Yeah, I don't really. To me, you got 2 guys who can make a play down the stretch.
And the beautiful thing about basketball is I go to Paxson. I'm citing Jordan. Paxson throwing it to Kerr and Paxson. You never know, regardless of where you are in that pecking order, the ball's going to find you. Just like Saturday, Steiny. Who saw Draymond letting that thing fly? Could you imagine that he missed it, though? Kerr would have been crushed because I think people would have thought that that's how the play was drawn up. You know, I do think of that. Like, Steiny, he let it go. I go, oh, no. Day, you hit that thing. It went boom. I guess that's his thing when he makes it. Boom.
If Draymond would have missed that shot, you're acting like it would have been the end of the world. They still would have had another possession.
Okay, but you know what I mean.
That was a big shot. It was a shot of the game.
That's what I guess I'm saying.
But,
yeah,
I mean, the guy's made threes before in his career, for sure. This is the thing I think is interesting. Steve Kerr, after the Pistons game, hey, you guys are rolling. You've won 11 of 13 with Jimmy Butler. You're sitting in the 6th. You're just feeling pretty good, right?
I think we can move up further now. I mean, given what's transpired the last couple of weeks, we've made a pretty quick rise up the standings. We're only a few games behind Houston. You know, we have the tiebreaker over them. I think we play them one more time. I don't think that spot is out of the question. You know, I think you start looking too far ahead and you get out of sorts. And so the only thing we're focused on is just winning the next game. But of course we look at the standings, every day, and we look at the scores every night, and we're trying to climb as high as we can for sure.
Yeah, he didn't use
specific. He didn't every day.
But they don't let the specific numbers.
So what's the bet? If we go out there and whoever we talk to, if one person knows where they're at, is that a winner?
No, because we're going to probably have Pods and Looney on.
Yeah, right. Looney knew last time.
Let's say somebody other than Pods or Looney.
Yeah.
Pods is hurt.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, Pods and
played
Kaminga
1
out
minute,
today.
reached for his back, and Willard and Dibbs were on this Friday. I was driving home, standing in traffic, listening to my guys. But they were worried about Saturday's game before, 2 of our stewards here, they would be concerned about Kaminga. But for him to be ruled out of tonight's game, and I'm going to tell you this, I don't think it has anything to do with who they're playing. What's going on for him to be gone this long? But Steiny, there is I'm being honest, a 7% of me to 100%. Is he coming back at all? I'll just put it
what do you mean? Like what?
Where's this thing trending?
It's trending toward
he's
him
been
coming.
Great in practice, and then he's out.
Oh, you want to bet? I'll bet he plays another game.
I don't want to win that bet.
Well, you won't. Well, that's why I'm going to make it.
So when do you think he's back? Thursday?
I don't know. Maybe.
What you mean you don't know?
I'll tell you right now, he's not going to miss the next 5 weeks.
Well, he was supposed to be back on the road trip.
What happens when he's back and he gets a DNP? That's the question I want to know. What happens when he comes back and he cannot get on the court because of Santos?
All right. Can we hit pause real quick? I just want to give you some numbers. Niners got their new tight end. And I thought to myself, what the hell? I just thought about Kittle. Can I give you some numbers from last year?
Who are we talking about?
Luke Farrell, the Niners
set it up again. Nobody knows who he is.
From the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Niners just signed him. He had 12 receptions last year, Steiny. 67 yards. Guess how many tugs? That's touchdown.
4.
0.
Ooh.
But he's been in the league since 21.
So he had 0?
Zero.
How many touchdowns does he have in his career?
0.
Well, he'll fit right.
But Evan might be right. He's a blocker.
He'll fit right into the 49ers red zone offense.
The Rams get Adams, and we get a tight end that can block. And not we, the Niners get a tight end that can block.
Yeah, Niners are taking home the least sexy first signing award of NFL free agency.
And that's all I guess it's about. Do this Thursday.
There is a small update, though. On Dre Greenlaw.
Oh, here we go, Snotty. I knew it.
Per Josina Anderson, the Houston Texans, the Miami Dolphins, and the Dallas Cowboys have interest in Dre Greenlaw.
If they would... I'm telling you, Greenlaw, we all know he can play. But, Stotty, if they pull this off and he went to the Metroplex, they got a savage. Josina. Dude, wow. I'm just telling you, if that were to happen, Stotty, the jersey's ordered. What? 57?
Which one?
Greenlaw.
Oh, the star?
Yeah. Oh, man. Why aren't they taking a chance? Like, this is one if I'm a Niner
because maybe
fan.
they know he's not a chance anymore, that he's done, maybe.
That's it?
Of course it would be.
Then why are these many teams interested in him?
Because they don't know.
But sometimes taking a chance, it's worth it if it doesn't work.
It does feel like Greenlaw's slowly getting priced out of the Niners.
Right.
Why don't you just, look, you were talking.
Yeah, he's their heart and soul, man.
Apparently you had this conversation last week with the Night. And it's the greatest,
signature close of a sporting event ever.
Okay.
College guys were doing it last night, Evan. I don't know if you saw it, Night.
You know who just did that? John Lynch. Greenlaw's gone.
That's a fool.
Night.
Wow.
Please.
Are you able to do that, though?
What?
When he's healthy, what he means.
Would you stop assuming that he's the same player from 2 years ago? He played 4 minutes.
But that Rams game Thursday night, Stotty, against the Rams, that first series against the Dolphins, I would pay it and understand, hey, there's a risk, and if he's not healthy, we lost that one. But, man, Steiny, I'm telling you, this defense is not the same.
All right.
Well, we saw that. I just had to give you that.
Theodore Rand on the text line saying I'm kind of trolling a little bit about some things. Hey, once in a while.
But what did you troll?
I don't know. It was something earlier. But and you know what? I was gonna credit Theodore Rand because he had an intriguing text about LeBron James. We were talking about all these players who've made an impact, and he said that Magic Johnson paved the way for LeBron James. And I thought, I like that. I like that, Theodore. I don't like the other stuff.
But, Stotty, I guess what I'm saying to that, to fight for Curry, and not that that's what Theodore's point was, is you were a slave to guys being 6'9", going to pick up the ball to think they could be Magic Johnson. Those guys don't grow on trees. My thing now is you go to CYO, you go to high school, you look at the NBA, Steph's impact is he has guys that can't shoot and teams that can't shoot trying to mimic his style. That's all. Like, we're in that world now, and he's been in the league how long? That's what's crazy about the Steph effect. It's changed the game of basketball. I remember people say he's killed the game.
Nobody said he hasn't.
No, I'm just.
Where did this come from?
Like the Magic Johnson thing, I get, but you got to be 6'9" and want to be a guard. That's rare. You can find Penny Hardaways of the world.
That's just one aspect. What about the aspect that the league went from individuals to teams?
All right.
That's how I thought that they.
Because Pistol Pete, I can make the argument Pistol Pete was Magic before Magic.
Yeah, but he was a guard. Yeah, 6'4", whatever he was.
Oh, we got something else, Donnie.
We actually do have some breaking news.
Okay.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Another Niner off the board. According to Ian Rappaport of NFL Network, sources say 49ers guard Aaron Banks is expected to sign with the Green Bay Packers. No report on the money yet, but we've seen Hufanga sign 3 for $45 with the Broncos. We've seen Jalen Moore sign 2 for $20 with the Chiefs, even Elijah Mitchell over to Kansas City. And Banks is now reportedly supposed to be signing with the Packers.
Now, the more, Evan, I understand, are you surprised at the Banks? And are we watching a soft reset?
Well, if you were looking to rebuild the trenches, you need a few bodies.
No doubt.
So they're going to do it through I know it's day one and we're only hours into free agency, but Evan, Steiner, you got to go get a ready-made old lineman too that has.
No, I thought you had one of those already with Trent Williams.
Well, no, the point is you want as many as possible.
Absolutely. You want to talk about somebody that changed the game? How about Trent Williams?
Yeah, now I think you're trolling.
I am.
Well, they just got a tight end who can't catch a touchdown. It's
Dude,
basically a lineman.
I think they're going to move him to tackle.
Well,
What is going
they
on?
need a guard now, too. So
Does that shock you, Evan? The Banks? It shocked me.
No, I think that was expected to be a player that would price him out of the Niners' range. Aaron Banks, of course, local product. Went to El Cerrito High School. He's from Hayward, so congratulations.
I mean, it just does strike me that this is a team that probably needs to upgrade their offensive line, and they just lost 2 guys off their offensive line, Jalen Moore, the other one.
And if the draft is the way you're going to go, and I'm robbing them of free agency, Stoddy, I think that's risky.
4 years, $77 million.
Wow.
All right. Barch played well for the Niners, though, down the stretch.
Yeah, they brought him back.
Yep. And you think that's a troll?
No,
it's actually
print
not.
the Super Bowl tickets.
Now that's a troll.
Well,
see, that's the
it felt good to do it. I don't do that often.
I was listening to the morning show. Chasky liked how Barch played at the end of how he played last year for sure.
But he doesn't like the direction his team's in. Monte was in here Friday saying everybody's panicking, and then Chasky on the flip side is like a little concerned.
Well, when you pay your top guys as much as they have,
you're right.
Then it's got to come. What is it? You can't. You got to. If you rob Peter, you're robbing Peter to pay Paul. Something like that.
Yeah.
More Steve Kerr on Jimmy Butler. We're talking about what has Jimmy Butler done to this team, both on the court and off, that has led to this dramatic turnaround. Steve Kerr was asked that Saturday.
There is a great vibe in the locker room and a lot of confidence, in on the floor. You can just feel it. There's a maturity to our approach that I think Jimmy has helped bring out of our team, just in terms of taking care of the ball, making every possession count. He seems to make everyone around him better. I think Moses and BP, it's not a coincidence that they're playing their best basketball of the season since Jimmy came back, and Draymond's been fantastic, and I think he's got a lot more confidence now in just having Jimmy next to him, and the momentum of the group that we have right now. It's you can see it in Draymond's eyes that he's believing, and that matters.
I thought you said vibes didn't matter. Let me guess, they don't matter when you're losing, but they matter when you win.
No, the point was vibes always matter. I didn't like the vibes we were getting early on. That's what I was saying. It's so funny. You talked about that sound. Curry saying we're not built to come back, and then Trey doubling up, and Steph too. I mean, how long ago does that seem when it was about, hey, we don't want them to strip down the future, which they didn't, but oh boy, Daddy, they are feeling good, and so are Warrior fans.
Yeah, I just,
Even Fitz, you ain't heard Fitz in a while on the call. And him and Kalin are just, it's different.
Well, and the one thing that I'm also thinking about is how, what was it, about a month ago when Steve Kerr acknowledged the truth, which is we're missing some confidence right now. And you jumped through the roof. You could not believe he said that. You were so mad that he said it. But see, the truth will set you free. Now they have confidence. And can you see the difference? You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Maybe if Steve Kerr never says we've lost a little confidence, then they don't reach the point they've reached now. So I always believe in honesty, Goo, even if it sometimes hurts.
So the lack of confidence, and I'm not trolling, the lack of confidence signaled that they knew that they didn't have it.
Yeah, I kind of think so, don't you?
But when you're Steph and Dre, that doesn't apply to you.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And that's what Draymond means when he says, I know what it looks like.
He did say that.
So, again, it's not that Steph and Draymond were not confident without Jimmy Butler, but they knew that team was going nowhere. Let's put it on the put the rat on the table.
They didn't make the playoffs. Right?
Sponsored by Atco Pest Control.
Shout out Billy and Rich.
There you go. Yeah. There you go. Steiny, Mac Life says Warriors are going to get to the 4th seed.
Well, they got the Rockets.
Settle. Let's work on keeping the Timberwolves behind us.
No, they're playing.
Timberwolves look like something's going on there too, which isn't necessarily a negative. So, there you go. 888-957-9570 is the number. Jimmy Butler has transformed the Golden State Warriors, and the question I'm asking Warrior fans is how has he done it and why has it happened? And the reason I'm asking that is you know, I've been around for 10 days or so. I saw the game on Saturday, following the box scores throughout the last week and a half, and I want to know, you tell me what you've seen. What's the difference between this team now and this team a month ago? Other than Jimmy Butler. Like, how has Jimmy Butler impacted this team? Because I think there's so many levels that he's impacted it that there's room for as many answers as we can come up with.
We could be here seriously to 4:30. But the number one thing, and I kind of given it to you, but
I honestly do think if we were to list all the reasons how Jimmy Butler has changed this team, we probably would run out of reasons right around 150.
But it's called radio. You do things for effect, Steiny, so that's all of us getting at. But the bottom line is I like it, and it starts with Chef, and you can tell me I'm wrong or being narrow-minded. It wouldn't be the first time. But the bottom line is we saw him double and triple teamed. So I liken it to a good receiver, Steiny, when he's getting all that attention. Sometimes you can take him away, and others got to beat you. And the others weren't beating the Warriors, and we were starting to, not me, question Steph, if Father Time was catching up, the bilateral knee tendonitis, and Jimmy Butler represents space. He has to be accounted for so much so that you can't manipulate the defense, Donnie. You can, but you're going to get hit every way. And right now, you can't tell me Steph averaging 30 since Jimmy Butler has been here, the Pods of the world, everybody in a Warrior uniform has felt it. So to me, it's spacing because Jimmy Butler is that good of a basketball player, man.
And that's the one thing where I would just say this. I'm not saying you, but that defies logic.
That defies logic.
Because if you're saying the spacing has gotten better, like Butler doesn't even shoot threes. And obviously something's going on with this. I think the way Butler...
But teams are trying to double them.
Well, no, I just think that the way the spacing is that when Butler's got the ball, I do think teams sink more because they've got to prepare for his drive. But I don't think he's a stretch player that spaces it like in a typical way. I mean, it doesn't matter how you get it done.
But why Steph have so much? Then why is that whatever it is? Well, because the results seem Steph has more room to operate and just clown.
Because I think that defensively, when Butler has the ball and he's not outside the 3-point line, like to me, I may just be talking about semantics. When you bring in a 3-point shooter, the goal is that people will be more attached to a good 3-point shooter, which would open up the lane more. I think Butler's a little different. I think when he gets the ball and he's not out at the 3-point line, that the spacing isn't necessarily great or it's transformationally different. It's that everybody on the weak side has to peek more at Jimmy Butler, and when they see him put it on the floor, then they sink more than they would for anybody else, and then that kind of creates the open looks from the perimeter. But like if we spent a lot of time talking about the positives. I mean, we have to acknowledge that they are not a great 3-point shooting team right now. I
some love when you're gone on that because I'm seeing it.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. How has Jimmy Butler changed this team? 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Public Market, Emeryville.
Join me and Steiny at the watch party at Public Market.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. Good point here by someone on the text line.
We'll see.
Well, we're talking about the Timberwolves and the Rockets. Right now, the Warriors are tied with the Timberwolves, even though they have a little higher percentage. And the Rockets are the team ahead of the Warriors by 3 games right now. But as the 510 points out, the Warriors have the tiebreaker over both those teams.
Yeah.
It's a good point.
Rockets won 2 in a row after they were hemorrhaging bad about the time you left and during the time you left, but they look like they're trying to get off the snide.
They are 3 in back of the Rockets. Like, it's funny now. They're 3 in back of the Rockets, 4 in back of Memphis at 4, I believe. That seems to be a little ambitious, but hey, we'll see how it all falls into place. This is from our main man, Rotz, on the text line 650. The trade for Butler forced the Warriors to sign a 12th player after the trade, which ended up being Post. Now with Post, Trace Jackson-Davis is stuck on the bench, and Looney gets fewer minutes. That in itself has created better spacing, along with the Dubs, along with the Warriors having 2 of their worst free throw shooters on the floor as much. Great points, Rods. Yeah. Great points. We're talking about Jimmy Butler and all the positives he's brought to this team, which are, it's a long list. It's a real long list. And let me just throw this to you, because I asked Evan to see if he could find these numbers, and he did, of course. But the Warriors' three-point percentage before Butler joined the team and after Butler joined the team, they've dropped 2 percentage points. So they've probably gone from like 37 to 35 or 36 to 34, maybe 37.5 to 35.5%, which doesn't sound like a huge drop, but they've fallen from 13th in the league to 17th. I do think,
I'm with,
if you ask me what are some of the bigger, what are the issues bringing it home, I still think the 3-point shooting is not elite. They're never going to get any younger, and I know that they look great right now. And, the size, they still have a size disadvantage. So those are the things that I would still see, they're going to have to improve on to get where they want to go. But as I was making a list of the things that, let's say the obstacles or the challenges that they'll have to overcome to, make a deep run, you know what? I just didn't put it in there. Reintegrating Kaminga.
Man,
I just don't.
Stoney, I think it's key,
See,
man.
I think right now the Warriors have put themselves in a position where they are good, even without him. Now,
but how good? What's the whole thing?
But he's not going to
the chicken or the egg.
So you want Kaminga to come back and eventually play 25 minutes and be the aggressive, like he cannot be the player who he was when he got hurt, which was the player that they went to a lot and put the ball in his hands. Like, that's not how they've been winning.
All right. Well, I disagree with you there, and hopefully when he comes back, we'll find that out. But, Stoney, I got to slow my roll in this sense. We're 10 games away from the playoffs, right? The game's going to slow down. The refs are going to swallow the whistle.
Right.
And you're going to need dudes that are young and athletic and strong, everything that he has to play through stuff and be another mismatch. It's something they really, truly don't have in regard to a young guy with this DNA being a problem. And I don't know what it's going to look like, and maybe you lose a couple games, Stoney, and I'm not saying that's what you set out to do leaving the locker room, but I can't look at this team right now if you're not going to tell me, hey, what breaks did they have to get to 11-2? My point is, I'm envisioning whatever role it is, 6-man, Stoney, that Jonathan Kaminga is going to be coming downhill and be another facet to the Warriors to be able to lean on during these playoff games and these series.
Why would you think, seriously, they're going to lean on Kaminga in the playoffs?
Well, it's going to be a natural when he's out there.
I don't see it. This is the hardest thing for me. I will. And I'm not hating on Kaminga, but anyone who thinks that this thing's going to be seamless
But we thought that about Jimmy coming, right?
No, come on, Goo.
Well,
come on.
Meet me halfway.
No.
We didn't know it was going to work this fast, this easy. I wasn't one of them.
I always look at it
halfway.
I always look at it this way. How much better is Kaminga really going to make him? I don't know.
Like the Kawhi model that I use, a guy that's a problem.
Kawhi Leonard is the best player on every team he's played
right,
on.
But
let's get back to let's get back to, and again, this is not me.
Yeah.
This is not me saying Kaminga should or shouldn't. This is Steve Kerr. This is Saturday night. He was asked about Kaminga's return and the impact of it. Take a listen.
Difficult thing when you are playing really well and then you have a key guy coming back. It's always tough. So I think the idea is just bring him along slowly, play him in short bursts, help him get his rhythm back. But, we've got to keep playing Guy Santos. We've got to keep playing the guys who are helping us win right now. And so usually this stuff has to kind of play out, and so we'll hope that it plays out.
Yeah, I hope I don't sound like I'm saying, oh, hey, Kaminga, you're coming back. You're in the starting lineup. Like, I've accepted, okay, just from a physical standpoint, let's slow play it. But, Steiny, him being on and just a part of this team to do the things that he was good at before he got hurt, that takes this Warrior to a whole nother realm for me.
I know that's easy to say, but until I see it, I don't believe that, you get Kaminga back, you're just going to be better.
But you understand it's something that has to be solved, and it will naturally play itself out.
And the way it might be solved is he could be the odd man out, is all I'm saying.
Wow. So
let me just ask you this off the surface. Why would Steve Kerr why would he even dream of playing Guy Santos ahead of Kaminga? Or why would he even say Guy Santos has got to play? It's because Guy Santos can bring things to the table that Kaminga can't.
And vice versa.
But the things that Santos, the Warriors need a guy like Santos to do all this dirty work crap. And those things really help. And Kaminga's not a great dirty work guy. A guy who is a good individual scorer, and now the team's playing a way different way than when he left. I'm just saying, I think it is going to be an adjustment for Kaminga because he's coming on to a completely different team right now than the one he left.
Now, with that said, and I know I'm being proactive, Stoney, but the bottom line is every teammate has benefited for whatever reason.
True.
Playing with Jimmy Butler, I just don't see that stopping with Jonathan Kaminga. And you're right. Until we see it, I get it. And I thought Kerr's comments were basically saying that Guy Santos played his ass off. He had a good game, and he gave him that love. But never once did I process that like, oh, boy, Kaminga's in trouble when he gets back if he physically can go.
I got to be clear on this. I got to be clear on this. I have no idea, none, what impact Kaminga is going to have when he gets back. I could see him helping this team, and I could see him not having near the role he had when he left. What I am saying is that Kaminga, it's now, they're not desperate anymore. They don't need him back to win. He has to figure out the right way to play and bring all those things to the table that help make the Warriors a better team. Not just he can go out and get 18. He might be able to do that. He might turn into a sixth man of the year candidate.
Right.
I think that's all possible. But he's coming back on a team that's very different than the one that he left. And also, it's not me. I always just go to Kerr. And who does Kerr trust? And all that kind of stuff. And we talk about the IQ of this team has gotten so much better. They're smart now. Well, Kaminga is still a relatively inexperienced player. So if we're going to make a deep run right now, I think Steve Kerr's going to be, less likely to let Kaminga play through maybe a bad stretch or two because they're not desperate anymore. if he were rejoining a 500 team that were 10th and they needed to win a few games to maybe get to 8, then I could see it. But I think this team, I mean, out of sight, out of mind, right. And he ain't around.
Okay. But he's close to coming back.
That's
allegedly.
Great. And play 8 minutes night 1.
Well,
how does he play? How does he? He said short bursts. Do you have a problem with short bursts?
No, I don't, but I'll believe that more when I see it. I'm just not ready to say, because now I feel like you're overreacting to the 11-2. I feel like you think this team, and you could be right, is ready-made, and if Kaminga wasn't coming back, you wouldn't change where you think they can go. I would. And that's no shade. And
so
like,
right off the bat, you would.
Yeah, you need more firepower.
See,
there's no doubt you're going to need it, Steiny. And Detroit could have got you last Saturday had the ball bounced away or two. We won't even talk about that. The Warriors handle business. But if I'm Steve Kerr, Steiny, I love the fact that—
Do you care about chemistry?
Yes.
Okay, I do too. And they have to integrate him.
Yes, they do.
And continue to have the chemistry that they have right now.
Totally
and I'm not saying that, like our great friend Jim Mole.
Yeah.
Jimmy. I'm now to the point where I'm worried that when he returns, Kaminga, he might mess up the chemistry. I am not concerned about that one iota.
Either am I.
Because if he does mess it up, he won't play.
Okay. And I think that's why I don't think it's going to. Like, exactly.
Right.
It'll all come out in the wash. But I'm looking at you right now, Steiny.
How do you see him fitting in on this team right now?
Just being a plus. I want him to get the Jimmy Butler experience. I think it helps. It's helped Steph. It's helped Dre. It's helped Cerr.
That's
it's helped Santos.
Fair.
It's helped Moody. Like, why would it stop with Kaminga? That's what has me.
Well,
I
because
can taste
I'll tell you why. Why is because without Jimmy Butler, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Without Jimmy Butler, before the Warriors had Jimmy Butler, guys like Pajemski and Moody and Post, they had to try to score more, and that's not who they are. And so when Butler came onto this team, they have skills that they could still utilize. Like Pajemski does some things outside scoring the basketball. And so they're more multi-dimensional, I think, than Kaminga. And if Kaminga's, I don't know, man. I mean, I just think
I want to throw something at you.
I like Kaminga a lot, but we're now talking about, like, here's my thing. If we're talking about the Warriors making a deep run, and
gosh,
like, I get on the one hand how, you know what, they're going to need Kaminga to make a deep run. But I have not been able to envision the role that Kaminga has that makes him better other than, well, he'd be a great sixth man. Okay, but he's still going to find himself on the court now with Curry, with Draymond, with Butler, and they aren't just going to be able, like, they were just giving him the ball and saying, go to work. Like, that's not who they are anymore. They're not that desperate for that aspect of the game.
But you have talked about this, and we're 2 peas in a pod on this. 3, with Evan. We all agree that Jimmy Butler is, I'm just bringing Jimmy up for this point. He's as smart as all outdoors. We agree there. He is smart. You don't think he knows what time it is in regard to making this easier on all of them for that matter, on Jonathan Kaminga coming back to be a positive? You don't think Jimmy is going to be able to accelerate and Curry and Kerr for that matter? Like, I think they got the necessary smart guys in place to make this transition smoother than it normally would be. Like, that's what we're missing. Jimmy knows what time it is.
Jimmy can't play for him.
Yeah, and no,
you know what I'm saying?
And like, what's Kerr talked about? I've had him watch a Jimmy tape. And we'll see what that looks like. But the fact that his teammates down there are going to be there to help this thing work is what makes me feel confident in. When it's all said and done, you say the role, Steiny, and it may not be 18 a night, but do what you do, Jonathan.
But if it's not,
be you.
But if it's not, but if you don't need him to get 18 a night, then what can he bring other than that to still be effective?
We never got
that's one thing.
All right. But let's just say now that, he's seeing Jimmy. Steiny, Can we just pencil him down for 7, 8 rebounds a night, which is no big deal? Kaminga.
Like I don't know.
What if we see an improvement in that area because?
Like, okay, this is where this would be Allen Iverson saying, how am I going to make somebody better by practice? It's like,
but half of
Jimmy
it is
Butler's
will.
not going to make Kaminga a better rebounder by saying, go to the boards, Jonathan. Here's all I'm saying. Onetta Harrison, one of our favorites.
Girl, come out Thursday.
She says, well, how would you use him, Steiny? How would you play it? I don't know.
Right.
I'm being honest. I have no idea. None. Zero how I would use him. I don't know it. He has been gone for so long
those are facts.
I don't. Right.
It's getting scary.
Right. So
he's such a talent. You got.
But I don't look at Kaminga like we can't do what we need to do without him. I'm like, well, you're doing it right now without him. So the way I view a guy like Kaminga is, hey man, he comes back and can give him something and plays his role and is helping us. Great. But this is where I'm going to use one of yours. This is so much bigger than Kaminga that I don't even feel like the need to discuss Kaminga until he starts playing and we take a look at him. That's all.
Yeah. And again, my last thing on this, Donnie, nobody's wrong. I'm just telling you, for this team to get to the greatest heights, Jonathan Kaminga needs to be on the floor, and I think he has now with Jimmy Butler guys that can make the game easier on him and make them more powerful. But every day that goes by, I'm being honest, I'm starting to get worried just how healthy this dude is. If every other day somebody's telling me he's balling out in practice, but yet he can't get on the floor. But I guess I was going to throw it to you and the listeners. If you're Cerr, this is a good problem.
We'll see. We will see it. I'm not saying it isn't. To me, the Kaminga thing is completely unknown. I have no clue. By the way, this is from the 510. Kaminga can actually play defense. All right. Now, Jonathan, are we under the assumption? Are we just assuming Jonathan Kaminga is a very good defensive player?
I'm not saying all NBA.
That's all I'm saying.
Right.
That's all.
He's got all the talent in the world.
He's not bad at all at picking up a guard full court and turning it. How's his help defense?
I got you.
How's his half-court on-ball defense?
What if all that gets better now with Butler?
Then he can play. Right. But let me ask you this. Why would it get better with Butler? Why? Defense is defense.
Okay, I got you. It's the same question you asked and posed to me that we've been trying to find the answer to 4 hours. Why are the others? Why are Steph and Dre impacted by the greater good of Jimmy Butler being on this team? I don't know the answer.
I would answer that question by saying that Jimmy Butler has instilled something in Steph and Draymond where they now believe this team can make a run.
Okay.
And so they're playing at a higher level. Jonathan Kaminga, he's not in the same boat as
he's in the boat with Moody and Pods and Post.
But they do more. I think they do more things than Kaminga. But 888-957-9570.
I'm hoping Jimmy and it's unfair to just single out Jimmy, but I can't. He's the guy that's changed everything. But Steiny, I want that impact to touch, what if it touches Kaminga for the greater? And what that means is just smarter and more aggressive basketball, because I don't think they're going to tell him
more aggressive from Kaminga.
To score 40. He knows that's not the deal.
See, I think that's where you and I are
the best JK you can be.
See, I think that's where we're looking at it different. Is that I think there was too much pressure on Podziemski and Moody to score and be a bigger part of this team without Jimmy, and they tried to do they were asking him to do a little bit too much. And so now Butler comes and they're able to not have to score, and they can do other things to help. Kaminga can score. Yes, there's probably going to be nights when they need his scoring, but Jonathan Kaminga must, if they want to go, I'm going to say it this, they want to win a championship, Jonathan Kaminga has got to be a different player than the one who left. He's got to do more things. That he's got to He's got to become a player that can really help this team if he's not scoring. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying I have no idea how Kaminga is going to be utilized.
I feel like
just
he's
don't.
a new player with the upside to the clouds. So I almost just want to throw the past away because you're
That's
right.
fine.
Things
Let's
have
do
changed.
Let's do it.
But
that's why I'm saying I don't
I'm
know.
just eager to find out.
Sure,
and
me
you're
too.
right. If it didn't work and you were like, man, too much time has gone by, we don't see much of them. But I don't envision that. There are too many, including the coach, too many smart guys.
Let me ask you this.
Okay, go ahead.
Last minute of a game, Warriors need stops. Will Cerr go to Kaminga or Santos?
Wow. I'm not going to disrespect JK and say, I'm going to say Kaminga.
Okay.
All right. And I love me some Santos.
I don't know that.
You can't tell me he's lost that spot. Like the intrigue has to be on 1,000 right now of the good Jonathan Kaminga Steiny, where this team can go.
All right. Antoine in Nashville. What's up, Antoine? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey.
Good. Hey, just real quick, hearing you guys, yes, I do think Jonathan Kaminga's return is a really, really big thing, but we got to keep more of an optimistic mindset. There's no other team in the league currently that has a 6'7", 7-foot wingspan, small forward, power forward coming back at this point in time, fully reinvigorated and everything. And you think about it, this is a good thing in this instance here. The Warriors before the trade was having a focus. Everybody focused on Curry for the most part. If Curry wasn't on, then they most likely were going to lose. And Kaminga was that next secondary scorer that they had to focus on. However, with bringing on Jimmy Butler, that allowed the training staff, that allowed Jonathan Kaminga's return not to be as imminent and not as focused. So he can truly be healthy versus being rushed back to keep themselves relevant. So you look at that, and with Jimmy Butler on the team now, teams are going to focus. They're going to adapt in the playoffs. Everybody's going to be more intense. They're going to be a lot smarter. The level of play is going to be elevated. However, when you're able to adjust to Curry, adjust to Jimmy, to these different points, now you have to adjust to a Kaminga. Maybe one night in the series, Jonathan's only going to be focused mostly on defense. On the primary ball handler. He may be focused on it. Then maybe through the game 3, they may adjust. Now we need Jonathan to be more aggressive. We need somebody else besides Jimmy to be in the paint. Go ahead.
I agree. Like Antoine, I agree. There may be games where Kaminga is needed, and hopefully he can help on those games. Here's the thing: we got a call from
a lot of Santos.
We got a call from John in Berkeley. It says Steiny is wrong about Kaminga. I'm not taking that call because I haven't said anything other than I don't know what's going to happen when Kaminga comes back. I have no idea.
You also got to hit a break.
Well, I got 30 seconds. But
in John's
I'm not wrong about it. How can I be wrong when I say I need to see how he comes back? I need to see the player he is. I need to see how he fits in. And the other thing that's important.
Time's running out.
On Kaminga.
Fitting in.
Right. All right. 888-957-9570. We got to hit a break. What's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicles welcome.
Steiny, you're off, bro. Way off.
Old Spice Swagger Body Wash.
starts and ends with the Chef and Dre.
Oh, I'm Steph Curry. Don't interrupt me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I thought my guy Antoine in Nashville had some good points about Kaminga for sure. Like, I do think Jimmy Butler's going to make it a little easier for Kaminga at the offensive end.
Well, I said that. Well, go ahead. Give Antoine the credit.
But here's where I see.
Go ahead. Because you're not hating on him, Stein.
I'm not. How can I hate on somebody when I don't? Steve Kerr doesn't even know how this guy's going to fit in right now. That's all I'm saying.
We're talking about what I deem this caliber of talent when he left. This is a great problem.
It could be a great problem. That's the way I look at it.
Right.
You may be dead on.
I got you.
You may be absolutely dead on. Like here's the way I would look at Kaminga from this point is, can he help you win a couple games? That doesn't mean he doesn't play and then he plays and he helps.
Yeah.
Like, can he help you win a couple games? Because the way I look at it is, Kaminga's, like, if Steve Kerr's like, man, we can't score. We got to get another score. Then Kaminga.
And that day's going to come.
Okay, yes, it is going to come. Right. There also may be a day when Steve Kerr says, we can't stop anybody. Well, then he may not lean on Kaminga for that particular thing. We're not getting any rebounds. We just cannot rebound the ball. Kaminga's not really the answer to that particular thing. Or, you know what? They got a guy 6'8" on their team that, you know, Draymond's in foul trouble, and we need somebody to, I'm just saying that could be Santos. If some specific things that Kerr's looking for are that some other players may do that aspect of the game better than Kaminga.
Now, what's different than, let's just say Kaminga wouldn't have gotten hurt. Wouldn't that still be the standard? Wouldn't that?
What do you mean?
We would judge accordingly how Kaminga's playing, and that would determine, okay, if I do need boards and I don't feel confident in Kaminga getting them, then I'm going to have Santos in.
Right.
But it's like, I know, this is why I love Joe Lacob. Seriously, Steiny, he's got fan in him. Yeah, he owns the team, but what if he pulled up on us right now? What do you I think he's throwing a party inside of just the possibilities of Kaminga coming back and just being JK and this being a nothing burger. Like, as much as I love Santos or anybody else on that team, there's nobody standing in JK's way, Steiny. Like, it's going to be physically and then how fast we can get you reacclimated back into what we got going. This dude is a treasure, man, if everything's right.
I mean, he can
and
be.
I can be wrong, Steiny, but I just this is why I think they got the advantage on all the other teams. You know, who has just the possibility of a Kaminga coming back to what you already have started?
Well, Dallas.
Yeah, well,
now the Lakers.
Yeah, well, Kyrie going down kind of negates, but I hear you.
But I mean, a lot of guys have been sitting, and now they're coming back.
He's going to get the opportunity, buddy. Whenever that day does come, hopefully it's Thursday.
In short bursts to start.
Yeah, and I think that's because how serious this – there's something we don't know about this injury. Obviously, it was more debilitating than we let on. But, Steiny, this thing has gone on. Like, I don't know. You played D3. Well, how many games did it take for you to get reacclimated?
Oh, well, I mean, reacclimated how? From the injury or?
Both. That's his reality.
I have no idea about an injury. This is the most athletic guy on the team, and it's an ankle.
Okay.
So,
man,
that's something we're going to have to see.
Come back and have a setback or re-aggravate something, that might be night-night.
I guess what I'm confused about is take me out of the equation and let's put Steve Kerr into my spot.
Oh, my gosh.
What do you mean?
So
we've all seen how Jonathan Kaminga has been utilized for the last 4 years.
All right.
We've seen it.
Right.
Fans have been frustrated by it. Maybe they're frustrated with Kerr. All I'm saying is Steve Kerr has been pretty tough on Kaminga in terms of getting him out, getting him consistent minutes, giving him a consistent role, and I gotta see.
Okay.
I gotta see how. Right. I gotta see how it fits.
But let me just get this off. So at one juncture this season, the big three, I'm including Cerr, Steph, and Dre, all individually went out of their way, I believe, to empower one Jonathan Kaminga to be the best version of Jonathan Kaminga. And one thing you said that stuck with me, Stoney, before Jimmy Butler, they needed him more now than they probably need him. But now you got to still think big picture. When you and I are out, Evan fills in, and he's phenomenal. And if something happened to us, he could do the show and not even think twice about it. But the bottom line, Stoney, is, and I know you're not planting your flag here, Santos is not going to keep us from finding out if Jonathan Kaminga can take us to another, like that. No matter how great any of those guys are playing, Kaminga's coming back. Not starting, because I don't believe physically he's ready for it, but nobody's in his way of us finding out, is this thing going to be a seamless fit with Kaminga? Well, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I just think that if it's going to depend on what Cerr thinks he needs. And I simply asked you the question, last minute of a game, the Warriors need 2 or 3 stops. Is he going to go to Kaminga? Who's going to be on the floor defensively for the Warriors when it's they need to hold the team to 1 bucket over a 2-minute stretch? I'm not here hating on Kaminga saying, well, he ain't going to play. I just watched Steve Kerr for 12 years, and I've watched Kaminga play for him for 4 or 5 years. And I just know that Steve Kerr, if he sees something that he thinks he needs and one guy does it better than the other, then he's going to go with the guy who does it better.
Can you play that soundbite of him talking about Santos? Because the more you play it, the more I'm like, he was saying something there. The one about when they asked about Kaminga.
We'll get that. All right. It's on my board now. Okay, here it is.
All right.
Hey, Kaminga, what happens when he comes back?
It's a really difficult thing when you are playing really well and then you have a key guy coming back. It's always tough. So I think the idea is just bring him along slowly, play him in short bursts, help him get his rhythm back. But, we've got to keep playing Guy Santos. We've got to keep playing the guys who are helping us win right now. And so usually this stuff has to kind of play out. And so we'll hope that it plays out.
And that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like,
he meant that.
Tell it to Steve Kerr.
Right.
Like Steve Kerr just said it. When you're playing well and a guy's coming back from injury, it's always a difficult thing. It's always tough. That's all I'm saying. And it could be tough and work out incredibly well over the long haul, meaning from this point to the end of the season. But, Kerr's got to figure that out, too. Cerr and Kaminga got to figure it both out. Let's go to Matt in Oakland. What's up, Matt? How you doing, buddy?
Welcome back, Steiny. Stand rested and ready, huh?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Hey, Goo.
Hey.
I don't know who's mad at Cerr. I'm not mad at Cerr. I've never been mad at Cerr for not playing Kaminga. I don't see how he's going to hurt. I really don't. I mean, I think he can help, but I just hope that kid who's 22, he's got another 10 years in the league. This may not be his time to score the big money because it's just not the right timing. But if he smartens up, he's in the Harvard of basketball. He's got Jimmy Butler. He's got Draymond. He's got Steph. He's got 3 Hall of Famers with IQs through the roof who he can learn from, and I think that's going to be fine. We're going to see. And as for Butler, the thing we forgot, basketball is the sport where one guy can really make a difference.
Yep.
And what he has done for Curry, as well as, just having him realize he can actually win again,
right,
is he gets rest on the court. He's not getting guarded by 3 guys at half court trying to fight his way through that every single play. Butler he's really a low post player, even though he's not that tall.
You're right.
He's kind of exactly what they need. He doesn't turn the ball over. He gets to the free throw line. The defense can get set up. And this is just what Cerr said. It's not, I don't know anything, but I just, that's the shocking thing is how we didn't really realize just what a fit this guy was.
Yeah, I agree.
As for Kaminga, come back with a smile, baby. Learn from these guys. You're going to get paid. Don't worry about it. I don't see how it's going to be bad.
No, I don't either.
Unless he really cops a dude, but I don't know. Do we know when he's coming back?
Probably not tonight.
Yeah.
Pajemski and Kaminga are both definitely out tonight. Their next game's Thursday at Sacramento. So that's what's going on there. No, yeah, thanks, Matt. That's to me, that's like, this is the way I look at it. That's the beauty right now of where the Warriors are. Like, Kaminga, I do not think Kaminga is going to make them worse. Of course, I don't think Kaminga is going to make them worse. But the other part of that equation would be he won't be allowed to make them worse.
No doubt.
Like, he just won't be.
Right.
So they've got to figure out what's in the middle there.
Yeah, and that sack game is here. But I'm going to go Steiny on you. Because we're all drunk, and I'm part of it, Steiny. I've been sipping everything when it comes to the Warriors. Let's just say they lost that game Saturday night. Would you see? And because that's how fickle it is.
What do you mean?
Oh, we're rolling and everything is perfect. Well,
I think this is where you're different.
You know what I mean? Like, would you feel any different had they lost the game in Brooklyn, or instead 11-2 with Jimmy? They're 9-4. I'm just wondering, would you be clamoring for JK like I am? See, I'm not letting the record, and they are playing great right now. And I see some things. I saw some Saturday, but they were able to overcome. I still know nobody can change how excited I am, and the Warriors probably are about him coming back.
I'm not like, I'm excited too, because I want to see how Jonathan Kaminga makes the Warriors better, because they've been really good. And if there is a scenario where he could take them to another level.
Yeah,
there absolutely is.
He's that good.
I'm not the one saying this.
It's a really difficult thing when you are playing really well and then you have a key guy coming back. It's always tough. So I think the idea is just bring him along slowly, play him in short bursts, help him get his rhythm back. But, we've got to keep playing Guy Santos. We've got to keep playing the guys who are helping us win right now. And so usually this stuff has to kind of play out. And so we'll hope that it plays out.
All right. So here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this call from Jonathan. And it says, Steiny's wrong about Kaminga.
Now you're going to let him in. Yeah.
I'm going to say, John, no, I haven't said a word about Kaminga. I want to know, Evan, if we can go to Jonathan right now. Jonathan, why is Steve Kerr wrong about Kaminga? Why is Kerr wrong?
Hey, Matt, Steiny, you know what? I changed my. You're not wrong. I agree with you that it's a challenge to fit him in. That's why I explained why I think he's going to fit in.
Cool.
Jimmy Butler unlocks everybody because he's such a presence. He's such a smart player, and he's such a great passer. And Kaminga was playing with a double or triple teamed Curry. Andrew Wiggins, let's face it, he was not a playmaker for other players.
Right.
He was a high turnover guy. And he's now suddenly, the team is playing with a whole different kind of focus. The games matter. Butler commands so much attention, and he creates for his teammates in a way that really nobody on that team does in terms of being able to dribble and play out of the post. I mean, Draymond's a great creator in transition. Curry's a great creator when he's on the move, and he's such a magnet as creates so much gravity. But Butler changes the way that team plays in the half court in a way that Kaminga's going to figure out. Wow, Butler's creating some havoc in the key. I'm cutting to the rim, and I think he's going to really. It's great timing. I know I'm a little Pollyannish, but so I hear what you're saying. I mean, Kerr obviously knows from his experience blending into players coming back. That's a big deal for sure. But that challenge is there anyway. Look how much better Santos is playing now with Butler. Look how much better, even GP and healed. So anyway, you're not wrong. That was the wrong way for me to lead my call. I'm excited though because I think Kaminga's going to really benefit.
I am super excited.
Oh, I wanted him to come for you. But yeah.
Okay, this is. I'll follow up on his call.
I changed my. You're not wrong.
Oh, Evan. Yeah.
Okay, so this is what I mean about Kaminga.
Okay.
All right, so let's just take this one stat: field goal percentage. Yeah. These were his numbers the first 4 years of his career.
Right.
Shot 51, 53, and 53% his first 3 years. He's got a bigger role offensively this year.
Okay.
Okay. Well, he's only shooting 46% from the floor.
More volume.
So that tells me that when he's been asked to do a little bit more this year when he played, he's still very good, but his efficiency dropped.
Okay.
I absolutely believe Butler could be a conduit to Kaminga becoming more efficient offensively. But I don't like what I need to see is because of it feels like people are saying, well, with Jimmy Butler, Kaminga's going to rebound better and he's going to defend better and he's all of a sudden going to be a playmaker. Like that's not the way I do think Jimmy Butler can get Kaminga back to be the more efficient player that he's been in the past.
Yeah.
And you know what? Jonathan may have to go back to that role and actually take a little bit of a step back for the sake of the team because he's a better player with a few less minutes.
Okay, I'm not mad at that, but also what can Jonathan Kaminga do that I think is great? Steiny, he can slash with the best
No
of them.
doubt.
And now I'm thinking about not starting the non-Curry minutes when he's out there with Jimmy, and Jimmy could take advantage of that or even talk to him and give him the ultra confidence to stay your ass on the block. We got a mismatch. And, well, I'm hoping he's worked on that, but obviously not too much since he's been out. But things like that. Like this, what do I always say, Stoney? This is going to be the easiest basketball. It's been for everybody else thus far with Jimmy. Like, I got to believe, I would bet my last dollar that Kaminga is going to benefit from that too.
Well,
what that looks like, I don't know.
I'll meet you there.
All right.
I'll meet you there.
You gotta believe.
But Butler has helped these guys on the offensive end because of who he is. Like, Guy Santos didn't become a better defender with Butler. He became a guy that you didn't need to rely as much on scoring-wise, and he can bring – Jonathan's got to bring more to the table, I think. That's all I'm saying.
This is just me now. Are you, again, Steiny, you could say, Guru, you're hurt, you don't talk. Are you surprised that we haven't even heard from Kaminga as much as I would like to?
No,
see, I am.
I know you
Sometimes
worry about
they can walk. Hey, you know what?
But that's who you are,
hey,
and that's
Evan,
who I am.
I'm okay. Thanks for asking the question. You know, I'm just ramping up. I'm going to be back. I'm feeling, we're not hearing nothing. It's crickets. Jimmy, I don't like that.
Are you worried about, what are you worried about?
No, Evan would ask me a question.
Injuries?
Yeah.
Evan, are you worried about this? I mean, like he may never.
No, Steiny.
Are you concerned that we may never see Jonathan Kaminga on a basketball court again?
No, Evan, it's like guys like you and gals haven't asked him, like, walk us through where you're at. And normally you'll get something, you know what, everything's been going cool, but I'm hearing everybody else tell me, he's Dr. J in practice. Well, if he's Dr. J in practice, he don't need ice.
You know who I blame this on? Christian McCaffrey. Because it's the one guy who you got right in terms of worried about an injury over an 8-year career.
I'm dealing with.
That's fair.
Evan.
I'll give you that.
Well, McCaffrey had tendonitis, so did Steph, and his went away.
But remember, he was like, dude, you're complaining about a calf. It's a calf. And it ended up being, we were there that Monday night when the cloud shook. McCaffrey's out.
Yeah,
not just week 1, all the way week 8.
We haven't called Steph out for faking his injury earlier this season.
Or how about, can we make a playoff run or are we distracted? Just name the assistant general manager of the Davidson College men's basketball team.
Oh, my goodness. We buried the lead.
He's got one foot out the door already?
Nah, that's Draymond does TV.
I remember when Shaq used to do this and Kobe couldn't stand
I got to say this.
that he had interests off the court.
Well, that was eating burgers and getting late. But listen.
It's one Zoom call
Evan,
between now and June. I
know it's about the NIL, but do you think because Curry's part of the program?
Yes.
Recruits are going like, I'm going
what are you kidding?
That's all he's going to do.
Oh my God,
I was going to Duke, but I'm going to Davidson. Wow.
And that's why, yes.
I thought about
Could you imagine you're a high school senior and you're, Davidson or
Syracuse.
Nah, not Syracuse. Let's go to like UNC Wilmington.
No.
Oh, well, that's not even.
You're going to go to Davidson. Yeah. Or UAB.
They won last night.
I do want to know what's in it for Steph.
I bet you he's not getting a dime for it.
What if it's a love for his alma mater to see him back?
I'm sure it is. No. It can't be. It's got to be deeper than. There's got to be something else besides, hey, Steph, you want to be the assistant GM for the program? You be the smaller Woj?
Evan turn it into baby Stein. He would say, I think it's his love for the program. It ain't chicken.
Curry would say, I'm very interested. What would my obligations be the rest of this year?
Boy.
And then Davidson's AD would say, 2 Zoom calls.
Well, if they announce it right now, it's got to be like he starts this summer.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the recruiting trail starts now.
I saw a job description that said he will provide guidance.
That's enough for a recruit for me.
I'm not scoffing at it.
Hey, Evan, last thing about Kaminga, and I'll leave it alone. My initial point was you're in the clubhouse. You're in the scrum. I guess I would feel better had we heard him walk us through where he's at. And that's why I asked, is it protocol when an injured athlete doesn't talk to the mic? But if Kaminga was like, you know what, Evan, you ask him, hey, I'm ramping up. We would feel better, but this been cryptic and just quiet.
I feel like you usually leave the injured guys alone. But if it makes you feel better, he was on the road trip. He's at every single game. He's on the sidelines.
I mean, he's around the team.
Why was he on the plane when you swell and they had to ice the swelling? Why would they have him on the plane if he was good to go?
Can someone help me here?
Is they're trying to tank his value, Goo.
No.
That's the reason.
Steiny, I cannot wait for him to come back, man. Yeah. That's the difference in them being a major problem.
What about cost Moody?
It could be. What are we gonna do without Moody's scrappiness at 4?
But what if we're winning? What if
we are winning?
Well, but not playoff games, man.
It's gonna be. Look, this is
fascinating.
Yeah, man, this is great. Like the Warriors have a game tonight. I'm excited. You're excited, and I'm just thinking about a game they lost before Butler got here, where we're like, this team stinks.
Oh, Utah. When they were
Utah
up
just beat the Timberwolves.
Well,
what? They beat them the other night by 1.
No, they did not. Yeah. I must have been sipping.
All right. Yeah. Oh, man. All right. Oh, I haven't done a crossover in a while.
Yeah.
How have these guys been?
2 more guys worried about Kaminga. So, yeah.
All right, so I can lay out next
Or we can talk about the Niners' big splash in free agency. That was
Go ahead. Go. You can't tease the listeners like this.
That's a 4.
Who is it?
I'm getting ready for my reads, Snotty, so, yeah. Come on.
49ers signed all-pro tight end from Tennessee. 12 career catches. But I'll tell you what, they're thinking of sliding him over to the tackle position.
Hey, I bet you he's got career highs this year.
He doesn't have a touchdown in the NFL. I think he'll fit well in the 49ers.
But they got him for blocking. But I thought we were past that. We're going to have the O-lineman block and the tight ends be tight ends, and that's why Kittle's taking
Well, maybe after 8 years, Kittle finally proved to Shanahan he can catch the ball. All right, 888. Don't forget that number. We got the crossover coming up on the other side. As always, download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
I changed my. You're not wrong.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing.
I'm pregnant with this next take. I want to get off.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's get to Willard and Dibs. It is the crossover. Gentlemen.
So much.
Good to see you guys.
Look at you.
Man, yeah.
You look 57 years old. You look like you shaved. You shaved something off, man.
It's that,
you look good.
It's that half Italian in me.
Look at
I got
you.
that Italian
But
side.
tell him what your buddy said at the golf hole, though.
Oh, I hadn't seen a guy since like a year ago. This guy, Jerry.
I had to do this for
so
you.
I didn't know him real well. And my buddy Matt comes up to me and he goes, in front of Jerry, because that's the way he would do it. He said, hey, Jerry, why don't you tell Steiny what you asked me?
Oh, no.
Jerry's like, what? He's like, yeah, Steiny, he asked if you put on a few pounds since last year.
Wow.
I said,
Jerry.
Life is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Things that get brought up on dudes' trips don't get brought up on girls' trips.
Hot, right? You mother.
See, your ladies come around. Oh, you look like, did you put a few on? Oh, my God.
I mean, nothing
Only
will kill
on a
your
boys' trip.
nothing kills your self-esteem like a golf trip with the guys.
That'll do it. That'll do it.
Oh, man.
Yeah, but you played well and you guys got the win, so that's
We
great.
did. We blew them out.
Yeah.
We actually did. It was, yeah, I broke 100 on 4 rounds, which is pretty good there for me.
Tough courses, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we're happy for you.
Thank you.
I laid the 11.5, so appreciate it. Thank you.
11.5.
Was that, I don't know, what is a blowout? Did you win by 1,000 strokes?
Yeah, we won like 23 to 14 or something like that.
Okay.
We had a point system. We used the Ryder Cup.
Love it, yeah.
So before I ask you about your trip with your students, and we get back to Steiny, because you went to the game Saturday.
Yes.
I'm a P1. 2.5 hours of traffic Friday. Listen to the whole Willard and Dibs. I loved
It's
it.
a 4-hour show,
Entertained
but anyway.
Daily. So, no, I got to win the house. But I'm trying to school this young man because I've been concerned about Kaminga. But tell me if I heard right. You guys were like, if he's not in there Saturday, Monday we'll be concerned about why he wasn't there Saturday. And now he wasn't there Saturday. I thought of you guys. And now not tonight.
I think you did maybe miss actually the end of the show because he got announced out before we were even off the air. And what
for Saturday,
yes, for Saturday,
no.
got announced, right? But I do think that. Talk to me. Well, this happens a little bit. Lucas likes to put stuff on Twitter, and then it looks and reads a certain way. And so when I said, at one point I looked at Dibs, I go, something's going on.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Well, so he puts that on Twitter, and now everyone's like, ooh, Willard thinks there's a conspiracy, and the Warriors are keeping him out on purpose. And I'm like, no, I didn't say that. I'm just like, something isn't right.
He's 22.
This is not like what I go to, and Anthony Slater will join us again on the show today, 4:15. But I remember what he said before the road trip, where when the Warriors go, we're not putting a timetable on it. But then Anthony Slater and Marcus Thompson and Monty Poole, they're like, somewhere probably halfway through the road trip, they didn't make that up on their own. The Warriors told them that. So behind the scenes, they're telling them that's our expectation. Then they go the whole road trip and he doesn't play. Then they come home and he doesn't play. And now they're home again tonight. He's not going to play. So when I say something's going on, I don't mean it from a conspiracy standpoint. I could even mean that physically.
Yeah, no, that's where I'm at. That's how I took it.
Something's not right. Something's not right. And then, then we'll get to what Steve Kerr said after the game Saturday night. Because even if he is healthy, I don't know how much he's going to play. But anyway, go ahead, Dibs.
So just like Mark and I were talking in the green room about right now, when you think about Kaminga, forget the person and the contract and the upside and the draft position, all the rest of it. What are they missing right now that he brings that they don't have? Because what he brings is get to the line, athleticism, Jimmy Butler. He gives you like make your own shot off the dribble, individuality. Okay. That might be the one thing, but you've got Gee and Moses get on the floor, get dirty, make the small plays, and you've got rebounding from Pods and Kavan when necessary. I'm thinking about like what you're missing right now as a team, and the one thing that you're missing is maybe his ability to go up and elevate and smash on somebody, which is about twice a game.
But he's a physical mismatch, and Gee and Moody don't give you that. And now with Butler in town, I just picture him cutting to the basket and Butler just giving it to him and him jumping off 2 feet. Like, this is going to be the easiest basketball he could play.
But, Goo, picture this. They win every night. I'm not missing anything. And here's what I'm here to say. You can't change anything. Absolutely nothing. There is no room to mess with this. There's like 18 games left. You're firing up the board.
That's what has me concerned.
You are winning every night. You can't mess with this. When sports works, don't touch it. Don't touch it. And I think that's what Steve was saying the other night. And it doesn't mean that they're like he's going to be a healthy scratch. Yeah. But, dude, you cannot take these players out. You cannot take Guy Santos off the floor right now. You can't just bench Guy Santos. Like, I'm sorry. You win every night. Don't mess with that.
Well, they are. Because that's how good Kaminga is, and I just feel like they can't cause no. You're overreacting to their record 11-2, and if the ball bounces left or right the wrong way for the Warriors, they lose to Detroit. They beat the Nets by 2. So if we want to do that game, we can do it in regard to.
I don't look at it that way.
They haven't been perfect. They need a physical specimen in Jonathan Kaminga to deal with teams night in, night out in the playoffs.
This is their best stretch of basketball in 2.5 years.
Which is fact, right? But the bar wasn't set high because they were struggling. It's like you guys, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but it seems like you're overreacting to what they've done, and they've been stellar. But you got to foreshadow when you play better talent or the Santos and Moody's. Like, are you rich enough to say, hey, JK, we've been rolling. We don't need you.
No.
The good JK would propel you.
No one's saying that.
I think maybe the finals, if he is the good version of himself.
I mean, again,
that's what I guess
they're winning every night, and that's a plus opponent. Coming off of a road trip, they were tired and trailing most of the night. That is a humongous victory on Saturday night. Yeah. And so Guy Santos played a massive role in it.
All right. Then before I get to Stoney, they're going to let him play to reacclimate him in the game.
Of course.
Yeah, not as much. Not as much.
See, I think, this is totally speculation, but he's missed 30 games.
My God, counting.
Tonight's 31.
I think maybe the ankle's fine, but it's just conditioning.
Maybe.
I mean,
we talked about confidence
in a long
too.
time.
And I don't know if you remember your first ankle sprain, and you weren't a high flyer in D3, but that first time you sprain your ankle, there's that feeling of, oh my God, I'll never feel right again. And I know he's had knee injuries and other small issues, but this one's the major one. And so if you're a big jumper and a big leaper, I do think that part of it is confidence. It's fitness, yes, and it's also like confidence. And I do think that they're going to slowly reintegrate him back into the lineup, which you have to do. But I look at what they've done without Kaminga. And before they got Jimmy Butler, they were 7-10. And since they got Jimmy, they're 11-2, all without Kaminga. So has Jimmy Butler changed everything to where you don't need Kaminga? Of course not. But you don't need him as much as you did a month ago. That's for sure.
Especially in the role he had when he left. Like the way I look at it is and he's coming onto a totally different team now, really.
Right.
With different expectations. Like that's the other thing, and you know what? People are going to take it the way they take it, but there's going to be less patience right now than there would have been if they're still, laboring around 500. I mean, they're talking title now.
Yeah.
They're talking deep run. So the bar's been elevated. Everybody's got to raise their game. Everybody has, and now Kaminga's going to have to do the same thing.
But go ahead.
No, I was going to ask you this, Goo. If we're overreacting to the last 13 games, could I argue that you're overreacting to the skill set that Jonathan Kaminga brings to the table? I get that the stars in our eyes come out when there's a high flyer like that. Yeah. But I only need to go back less than 48 hours to give you a signature defensive moment for both of the players you just brought up.
And I'm not.
When's the last time you could do that for Kaminga? Signature defensive moment.
But I would say to you, Mark, that's unfair.
Why?
But that did happen because he hadn't been on the floor.
No, but the point is, even when he was on the floor,
I'll tell you what.
Don't diminish what Moody and Santos are doing on the
I
floor.
hope I'm not sounding
just
like
because
that.
they're not sexy high flyers.
No doubt. And
they're doing really important stuff.
And what hurts, Mark, is I think you think I'm attaching my wagon to Kaminga because he's a high flyer. No, not at all. He's a physical specimen. He's a mismatch. They don't have much of that on this team. And in the playoffs, the game slows down, the refs swallow the whistle, and you're going to need strength. And I love what Moses Moody is doing in Santos, but to sit here and rob Jonathan Kaminga of being the best version of himself when everybody else has stopped and got the Jimmy Butler experience, what Kaminga are we going to see when he gets on the floor being proactive with Jimmy Butler? He's greater than Moody and Santos. And why can't all three of them play? No doubt. Come on now.
In what aspect? Of course you're right if you're talking about an overall player. But what if we segment it out, as Dibbs is pointing out, to what the Warriors actually need? And there's a reason that Steve Kerr, every time he brings him up, he's like, man, I hope when he comes back,
that one
he's ready to make good decisions. Because Moses Moody and Guy Santos make really good decisions. And they make really important plays on the defense. And guess what happens when they get fouled? They make their free throws.
I got that. See, but Jonathan can get to the line too. I got you.
And shoot 60%.
Yeah. So am I the only one of us four that believe, let's just say Kaminga wasn't coming back, and I'm a super fan. I don't think they could get to the Western Conference Finals as is. And that's not a slight at anybody. But they can get to the finals with Kaminga. Do you guys think as is, no Kaminga, you're ready to say they could get to anything's possible? See, that's where
I don't know where you are. I'm not ready to say that either way.
Okay.
I'm here tonight. Don't mess with this. Yeah. You're really good right now. You're really good. And you got to take care of that in sports when it happens.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Yeah, sorry, Stein. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same mode as you, but part of it is predicated on Kaminga being able to come in and fit in. Because as I was saying before, what are you missing right now that he does that nobody else does? And for me, it's really the elevation and getting to the rim and being a legitimate dunker in the dunker spot. Because GP2 can do that, but not like Kaminga when healthy. You're not missing Kaminga's three-point shooting. You're not missing him getting to the foul line because Jimmy Butler does that, and you're no longer last in the league in free throw percentage. And, Kaminga was a part of that because he's shooting 64% mark from the line. Not quite 60, slightly better at 64, but he was your number one free throw getter before Jimmy. So what else you're missing? You're not missing Kaminga's defense, really. It's improved, but he's not a lockdown defender. And so having Guy and Moses, they're giving you things that Jonathan doesn't. Like
the intangibles.
The dirty work, the intangibles, the defense. And I think that, especially Guy has really become a bright spot
his
here
ass off.
over the last month.
Sound like I'm not saying that.
No, you are. And also, we haven't seen Kaminga with Quentin Post, really, because Quentin Post has only played 20 games as a real, rotational piece. And so Kaminga does come on, as Steiny was saying, he comes onto a new team where Quentin is a stretch five and Guy's getting more minutes and Moses starts. So it's up to him to fit into what is currently going on.
I also just think, see, in moments like this, we lean too far into the individuals, right?
Because I love the 11-2. I didn't like. He was like, "Good," but I know it's great right now.
But this is about a team. This isn't about Jonathan Kaminga,
and that's why
it's not about. I can already see the YouTube chat doing who's better, Jonathan or Moses. It doesn't matter. Yeah. It doesn't matter. When are the Warriors at their best? I'll raise my hand. It's right now. It's right now, and it's without him. So it doesn't mean that they can't be better with him. It doesn't mean they're going to hold him out. But I think they better be real careful with it, because what's the priority? Is the priority getting Jonathan back and getting his, or is the priority to play great basketball? Because right now they're playing the best basketball I've seen them play in 2 years.
And real quick, Stoney, to Dibbs' point, just because Butler gets to the free throw line, and he does, there's only thing better than that is have another guy that can do that and commit. But now you got to make him, but he gives you that.
I mean, the way I kind of look at it is when Kaminga, before he got hurt, and I get it, Butler is a different kind of player than Kaminga. But Kaminga was kind of, they wanted him to be a little like Butler, at least scoring the ball and all that kind of stuff. And Kaminga does get to, but they've brought in a guy to me that I think Butler's the guy that's going to impact Kaminga's playing time, because some of the things that Butler brings you a lot of the same things Kaminga brings you and a whole lot more. And so that's the only thing I'm worried about with Kaminga is if you're not giving him that role of, can you get us 20 a night, and you don't need him to, well, then you need other things, and you may not go to him right away. That's all. But I also think, unfortunately, and this happens, it's up to Kaminga right now. It's just, he's got to prove that he can really help this team get to the next level, whatever it is.
Well, and do you play Kaminga at the 3? Because right now, that's Jimmy Butler for the most part. Do you play him at 4? And we're going to play the sound from Mark's student who asked Steve Kerr that very question about Guy Santos. And, Moses played 36 minutes on Saturday against Portland. 36 minutes. That used to be a whole week for Moses. But now he's playing 36, and, Guy's playing 25, and you can't take Guy off the floor. So if you're Kaminga, where do you fit in? Because Jimmy plays the non-Steph minutes, and so, Jimmy's going to play the point, essentially, in those minutes. He's going to be the primary scorer. So where does Kaminga fit in?
I think it's a good question. I think it's a real good question. The other thing I was thinking about was, as it relates to Moody, and this is one of the things that I think Butler's really helped on. When Jimmy Butler wasn't on the team and Moody was on the floor, you were kind of asking him to do too much, and some of his warts showed. And now you got Jimmy Butler, and it slots Moody and Podziemski in a way that they haven't been slotted. They're still important, but they're not as important as they were before Jimmy Butler. And so,
same thing with Kaminga.
But they can do more things than Kaminga. People are going to hate this, but, I look at Kaminga and I'm like, if you get to the playoffs, can he win you a game or two? Because he came in off the bench and changed things. But I don't look at it as though you're going to see a noticeable uptick from this team game in and game out when Kaminga comes back. He might fine-tune him a little bit better, which is great. That fine-tuning may be the difference between winning a round or not winning a round.
I mean, I'm saying what I'm saying without, this is not closed off to Jonathan.
Right. I got you.
This is what Steiny's saying. If he comes back and he forces his way back into the lineup, then wonderful.
And that's all I was saying is the opportunity will be there.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yes. But also, it's going to have to be forced. He doesn't get it just because his name is Jonathan Kaminga. And because he has averaged close to 20 a game before. So what?
And you got to show us you're healthy.
Yeah. I don't know how many times in just recent memory of Bay Area sports can we think of times where things get so ruthless. I mean, it's happening with the 49ers literally right now. This is ruthless. There's no time for, we like you and your stats and your, no. They're winning every night right now. The energy is out of this world. Wait until
it's a party.
What I got to witness the other night, a half hour after the game was over, with what Draymond and Steph were doing in the hallway, they are jazzed, energized at a level that I have not seen in a really, really long time. Good Lord, don't mess with that. All because what? Because Jonathan is supposed to be this or supposed to be that. So if he forces his way back in, and if he shows that he's going to bring you to another level, wonderful. Yeah. Wonderful. Then here you go. But you don't get that just because.
But you owe it to the organization and your team, because he's a part of your team, to see where he's at.
Well,
because he's a talent.
To see where he's at.
Yeah. And if he takes the bull by the horns,
wonderful.
You got it. I'm worried. I'm worried about the science.
You want to know what I'm worried about? I'm worried that, and this isn't me, I'm worried that Kaminga comes back, and after 2 or 3 weeks, Jimmy Butler's looking at Steph and Draymond saying, what are we doing with this guy? Who's this guy? What? We're trying to win a championship here. That's what I'm worried about. Well, if I be a Warrior fan. That's why it's up to Jonathan.
No, it is. But again, I'm no doctor. The science part of this, it had to be sprain. You said that's a sprain anyway, right? That's a natural sprained ankle. but you got to play yourself back into shape. And now we're in the teens in regard to games. And he's missed 30 and counting. Yep. And if he's not back Thursday, then, like, I'm getting concerned from him, like, dude, you might want to just sit. Well, you know what I mean? Like, the bus is moving, and now we're talking about the Red Cross with health.
Well, and I said that actually on Friday. I said, Saturday, okay, fine. If he misses Monday, too, because he was supposed to be back last road trip, Steiny, in between your road trip, halfway through, and he missed the whole thing. And I told Mark last week, I said, Saturday, fine. You know, you fly back and you get no chance to practice, whatever. But if he misses Monday, and is he already out for?
He's already out tonight. He's out. He is hot.
Yeah.
So out tonight.
They announced that Saturday.
Yesterday.
Okay.
Over the weekend.
I'm officially now concerned.
See, and that's all.
You know, one of your favorite sayings.
What is it?
The math still works. Not for this.
And that's where I'm at.
It works for the Warriors.
No, yeah, right.
Every game he misses, his price goes down, down.
It doesn't work for his ankle.
Man.
And Doc Pandia actually was listening to the conversation we had.
What did he say?
Saw him tweet about it, and he said this is a real interesting conversation because XYZ of if it's a grade 2, grade 3, I don't have it in front of me, but bottom line is what he was saying was, we're getting to a point where it doesn't make sense anymore. If you're going to tell us there was no setback, you're going to say there was no setback, well, why are you still hurt?
Man. Doc, coming strong.
Because I asked Steve Kerr last week, I said, is it a setback or is it just a slower timeline? And he said, there's been no setback. And he said that definitively because he went through the whole ramp-up, Steiny, where, okay, return to activity, 2-on-2, 3-on-3, 5-on-5 shell drill, half court, full court, scrimmage. Now you play. No. And that's been like 8 days now since the 8 days mark or maybe more since he actually scrimmaged. So when you get the ramp up, either you start playing or there's a setback. There's usually not this lull period.
I feel like I always will worry less than Guru. I feel like it might just be his conditioning because he hasn't played for 10 weeks.
But wouldn't you then give him like a 12-minute, how you doing? Or even throw him down in Santa Cruz with TJD. You know, get him a run.
Yeah.
I don't know. For me, the conditioning part, you're right. It'd be at least for Saturday or Monday, game time decision. And then, you run him up and down and he does the layup line and maybe he's not ready. I don't know. For me, conditioning is something where you can play him 12 minutes.
Right.
You can play 8, But this is like a complete stalemate.
And again, as you just pointed out, but no, announced out 2 days ago.
That's
right.
Which to me says, well, you're not even close. Right. They can already decide 48 hours before a game. So here's what Doc said. You want to hear exactly what he said?
Yeah.
All right. He says, okay, good conversation on Kaminga. All media reports indicate that he suffered a severe ankle sprain. Severe ankle sprains can take 8 weeks to get better. That being said, as you start to get beyond that time frame, there are generally 4 things that could be causing a delayed return. Number 1, there is residual instability that is arising as a player progresses to a higher level of activity. Number 2, there's pain or discomfort that is preventing the athlete from playing their particular style of game, explosion, agility, etc., which impacts their confidence. Number 3, there's pain and swelling occurring after playing that limits participation in a prolonged fashion. Or number 4, an athlete's doing fine from an ankle standpoint, but still needs conditioning or ramp up. Conditioning or ramp up to me doesn't make a lot of sense because he's been scrimmaging for almost 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
And the reports he was icing the ankle after he scrimmaged.
Right, and the other 3 all use the word pain, swelling, or instability. So that's what I mean when I feel like, something's not right. Something's up. That's what it looks like to me.
Well, and you guys have Anthony Slater on
Slate's
today?
At 4:15.
4:15. He'll have a lot more info on this. Guys, it's great to see you. And
you look good.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Do me a favor.
What?
Tell Jerry. He's the guy who said I put on some weight.
I
on 95.7.
You look great.
Yeah.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. Here we go, okay? It's a big week. It's a really big week. The Warriors are in action tonight on 95.7 The Game.
The 49ers are officially done. So, I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
You have the good news. I have the bad.
Well, I know.
We're fighting for Arizona for third in the division.
The Niners fans have a lot of FOMO right now. And I get it. And as things, I will say this, because we're going to get in a little bit deeper to this Warrior conversation and the role that Cal Poly journalism played in this process.
I cannot wait to hear this.
Unfolded here is a whole lot of fun. But I want to let everybody know also, social media is hot and heavy today with the start of NFL free agency. So I have no doubt that over the next 4 hours, things are going to break, things are going to develop. We'll keep you up to date. And if a conversation is sort of warranted off of that, if Drake Greenlaw goes to the Texans or something like that, we definitely have some things to say on how things are going so far for the 49ers. But it has been largely quiet. And my number one takeaway would be a lot of people who aren't worth it are making a whole lot of money today. So good for them. That's awesome. But this Warrior thing is fascinating to me. And I want to do whatever I can do to try to actually make this not about Jonathan Kaminga, even though it's totally going to be about Jonathan Kaminga. But he's simply the representative here, in my opinion. He happens to be the guy who's not playing. He happens to be a very big name on this team, and therefore people are going to wonder how to inject him back in. And Steve Kerr did say some real interesting stuff after this game on Saturday night that affects this picture. But here's sort of my larger view of it, Dibs, and it's not specific to Kaminga. I don't care who's over there on the bench in street clothes. You don't mess with a streak in sports.
Yeah.
You don't do it. When you play like this, you play like this. Period. End of sentence. And you don't mess with it.
You don't mess with it, but there is a certain amount of like being able to reintegrate somebody and get them ready because it's a player that you may need and you will want if you get in the playoffs. So you're right. You're not just going to get Jonathan, all right, you're back in for 32 minutes a night and Moses to the bench and Gee back to Santa Cruz. No, you're not doing that because what you're doing is working, but you do have to also balance the ability to get Kaminga back in and up to speed. So that's where the delicate dance, I think, begins.
Yeah, I am not suggesting by any stretch that anybody who becomes healthy, Brandon Pajemski as well, for that matter, I know this is only going to be his second game, but like, I'm not suggesting that you like keep them in purgatory. Don't let them come out. Don't hide his uniform. I'm not suggesting any of that. Of course, Jonathan Kaminga, when he's ready, is going to play basketball for the Warriors. But this automatic injection into a hefty role at the expense of others who are doing amazing things right now, I'm out. I'm out. How flippant can you all be? They've won almost every single time Jimmy Butler has put on shoes. I'm not messing with that. And by the way, those of you who were in the building last night, Saturday night, treated to the moment of the night, which was not Draymond's three. It was Guy Santos's offensive putback and one, and then subsequently him getting up off the floor and practically threatening to walk into the fifth row and ignite the entire arena in a way that it rarely does. This man is energy in a box, and the box has no lid. You cannot suddenly be flippant about that and toss him back on the bench and hand 25 to 30 minutes over to somebody who hasn't played in 2 months, and the Warriors have rarely lost during that time. Like, I don't even get that. This is phenomenal ball they're playing. They are threatening everybody in this entire league. Steph Curry and Draymond Green walked down that hallway 20 minutes after the final buzzer Saturday night, screaming and yelling in the hallway. That is organic, from the heart, serious, like life, that they are just absolutely fired up right now. If I'm the Warriors, I am going to be very, very hesitant to mess with what they've got going on right now.
And maybe that's why, in part, he's not playing, because, what they have going on right now is special. And so think about it in terms of what we know about injuries and return to play protocol. Normally you go through a protocol and you lead up to the point where you scrimmage in full and then you play. And I asked Steve Kerr point blank if there was a setback, and he did not say that there was a setback. So why is he not playing? Well, it's either because he doesn't feel right, or they feel like things are going so well right now. You mentioned it, 11-2 since Jimmy's been here, and just one loss when Jimmy actually plays. That might be a part of it, where they're encouraging him to, let's give you a little bit more time. Let's wait. And like we talked about last week, if you don't play tonight, and he's not going to, you have tomorrow, you have Wednesday, and then you have Thursday. And if he doesn't play Thursday, well, then now, what are we doing?
Well,
and,
that would be really head-scratching.
And we'll have Steve Kerr on the show between now and Thursday, I would imagine.
And I would imagine he'll say not a damn thing about what their plans are with Jonathan. Yeah, of course we are.
And it's not about what are the plans, but how's he doing? What is he doing? And yeah, what are the plans? But what's going on? And the fans deserve to know. And I think that he'll be as forthright as he can. And I know it's a medical issue and it's Rick Celebrini and this and that, but you went through all the ramp up, and then now we've kind of reached a stop where it's been a week since his last scrimmage that we know about, and they've been tight-lipped and he's not playing. But I agree with you about the point of you're humming right now, and the whole adage of, no, you can't lose your job due to injury. Can we officially now put this thing to bed? Because the old saying was, you can't lose your job to injury.
Of course you can.
You can, you do, you have.
Ask Trey Lance.
Ask Alex Smith.
Right.
I mean, he never was the quarterback again.
Of course.
So whatever it is, whatever the reason is, it's made a little bit easier by the fact that they are humming without him.
By the way, really quick, Steve Kerr did say Saturday, he did scrimmage Saturday before the game.
And actually, he ended one of his answers. This was pregame. And he did say, should be soon. Should be soon. He said that. Should be soon.
I like soon. Soon is a great nebulous relative term.
Like, I don't know, like May. That's pretty soon.
The full quote from Kerr pregame on Saturday was, quote, he scrimmaged just now. He looked good. Conditioning is getting there. He's feeling positive, and that's a good sign. He's had a couple good days in a row, so we'll keep going. Should be soon, and we're excited to get him back.
There you go. Again, I know it won't sound like it because it's sports radio. There's no controversy here. All I'm sitting here telling you is Warriors are amazeballs in this moment, and I'd be real careful messing with that.
If they were 5-7 since Jimmy Butler, there would be controversy.
Well, no, then there would actually be more, I think, excitement about Jonathan's impending return.
There'd be more of a drumbeat. I think there'd be a lot more people where is he? Why isn't he playing? 11-2 since Jimmy Butler. It feels a little less urgent, like we need Kaminga now more than ever.
Yeah. So here's what happened after the game, though, because we keep referencing this lightly, and I don't want to assume that our audience has any clue what the hell we're talking about.
Okay.
Saturday night, the Warriors were kind enough, because they are the classiest damn organization I've ever encountered in my life. Absolutely no doubt about it. The Warriors allow for me to bring my Cal Poly journalism class basically on a field trip for their final exam. And they do a bunch of content, writing around.
Totally.
Right? Grandy sat next to, there was a group of about 15 Cal Poly students, and they made their way to the Bay Area over the weekend.
That had to be weird for you, Grandy, like being...
It was a busy media room.
Yeah.
Well, and you're kind of the OG for once. Like, you're 28 and a bunch of these young pups at 21 and 22.
Grandy's
Right? You whippersnappers.
Exactly.
Totally.
Old man Grandy. That's how I introduced him to him. I'm like,
so
that's
funny.
old man Grandy.
Let
Don't
me
talk
tell
to
you
him.
about the early OOs, kids.
I'm like, don't talk to him. He's got a big attitude. He just won a trophy. Just leave him alone. He's in the corner of the room. He'll do his thing. But anyway, there's about 15 Cal Poly students. And yes, they filled the interview room and filled the media section. And we were hard to miss, right? Because they don't know where they're going. Everybody's walking on the wrong side of everything. It's funny. But the Warriors handle it absolutely beautifully and open the doors for them. And Steve Kerr and the players who are answering questions for students who aren't writing for an actual outlet or anything like that. Like they're just doing it for their assignment. So I'm so thankful, and they are so thankful that all those guys did that. But here's what happened. Toward the end of the post-game press conference, everyone's asking about the Pistons game, coming off the roadie and a rock fight and this particular win. And it gets toward the end of the press conference, and I want to shout her out. Her name is Jocelyn Jimenez. Jocelyn Jimenez is in my class, and the microphone got to her, and she immediately looked down at her notes because she had her question prepared, and her question was not about Cade Cunningham or anyone else. Her question was, hey, Steve is going pretty well. How are you going to inject Jonathan Kaminga back into this when he gets healthy? Knowing that sort of topic had already been touched on pregame. So Steve looks at her with a wry grin and goes, I don't like these hard-hitting questions. And then he gave me a little wink and the whole room laughed. And then he proceeded to go on and say this.
It's a really difficult thing when you are playing really well and then you have a key guy coming back. It's always tough. So I think the idea is just bring him along slowly, play him in short bursts, help him get his rhythm back. But, we've got to keep playing Guy Santos. We've got to keep playing the guys who are helping us win right now. And so usually this stuff has to kind of play out, and so we'll hope that it plays out.
I mean, I think that it is an incredibly revealing answer. I didn't hear him anywhere in those 30 seconds say, can't wait to get him back and just inject him all over the place because that's who we need.
He said short bursts.
Short bursts.
Yep. Which that's going to be what it's going to be.
He said we're going to go along slowly. He also said it is very difficult when a big-time player comes back and you're playing well. And then he said something that is very key. I am going to keep playing Guy Santos. Now, if you could have gone...
Guy Santos.
Exactly. Then go back to the beginning of the year and imagine this scenario. We're in March, and Steve Kerr's like, yeah, I know Kaminga's about to be healthy, but Guy Santos, am I right? Right, everybody? Guy Santos.
Yeah.
But that's what he said. And I take him at his word, and he's absolutely right. That guy is having a huge effect in multiple areas of this game right now. The Warriors are winning almost every night, and you shouldn't mess with it.
Right, and they've won 9 of their last 10, and they've won 11 of their last 13. And if you look at all those games, those are Guy games, and Guy is a plus in the plus-minus in almost every game, including the last 4, where he's a plus 45 over the last 4 games, which is better than what the team has been. Guy is like the glue guy right now, so yeah, you got to play Guy.
You want to mess with this at all? Or do you think that the Warriors need to just continue to stick with what they've got? We can take your calls next, 888-957-9570. We'll keep an eye on social media for any NFL musings. Anthony Slater is going to join us in a little bit less than 2 hours, and coming up next, we'll also tell you how you can end up with an unbelievable seat for the NCAA tournament coming to Chase Center. So all of that's next, along with your phone calls, Willard and Dibbs.
Your game day traffic.
Gets a screen from Draymond. Daylight, jumper, no good. Santos, the rebound, put it back in the air with one hand, and got fouled! Outstanding, stupendous, ridiculous, all in one.
Bay Area, it's Keith Santos here. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 957 The Game.
Outstanding, stupendous, and ridiculous is what that was. A beautiful call from Tim Roy.
Oh.
And I'm telling you, to watch Keith Santos get up. I mean, Grandy, how would you describe it? Like, for those who, if you're in the building, like, he got up, and I mean, his whole body was just like pulsating toward the fans after that.
Oh, and he did a whole strut down the floor after celebrating.
Man, that was something. That was something. So here we go. I can already feel it. It's already all over social media. Lucas, thank you very much. Here we go.
Jonathan Kaminga?
Yeah, Guy Santos is better than Jonathan Kaminga. I said it. Yes.
Oh, you just did.
Oh, yeah. No, send it out. I hate JK. Always have. Just trying to keep the brother down for sure. All of those things.
Are we cutting all this?
I mean,
because I'll lay out if we're going to continue to bury Willard for his his anti JK takes.
This is very simple. He's phenomenal. He'll get his opportunity, but he's going to need to do something with it. The Warriors are really good right now, and I don't know about y'all. I'm not willing to mess with that. I'm not. And Steve was the one who said it's very difficult when you're playing well and a key player returns. His words. And by the way, historically, it's that way every time. It always is. It's very hard to bring back a 30-minute-a-night player when your team is on a streak. Remember a year or two ago when everybody went with, hey, gosh, the Grizzlies are worse with Ja. What's going on there? Raise his hand. It's hard when you're rolling to inject a key player back in because you start doing things differently. I don't want the Warriors to do anything differently right now. They're phenomenal.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's it.
I don't think that they're going to reintegrate him at the level that he was at before he got hurt. And I'm looking at it where it was 37 minutes, 34, 32, 25. And the 25 was only because they crushed Philadelphia. He had 20 minutes and 25 or 20 points in 25 minutes. And yeah, then he got hurt against Memphis. And so when he comes back, he'll be 2 months, 10 weeks removed from an ankle injury. So you don't have to worry about them throwing him back in there for 25, 30 minutes. It's going to be a slow build, and it's going to be great. And if Jonathan, when he gets to full fitness and full confidence in the ankle, which, heck, I would have thought would have been by now, but if you get into late March and he's finally fit and ready, if the team is not playing as well as they are now, well, then he's not going to play that much. And it's okay. And look at the past playoff runs with Kaminga and with Jordan Poole where, yeah, Jordan Poole was going through a bit of a struggle, and so he played less. And Kaminga was, basically refusing to retrieve a rebound that was bouncing right toward him. Yeah. And so they stopped playing him. As we get deeper into March and into April and the games have more import, it's not going to matter what your name is. If it's Guy or Quentin or Gary or Kevon or Jonathan, if you're not playing well and playing the way they need you to play to help promote winning, then you're going to sit. It doesn't matter who you are and how your ankle is and all the rest of it.
You're 100% right. This is actually the least discriminatory thing in the entire world. It's not about young people, old people. It's about the first letter in the word Warriors. Go get a W.
It's a meritocracy.
Yes.
No doubt. And if you merit minutes, you get minutes. And just look at Jonathan this year where you're going to start, you're coming off the bench, we're not sure, and Wiggins and this and that. And then this is where it becomes so frustrating because you finally found that sweet spot, which was, all right, you're going to come off the bench. And when you come off the bench, go cook. And he started really cooking. Yep. And he cooked for about 7 games, and then the ankle injury happened. And so...
No, it's super unfortunate.
It is.
Especially for him and his contract.
No, but you're right when it comes to where we are on March 10th, and he's not playing on the 10th, and he might play the 13th. He might not play till the 22nd or whatever when they have a game. But when he does play, he comes onto a team that when he left didn't have Quentin, didn't have this Gee. Jimmy Butler was kind of a heat, not really. This team was not this team.
I mean, look, if he comes back and makes him better, I'll buy a jersey. There's no hate here, but the NBA app just released their new power rankings, and the Warriors are fifth.
Fifth.
In the whole league. They're fifth. They're fifth.
Dang.
And some of you are driving around out there being like, so let's change some stuff. Okay. Jonathan in the city. Hey, Jonathan, thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, man. First of all, I want to shout out Guy Santos and Quentin Post for, playing well and taking full advantage of their opportunity. That's one of the best things that happened here. Slow-mo became Quentin Post, and Lindsey Waters became Guy Santos. Another thing that I want to say is I have a suggestion or a wish. Like you said, I don't want to change anything, man. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Pretty much everyone is having a nice uptick in their performance, playing well, except for that one guy. So when Kaminga is ready to be inserted in the lineup, spacing is all for naught if you can't score. He should take most, if not all, the minutes from Bad Buddy. Bad Buddy, go ahead and sit right next to TJD.
Well, this is, you know what, Jonathan, this is an interesting subject that you bring up. And my bet is if Jonathan were given the opportunity to pitch that to Steve Kerr, Steve would find a way to answer it this way. And this is part of what I'm getting at with regard to Guy or Moody or anyone else. Nobody wants to sit here and ask, well, is Moody better than JK? Is Guy better than JK? Is Buddy better than JK? Well, the answer is no across the board, obviously. But that doesn't matter. What about the specific things they do on the court?
Exactly.
That the Warriors need in a given moment. So I bet Steve would find a way and be like, well, there are moments where I need someone out there who is really a threat to get hot and knock down a couple threes. And if that's all I said, don't play the best player. What if I pitched it to you that way? Steve looks at the bench and goes, I need somebody to go knock down a couple threes. Who are you pointing at? Jonathan or Buddy?
Well, Buddy. Probably Quentin, but...
yeah, maybe neither of them.
No, but to
I don't
that
know.
Point.
But you get what I'm saying.
I do. And,
okay.
And this is one thing that you've said that I have kind of stolen and used in many other facets, which is Steve doesn't know when he puts Buddy Hield on the floor, like which Buddy he's going to get. He doesn't know in advance how a guy is going to do. And if you look at Buddy, 4 games ago, he was 5 of 9 from 3. He had 22. Yeah, Buddy. Then he followed it up with a 3 of 10. Okay. And then 0 of 5 and 1 for 5.
No,
so
of course.
When you play Buddy, you don't know if Buddy's going to be hot Buddy or cold Buddy. But to your point, like when you look at the role players, Steph, Draymond, Jimmy, you're the 3. And we need the other 7 of you to fill in the other 2 spots on a rotating basis. So who's going to do what? All right, Quentin, stretch 5, you can shoot. All right, GP2, you're grimy. You'll get a dunk and you'll play defense. And Kevon, you can rebound and set screens and all the rest of it. But you get to Buddy and it's like, all right, Buddy, we need you to go in there and shoot threes and make them.
Yeah.
All right, Coach, I can do that. Well, he's 1 for 10 in the last 2 games.
Yeah,
so how do you know, though, if Buddy's going to be...
You don't, but
exactly.
you're playing percentages and you're looking for certain characteristics out on the floor.
Exactly.
All right, this is how we're going to do it today, okay? We're going to keep going with your phone calls, but whenever this hits, we're going to hit this. So we got breaking news.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
Cornerback Charvarius Ward becomes the next to officially leave the San Francisco 49ers. He has reached an agreement on a 3-year deal worth up to $60 million, including $35 million guaranteed and a $20 million signing bonus with the Indianapolis Colts. So Charvarius Ward's time with the 49ers comes to an end as expected. And literally the only thing I want to say about this is I hope that this allows he and his wife to be closer to family. I know that this was hell that they went through last year with all of the personal tragedy with the loss of their daughter. And so that chapter for Charvarius Ward comes to an end, and off he goes to join the Indianapolis Colts.
Yep, and this is where, I look at, day one, and we haven't even gotten to the new league year, but there are more exits than there are entrances. And
But no surprises. We knew they were going.
Correct.
We knew Charvarius was going, but back in week 13, we knew this guy was going.
We kind of thought that Aaron Banks would be leaving, which I didn't love, and you and I can get into a cap schmap debate Tuesday or Wednesday as we get into the actual league year, but this, for me, not so much Charvarius Ward, but Banks and other players that are leaving, it does feel more like they don't want to spend the money.
I get it. I don't think the Niners have lost anyone they wanted to keep. That's what I'll say.
Okay.
I don't think they've lost anyone that they wanted to keep.
And I wonder if, we want to Ben Barch versus Aaron Banks. We could do 4 hours, and you and I both fall asleep.
Barch is what, $1 million, and Aaron is 77. That's all that is. For somewhat similar production. Again, I think that's the way they're playing it. By the way, one other smaller note, Josh Dobbs reaches a 2-year agreement with the New England Patriots.
Okay, for probably $8 million, I would guess.
No money yet.
Yeah.
No money reported.
Oh, 2 years, but no money.
Yes.
Doesn't sound like a good deal.
For free. Yeah. Just getting a trip to Boston out of it.
Dobbs got ripped off in that one. 2 years, no money.
2 years and scene. Thank you very much for your time. All right. So, as this comes in, we'll be all over it. We'll chat about some of the free agency situations a little bit later. Let's keep going with where we are on the Warriors, though. AJ in LA. AJ, thanks for calling. What's up?
Fantastic. Thanks for getting me on, guys. I think it's pretty crazy to comment on where does Kaminga fit on a roster. They're playing well. But let's be honest about these teams they've been playing. They've been playing some like the bottom of the barrel.
Don't do it, AJ. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it, AJ.
But hold on. Not only that.
That's a false statement.
When you're looking to compete for the big stuff, you can never have enough wings. And so when I look at this roster, I look at a guy like Buddy Hield, who's going over 12 from the field and from the court and can't defend a butterfly. That's a space for Jonathan Kaminga. Buddy Hield shooting 36% from three. Jonathan Kaminga shooting 35% from three. What's the big difference? We're talking about a guy who's going to be your best transitional player.
Volume.
He get out and transition.
Volume is the difference. Volume is the difference, AJ. And again, I don't think we should get into a Kaminga versus Buddy Hield conversation because they don't play the same position. That's not an interchangeable spot. Buddy, by the way, right now is barely even playing 15 minutes a night on a lot of nights. That's not the spot Jonathan wants. That's not the comparison. And by the way, teams don't roll off 10, 11 out of 12 but they played bad teams. I watched them win at Madison Square Garden. I watched them come off of a road trip and beat the Detroit Pistons, who are very good and red hot. I've watched this team go into Houston in the last 3 weeks and win a basketball game. Go into Sacramento. Are there any Bostons or Clevelands on there? No. But don't make this about the schedule, AJ. Come on, man. They're playing great ball right now. You know enough about the game to know that.
They're playing excellent basketball, but again, these are games that they're expected to win. If you're a good team, you're expected to beat bad teams. Now, a guy like Detroit is a good win. That's a great. In fact, Detroit was probably the best win in the schedule. I'm not counting the Knicks because they didn't have Cat. But that Detroit win was a great win because those guys were big, strong, physical, and fast. That was a tough win for them. But again, that's the game where you need a guy like Jonathan Kaminga who can get out and transition and compete with those guys with Detroit, who can put pressure on the rim, but also another body you can put on Cade Cunningham. I watched Jonathan Kaminga give SGA hell. And he gets hurt, and Wiggins come around and he dropped 52 on his head. So
he's gone. He's gone. Moses Moody made the game-saving play of the night defending Cade Cunningham.
No, Moses Moody. Listen. I've been praying for Moses Moody to have a day for the last couple years. But again, just because Jonathan Kaminga is coming back doesn't mean Moody and these guys who should have been playing from the get-go are losing minutes. But I can tell you, Looney is going to be losing minutes. Buddy Hield is going to be losing minutes. Pat Spencer is getting no minutes. Pies, we're going to have to shave some of those minutes off of Pies. I mean, because to really compete, you need big wings. You need big wings. Jonathan Kaminga is that guy.
And AJ, thank you, AJ. There's no issue with Jonathan playing, provided that he plays well and it works for the team. That's the only point that I think anybody is trying to make today. Nobody's trying to hold Jonathan down. I do think that I hear a lot of people being dismissive of what the Warriors are currently doing. The key statement for me in everything that AJ just said was, oh, these teams that they're all playing right now, well, if you're a good team, you beat them. Exactly. And for the first time in 2 years, guess what? The Warriors are a good team. How about that?
Well, they were good at the start of the year when they started 12-3.
Yes, but that is literally the point I'm trying to make. The Warriors are finally a good team. And that is not because Jonathan is out, but it has happened to happen while he's out. And you can't mess with it.
Yeah, you shouldn't mess with it.
You cannot mess with it.
But you do need to get him back into the flow. And tonight is game 65 of 82, and he won't play tonight. So if he happens to play Thursday, he'll have 16 games left to try to ramp up for the playoffs. And I do think that you will need him. And AJ's not wrong about things that he can do. He can do a lot on the wing, defensively, on the ball that you have somewhat now. And Buddy Hield's a guy, and he's not going to fight Buddy Hield for minutes. And you were mentioning Buddy's minutes, and he's averaging actually 22 and a half minutes a game since Jimmy came. The minutes are down, not because of Jimmy, but because he's not shooting great. Right. He's shooting 32% over the last 13 games, and he's getting 10 a night, but he's a volume shooter, and he's not knocking them down. So that's why he is losing his minutes. And you mentioned it before, like, what can you do? And if you have one or two things that you do and you're not doing them well, then you don't get to play.
Yeah, then you're going to sit.
And that's where TJD now is playing in Santa Cruz, because what he does best, they don't need right now.
Before we go back to the phones, real quick, I promised this one to let everybody know that Thursday, 5 p.m. hour, we're going to give away what we're calling best seat in the house. The best seat in the house package is for two people at Splash at Thrive City, newest sports bar right outside of Chase Center, okay? And it's fantastic. Food's great, vibe great. It's all the way up. Thursday, March 20th, for the first day of the NCAA tournament, okay? We're going to be there. Can't wait to see you all there. This best seat in the house package includes a prime location on the second floor of Splash, which is fancy, okay? It's schmancy up there, overlooking the gigantic video boards, which will be showing the tournament games. A couple of appetizers, 4 entrees, and a dessert. And I already told you about the food. Get the nachos. Really, really good. And all you need to know is make sure you're listening to our show on Thursday during the 5 p.m. hour. More details on how you can win coming up later in the week. Let's go to Irv in Berkeley. Hi, Irv. Thank you for calling.
Hey, thank you. I think with Kaminga coming back, and I know that everybody loves Looney, but I think that this helps us transition away from Looney being on the court, and you have Guy Santos, Looney, say Jimmy Butler. The best thing the one thing that Jimmy Butler, I see that what he could do to help Kaminga is when he penetrates and Kaminga cuts. There's nobody that's going to meet him at the rim. And I think that's what's going to help the Warriors out with Kaminga coming back.
Hey, Irv, are you multitasking right now?
No.
Oh, okay, because your phone's cracking all over the place. You sound like you're wrapping a gift while you're talking hoops with us or something.
Yeah, it might be my location.
Okay.
But
yep.
You know what that would be.
But but I think that we're overreacting. I think that I think Kaminga coming back should help us. I just think he would help us.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, no doubt, Irv.
Thanks. I really do. I like here is the number one thing I walked out of the arena with on Saturday night. Dude, they're really good. They're really good right now. That was an underrated victory if you're not really following what's going on. The Warriors talked about this ad nauseum. They're coming off of a 5-game road trip. They had done a 6-hour flight the day before. They were dragging. And the Pistons are the most physical basketball team in the league. They foul more than anybody. And they brought that to Chase Center. Jalen Duren was a problem. Double-double by halftime. He was absolutely throwing bows down in the paint. And the Warriors were starting to feel it. And there were a couple of times where they had to get key buckets just to stay within shouting distance, or they were about to fall down by double digits. They hung in there, and in the fourth quarter, they imposed their experience, big shot making, Draymond, obviously, Guy's energy, Moses' defense on a night where Steph Curry's shot was not really falling. That was a monstrous victory. So I walk out of there sky high because I'm like, oh my goodness, man, they're humming and they are ready to go. They are ready to play with anyone. They are ready to play a different style. They are ready to really have an impact on the remainder of this season. And so that's it. That's it. I say all of that without Jonathan's name even in any of the sentences. The point, though, is that when you then get to that idea of Jonathan coming back, all I'm saying is, yes, check him out. Hope it goes great, but be careful because you've really finally found a rotation and a scenario that is consistently working every night.
But I don't think that you have to worry about injecting him and disturbing what you already have because you've got a good core and Jimmy Butler works. We can all say that now. And you've got Guy, who looks like found money, and Quentin Post is playing a great role. And all the rest of your role players are doing great things. So really the only question is, can Jonathan come in and play a new role? Because he's not going to play the same role that he had when he left, which was come out here and be your dominant scorer. I don't think that you need him to do that. Now, he can come out and look to score and be productive and play 25 minutes. And if he gets you 20 a night and he fits in and he is aggressive and scoring, well, now you're talking about a team that maybe has a higher ceiling than what we would have thought. But right now, you're right, Mark, and they've been 11-2 since Jimmy came, and they have just one loss in the games that he's played. You don't have that same need. What you need him to do is different than what you needed him to do before. So can he come in and fill the need that you currently have? I fully believe that, yes, he can.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We'll keep going with your calls on the Golden State Warriors. Coming up next, 888-957-9570. Plus, I do have a quirky little number stat on 49er free agent departures that you guys are going to want to hear. And Anthony Slater joins us in just over an hour on Willard and Dibs.
Sometimes our wonderful life in the Bay Area can lull us into a sense that Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Draymond holds it, swings it to Santos. Butler comes back for a screen or a post-up or a handoff. Can't get either. Harris, good defense. Butler with the catch in front of the Detroit bench. 3 to shoot. Off the dribble jumper. Good! Jimmy Butler gives the Warriors a 2-point lead. 107-105. 1:15 to go. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Atta babe, Tim. And one thing I don't necessarily love, like, it feels like the only thing we say about Jimmy Butler is the Warriors' record since he showed up. And we don't talk enough about the little things that he does. He was also fantastic in that basketball game on Saturday. Just fantastic. I don't know many players who I've watched who have such a keen attachment to what the right thing to do is at the right time in terms of creating a shot, either for himself or for someone else. But he's really, man, he's very intuitive. He's really tapped in and has been obviously such an unbelievable godsend for the Warriors. And the only time they've lost in recent memory is when he sat out.
Yeah. Well, they have one loss when he played. Yeah. And he did have 4 turnovers in that game, which is, 4 games worth for him. He's averaging 1 turnover per game. And you mentioned the actual game itself, and I just pulled it up to get the exact number, but there were 22 lead changes in that game. 22, including 10 in the fourth quarter alone. Yep. So you talk about the quality of game. You don't often see that in an NBA game where it's really that back and forth. And in the fourth quarter, you had 10 lead changes, and it just was, Detroit, and then the Warriors were the answer, and then the Pistons would get up 4 or 5, and then the Warriors got the lead, and Detroit snatched it back, and it went down to, like we all would predict, a Draymond Green three-pointer.
I knew it was coming.
Yeah. I
was telling the students,
right?
I'm like, this is where they use Draymond, and then they all were like, "Whoa, nice call." Kidding, but I did have Draymond on a little underdog action that night, so I was really appreciative that he put up some stuff.
12, 9, and 7. 12, 9, 7, 3 steals. He had a block as well.
I had him at the higher 23.5 points, rebounds, assists.
Yeah, and he had 28, so that's Ottoman.
Well, it ended up being Ottoman, but with 3 minutes to go in the game, he wasn't there yet.
Yeah.
And then I asked Schroeder. Schroeder, the former Dub, was at the free throw line, and he made the first one to cut it to 1.
Schroeder,
and I'm
going to need a miss.
Draymond is standing there under the hoop, and he's at 23. And I need 24. Anything. I'm like, pass, rebound, bucket, anything. Anything. I go, boy, Schroeder, if you got 1 free throw missing you, if you could just have that thing bounce right to Draymond, I sure would appreciate it.
Yep.
That's exactly what happened. And I did something you're not supposed to do there in that press box.
You didn't.
I gave just a little under the table, just a little pump fist. Ha! Yeah. That's a green check. For your boy.
Just a quick aside, is that something that you talk to your students about when you get into that thing?
Well, someone asked.
Well, and I wonder, because you get there early and you're going to tell them all the things you're going to do. Is part of it like a protocol thing? Where,
absolutely. In fact, we talked to them about that last week on Zoom prior to them even coming. And I told them a story about one of their compadres, a student from Cal Poly 2 years ago.
Oh, no.
I'm like, okay. Because sometimes you can talk to everybody and then they get overwhelmed.
It's a lot of excitement.
Like Steph Curry walks by and people start fanning themselves. They're like, holy crap. Like, right, we're under the arena and there's the Warriors. And people get a little starstruck and overwhelmed, right? So
I love you, Steph. You're a journalist.
2 years ago, everybody's getting over to the interview room and they got their little badges on and everybody's like, okay, this is great. And then Jordan Poole comes walking by. And I'm just like, I forget because you're like, we do this. And so it's like, oh, everybody just keep coming into the interview room. And one of these kids turns around and he goes, JP! I'm like, dog, you're not the public address announcer. Chill. And so I told them all that last week because I'm like, You got to act professional. Even though you may not feel like it. You got to act like you've been there before now, because it's going to get people real uncomfortable. And Jordan gave him a look like, dog, what do you like?
Right.
What? This is our space.
Media.
Right. Like, you could do that if you're sitting out in the stands.
You're not Dalton Johnson. Who are you? I mean, I just had to pick somebody randomly.
Dalton caught us.
Dalton would never.
Dalton was great that night.
He's always
nice,
great.
Yeah.
One more follow-up before we go to the phones, and I know a lot of people want to talk about J.K. and the potential return, but how did birthday boy Skip the midterm do?
Oh,
at the event, did he show up?
Fine. Yeah, he showed. The whole class showed up.
Okay,
he showed up. He's about 6'6". He's a volleyball player.
Oh,
he's got a big, deep voice. He got a question in for one of the players after the game. I think it was Moses.
This is not Nick Friedel, but it might as well be.
Steve, I skipped my midterm for my birthday, so I need these points. So if you could answer my question appropriately, it'd be really helpful.
Yes.
But he showed. Good for him.
Yeah, he showed. Let's go back to the phones. I did want to mention this because I promised it. This is funny. Ex-49ers have signed for a grand total of
$200 million?
$223.5 million just today.
Yeah.
That's the combo of Aaron Banks, Charvarius Ward, Talanoa Hufanga, Jalen Moore, Josh Dobbs, and Elijah Mitchell. Major. And I stand by what I said. I don't think they've lost anybody that they wanted.
Well, and I'll stand by what I said. They have lost more than they've gained, and many of those players are players they drafted, and so now you have to set about finding their replacement, and in some cases you have the replacement. Yep. Eli Mitchell, I get it. You've got J.P. Mason, maybe. You've got Garendo, sure.
They re-signed Taylor today, too.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Patrick Taylor. Yep. So I don't know what the numbers are, but it's probably a very small deal. But for me, you spend draft capital on guys and then you let them go out to free agency. That becomes a draft miss.
I can't argue with that. But I would say, like, our buddy Nick Wagner did something cool, which is he threw out all the names that the 49ers were specifically drafting in the last year to replace the players who left today. Like, he tied it. He goes, yes, Debo is gone. Ricky Pearsall. Yes, Charvarius Ward is gone. Renardo Green. Yes, Banks is gone. Dominic Pooney. Yes, Hufanga's gone. Malik Mustafa. On and on. And so, again, I don't think the Niners lost anybody they were planning to keep long term.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
But I can't argue with what you're saying. It was a draft miss. Which obviously every team has those every year. Let's go to Fred in Oakland. Hi, Fred. What's going on? Thanks for calling.
No problem. How you fellas doing?
We're good, Fred.
Good. So, no, in regards to Kaminga, his return, whenever that is going to be, but I am concerned, like they were saying earlier, about, this stalemate with him not returning already. But just to the point, I think it's real profound what Steve Kerr said about Santos. I think he, definitely he's going to keep playing him. And I think that he should stick with that, even if Kaminga comes back. And what you guys were saying, I think they're going to just keep everything in place and just certain people who contribute what they're contributing continue to do that. I think Kerr was saying I'm going to play Kaminga probably in spurts. And whatever those spurts look like is going to determine whether he, impacts the play. What I wanted to ask you guys, what do you guys think if Draymond has a lot of say in the defense and who plays and what, if he says to, hey, coach, it looks like Santos is getting it better than Kaminga is, he's kind of approaches Coach Kerr about that and has his input that might impact how much playing time Kaminga gets. Because, like I said, if he doesn't come back and it takes him a while to kind of assimilate, it might affect his coming. And I'd rather stick with the guys that are doing it now. Don't mess that up. The Moody's, the Santos, and your Post and those guys. And one more thing, in regards to Butler, I wanted to say that I think he's on cruise control right now. I think he's just trying to assimilate, get everybody involved, and do what he's been doing, which has helped them with their win streak. Definitely a big help. But I think he's waiting. He's going to turn on another gear when those playoffs come on. Keep in mind, he hasn't.
He has in the past. Fred, we're right up against it. We got to run. It's a great call. Thank you very much. The question he asked, Dibs, about like if Draymond comes to Steve Kerr and goes, dude, Guy Santos is really getting this rotation. We got to stick with him. Do I think that will carry weight? Hell yes. Hell yes. And if that, again, I don't know exactly how the organization feels about each piece of their game, but if they feel like anyone, I don't care what his name is, if they feel like anybody is locked in and helping them win right now, then he stays.
Of course he stays. But at the same time, you have to give Kaminga the chance to play his way back into fitness and see exactly what he's going to be with his team. Because before Jimmy came, Kaminga was doing things that nobody else, Moses or Guy or Quentin, he was doing things then that nobody else was doing. So you have to give him a chance to get back into form and see how he can help this new team.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're taking your calls, Anthony Slater, in an hour. And if you're just joining us and you're wondering sort of what got this conversation started, Steve Kerr with a very key answer to a forthcoming question after the win on Saturday night. And if you were out on a date or doing something on a Saturday night and you didn't hear it, well, you need to hear it. And we'll play it for you coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine.
Moody, screen for Butler. Butler with a dribble right side. Pass right sideline. Draymond takes a three. It's good! Draymond hit it with 34.5 to go. The Warriors lead by 2. Detroit will not call time. Cunningham pass stolen. A dribble stolen by Moody. Throws it back. Draymond gets fouled by Duran as he undercut him going for a loose ball. 24.8 to go.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. And you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Day-Day was real good in this one, too. And I don't know if it was the Detroit connection or whatever, but his intensity was turned all the way up in that fourth quarter also. And, dude, the cojones to pull the trigger on that three-pointer in that situation was something. That was something to behold.
Stand on it.
Yeah.
Stand on what you say. Stand on what you do.
Shoot.
What else would you expect? I mean,
well, not really for the ball to go in, but it did.
Well, I mean, the cojones to shoot it.
Yeah.
Draymond, he's a 4-time champ.
Yep.
He's made almost $250 million. He's got a ready-made career. When he decides to retire, he's got a podcast that is hugely popular. What's the risk? It's just a Saturday night against Detroit.
Well, that's processing.
Shoot the three.
Yeah, that's processing a lot in a given moment. They care about this.
I do believe that he carries that with him. I don't think that he carries any nervousness about anything. It's I'm open. I'm going to shoot.
It's not nervousness as much as it is that the right play? Is that the right thing to do in that moment? Because let's be honest, the big three now with the Warriors, these three, that's kind of what defines them. Except for Steph. Steph is just, right, he's otherworldly in terms of his effectiveness. But Draymond and Jimmy Butler, we're seeing very quickly, these guys are elite decision makers. And that was a surprising decision. Turns out it was the right decision.
Yep.
But that's what I mean. Not that he would cower in the moment by any stretch, but that's, he's aware that he's not the best shooter on the team.
Yes, but he's also aware of the situation, and I'm looking at it here where it's a little bit of a screen and roll where both defenders go to Steph, and it's a 2-for-1 opportunity. If you shoot it with 36.5 to go, you're down 1. So worst case, you miss, and they go down and they get a 2. If they go down and get a 3, now we're in trouble because you're already down 1. But you realize that if you shoot it here, you're going to get one more possession. So... And he's pretty wide open. And
he's totally wide open.
Yeah. And it's,
all net.
All net.
Beautiful shot.
And that was basically the game. I mean, that was almost a night-night moment. But, Detroit had a chance. But because he shot it when he did 36 to go, it was going to be a 2-for-1 for you. And so
2-for-1 and a 2-point lead. And then obviously what the clip that Grandy just played with Moody causing the loose ball, Draymond getting fouled. That pretty much is when you felt like you had it in hand. Although Draymond only hit one of the 2 free throws, so still a 3-point game. And the Pistons had another shot at it, but the Warriors played really good defense down the stretch in the final few minutes of this basketball game. Glad you're with us. Your phone calls welcome as the Dubs do it again. 888-957-9570. And the comment that Steve Kerr made after the game will play for you. Play it for you again in just a second. Want to remind you again, though, that next Thursday, the NCAA tournament starts. That's, by the way, when Dan Dibley, he loses the damn mind. He gets completely overtaken by the NCAA tournament.
We are already there, and we are tracking Towson v. Delaware right now in a conference tournament game.
What do you got? What do you got, and who are you on?
We're on Towson.
And what's the number?
I think the number wound up at, thank you. Let me look at my my clipboard here. It's the first game out today. Towson's given, I got it at 5.5. It's gone up to 6.5 against the Blue Hens from Delaware, known mostly for Joe Flacco, who won't be playing in tonight's game. It's a CAA semifinal. Towson and Delaware.
Okay. And what's the score? Has the game started?
Oh, yeah, it's underway.
Okay.
That's why I was trying to fidget with this TV.
So you got Towson minus 5.5.
Yeah.
And the game is underway.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're up 2 early.
They're up 2.
Yeah.
It's early.
It's early.
Okay.
We hit a little three-teamer yesterday as the USF Dons brought it home in the nightcap.
Way to go, Dons.
Even though they don't have Marcus Williams, who is under suspension from the NCAA, and they've got Gonzaga tonight, and they're getting about 80 points against the Zags.
All right. Anyway, so the tournament, it's going to start in a couple of next Thursday.
10 days, Mark.
Right, March 20th, next Thursday. So this Thursday, to celebrate the big Thursday that's coming next week, we in the 5 o'clock hour are going to give away what we're calling the best seat in the house. And for those of you who haven't been to Splash over there at Thrive City, you probably can't fully gather what we're saying here. We're talking like a really cool seat because it's bougie. It's bougie upstairs at Splash. It's kind of bougie downstairs, too, by the way. And the food is delicious. We've had a great time there a few times already. We're looking forward to being there again. We will be there on the 20th. But again, back to this Thursday, 5 o'clock hour. It's the best seat in the house package for 2 people. So go to Splash at Thrive City, newest sports bar right next to Chase Center. Thursday, March 20th for the first day of the NCAA tournament. This best seat in the house package includes a prime location on the second floor of Splash, bougie, overlooking their gigantic video boards, which will be showing, obviously, the tournament games. You get a couple appetizers, 4 entrees, and a dessert. So you're going to go home full now. All you need to know right now, be with us Thursday, 5 o'clock hour. More details on how you can win coming later in the week.
Exciting.
Yeah, this sounds fun.
Yeah.
That's a fun prize.
Best seat in the house.
Oh, my gosh.
You spend all day now. First game tips about 9. Last game tips about 7:30.
Dude, 2 people and you get 4 entrees, 2 apps, and a dessert? Come on.
You go app, entree.
I'm going to eat it.
Entree, and you put the dessert wherever you want to put it, but you could do an easy 10 hours there and be fed.
You got games all day long. Right. So, fantastic.
Best to eat in the house is what it's called.
Man, give me that menu and let me pick 7 things. I'm in.
Yeah.
So, anyway, 5 o'clock hour Thursday to get ready for next Thursday. Oh, and by the way, you probably also get a high five from Willard and Dibbs. We're going to be there.
Well, you will.
Oh, that's right.
Gone.
Willard and Grandy?
The champ. Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
Shrugged. It's like, I don't know.
The champ will be there.
All right.
Maybe you'll get shooting tips. Maybe Grandy will take you down to the Papa Shot on the first floor.
Ain't no shooting tips?
No, but the listener might and you quietly, you might get some shooting tips from Grandy who straight knocked you out.
I'm going to take him over to the golf simulator and show him a thing or 2.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, you will run laps around me there.
Crush you.
No doubt.
I'll crush your soul.
And just
anyway.
10 seconds on your Instagram, you may have another golf prodigy on your hands. The little lefty.
He can swing it, huh?
Nice little swing.
He can swing it, yeah.
Nice little swing.
MT Willard
from your 11-year-old.
On IG. The story will probably be up for another, I don't know. How long do they stay up?
24 hours.
24 hours?
Yep.
Oh.
We're running out of time.
Oh,
you don't know. All you do is post things to your story. You don't know.
I don't know how long it's up there.
But he posts it, and then the fiance will repost, and then he'll repost the repost, and so those things will live.
It's gone. No, it's gone.
He'll be back.
Yeah.
The kid's got a nice cut, though. Nice little swing.
Yeah. So that's fun. But anyway, all right. So that's Thursday in the 5 o'clock hour. Right now, we wanted to share this with you. And again, here's the background, and it makes me laugh the way this came together because that was such an impressive win. And I'll also share with you that while everybody was already gathered in the media room on Saturday night, Grandy's doing post, right? E-Dog and Whitley are ready to go. They're in position. Everybody's ready to rock. But it gets quiet because the fans have all left. This game's been over for almost a half hour. And then all of a sudden, you hear someone coming down the hall like this. I got the ball! I got the ball! And it was like, what the hell's going on? It was Draymond Green. Now, did he get the ball of the 3-point shot that he hit? Or actually what I think we found out it was he got the ball that was Steph Curry's 25,000th point.
Yep.
Right? So he heads down the hall. 3 minutes later, here comes another screamer down the hall. Boom! boom. I mean, like loud. What the hell's going on now? Well, it's Steph. And we later asked Steve Kerr, what's the boom? And apparently that's Draymond Green's 3-point celebration. Whenever he hits a 3-pointer, he starts yelling boom. So these two guys are batting back and forth with one another. And again, it's half hour after the game. So I was struck by the energy that they still had for this victory. It's a big win. And then everyone wants to talk to all of the guys about all the little intricacies of this game. And all of a sudden, here comes one of my Cal Poly students, Jocelyn. She gets the microphone and looks at Steve Kerr and goes, "So, Steve, this team is playing very well. How are you going to enter Jonathan Kaminga back into this lineup?" He jokes that this is too hard-hitting of a question.
It's a great question.
But then he gives this answer.
It's a really difficult thing when you are playing really well and then you have a key guy coming back. It's always tough. So I think the idea is just bring him along slowly, play him in short bursts, help him get his rhythm back. But, we've got to keep playing Guy Santos. We've got to keep playing the guys who are helping us win right now. And so usually this stuff has to kind of play out. And so we'll hope that it plays out.
Okay. I found that to be a fascinating answer because, A, he admits the difficulty of trying to mess with anything right now, and then goes on to also be like, look, of course, this is Jonathan Kaminga. Of course we're gonna get him in there, but it's gonna be short bursts, build him up, see how he plays. But oh, by the way, if any of you think I'm taking Guy Santos out of the lineup, I'm not doing it. And so that's kind of where my head is as I leave the arena that night. Is like, man, these guys are really humming right now. And it is very much an if it ain't broke, don't fix it thought process for me with the Warriors.
And it's the same thought process for them because it's clearly not broken. And if you think about since they got Jimmy Butler and they're 11-2, it's the third best record in the association. Cleveland, of course, is 13-0, and the Thunder are 13-2. And then you're next at 11-2. So why would you try to upset what you have going on, which has been unbelievable? And you're not going to. You're going to work Jonathan Kaminga back in, and if you continue to win and he feels better and he gets stronger and he gets his fitness back, whenever that is, then he'll, I think, slowly and gradually get back to a role that is more prominent. But if it looks like he's pressing or things are stalling or things are not as good as they were before he came back, well, then his minutes won't be what they have been. And that's what we saw from Buddy Hield. Buddy's minutes went down because he hasn't been as productive and he hasn't shot the ball as well. And that's the same thing with everyone. Kevon Looney's minutes down. TJD, well, you don't get to play anymore because now we found Quentin Post, who is a stretch 5. So your center spot is Draymond, Quentin, and Kevon, and TJD is the odd man out. And so that's the way it'll have to be with everyone, especially if Kaminga comes back and it's not going great.
Here's what Steve said specifically about Guy Santos when asked.
All the cutting, the playmaking. You saw the backdoor cut he made in the first half, and he got the layup from Trace. He keeps the game going with his play, with his cutting and movement. We had a play in New York the other night at the Garden where he hit Draymond on a backdoor cut for a dunk, and that was not a called set. It was just basketball happening, and he's in the middle of that stuff. He just knows how to play, and the game continues and really flows when he's out there. He's, we call him connectors. That's the popular word these days. He's a connector.
Game really flows when he's out there. I mean, that's really hard to go away from. So, look, at the end of all of this, I do really feel for Jonathan's situation, and this is part of what I was trying to say a week ago when I said this is more challenging than I think a lot of people are giving it credit for. When people are like, ooh, we're humming and Jonathan's coming back. I look at it more like, oh, you're humming but Jonathan's coming back. I don't know how that's going to go. I hope for this to go as wonderfully as so many people think it will, and that would be great. I would love for this to be seamless. But I've been a part of too many conversations over the last 3 years about Steve Kerr and his rotations and how difficult it is because everybody wants everybody to play all the time. And when you're winning at this kind of a clip, I'm telling you, man, the Warriors have worked their way into actually being a contender. Like, An actual
well, you were talking
contender
about
here.
power rankings earlier, and was it ESPN had them at number 5?
The NBA app.
Right.
The actual league app says that they are up to number 5. The only teams ahead of them, Boston, Cleveland, OKC, Lakers.
Yep.
Get them ahead of Denver.
Well, even if you go to like a more neutral metric, which for me is the gambling markets, they're probably top 6 or top 7 right now in odds to win the title. If you go to FanDuel or any of the offshores, the odds were, before Jimmy Butler got acquired, they were about 60-1. And last time I looked, they were at 16-1. And those odds are probably even smaller now that they've won, 11 of 13 or 12 of 14. And they're one of the hottest teams in basketball outside of Cleveland and OKC. They're the hottest team since the deadline.
Yep, there's no question. All right, let me pull this up and see where they are. Okay. I mean, you want to play a game real quick?
Sure.
You got any game show music over there, Grandy? Let me see. All right, go ahead and name all the teams that are ahead of the Warriors in the current NBA title odds race.
How many are there?
I feel like I shouldn't tell you that.
Oh, then don't tell me that.
Okay, yeah.
You don't have to tell me that.
That'd make it too easy.
I would think that Cleveland is ahead of them.
Ding.
OKC is ahead of them.
Ding. They're the favorite right now.
Okay. Boston is still ahead of them.
Ding. That's the Eastern Conference favorite.
Yep. The Lakers are ahead of them.
Ding.
Denver's ahead of them.
That's correct. Ding.
And I'm going to say that's it. That's it.
Oh, so close. Boy. You're missing one. There's one other team that narrowly has better current odds to win the championship than the Warriors.
The old narrowly. Would it be Milwaukee?
No, sorry. The Warriors are ahead of the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah.
Would you like to try again?
I guess it would be Memphis, but that doesn't make sense.
Oh, sorry. That's buzzer number 2. Memphis is behind Milwaukee. Nope. One more shot.
Man.
Or else you got to walk the plank.
Yeah, I hate that darn plank. Houston?
Oh.
Sorry.
No.
Alex Trebek.
Houston.
Sorry.
I'm glad you caught that. That was subtle.
Sorry. And that was always my favorite.
Sorry.
Rest in peace. Sorry. No. He was so dismissive. It's like, dude, I'm out here making guesses.
Alex was like the most pompous, nice human being of all time.
Uganda? Sorry. No.
Sorry.
What is Rwanda? How could you not know that, you imbecile?
Well, the answer here is what is the New York Knicks?
Mother.
The New York Knicks at plus 2,400 narrowly ahead of the plus 2,800.
Oh, wow. 2,800?
State Warriors.
Where are you shopping for that? I want to get a piece of that at 2,800.
That's a FanDuel special.
Okay.
So right now, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They are 7th in the NBA title odds right now.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, again.
Yeah, 28-1. I think I saw something where they were down to 16, but that clearly isn't at the duel.
I think
the duel is what we use. So.
Yeah, I think there's 2 different questions here. One is just what do people think in terms of how good they are? But then the other side is the odds have to factor in that where the Warriors are because of their early season play, they're still likely headed toward a situation where you've got to go face the Lakers and the Nuggets on the road in round 1. And that makes it a very, very difficult road to battle. Now, it may not play out that way. They may get to 5. Maybe they get to 4. I don't know. Obviously, the odds will change if that happens. But right now, they're still sitting there in the 6th seed, and that's going to be a tough spot.
It just is interesting when you get into these betting markets because DraftKings has them at 14-1.
Woo.
FanDuel 28-1, as you mentioned, and Bet 365 has them at 16-1, and this one that I don't recognize has them at 12-1.
That's to win the whole thing or to win the West?
BetMGM, NBA champion, 12-1.
Yeah,
BetMGM has them as the 5th choice, tied with Denver. So
okay, well,
if you're a gambler,
go to
better
FanDuel.
shop around.
Holy cannoli!
ESPN Bet has them at 25-1.
Yeah,
so
that's a big gap.
Good
Lord, you don't usually find that kind of a gap.
Cleveland is between 5-1 and 6-1 across 8 different
FanDuel's
shops.
got them at plus 550.
The Warriors are between 12-1 and 28-1.
Dude, that's a huge gap.
And that, I think, is maybe the most interesting part of this is that there's no consensus among power rankings, fan bases, gambling operations. Everybody's got them all over the place.
Let's go back to the phones at 888-957-9570. How about Mark in Berkeley? Hi, Mark. Thanks for calling.
Hey, Mark. Did you remember me? I wanted to ask about this Thursday. You're going to be there?
This Thursday. Going to be where?
At the marketplace.
No, that's Steiny and Guru.
Steiny and Guru.
Yeah, Steiny and Guru live at the Emeryville Marketplace.
I'm like flat-footed over here. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, for a little watch party.
Okay, are you guys not worried about the Philadelphia game and the Nets game that was so close?
Not at all. Like, not even a little bit, Mark. I mean, that's the NBA. First of all, Jimmy Butler didn't play in the Philadelphia game. Secondly, the Brooklyn game is at the end of a road trip, and they came out, had a sleepy start, lost one of their starters a minute in, and then laughed at a 22-point lead and erased it. That's what good teams do, man. You're not going to just come out and cover every spread, you know?
Okay, and tonight I did a little scouting. What about this center that's playing tonight with Portland?
Which one? Which player are you specifically thinking about?
Play Weiss, the new guy. NCAA champ Weiss.
Talking about Avia? Who's he talking about? Mark, thanks, appreciate it. I don't know who's the new guy for the Portland Blazers. I'm not sure who he's talking about.
I imagine he's talking about Donovan Clingan, rookie from UConn.
Oh, Clingan.
Yeah, the champ, the NBA champ.
He doesn't play a ton.
Yeah.
No, he starts. But he's coming off a tidy little triple single.
There's no.
He had 3 and 9 in a loss to Detroit.
There's nothing. There's no individual I'm worried about. I will tell you, Portland is not necessarily constructed the way they used to be. These are not your father's Portland Blazers.
Right.
They're coming back to earth a little bit. They've lost 4 or 5, but this is a much more dangerous team than they were last year or even at the beginning of this year. And so you can't get caught sleeping tonight. But Warriors are a big favorite. Yeah, so no, I'm not worried about this one.
No, and I don't think that this is a letdown spot. I do think that Saturday was a difficult game because Detroit was playing great, and you talked about the travel and, getting home and trying to ramp up for that game, and they were very physical, and that thing was back and forth with 22 different lead changes, and so that thing was teetering on the brink of a loss or a win. It was a fun game with all the back and forth.
I look at it a little bit differently, too, specific to this spot tonight. So Portland last night, they're on a back-to-back. They played at home last night against the Pistons. So that physicality that the Warriors dealt with Saturday, Portland just dealt with it last night and got beat. So I think this is actually a good spot for the Warriors tonight. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. More of your calls on the Dubs. Obviously, an eye on NFL free agency. Anthony Slater joins us in a half hour. This is Willard and Dibs.
My taste buds can't be tricked when it comes to McDonald's. Trust me, I've tried. No.
To Moody, to Looney, back to Curry, still moving on the right wing. Crowded by Thompson, takes a dribble, backs him up, shoots the three, and banked it home! He banked it in!
Why not?
Who says you have to stop banking on the weekend?
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Well, usually the bank does, but not in this particular case. That one did not make the Pistons sideline very happy.
No.
Yeah, Isaiah Stewart with some palms up when that one went in off the
Iguodala
off the bank. Hey, before we keep going with your calls, a couple of notes from the Los Angeles Rams.
Okay.
First and foremost, the Rams have re-signed quarterback Jimmy Garoppolo.
See it.
To a one-year deal.
Okay.
He will continue to be Matt Stafford's backup with the Rams. And he can only hope for an opportunity to throw a pass to either Devontae Adams or Puka Nacua at some point during the year.
God.
Big question there. Who gets 17? Who gets 17?
Oh, because they both wear 17?
They both wear 17.
And Puka's been wearing 17.
And so's Devontae.
Right.
In different cities.
Well, the answer is easy. It's Puka, unless the price is right.
Yeah, exactly.
Game show music, please.
Lucas just called me out. He's like, I thought you didn't know anybody's number. I don't. I just read that this, like, Puka.
Yeah.
Puka just did an interview where he's like, well, I've been wearing 17, but we'll see what kind of a negotiator he is.
Right. That feels to me like it's a cool $100,000. Like,
I would actually put a physical thing on it. How about a new car, Devontae?
It's a brand new car.
It's a new car.
I think the bigger story here is you remember the Netflix doc Receiver that Debo was on? And they featured Devontae Adams with the Raiders, and that was when Jimmy Garoppolo was their quarterback. And Devontae got to a point where he essentially said, I have to get out of here. Jimmy Garoppolo is going to kill me.
Yep.
Great point. So, Matthew, don't get hurt, says Devontae Adams.
Well, if you look at the trajectory of Jimmy Garoppolo's career, Stafford is probably going to miss some games, which means here comes Jimmy. Here comes Jimmy with some hospital throws for Devontae Adams. And, it's just the way it goes. Jimmy Garoppolo has been a beneficiary of some things that broke his way. And, he found his way to San Francisco and played well and then got the biggest contract in history.
You could do worse for a backup quarterback.
The Niners will do worse than that for a backup quarterback.
You don't know that. You don't know who they're getting.
Well, I hear that they might be clamoring for Jameis Winston.
There are reports that the 49ers and Chargers are working on Jameis Winston as a backup QB, which I think is a phenomenal idea.
I think it's a terrible idea.
Why?
Because, and I'm going to borrow from Kendrick Lamar and SZA, song off his latest album, 30 for 30.
Better be careful.
30 for 30 for 30 for 30.
Yeah.
He's the only quarterback in history to go 30 for 30, 30 touchdowns and 30 picks in the same season.
What's that got to do with being a backup?
It means he stinks.
No, it doesn't.
It means I don't want him to throw the football for my team.
He's a lot better than the backups they went out there with this year.
Disagree.
You're kidding me, really?
Dobbsy?
Dobbsy never even played.
Brandon Allen?
Yeah.
Sturdy. Reliable. They both played, actually.
I don't even.
Allen played the first game that Brock missed, and Dobbsy played the second one.
That was when they were already eliminated.
Right.
Yeah.
But
yeah. So I don't even know what to do with your
Jameis might as well work at McDonald's and serve apple turnovers.
Okay, take it easy. Jameis can go win you a game.
Jameis can lose you a game.
Sure, but he's a backup. Like, he is so much more dynamic than either of the guys the 49ers had this year in that position. Like, well, not even close. And plus, it would be fun to have two quarterbacks in the same room. And one of them was the last pick in the draft, and one of them was the first pick in the draft, and one was the last pick in the draft, so one was making $50 million and starting.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
Sure.
Don't you think?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really. I mean, yeah.
Anyway, the Warriors play the Blazers tonight, which means Warriors Live with Evan Giddings starts at 6 p.m. and it's presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Anthony Slater's going to join us in 25 minutes or so. Also, though, with the Rams, word has just come down that if a trade does not materialize soon, they will be releasing Cooper Kupp. which I think makes him a very, very interesting person. If you could just go get him off of the street, I think Cooper becomes very interesting. And I bet that Cooper is going to walk out of there with a real angry streak. The Rams did him kind of dirty. I don't mind. If you want to move on, move on. But I bet he feels like he was lied to. And here's what I mean by that. You move on from Cooper Kupp, and I guarantee you the conversation with, look, Cooper, we love you, but you got a big number there on that salary, and we're trying to reboot some things. We need to get a little bit younger, and so we're going to give you permission to seek a trade. And then what do? They turn around and go find an older receiver and pay him the exact same amount that Cooper was going to cost on the cap this year. Oof. That's a punch in the gut. And what they're basically telling Cooper is, we don't think you can stay healthy. That's why we're moving on from you. We don't think that you can play 17 football games anymore. So I bet he's going to be a motivated character this year.
Yeah, depending on when they do it. If they really want to do him dirty, they can designate him for post-June 1st,
Exactly.
which would...
Yeah, that's what they'll do.
Right, that's doing him dirty. Like if they release him between now and I guess it would be Sunday, he has a chance to go out there and get a certain amount of money. And if you do it after June or March 16th, the dead cap is a little bit more if you wait until after June 1st. And this is all mumbo jumbo, I know, to listeners, but if you want to wait until June 1st, that for me is doing a guy dirty because it saves you money and it keeps him from getting another gig until after free agency, which starts officially Wednesday, and after the draft.
He'll get a new gig.
I know,
he's a good player. He'll be fine.
That would be, to me, doing him dirty, is making him wait for a next destination.
Yeah, to me, that's just like, them's the way the business world goes, kind of a thing. But if you're not honest with a guy, I think that's when they get pretty upset. So anyway, before we get back to the Warriors, just to sort of, those of you who are bopping around and looking for free agency stuff, basically here's what you got today for the Niners. They've not really pulled in anyone new other than a blocking tight end from the Jags. And he's a very good blocking tight end, but it's a blocking tight end. So it doesn't really excite everybody, but there are some familiar names who have signed elsewhere. Charvarius Ward to the Colts. Aaron Banks is going to go to the Packers. Let's see. Eli Mitchell's going to the Chiefs. So is offensive lineman Jalen Moore. They gave him a pretty big number. Talanoa Hufanga is now on the Broncos. So there's a lot of people on the way out the door, but it's two things to say about it in my view. A, I do not think that the 49ers have lost anybody they really, really meant to keep. I just don't. I think if they lose Dre Greenlaw, I'll change my tune, and they probably will. But in this moment, I don't think they've lost anybody that they weren't planning on losing, number one. But the downside of this year is I do think this is the actual Super Bowl hangover. People look at the next season and then they just look at your record. But I can look at a 6-11 record last year and give reasons why. Like Christian McCaffrey didn't play football and people are getting shot and people are having all kinds of problems at home and all of that. We know the story of the season. We've talked it out. But to me, when you watch the 49ers, I know to a fan, it feels right now like they're almost sitting out free agency. I think it's a reaction to what they did last offseason. And last offseason was a direct reaction to them losing the Super Bowl. They were so close and they could taste it so much that they literally were running upstairs in hallways to make sure they kept all of their guys. Don't lose any of our guys. We're right there. And that's what guided their decisions. And they almost immediately regretted it, mainly with the Ayuk deal. But they let those players run the show. They kept them all. That's acting out of fear. And now you're seeing the opposite effect this year where they're like, we're not doing it. If the money doesn't look right, we're not doing it, which is why they're letting all these dudes walk out the door.
Yeah, and that might be it. And you can say cap schmap, but I do think that the salary cap situation that they have is a part of it, and you're going to have to eat a big number for Deebo Samuel, who you traded, and you look at what their dead cap carrying number is for this year. It's about $50 million on players where you no longer have them, and the whole idea of drafting a player is you draft a guy and you like him. And this is what John Lynch has said many, many different times, where we want to draft players that we like, and then we sign him and we keep him. And Jalen Moore was drafted, and now he's gone. Aaron Banks, you drafted, and now he's gone. And I look at your team today, and I know that this is not the end all because it's not even day one of free agency, but I look at an offensive line that's not better. I look at a secondary that's going to rely on younger players, and it may or may not be the same. I don't think it's going to be better. You added a blocking tight end, which kind of signals to me that you're going to part ways with your fullback, which might change the way you go about offense, which is fine. You don't have to have a fullback. You've done well with it. Last year, you didn't do great with Kyle Juszczyk, and you couldn't get short yardage inside the red zone. So this team is going to be different, but I'm looking at just today and the moves that are happening, and there's more leaving than that which is coming, and that to me is troubling, especially when you have guys like Jalen Moore and Aaron Banks who you drafted them, and other teams value them more highly than you do.
I don't know how we can assess a roster that we don't know what it looks like yet, but I would just say this, based on the money that's being thrown around for very mediocre, and that's a kind word for a lot of these players today, I'm glad the Niners are sitting it out.
Mediocre, but
this is unbelievable.
What you're left with is mediocre. So,
we don't know that.
We've seen Colton McKivitz play, and saying he's mediocre is maybe generous.
But my point is more people are they're going to bring, they're going to fill their positions.
Well, that right now is your starting tackle, and your left tackle is a 37-year-old.
Right.
And you had a tackle that you drafted, and you chose not to retain him.
For $77 million when he was the worst performing starter? Yes.
Well, he barely started.
This is the mistake. Oh, are you talking about Moore or Banks?
Moore.
Yeah, Moore didn't even play. How about why would you I think this is and if you want to call it an overcorrection, fine, but they're correcting what they did last offseason. They paid too much for an underperforming player, as it turns out. And not that Ayuk is underperforming. He did last year. But they paid too much. They paid too much because they wanted to keep everyone together. This year, they're doing the opposite. And I think it's probably a smart move. It can be painful at times. It can be scary because you can't see, you can't see through to the end of the tunnel right now, but it's day one. So they're going to fill these positions. But I'm glad they're sitting this out based on what I'm seeing. These are bad contracts that are getting handed out all over the place.
Well, we don't know that. I mean, Kansas City is
that opinion.
You sure can.
Javon Kinlaw,
Kansas City. Well, he hasn't been a Niner in 2 teams.
That's not the problem. I don't care who anybody was. I'm
gone.
just talking about what the market is right now.
Yeah.
The numbers are out of whack. Aaron Banks for $77 million is absurd. I think that's crazy.
That's not the guaranteed number, but it's
whatever.
Sure. I mean, it's the sticker shock number of it, but you replace him with a guy who barely plays, and Aaron Banks is a guy who's been good.
You don't know who you're replacing him with. That's my point.
Right now, it's Ben Barch.
Right. It's day one, and it's 4:00.
Right.
You don't know who they're replacing.
You are losing day one. You are worse now than you were at 9 this morning. My opinion.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Welcome to have it. But I don't if I asked you, do you think Aaron Banks is worth the contract that he got? You want the Niners to do that?
Yes.
Oh, God.
I want to have a team that's going to spend on the offensive line. You look at the Super Bowl champion this year. They spent money on their offensive line, and they were really good.
Their line sucked.
But why did they suck?
Because
your center's not good, and your left tackle couldn't play, and your right tackle's not very good, and your left guard was in and out of the lineup due to injury.
Trent, stay. Dominic, stay. Nick Bosa, stay. I don't give a rip about anybody else on the line. You sucked. Period.
Right.
You sucked. You went 6-11.
Because of the offensive line.
Because of both lines. Your lines sucked. Why would we want to pay big money to keep any of those guys? They were terrible.
Yeah.
Please leave. There's the door. If somebody in Wisconsin wants to give you $80 million, knock yourselves out. Wow. Why would you want to keep any of them? This season was terrible. It was terrible. I don't want to keep any of these free agents.
Aaron Banks is a better offensive line than you are portraying, and you can look at metrics, you can look at reports and assessment and analysis.
Worst performing starter on this offensive line by metrics.
By which metrics?
PFF and all the others. Worst performing offensive line starter for the Niners this year.
Okay. You can
$77 million.
Right.
I mean, I think that's an absolutely bananas deal.
So you're going to replace him with either a draft pick or Ben Barch or a free agent?
Somebody better for the dollar.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to find somebody better. And you can look at a bad year according to PFF. You can look at win rate on the ground and in pass protection. I guess he was not the worst offensive lineman on that unit. Not even close.
I believe. I mean, look, Brendel was terrible too. But as far as
Colton
guards,
McKivitz as a right tackle, he's a turnstile.
Again, for $77 million.
It doesn't matter. It's cap schmap, right?
No, it's not cap schmap.
That's what you've always said. Yeah, you can just spend the money.
No, that's not what cap schmap means. Cap schmap means you can manipulate it. It does not mean we should go spend tons of money on crappy players or mediocre players. I don't want to be that mean to Aaron Banks. He's not crappy. He's mediocre, and he's not worth $77 flipping million. And Jalen Moore should not be the starting left tackle for the best player in the league. He couldn't even get on the field with the Niners. Those are just, those are inflated deals. And I don't know how you can sit here today and say you don't like who they're going to replace him with. You have no idea who they're going to replace him with.
I just look at who they currently have on their team. And as of now, that's who they're replacing him with until they do
and there's a
something
draft
else.
And
of course.
Free agency and all of these things.
You're just creating more holes. Right now, you go into today with holes, and now you've had 6 players leave, which has only created more holes.
Yeah, and they're players that I'm very glad are leaving, largely, for their money. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Look, I get where you're coming from. I do. Again, that's why I said I know that it feels scary because everyone's got FOMO today because guys are signing everywhere and the Niners aren't doing anything. But there's no deals other than, the Falcons had a really good center and he got a deal with the Bears. I would have supported that for the Niners, but it's super expensive. Outside of that, there's no jealousy on any deal that's gotten signed today. None. Who are they going to replace him with? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I don't want them to do this. I don't want them spending money because they're supposed to spend money or that automatically means that your roster construction is sound. That's what they did last year. I did not want them to do $30 million for Brandon Ayuk. They did. They were wrong. Don't go do it again. We always want them to correct their mistakes. I think that's what they're trying to do. And so, look, if they don't do a good job of it, we'll be ready to say that come fall. But as we sit here today, I have no idea who they're replacing them with.
Yeah.
Maybe they're going to draft some great offensive linemen.
Sure. And I mean, they might. And you've got 11 picks and you've got, defensive line holes. You've got offensive line questions. You need at least one receiver, if not 2. You need another linebacker if Dre leaves and probably a corner. And so you start to look at all the things that you need. And I don't know if you're going to have the draft capital. And yeah, you can go out in free agency and you can still sign good quality players. And they did sign a tight end, Luke Farrell, who is going to come in and, be a good blocking tight end. And that's kind of what they need. But I just look at other teams who are valuing your players that you drafted and players that you've chosen not to keep. And yet you've got a very old left tackle who has 1 more year, maybe 2 more years. Who knows?
Who knows?
Coming up on being 37, and your right tackle's not very good, and you had a couple of young offensive linemen that you liked when you drafted them, and Jalen Moore never was able to break through, and Aaron Banks had an up and down tenure here.
But why should you pay them now just because you drafted them? If they're not
why are they not worth keeping?
Because someone else wanted to give them an amount that the 49ers clearly feel is not the right number. You have to play that way.
Right, but what are the 49ers valuing in free agency right now?
I don't know. I mean,
so far they are valuing...
I think actually they are valuing their lines. That's the way I look at it. I think it's wild that anybody wants to keep any of those players. They drove us nuts all year.
Right. So
why would I want any of them back, especially for a raise?
Because they're at least people who have played NFL football and they've produced. Ben Barch played 65 snaps last year, so now you're the left tackle. You're the left guard. Get in there, Ben.
Maybe he will be, and maybe he'll perform great. He played well when he played. I don't know. There are more people coming. They're not going to not have people in uniform. I just
get it, but
it's a very low bar to be because he's played NFL football.
They're lowering the bar. And he's a guy who's been productive in the offensive line, and he was here for 4 or 5 years.
Who's this, Banks?
Yeah, and he missed almost a whole year due to injury.
He had 1 year.
He was great.
He had 1 year that was solid. 1 year solid. The rest was
when they went
disappointing.
to the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
And then this past year, he was a little bit in and out of the lineup.
Rookie year was a joke, and this year
he was injured his rookie year.
Underperformed.
Yeah.
And now we're going to do $80 million? Like, dude, that to me, that's how you really handcuff yourself. When you do need to reboot your lines, if you want to spend big on mediocre, now you're really up a creek.
Well, you're already spending on mediocre, and that's your whole line is mediocre. And you can say that Trent Williams is he still an all-pro left tackle? Well, we'll see.
When he's
37.
When he's played, he's been great.
He got a history now of ankle injuries,
Sure.
Despite the off-field family stuff, which I will never make light of, that was a serious deal, but he also had an ankle injury. He only played about half the year last year.
Yeah.
And then your right tackle is a possibility. Your right tackle is like less than mediocre. So I'm just saying that this is not inspiring confidence in what you're out there trying to do.
I guess when you say your right tackle, my answer would be you don't even know who the right tackle is going to be.
Well, he's Colton McKivitz.
You don't know that. You're assessing a roster that is literally being constructed in front of our eyes and is not done yet. Like, don't go try the food when it's only halfway cooked. It's going to taste like crap. Like, we're not there yet.
Well, I know what's on the menu, and I've already had that meal, and it's not very good. If Colton McKivitz is on the menu.
But the menu, there's another page. It's like a Cheesecake Factory. 18 pages of menu.
18 pages, no doubt.
Right? Keep going, brother. Maybe there's a draft coming. There's many more days of free agency on the way. There's a long way to go. And I can't sit here and tell you that you're wrong today. All I can sit here and tell you is I don't want Aaron Banks for $77 million. And I don't want Jalen Moore for 20 or 23 or whatever that number. I don't want that. That I know. God, I do not want the 49ers to go pay big for mediocre because they're scared. That's what they did last season, in my opinion. That's what they did last season. And that's why Brandon Ayuk is on the books now for $30 million. You spent big. You spent for great, and you got good. And then you got hurt good. So I don't know why you would want the 49ers to get into this fray.
I think that they're overcorrecting based on their bad contracts.
Okay.
And Debo was a bad restructure. You traded him, and you have a massive cap hit. The Ayuk thing, you got pressured into signing him, and I know he got hurt, but even if he didn't get hurt, that was too much money. And McCaffrey folded his arms and said, I want a new deal, and you rushed out and gave him money, and you gave Trent money, and all the rest of it, and last year went sideways for a number of different reasons, and this is a dramatic overcorrection where I think early on, hasn't even been a full day, but what I'm seeing is them on the sidelines waiting for day 2, day 3, day 4 of free agency because they are so hurt over the money they have already spent, so they're wildly overcorrecting too far in the other direction.
Yep, that's fine. I see them watching a party that I do not want them to attend. So stay outside. Cops are coming on that one. This Thursday at 5 p.m., you need to be with us because this Thursday will get you ready for next Thursday because next Thursday is the NCAA tournament. We're giving away what we're calling the best seat in the house. Package for 2 people at Splash at Thrive City. That's the new sports bar right out at Chase, and it is fantastic. The menu is great. The vibes are even better. This best seat in the house package includes a prime location, second floor of Splash, overlooking their gigantic video boards. You'll be watching all the games. You get 2 apps, 4 entrees, and a dessert. All you got to know right now, be with us Thursday for the 5 p.m. hour. More details coming then on how you can win. All right, back to Warriors, your phone calls, and Anthony Slater next on Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water, westbound Bay Bridge into San
is Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Warriors coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
Cunningham, hesitation, dribble, stumbles, trapped, pass to Durant. Durant goes up, blocked by Santos at the rim. Durant can't control it, out of bounds. Hit just outside the baseline. The Golden State gets it back. What a play by Santos.
That's two incredible blocks we've seen. One by Draymond and that one by Santos was amazing.
Bay Area, it's Keith Santos here. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
He was pretty great. He was pretty fantastic in that game. And he does. He makes a lot of little plays that you see and a lot that you don't that are really affecting it. And Steve Kerr was good on that after the game and straight looked at the room. And when Kaminga's name came up, said it. I can't stop playing Guy Santos. So let's dive into this a little bit further to see where the Warriors are at on all things on Willard and Dibs. And then we'll get back to your calls at 888-957-9570. Let's bring Slates in, our Warrior Insider, The Athletic. Anthony, what's going on, man? How are you?
What's up, fellas? How are you?
We're doing good and talking this out and certainly would love your perspective. To what level are the Warriors in the mindset of if it ain't broke, don't fix it? Because things are working pretty well right now.
Yeah, I mean, like Jonathan Kaminga is going to play a role when he gets back. And they can mask it as minutes restriction, which, I say mask it like he shouldn't come back. Should probably come back and play 22 or something like that in his first couple games back. But he's not going to get zero. They're not just going to, keep the same rotation that they have. He's going to eat into Guy Santos' minutes. He's going to eat into some of Moses Moody's minutes. He's going to maybe, nibble away from Draymond and post and some of that because we'll see if that does. He's going to have to play himself back into a 30 to 34 minute per night type role, and that may never happen, or that may not happen this year. But he's not going to not roll.
What does he do best that this team is currently missing? And I say currently, ever since Jimmy Butler has arrived on the scene, what's the one thing that Jonathan can bring that this team is currently lacking?
Yeah, I mean, you still need more guys that can score at the rim and score at the rim with force. I still think that's this team's flaw. I mean, in their the one loss that they have had with Jimmy Butler, I thought that was a big issue, in that game at Dallas. And even in times when they're succeeding, they're small and they're still kind of unathletic. And I do think teams with the rim protectors or teams that can wall off the paint and make some of these finishes harder or, sag off guys and force these guys into floaters or contested layups. The Warriors don't have a lot of great finishers at the rim. They now have one better one with Butler, but they need more. So that's what Kaminga does. And then I think the ceiling of this team has a locked-in defensive version of Jonathan Kaminga, particularly on ball. I still do think at their worst at times in Philadelphia, I know they didn't have Butler that night, but Butler's not, you don't want him to be a primary 30-minute per night guy. They got cooked by Quentin Grimes repeatedly, and I think that's part of their point of attack issue that I do think against the best scorers in the league in the playoffs, they're going to need better individual defenders, and Kaminga, we'll see. He's been that at times of his career. He also hasn't been. I worry about him as a help defender, but I do think in lineups, which he hasn't played in yet, that have Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green behind him, if they just point and shoot him at a target, which would be a good perimeter score, there's a chance he could develop into a good individual defender, and I think they really need that.
Anthony Slater is with us, The Athletic, our Warrior Insider, Willard and Dibs. 95.7 The Game. Anthony, especially because you cover the rest of the league too, I'm curious with this new look Warrior team, what are the matchups that might still be bad for them in the Western Conference?
Oklahoma City. I think they're bad for everybody. I think people are, wanting to not fear the Thunder that much because they haven't proven it before, but I think they're a very well-constructed team that kind of shaved past some of their flaws that we saw last year. They got Josh Giddey off the roster. They got Hartenstein so they can kind of play bigger lineups. And I think that's a tough matchup, like I said, for anyone. And if the Warriors do get up into that 4-5 and win a 4-5 matchup, that's who would be sitting there for them in round 2. As far as who they might play in the first round, Denver, like Nikola Jokic against Draymond Green, or, they can't play the Draymond Green, Kevon Looney lineups, right? They've given that up. That you can go back to 2022 where they went through a limited version of the Nuggets in the first round, and that's who they were starting that time. And I think when you had Looney and Draymond kind of, comboing on the floor at the same time against Jokic, that was a better defensive pairing to try to hold him back. But they don't have that anymore. They can't play those two together. So that, to me, is the matchup you probably don't want the most in the first round is Denver.
Can you afford to go with a Post and Draymond center combination? And because clearly TJD is no longer in the rotation, does this pose a bigger problem with the viability of having to play Quentin Post a lot of minutes in the playoffs?
I mean, offensively, you would love to go with the Draymond Post combination because, that really helps Draymond, a stretch center, which he very often hasn't had out there. But if we're talking, are you asking specifically in a Denver matchup?
Yeah, really for Denver, and I guess OKC is going to be a problem no matter who you put out there.
Yeah, so OKC, they started Post, and the Thunder just dragged him into SGA action repeatedly, and SGA had 21 in the first quarter, and they didn't start him in the second half. They almost couldn't play him. So you worry about him in that matchup for that reason. And then in the Denver matchup, Quentin Post is not Kevon Looney defensively. You do not want him on Nikola Jokic. So I would be concerned about him in that matchup. Now, I think part of the reason you see Quentin Post a lot of times to open second and fourth quarters is because they like to get him on the floor when the star scorer is typically off the floor. Nikola Jokic, for example, typically is off the floor to start the second and fourth quarter. So I think you'll see him in those pockets of the game in those particular matchups.
Anthony Slater with us here. Hey, back to Kaminga. What the hell's going on? Come on.
Yeah.
What's going on? What is taking so long? Something's up.
I'll tell you. He on the road trip. The soft target I had been hearing was Charlotte, which was the middle of that road trip, the third game. He had he'd been playing 3-on-3 scrimmage and all that after Philly. And again, it's not like I'm just getting fed as much detailed information from the medical side. I have to go with what I see, and what I saw after a workout in Philly was, the ankle seemed to be bothering him. He was kind of grimacing, holding it a little bit, and talking to the training staff. And then later that night, I entered the locker room and he's got his foot in an ice bucket. He did not play that night, but he was icing his foot post game, his ankle, we should say. And, there's been some residual swelling, and Steve Kerr's kind of talked about it. They want him to feel his full burst considering how he plays. And, again, I had heard the soft target after that was Charlotte. That was right before this workout, or right after this workout I'm talking about. They didn't greenlight him for Charlotte. They hadn't greenlighted him the rest of the trip. And, from my understanding, you're very likely to see him soon. I could definitely see it Thursday night after these 2 off days. He gets in maybe a full practice Wednesday when the team should get in a full practice. I think you might see him Thursday. It has taken longer than they hoped it would. But it's not like there's some type of setback where they've shut him down. He's still scrimmaging. He's still doing 3-on-3s. He's still getting closer. It's just, if you want to consider it a setback or not, I would say it's probably been pushed back a week longer than they thought it would.
Have you gotten any sense for his eagerness or his, maybe feeling not the contract pressure, but just the overall wantonness to get back out on the court and, show the organization again who he was before he got hurt?
Yeah, I mean, I chatted with him briefly after the Brooklyn game. You could tell he's he's very hopeful of getting back in enough time with the runway. You mentioned maybe the word anxiousness. I mean, they're playing so well. He wants to be a part of it. He also, he left at a strange time where it was probably the best 6-game stretch of his career. It felt like he was finally getting, a runway and a role that he wanted. He was getting praised, by Steve Kerr, and then he disappeared for a while. And I think that's part of what's going on here is he wants his body to feel 100% right. He doesn't want to come back as a rusty version of himself or a limited version of himself. And then suddenly, what are we talking about? If he struggles his first 2 games and Guy Santos is playing well, what's the radio segments? What are we writing about? What are the post-game press conferences going to be about? We all know that. He knows that. And then you add into that what you mentioned in the question, like the contract situation, understandably, is obviously, looming over the top of all this.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. What do you think has happened with the contract situation, and how are the Warriors going to play it?
It's restricted free agency, so they hold a level of, team control here. It's some of it I'm sure is going to depend on not only how he plays, but how the team finishes their season, because Joe Lacob has been very outwardly confident that they're willing to pay Jonathan Kaminga long term, the type of value that he wants and that, you know, he'll command on the market. But for them to commit as much money as that would mean to, you know, Kaminga plus Butler, Draymond, Steph, that's going to take them up towards second apron territory. And I think they're only willing to do that if this looks like a core four that's like a contender. And I don't think we're going to know that until April, May, June this year. So if they win, and he's a big part of winning, he's going to get, you know, probably somewhat near his max, which his max is only like 38-ish per year next year, or 38 as a starting salary. But if he struggles, if his role is limited, if they flame out in the first round and it doesn't look like a core that you want to, you know, pay, you know, an exorbitant luxury tax fee for moving forward, then I think there is going to be a lot deeper conversations, not only about Kaminga's future, but about the future of like all the big salary pieces on this team.
Yeah, and you get the three big ones you mentioned, and plus, you know, quietly Moses jumps up to 11.5, and Buddy's making a clean 9 and change, and so those all start to add up as you get into those constrictive aprons. But when you look at this team, Anthony, over the last 3 weeks or 4 weeks since Jimmy has come, is the viability of them making a run, is it becoming more and more real, or is it just, you know, those of us who are super fans trying to put too much into this?
Both, all. I mean, clearly they're better than I thought they would be. I think they're better than anybody, even probably internally they believed they would, because if they knew Jimmy Butler would make this type of impact, probably would have made the trade earlier, right?
Right.
You know, and probably wouldn't have flirted with Kevin Durant and otherwise, because at this point, this looked like the perfect move, and I'm not sure they all knew that at this point. But, you know, I'm not ready to looking at who they've played and limited stretches still as well. Sure, the profile of this 12-game stretch, when you look at offensive rating, defensive rating, that screams title contender. Too small of a sample against too poor of a group of opponents. They still have no Boston games, no Cleveland games, no Oklahoma City games. And by the way, we're not going to see them play those three the rest of the year. I'm not ready to just declare them in that group. So anybody that's saying they're going to win the championship, you're either Draymond Green or I think you're still maybe slightly, certainly a lot more threatening than they were, much more.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's dig into that. Do you still think the idea of title contention for the Warriors is crazy?
Yeah, but maybe that's just part of me, just like not wanting to believe straight rounds of it. Is like when I see what Cleveland is, when I see what Cleveland is doing to teams, when I see what Boston can do to teams, Oklahoma City, when I know what Jokic and that Denver team when fully stocked is, but by saying I still believe in it, because I probably didn't believe in it going into the 2022 playoffs, and you go back to that March when they had lost. They had that hot start in 22, 18-2, I think it was. Stretch, that they had lost. I'm just kind of ballparking it here, but they're maybe like 7-17 over a 24-game stretch. And I was definitely like, oh, this team is nowhere near title contention. And they didn't even make a big midseason trade to change the team.
Right.
So sure, outside chance. What is like percentage chance, right? I think Daryl Morey's whole thing is if you have a 5% chance, you go for it. 5% feels like reasonable to say they have. So then, yeah, I guess they're an outside title threat.
Okay, what if now that's asking your opinion, but you had said a minute ago, like if you think they can win, you're either Draymond Green or a big super fan. Do you think that they believe that they can win?
I think that the way they've talked, it's more, get us in a series with one of these guys that, Anthony Slater says that they don't have a shot against the Thunder or whatever, whatever pundit says that. And if they can steal one of those first two on the road and then suddenly it's 1-1 back in Chase Center for a game 3 and we're all like, look, they might be the favorites in this series. Like, to me, they're talking more like series to series. But yeah, like, I think Draymond Green, deep in his heart, believes there's not a team out there that could beat this team 4-7. I've known Jimmy Butler now for 2-3 weeks. He thinks similarly. He has a very Draymond Green mindset of get them on a playoff floor and you're not going to beat them 4 out of 7 times. Steph Curry, certainly, if he's hot, at the right time. Maybe you're talking me into it. I don't know. But yes, they believe that they're a bigger threat than I probably do.
What have you made of Jimmy Butler and his arrival in terms of just the locker room and the vibes and what he's brought to the team, mostly off the court?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like an assertiveness, confidence level, which you've seen. The IQ is probably something that wasn't being mixed in enough. It's the supercharged version of the stuff that Steve Kerr loves, right? When he plays a lot of these players, even Guy Santos right now, it's like, because, he's a connector. He cuts well. He does this. Well, Jimmy Butler does all that in like a superstar 6'7" body. And that, just that do everything game, that ability to kind of mold into what a particular game needs, be super physical, get downhill, pass well. I think there's going to be moments in the playoffs where they're getting killed in a point of attack situation, and they're going to go, hey, Jimmy Butler, use your energy right now for the next 5 minutes, guarding Luka Doncic for 5 minutes, guarding Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and he'll just suddenly turn into their point of attack defender, where you don't want that for 25 minutes every night, but his ability to kind of do everything, really, I think bumps this team's, ceiling upward in so many ways, because on any given night, he'll just be what they need.
Anthony, thank you so much for coming on. Any concerns with a young but kind of getting better Portland team tonight?
Well, you said it, kind of getting better. So sure, I'll say I saw the line was like 12. I think I was like, oh, that's a little high. They've won some games. They've threatened. I think Denny Avdia is questionable. He's kind of a quietly important piece for them. So if he doesn't play tonight, that's a blow for them. But yeah, it could be challenging. Portland could certainly stay in this game.
Anthony, great stuff, man. Thank you so much.
All right, fellas.
Okay, Anthony Slater, The Athletic, joining us on Willard and Dibs.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
Dre Greenlaw just signed with the Broncos.
Yeah.
I'm going to let that marinate for a second.
Yeah.
Dre Greenlaw is signing with the Denver Broncos, along with Talanoa Hufanga. Both of those defenders leave the 49ers in free agency and go to the Denver Broncos. So, as I had said earlier, and I told you guys this earlier today, I don't think the 49ers have lost anybody they wanted to keep. That sentence changes now. Now they did. Now they just lost somebody they wanted to keep.
Depends on how much they want to pay, because we've seen these other contracts that have happened, and whether it was Jalen Moore or Aaron Banks, and I'm sure that they wanted to keep those players, but not at those prices. And so we'll see what Dre Greenlaw and the contract actually works out to be, because I would imagine the number that he's going to get is going to be a lot bigger than what the 49ers would have wanted to pay. And I think it's going to wind up being north of $10 million a year. That's my best guess is going to be that Denver's going to give him a much bigger deal than what the 49ers wanted to do.
Well, I've wondered what this was really actually all about all along, the Dre Greenlaw thing, because remember the social media stuff at the end with the wives getting together and Fred Warner's wife and Dre's wife, and they're throwing almost like what looked like a going-away party, but there's tears and everything, and they're all begging and hoping that they'll stay, and a miracle happens, and they know stuff that's going on that we don't, obviously, so I don't know what was being shared, but we had plenty of reports as recently as this morning where the Niners were trying really hard to keep Dre Greenlaw, but it was going to be hard because there was a lot of competition for him. And so it was always seen as less than 50-50, and now it becomes reality. But I don't know that this particular one was just about money and years. I'm sure that's always a driving force behind it, but I've also heard, and I'm sure you have too, that idea that Dre really wanted kind of to be the leader of a linebacker room.
Sure.
He wanted to be the dog, and you can't do that here. You can't do that here because Fred Warner plays here.
Yep. Yeah. That's a fair thing to ask for, and I'll have to wait and see what the money and the years are like, but it seems to me more and more throughout the course of this day that these players that were 49ers are going out there and getting big contracts elsewhere, and the 49ers don't want to pay that. And I'm sure if they would have given Dre Greenlaw a same offer, if not even a little bit more, he probably would have put aside the desire to be the big dog in the room, because he and Fred, as a tandem, they had a special run here. And you think about the history of linebackers here, Patrick and Navarro, and the great things that they have done. And you had Fred and Dre, and it just is sad that it ended the way it did with a torn Achilles, and then he played 2 quarters this year?
Not much, and had to leave kind of with, I don't know if I want to call it injured, but concerns around his physical health in both of the games. Ian Rappaport is weighing in with a report on the money for Dre Greenlaw, which is of interest based on what you just said. 3 years, $35 million.
Yeah.
So A, yes, north of $10 million, and B, yes, north of 1 year. Now, I don't know where the guarantees fall on all of that. You can always get out of these deals early in the NFL, but everything I had heard about the Niners is that they were kind of in that 1 year prove-it deal kind of a situation, which maybe means you could sign him to a 2 year with kind of a parachute, but the fact that the Broncos are going to go to almost $12 million a year in 3 years, that probably does the deal.
Yeah, and that's, I think, the same thing you could say about the Aaron Banks contract, and whether or not he's a mediocre player, he was somebody they drafted, and if the offer comes in at $70+ million and the Niners are thinking, no, we'd rather have Ben Barch making $1 million, then it becomes a personnel move and also a financial move. And I do look at the 49ers situation, and they're not in cap hell by any stretch, but they're in a little bit of cap difficulty with all the dead money they have and a quarterback that they need to pay. So you can't just start shelling out basically $12 million a year for linebacker number 2 when linebacker number 1 is top 3 in money already.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be straight with you on this one here for a moment, just as a fan. This one hurts.
Oh, it hurts. No doubt.
Hurts. Yeah. Nothing.
Mooney Ward, loved him.
We knew that.
He was great.
I almost won it for him because he was in hell this year.
And his wife was like, I don't want to go back to California because of the personal baggage, and I fully understand that. And even Hufanga, who was drafted here, and we loved him, and the Hufanga, the Joe Buck call, and he was also hurt. And it's like, you drafted his replacement, and the writing was kind of on the wall there as well. But we all were kind of holding out hope that they were going to find a way to make this work so that Dre Greenlaw could still be a Niner. 57 was going to still be in the red and gold, and now that's done.
Yeah, although it's interesting because I sit here and say from an emotional standpoint, this is the first one today that hurts. But if I were to define what the 49ers are trying to do this offseason is be unemotional. I think last year they got emotional. This year, they feel they need to be unemotional because last year being emotional hurt them.
Yeah, you can look at it that way.
And you're saying that it's an overcorrection, and I hear you, and it may end up being that. But I do think that we, to some degree, like we have to get used to this if you're a fan of an NFL team, there really isn't room for sentimentality, especially in the NFL. There just isn't. It's too physical of a sport. Things happen too fast. Great players turn bad really, really quickly. And so you have to be unemotional, and sometimes that stinks, and they might be wrong. They might be wrong. Dre Greenlaw may go to Denver and turn into the same guy he used to be. But they might be right. We may be looking at bad legs and someone who doesn't look the same when not playing next to Fred Warner. I really don't know. But I'm not going to lie. As a 49er fan, this is a kick in the shin.
It sucks. And just, as a 49er fan, this day has kind of been a gigantic bummer because every breaking news sounder has been so-and-so is signing somewhere else. And you haven't had that real, all right. And now what? We're kind of holding our breath for Joey Bosa. We're going to wait for day 3 of free agency, and Joey's going to take less and come play with his brother. Cue up the Steiny drop. Yay!
Well, I mean, it doesn't fire me up as much as maybe some others. But again, I'm not going to sit here and rip who they're bringing in until I know who they're bringing in.
Right.
I'm not going to rip their draft until I see their draft. Even then.
You got to wait 3 years.
You got to wait 3 years.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. If you got any reaction to Dre Greenlaw, the Bronco, fire away, 888-957-9570. But we'll also continue to get you ready for the Warrior game tonight and continue to get into that. So your phone calls on all of that coming up next and into the 5 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about a gut punch that we...
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
It's funny, right? Like Deebo Samuel got traded, what was that, a week ago?
Something like that, yeah.
Deebo Samuel got traded a week ago. Sort of feel like we'd been prepped for it. So at the beginning of the year, if you had told me that Deebo Samuel was going to leave for a 5th-round pick, I think people would have been like, hold the bleep on. What?
Yeah.
Shut the front door.
Totally.
Then we get prepped for it, and a boombox guy plays for the Washington Commanders, and there's kind of like, okay, there wasn't a terribly large response. And then, now today, I don't know. What is the 49er fan response to this? Dre Greenlaw, if you're just joining us, has joined the Denver Broncos in free agency, 3 years, $35 million. And whether this is a smart thing or the exact opposite in terms of the way the Niners are playing day one, like only time will tell. Largely I'm glad that they're sitting out a day where contracts that are being handed out to me look too high. They just don't look like smart moves. But then the view from 10,000 feet, I can agree with you a little bit and say, well, like, it's not great. It's not great that you're just kind of like sitting there with holes getting created on your roster and not knowing exactly who you're going to fill them with. Because I don't know about you. I think the question that pops into a Niner fan head is, are you rebuilding and we just don't know it? Like, I said this to you last week. The one thing I don't ever want to hear from execs with an organization for which I root, I don't ever want to hear you talk about saving money.
How about breaking even?
No thanks.
I know that sets you off.
No
Shout out the Johnsons and the Giants.
Well, the Johnsons do and say all kinds of things that I don't prefer. But
yeah,
I don't want to hear owners, general managers, or anyone else with teams talk about money. I just don't want to hear it. And it doesn't mean that you don't have financial issues. Sure, you've got rules, contracts. I don't want you out in the street throwing money into the air either. But as a fan, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear you have a press conference where you go, all right, we got goals for this year. We're going to try to save some money. We're going to reboot. We're going to get younger. These are all trigger phrases that mean the same thing. And I don't want to hear it.
It basically means that we're not that sold out to go out there and win. And I do think that you can do a couple of things and still be competitive, especially in the National Football League. But I can't help to think a couple of different things. One, they have done poorly in some contracts of late, and they do have a lot of dead money. They've got about $50 million against the cap for players who will not play football for them. That's bad business. And the other piece is the report that the Niners are exploring selling a 10% stake in the team, which the valuation is at $9 billion, which means if you've got $900 million, you too can be a York. You can own part of the 49ers if you've got $900 million. So I don't think that the York family is hard up and short on money, but it is interesting that you're going to sell off a 10% stake and you're now not really out there spending a lot of money in free agency, even though you do have some cap room. It strikes me as a little bit odd. And all of this, for me, Mark, is set against the reality of your upcoming schedule next year, which is not a very difficult schedule. Now, we don't know the order of opponents, but you are playing a last place schedule, so you might be able to save some money, shed some salaries, and still be competitive against some of the teams that you're going to be facing.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that anyone's a pushover, but you got the Giants, and they don't look to be world beaters, and you've got the Bears, who are getting better quietly day after day, but
saving grace could be that.
Could be.
The saving grace could be that. Maybe they do. Maybe they have enough to win most of these games, and win the division anyway. I mean, the Seahawks just got rid of two of their biggest names. I know they replaced him with Sam Darnold today. Maybe that'll work. Maybe it won't. I don't know who he's throwing the ball to. He's got Jackson Smith and Jigba and what else? I have no idea. So they're rebooting. The Cardinals don't ever really scare me. The Rams look fun, but I don't know exactly how that's going to play out. They've got a good quarterback and good wide receivers. Outside of that, that's a really young defense that wasn't very impressive last year. Got a little bit better in the end. Okay, not a terribly difficult division, not a very difficult schedule at all. But I'm sorry, dude. I don't want to go into a season yelling about that. Like, yay, we got an easy schedule and easy division. That makes you the Bucks. You're not going to win anything that matters. Like, I want to know how you're going to beat the Lions and the Eagles and the Commanders.
Well, I mean,
right now you're helping the Commanders.
Right
you
now,
got Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, right now you're hoping that you can beat the likes of the Titans and the Bears and the Browns and the Colts and the Giants and the Saints. That's all. Those are all on your schedule. Yeah. So you win those games, you split your division, you're 9-8, and you're probably eking it into the wild card. But right now it doesn't even feel like on this day, if you run down the list of losses, and I know that with Kevin Givens.
Yeah, Kevin.
They signed Kevin Givens.
Right.
So that is news that just broke during our last break. So you've got a blocking tight end, and you've got a depth piece on your D-line. Meanwhile, you lose how many different starters? Well, you lost
Hufanga, Charvarius Ward.
Yeah, that's three right there. Banks would be four. And then Jalen Moore's a backup. Mitchell's a backup. Dobbs a backup. So... And you got rid of Malik Collins and Javon Hargrave. So there's a lot more going out than is coming in. Patrick Taylor Jr. also signed to stay on a one-year deal to be RB4.
Okay, but hold on a second. What if I threw this at you? Okay? Just for conversation's sake. Okay? All those names you just mentioned.
Yeah.
Who are leaving. How many of them produced last year?
Well, by produced, you mean like
the way you would want them to produce.
I would say Aaron Banks did. He's a guy who played almost every snap. And
okay, so by producing, where
are we putting the bar? Like
produce.
Charvarius Ward.
It's no different.
Charvarius Ward produced. He was injured. He had personal tragedy. He had some good games, but
I disagree with you on that.
Well, okay, like Javon Hargrave, he got hurt, so. And in the games he played, which was two or three of them,
I guess my point is
Malik Collins produced.
Yeah, but I know he's going to be released. He hasn't even been released yet.
Right.
But the point is this: if you liked the 49ers going into last year, I know they went 6-11, but they were coming off of a Super Bowl appearance. And how many shows did we spend talking about the blown leads, the games that they had? I still think that they. In a way, they had the makings, at least, of a good football team last year. And those who produced in that situation, like over the last year and a half of 49er football, who did they lose? Who produced? I mean, like guys where you went, ooh, that was a good year. You played well this year.
Right. Well, who played well last year is the counterpoint.
I'll give you, okay.
It's a list of about 5 people.
I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair at all.
I would say Brock, Kittle, Cooney, Fred Warner, and
Juwan Jennings.
Nick Bosa. Juwan Jennings. That's 6.
Renardo Green, Malik Mustafa, Diamador Lenore. Well, absolutely more than 5 people.
Those guys, the last 3, Diamador Lenore missed a few handful of games late in the year. And Mustafa was pretty good. I mean, the rookie, so we hold him to a rookie standard.
Yeah, right. He was really good, dude. He's really, really exciting young player. And Lenore was fantastic, dude. He was restaurant quality last year.
Yeah,
I thought he was fantastic.
I'll give you all 8 of those. 8 out of 53.
I mean, again,
and you go 6-11.
Just for a counterpoint and a discussion point, I don't think the Niners have lost anybody today who are they like that guy played really well last year.
Yeah, but the point is that last year was just last year. It doesn't mean that they aren't good football players because they didn't have a good year.
Who did they lose that was good the year before that?
Charvarius Ward was very good the year before.
He was. And I think we've all been in agreement that has been telegraphed is a good thing. If you want to, it's unfortunate, but Charvarius Ward, we've known for a while now that this is his last year with the Niners. So I don't even know if there's a conversation there. Dre Greenlaw, to me, is the name. Dre Greenlaw was
Elijah Mitchell was great last year. Not this year, but the year before. This year, he was hurt the whole year.
He was great.
He was RB2. He was a very solid contributor. He did what Patrick Mason did this year.
You mean Jordan Mason? Yeah. I don't think Eli Mitchell did 2 years ago what Jordan Mason did this last year, but yeah, that one doesn't sting either. Again, just for conversation's sake, without knowing who's replacing these players, I am not having any sort of an emotional reaction or even an X's and O's reaction to any of these except for Dre Greenlaw. And even that one, you're like...
That's emotional more than it is X's and O's. The guy played 2 quarters.
Right, but again, we went even to the year before that. Yeah. What I'm saying is that we know that Dre Greenlaw, if he looks like Dre Greenlaw, is a great player. That's a great player. I don't know if any of these other guys have great player in them. I know that Ward did at a certain point in his career. He was great, or at least really good. I don't know if that's ever coming again. And I don't think that applies to anybody else, So I get it. Today's not a great day. I'm not over here saying that. It's not a great day. But I also, outside of Greenlaw, I don't see any contract that if I were running the Niners and you brought it to me and you went, do you want to match that? I'd be like, no, I don't. No, thanks. That's what I would have said to all of these.
Yeah. Well, I wonder then we can just sit back and wait and see what they replace it with. And, you're replacing Ward with, Green. Okay, he was good. He had a good year last year. Can he step up and be the opposite starting corner and be a guy who can be as good as Charvarius Ward was at his best? You hope so. Can Mustafa replace Talanoa Hufanga? At times last year, he sure did look good. He brought a lot of thump, and we'll see if he can be that guy to step up in year 2 and be as good as Hufanga was at his best. Because last year, all these names that we're mentioning, they were part of a 6-11 team. So we can talk about how great all these guys were, but it didn't lead to winning.
Yeah, no, of course not. But, that doesn't necessarily drive the bus when each of them are coming to you with a free agent contract. If Aaron Banks comes to me and says, I have an offer in hand from the Packers for $77 million, I'll shake his hand and say, congratulations. Right. It's cold there. Buy a jacket.
He can afford a jacket.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. If you're just getting in your car after 5 o'clock, congrats. You made it through another workday. Aaron Banks, Charvarius Ward, Talanoa Hufanga, Dre Greenlaw, Jalen Moore, Josh Dobbs, and Eli Mitchell all play for other teams. But the Niners did bring back Kevin Givens. They did bring back Patrick Taylor Jr., and they signed Luke Farrell, a blocking tight end from the Jacksonville Jaguars. Did I miss anyone? Or is that their day?
I think you got it all.
I got it. Yeah, that's their day. That's the night. Yeah, it's not inspirational. I mean, I think you can
shout out Ben Bartch from earlier in the
Ben Bartch, yeah, which had already taken place. Huge. And Deebo Samuel, if we wanted to add in things that have already happened.
There's a guy named Tomlinson, I think, too.
Tomlinson?
Cornerback, right?
Oh, yeah, they claimed him off waivers.
Oh, a guy named Tomlinson. I'm like, his first name's not LaDainian. I'm not all that into it. But anyway, yeah, not a great day. And this, I think, is a media and fan thing. I'll admit that there have been moments where I've felt this. I don't know if you're supposed to govern your team this way, but yeah, it would be nice to have some sort of a signature move. How would you feel about today if Joey Bosa had signed with the 49ers?
I would feel a little bit better. I'm not that enamored with the idea of Joey Bosa, a guy who's missed half of his games over the last 3 years. He is a declining, oft-injured player. So the idea of 2 Bosas and maybe having a weekly conversation with his mom, who's a good interview, that sounds fun to me. And the whole Bosa brothers and like the new Bash brothers, that whole part of it would be fun. But from a pure football standpoint, I don't think that that's where I'd want to spend my money. And he's going to be, I don't know how much he's going to get, probably more than Dre Greenlaw just got, who got, $35 million over 3 years? Feels to me like Joey Bosa is going to be $15 million a year or more for who knows how long, how many years.
Yeah.
He's coming up on being 30, and he's just hurt all the time. So
if you're going to sign Bosa, that better be a lot of incentives for everything that you just said. I am not wooed by the novelty of having a Bosa on both ends of the defensive line. I am not wooed by that at all.
I'm not wooed by the novelty, but I like the novelty part of it would be fun.
It's fun, but it's only fun if he plays football. Okay? Do you know how many games that he's played in the last 3 seasons out of a possible 51?
Yeah,
you know how many he's played?
I think the answer is 25.
I think it's 28. I looked it up.
Barely
it's 28.
half.
You know how many he's started?
Fewer than that, but
18.
It doesn't even matter starting.
Well, I mean
I get it, but
kinda.
Well, if you're not out there for the first snap on defense, then you don't get the start.
Well,
you can play 55 snaps, but you didn't start. I get your point.
They're not putting him out there for full level of snaps if they're not starting him. It means he's either partially hurt or they only saw him as a rotational piece, which, by the way, may exactly be what the 49ers see in him.
Well, that's the way the 49ers use Nick Bosa. He only plays about 75% of the snaps. He's not a guy who plays every snap on defense. It's not the way they approach it here.
The Denver defense will have DJ Jones at defensive tackle, Dre Greenlaw right behind him, and Talanoa Hufanga right behind him.
Little alumni game.
That's the
right.
That's the Broncos. Let's go to Jose in Hayward. Jose, thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, I just want to say, I know losing Greenlaw, that hurts. It definitely hurts. But you know what? We got one of the best coaches, defensive coordinators, come back to coach the team, and he's going to get the best out of these guys. So even though I'm hurt that Greenlaw's gone, I got faith in the coach. He'll get him to play.
Jose, thanks. And obviously a reference to Robert Saleh coming back. And, look, that's one of those round and round things. Like a coach is only as good as his players, and the players are, to a degree, certainly, I don't want to say only as good as their coach, but yeah, like if you're not, you can be a good player. If you're not a well-coached organization, that's not going to go well. I think that the Niners are a very well-coached organization. I think they've got a lot of good players, but what today feels like is an extension of what my first reaction was when John Lynch spoke at the Combine. I don't know if you remember that conversation, but when I listened to him talk, and he was talking about getting younger, and he was talking about certain players, and he was talking about at a certain point, the financial part of it starts to kind of take shape. The whole vibe of the thing was the Niners brass is taking their team back. And I really feel like they felt like they had lost control of the power in recent years. They got beat on the Bosa deal. They get beat on the Ayuk deal. And you know what I mean by get beat.
Yeah.
And then and obviously Trent Williams goes into a holdout. Christian McCaffrey, the second he acts, they blink and give him more money. And then everybody shows up one day kind of old and hurt and underperforming. And so, whether this is a good thing or a bad thing or somewhere in between, the brass walked in this year and went, dude, we're in charge. We're in charge. We're not handing out thank you contracts. And if we see an offer to another team that looks out of whack, we're not gonna blink. And I could look that takes some courage, I guess. But at the same time, they're not wrong.
Yet.
Yeah.
You go 4-13, then you're wrong.
And you're wrong.
If you are relying on, and I don't want to keep putting his name out there like he's not very good, but if it's Ben Barch and Kevin Givens and these are your guys and you're going to have, Jake Brendel as your center and a 37-year-old left tackle and you don't add wide receivers, whatever you try and do in the draft and free agency, if it doesn't work, then you were wrong. And that's just the way it goes. It's a results business. Like the team last year, should they have been better than 6-11? Absolutely. Of
course they should.
But you had 3 games that you blew that would have made you 9-8. And there was other games that you probably could have gutted out. And that's the way football goes. It's a razor's edge of winning and losing. And if you wind up with a team that's just not good enough, and you're paying Brandon Ayuk $30 million a year, and he's coming off of a double knee injury, 2 ligaments torn in his knee, and he may not be available at the start of the year, and you go forward with just Jacob Cowing and Ricky Pearsall. If that's not good enough, then, yeah, you lose. And I'll look back on these days where you had more exits than entrances, and remember that this was a time where your roster just didn't get better.
Yeah, well, and again, the Niners,
it's early.
Yeah, the Niners are not going to forget to sign people. I look at it simply from the standpoint of, like, do you want the player back? And part of that is based on what we know and we've watched, and then part of that is based on the reporting that we stay so close to. And I know that the 49ers wanted Dre Greenlaw back, and they didn't get him. I don't think that they really had a too much interest in keeping any of the other players, and I also know they're not like morons. So it's not like they woke up today and didn't know that today was today. It's not like they don't have a plan in terms of who they're going to put into these positions. So I don't think it's freak out time yet. I really don't.
Yeah, I'm not freaking out, but it has me thinking more and more about last year being a Super Bowl or bust year, and now we're starting to see the bust where you're busting this up, and you had 6 or 7 guys leave today. And you're right, if you look at the list of players who are leaving, none of them had absolutely stellar years. And if they're making more money than what they're worth, or if their contract offers out there are more than what you want to pay, yeah, you move on. And I look at Javon Hargrave, and you look back on that deal, and that was a bad deal. And the Debo restructure was a bad deal. And the Brandon Ayuk contract was a bad deal. And Trent Williams, we're going to see, that may end up being a bad deal as well. And Christian McCaffrey, when you restructured him, that might be a bad deal too. A guy who's got bilateral Achilles tendonitis. He was unable to play even maybe a quarter of the season last year before sustaining a different injury. So all these players that you were trying to make happy and restructure and give them, fresh money to make their deals solid for them, they're looking like bad deals.
Yeah, a lot of them were. No doubt. What if I threw it to you this way also, though? Because I'm always a believer when news like this hits and things are happening, they're so much further ahead on what it is they're doing. They've got their plan. They know their books. They've got their structure, right? So why are they saying no to all of these things? I wonder, and I'm going to keep his name out of this, but I had a conversation with someone who's pretty tapped in on the 49ers over the weekend, and he brought up the name Fred Warner and said, Fred Warner has no guaranteed money left on his deal. And people of the caliber of Fred Warner don't show up to camp and play football when there's no guaranteed money left on the deal. Think Trent Williams. Trent Williams last year was in the exact same situation. When you're that accomplished in the game, you don't show up for non-guaranteed money. So what does that mean? I mean, is that one to watch? Fred Warner might need some sort of a restructure or a new contract or an extension or whatever, and the Niners need to work on that when it comes to figuring out their linebacker room, as opposed to getting emotional about Dre Greenlaw. And I say that as a person who really wanted them to keep Dre Greenlaw. I would have tried to I would have taken the risk. But I also don't know if if you do that, does that cause some sort of a problem with the Fred Warner situation? And if that's the case, then I get why they're doing what they're doing, because there's nobody on that defense more important than Fred.
Right. At the same time, you look at the price that you're going to have to pay him, and I'm just looking at Spot Track, and the cap hit for the upcoming year is $29 million, and the dead cap is $28.8. So some of the things that you've done in the past to restructure and prorate these bonuses out into the future, those are numbers that even if you want to restructure, those are numbers and bonuses and all the rest of it that you're eventually going to have to either pay out or eat on the cap. And these are the things that they've done with a lot of these other contracts. So do you want Fred Warner? Yeah, he's only 28 and a half. He's got many more good years. And last year he played with a broken ankle, and he was still really, really good. He was one of your 3 best defensive players and he played on a broken ankle. So, yes, you want Fred, and you also understand that a player like Fred, who's got that resume, he's on his way to Canton if this continues. Even if it doesn't continue, he's probably a Hall of Famer. So he probably needs and deserves a new deal. But when you do that, you're just taking more money and pushing it out into the future for years that you won't ever see him play football.
Well, here's what I can say, and I guarantee you everybody out there is feeling this. Even if they're smart moves, it's not fun. It's not fun to sit here and watch other teams make news. And, oh, by the way, we're coming off of a weekend where Josh Allen got an extension and sort of like changes the whole outlook of the quarterback market. And that, too, with the 49ers has been completely quiet. Nothing with Brock Purdy. And by the way, nothing really expected with Brock Purdy. The only thing that came out recently about Brock Purdy was this report from Diana Rossini. This is on the Scoop City podcast, and you may remember that last week, Jason La Canfora had a report that the Niners' opening offer to Brock Purdy was $45 million. And it led to a lot of media because people were taking two opinions. Either one side was like, exactly, Brock's not worth this stupid $60 million. And then there were others, and I was in this camp where I was like, dude, if I were Brock and his agent and you came at me with $45 million, I would have looked at you and I would have said, I look forward to hearing back from you when you're ready to actually have a real conversation. I can't believe you wasted my time by having me come here so that you could start talking about $45 freaking million. But Diana Rossini says that never happened.
There was something that came out that the starting offer was $45 million a year for Brock Purdy. Do you think that's disrespectful?
That would be disrespectful, and that did not happen.
Okay. Wow.
That's not true.
It didn't happen.
That did not.
Okay.
They did not offer 45 million.
And that's why I don't believe everything I hear.
Okay, that's Chase Daniel is the other voice there. So it's interesting, right? Josh Allen, he gets a new extension. His APY is $55 a year, but there's guarantees involved in all that. And some people are like, see, Josh got 55. Brock's not getting anywhere near that. And then Diana Rossini, who's as tapped in as any reporter out there, says, 45 would be completely disrespectful for Brock Purdy.
It depends on what the guarantee is, as we've said a million different times. And Josh Allen's guarantee is $250 million, but that's not the actual guaranteed at signing. That's the guarantee if he goes through the entire contract. But just for the average annual number of 55, if we want to play with that, and then you look at what Sam Darnold signed today, which was 3 years and slightly over $100 million. So roughly $34 million average annual. So would you put Brock between Darnold and Josh Allen? Yeah, he's closer to Josh Allen than he is Sam Darnold, certainly. But how far up the ladder do you need to go? If Josh Allen's making $55 million average annual, do you pay Brock more than Josh Allen?
Well, I mean, bottom line, day one for the 49ers, quiet. Yeah. Super, super quiet. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're getting closer to Warriors Live. Warriors host in Portland tonight. And let's go to Grandy. We got this update on Warrior injuries.
Yeah, Steve Kerr speaking pregame right now. He has said that he's hopeful that both Jonathan Kaminga and Brandon Pajemski will return later this week.
Okay. Well, there's only one more game later this week.
Hopeful.
That's hosting Sacramento on Thursday night. So hopeful for Pods and Kaminga on Thursday night. And then, of course, for me, that's when the real fun begins, because one of two things is going to happen. Either Jonathan Kaminga is going to come back into this lineup, and it's like, poof, he's going to look like all of us are hoping he looks. Like, oh, wow, the Warriors are playing great, and now you add this athleticism and this talent to the whole thing, on-ball defense, poof, this just fits and works great. Or it causes more rotation problems for Steve Kerr. Like, I got to admit, one thing I've really loved about the acquisition of Jimmy Butler is the clarity it has provided Steve Kerr in rotations. Doesn't mean every guy's going to play well every single night, but we know exactly what we're going to get. And if Buddy's shots are not falling, for example, you get fewer minutes. But if they are falling, you're going to stay out there a little bit more. But that's kind of it. Like, you don't need to make a whole lot of decisions. You know who your guys are, you go to your guys, and poof, you play.
Yeah, it's kind of an 8 or 9-man rotation depending on the night and the matchup. And, Trace Jackson-Davis played a couple of minutes of late action. And even Kevon Looney right now is a guy who isn't always going to get reliable minutes. It feels like off the bench, it's Buddy, it's Guy, and it's Gary, and that's it. So you throw Kaminga in there, and now you've got perhaps a 9-man rotation, and when Pods is there, it's a 10-man rotation, but you really don't want to have to play 10, so you start to think about who loses their minutes, and I do think Guy probably won't be playing 25 minutes a night, although you played the sound earlier, and Steve's like, Guy's going to have to be out there because when he is out there, things go really well for this team.
Yeah, here's the comment by Cerr on Saturday night with regard to, especially now that he's put a date on it and the fact that there's hope that Jonathan Kaminga is going to return on Thursday night. Here's what Cerr said when asked after the game Saturday, how do you go about doing that with a team that's playing so well?
It's a really difficult thing when you are playing really well and then you have a key guy coming back. It's always tough. So I think the idea is just bring him along slowly, play him in short bursts, help him get his rhythm back. But, we've got to keep playing Guy Santos. We've got to keep playing the guys who are helping us win right now. And so usually this stuff has to kind of play out, and so we'll hope that it plays out.
Okay, so there's a lot of interesting stuff in there. A, the admission that it is very, very difficult when you're playing well to suddenly inject a key player back into the lineup. And then a lot of people fixated on that quick sentence there in the middle. I got to keep playing Guy Santos. I mean, dude, he was fantastic Saturday night.
Yes, and he's been fantastic the last 4 games. And if you go by the small sample size of plus minus, he's been almost a plus 50 over 4 games. And you just watch him play. He's out there doing all the little things, hustling, diving, rebounding, hitting open shots, finishing at the rim with a putback last night, which was an awesome play. He fights for the offensive rebound, jumps, and kind of gets scissor clipped by the defender, still tips it in and gets the and one. And you were at the game, and he's going crazy,
dude, it was
running around, victory lap.
It was a real moment.
Yeah, and he's like an energizer piece. He reminds me a little bit of GP2 at his best in the championship run, where he doesn't need the ball to make an impact. He'll go out there and find the ball and make an impact.
888-957-9570. Now that Steve Kerr says it looks like Thursday, there's hope, just hope, that Brandon Pajemski and Jonathan Kaminga will be back. What kind of role would you like to see Jonathan Kaminga play? And I'll admit it, I've had a hard time with this today. In fact, I'm literally sitting here fighting people on Twitter because of the quote that you chose there, Luke, which completely makes it sound like I think that the Warriors are a better team without Jonathan Kaminga. Laughable, silly, and Luke, I know that's not what it meant. If there's no context to the conversation, that might be what it sounds like. That's not what I said. The Warriors are not better without Jonathan Kaminga. Here's a fact. They've played better since he left. Now, obviously, they acquired Jimmy Butler in there. But the bottom line is this, for me, for the Golden State Warriors. They are playing the best basketball that I've watched them play in 2 years, and during that window, Kaminga was not available or on the team. That is something they've got to deal with. Doesn't mean they should keep him out. Doesn't mean that Kaminga's not going to come in and have a positive impact and make them better. But here's what it does mean. Be freaking careful. You better hold this like a wounded bird in your hand. You are playing phenomenal basketball right now. You are firing up the board. You have moved into the 6th seed, and you might go higher. And the team, whether anyone wants to admit it or not, believes they can actually do something really, really special later on this spring and this summer. That's what they believe, and that's all been built while Jonathan Kaminga is hurt. And this is touchy. It's touchy because you want Jonathan back. He's a great player. He's a big piece of your team, but there's nothing more important in professional sports than getting that W, and they're getting the W's right now. They finally found the chemistry that works. How can you upset the chemistry? How can you do that?
Well, you don't have to upset it, and you don't have to throw him in there for 30 minutes. It's easy to just slowly bring him back, and I do think that's what he's been doing. And Anthony Slater joined us before, and he wasn't necessarily saying that they're holding him back because they're doing well, but they don't have the urgency to rush him back because things are going well. You're winning at a very good clip. You're one of the best teams since the trade deadline, second only to Cleveland and OKC, who happen to be the best two teams in basketball. Cleveland's undefeated since the Warriors acquired Jimmy Butler, which is 13 straight. Yeah, which is crazy to think about. Just like the Warriors have been great, but OKC and Cleveland have been just even a little bit better, and Boston's right on the Warriors' heels. But you're not under any pressure to throw Kaminga in there and make it work. You're going to bring him back slowly anyway. They do play Thursday and Saturday. He won't play tonight. And I know Steve Kerr, according to Grandy, said that, he's hopeful that they'll be able to play this week, which he and Pazemski kid. Brankin. So you have Thursday and Saturday, and I'm hopeful that whenever he does come back, Jonathan Kaminga, you get him, 12 or 15 minutes, you let him get a sweat, and you can slowly see who he plays best with, what's the fit, what's his fitness, and all the rest of it. So your wounded bird analogy is good. I don't know if you've ever held a wounded bird, but you gotta make sure you close up shop, but not too tight, and you gotta gently. And I know what you're saying, and that's kind of what you're doing with this whole Warrior experience right now. It's so precious. We want this to continue, and you don't want him to come in and be disruptive.
Look, 925. Just texted this in on the text line, and this is a very fair question, especially for Warrior fans who, again, we get emotional. It's like, wait a minute, we love JK. How could you say this about JK? Okay, fine. Whose minutes does he take?
Well, he takes a little bit of Gee and a little bit of Moses.
I'm already triggered.
Some of Kevon Looney.
I'm already triggered.
Well, it's just the way it's going to be. And you won't be triggered if he comes in and plays well and they win. So just like I'm triggered by the 49ers doing nothing in free agency on day one, you're right to say you don't know who they're going to replace these people with, and I don't know if it's going to work. Ben Barch could be a Pro Bowler. I don't know that. And you also don't know that, 6 minutes fewer of Moses and Gee, they might win 9-10 with Kaminga in that role.
Sure.
So,
I don't know that, but Guy Santos and Moses Moody are playing really, really good basketball.
Yeah, the whole team is really.
And so I guess my question is why can't we find more people to defend them and their good play as opposed to the defending of Jonathan Kaminga and what he's supposed to have because of his sort of made-up standing in the organization or financial structure that happens in our minds.
Put aside the contract situation because that's not, it's nobody's business.
No, but Goo literally said it to us earlier. It's like, no, but they owe it to him. Oh, here we go with the owe it to him.
Yeah, they don't owe it to him. And I would imagine that, Jonathan Kaminga is probably more antsy about it than the Warriors are.
For sure.
And if I'm the Warriors, I would be privately a little bit pleased that, he missed 30 games and we've done this well, because no matter what Kaminga does, unless he totally goes off, and Anthony Slater said it so perfectly, if Jonathan comes back and plays great and it leads to a deep run, well, now his number is going to be humongous.
That's true.
If he comes back
and that would be great. That would be great.
They would be thrilled to give him $38 million a year.
Sure.
If they go to the NBA Finals or the Western Finals and Kaminga's back and he's him, well, then he's going to get the bag. And if he comes back and he's a little bit tentative and shaky and maybe it's not a great fit and the Warriors kind of flatline, well, then Kaminga's not going to get the bag.
Yeah, I think it's just interesting. I tell you what this is born out of for me is I think over the last 2 to 3 weeks, this is about as much fun as I've had watching the Warriors since they won a title.
Pretty fun, huh? And not just being there with your class, but just on TV and the whole thing. Yeah.
I can't wait for 7 o'clock tonight. I can wait for 7 o'clock because it's actually going to take to 7:12 until they tip off. But you know what I'm saying?
I get it.
And the Blazers are here on a Monday. This is not appointment stuff normally, but it is now.
This whole damn thing is appointment.
You know what I mean?
And Grandy said it perfectly in our thread last week when they were down 27-5 against Brooklyn. Like,
shrugged it off.
Yeah, and you said the same thing.
Yeah,
like,
I'm like, they'll win.
And I think Jude, your son, is like, Dad.
Jude, what the hell's going on here, Dad?
Don't worry about it.
I said, they'll make a run. Don't worry.
6 weeks ago, if they were down 27-5, it would be.
We'll go do something else with our night.
Yeah.
Pull out Connect 4 and start playing.
Watch that funky indoor golf league that, that
maybe.
they were rolling out. Something, cornhole or whatever.
So, like,
I'm with you, though. This thing now is like.
I just feel protective of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's
like a wounded bird.
Right. And it sucks. It sucks that Jonathan needs to be like the representative of the don't mess with what we've got. I don't mean it to be pointed at Jonathan. It could be anybody. It could be absolutely anybody. And if he does get mixed in and he performs at a high level, wonderful. Even better, in fact. But I am very, very protective of what I've watched the Warriors do over the last 2 to 3 weeks because it's quite frankly, it's not just good basketball. It's like inspiring. It really is. They've pulled this out of I don't know where.
Miami.
Well, right. But like we don't see acquisitions pay off this quickly, this firmly ever. We don't see that. And we've spent 2 years on this radio station debating whether or not Steph Curry's run is done and whether we should even be trying to do anything with it. And then 2 nights ago, I'm watching the guy walk down a hallway howling at the moon. He's so excited. And so, yeah, you got to be careful, man. Things are going really, really well. So, you know.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but it's not so fragile that Jonathan Kaminga coming back is going to disrupt it. And
that's a good point. It's a fair point.
I do think that what they have done since Jimmy has come is it's real. It's not like phony, and we can talk about the schedule. And we had a caller earlier talk about, you haven't done it against any of the real ones. Okay, you're right. You haven't done it against OKC, Boston, Cleveland, or the Lakers. That's fair. But what they have done, to me, is legit. It's tangible, and it's not fragile. So Kaminga coming back, I do think that Steve Kerr and the whole organization will shepherd him in correctly.
Yeah.
You don't need him to play 30 minutes or 35 minutes. He gets healthy Thursday or Saturday. Hopefully you see what you've got, and you start to look at where he fits best. And while you do that, you probably continue to play well and win because, although you do have, you got Sacramento and you do have Denver coming up and Milwaukee. And so you'd like to see what you've got with Kaminga before you get into that little mini gauntlet.
I forgot who they're playing.
New York, Denver, and Milwaukee is next week.
New
Saturday,
York is
Tuesday,
the Saturday
Thursday.
game?
Yes.
New York.
Denver Monday.
The Knicks.
Milwaukee on a back-to-back.
And no Jalen Brunson probably, right? He's probably not back yet.
Yeah.
Probably not back yet.
You got Portland, Sac, and then New York on Saturday.
And then Denver, Milwaukee is the Monday, Tuesday back-to-back.
Yeah.
And Toronto a week from Thursday in the game that we'll be down there for.
Yeah, you will. Yeah.
I keep saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and I should play along because we as a show, I will be 3 sheets.
Oh, God.
In Vegas. Probably 4 sheets by then. By tip time.
How quickly do you get after it? Like the games start at what? Like 9?
Yeah.
And are you already there for it? Like, do you go Wednesday night?
I usually go,
or do you go
first
5
thing
in the
out
morning?
smoking on Thursday.
Yeah.
Although having a 2.5-year-old has complicated my departure plans a little.
You know what that is?
It's a complication sensation is what it is. Because I do the preschool drop-off, and they don't open until 8. So I thought about dropping her off at 4 with a note on her.
Oh, crap.
But that sounds like it might be a felony.
Yeah, just go a little later and drink on the plane. That'd be my advice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
I'd like to go a little earlier and drink on the plane. What's wrong with you?
Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Hi, Gene. What's going on? What are you doing?
I'm sitting here with my favorite dog, Chili, and getting ready to go to the park.
Oh,
all right.
Good dog.
Yeah, good job, Gene. What's
good
up?
Good dog. He's a good dog.
Yeah, he is.
Hey, listen, I think we're worried a little too much about Kaminga maybe upsetting the apple cart here. First of all, I don't think Kerr is going to allow that to happen. And keep in mind, when he sends players out on the floor, they don't all come in and immediately play well. I mean, look at Buddy Hield, especially in the last 4 or 5 games, how many bricks he's thrown up. And we're still deep enough and strong enough to win. So, and looking at the last game, Curry played a good game, except he couldn't hit threes. So my point is that I think we're a strong enough and deep enough team, and we have a great coach that's going to monitor this very carefully. I think JK goes out there and he starts hitting, shots immediately and playing good defense. Fine, he'll get the minutes. If he doesn't, he'll just, he'll pull him back a little bit and let him kind of work into the system a bit better.
Yeah, Gene, thanks so much. Worried is the wrong word. I'm not worried about anything. I'm really not worried about anything. This whole conversation is born from 2 things. And really, the first one is what Steve Kerr said the other night after the game.
It's a really difficult thing when you are playing really well and then you have a key guy coming back. It's always tough. So I think the idea is just bring him along slowly, play him in short bursts, help him get his rhythm back. But, we've got to keep playing Guy Santos. We've got to keep playing the guys who are helping us win right now. And so usually this stuff has to kind of play out, and so we'll hope that it plays out.
That's really the core of this conversation, is the fact that Steve was asked about it, and he's immediately said, it's very difficult and it's very tough, and then went on to say, and we need to keep playing the people who are playing. And so that's all I'm saying right now, is this an extension of what he's saying to sort of like enforce the idea that when people believe that Jonathan is owed something because he's Jonathan, my answer is no, he's not. No, he's not. In professional sports, nothing matters more than winning.
Yeah.
And so when you're winning, you follow that.
And I would even go as far, and I've said this before about, I never thought that the franchise owed it to Steph to, give him one more swing at it. And Steph even said it, like, we're not going to do something reckless just to try to make a crazy move. Turned out you made the perfect move to give you exactly that, because you're the 6th seed and you've got a chance to continue matriculating up the board the way you're playing. But you don't owe Jonathan Kaminga anything. All you owe it to him is for him to win healthy, have a chance to come back and be a contributor for what you've got going on.
Mitch is in Riverdale, Maryland, and next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Mitch. Thanks for the call.
Hey, man. Love your show.
Thank you.
Yes, man. We need Jonathan Kaminga's length and athleticism. Okay, we're still a relatively non-athletic, smallish team, and as good as we're doing, despite that, eventually we're going to run into some horses with OKC and other teams that have a lot of length and youth and can jump through the roof. Jonathan Kaminga can run with these guys, and if you remember last year, he locked some pretty good offensive players down. So we need to integrate him in the lineup. We need to utilize him where we have weaknesses, which is on the inside. He rips rebounds off the backboard and he goes up strong, and we lack that. We have a lot of smallish players who are afraid to go inside, and they pass the ball back out a lot. So I think Kaminga can fit on the team, and we can reduce Buddy Hield's minutes down to 0. He's a non-factor. There are ways to integrate Kaminga without diminishing Santos's role. We absolutely got to keep that guy on the court.
Yeah, so, Mitch, let me throw a couple questions at you, because whenever someone says, let's give Jonathan all of Buddy Hield's minutes, I kind of like my ears perk up, because they play different positions, and so I don't know how feasible that would be. But because you said the Warriors are sort of missing X, and they need Jonathan to fill that in, let me ask you about the last 3 weeks of basketball. And what is it that you see that the Warriors don't do well that they're going to need to do better?
I don't think that they crash the boards on offense very well. I don't think they still, beyond beyond Butler and Guy Santos, I don't think they drive to the rim, with a lot of power and force. And, I think they resort to jump shots. Curry, ends up, going into the lane a little bit too much, getting beat up. We need to take some of the pressure off the smaller guys going inside and have some more bigger guys go inside. And, Moody is trying to, become more of a force on the inside, but he's a little erratic. He's missing a lot of layups. Draymond Green's missing a lot of layups. I just feel like we don't have that same athletic force that other teams in the NBA does. And, they score on the inside with a lot of fluidity and ease, and Kaminga is that type of player. He's an above-the-rim type of player, and I just think that the Warriors can benefit from that.
Okay, Mitch, thanks. Yeah, I feel where you're coming from. At the same time, maybe this is why I came out of Saturday night's game so intrigued and so inspired. That's one of the best defensive teams in the game. It's certainly, they were often by Warrior players called the most physical team in the NBA. They foul the most. They are pretty big down low, not necessarily the tallest team, but they're big. They've got a lot of big, physical, wide guys. Warriors out-rebounded them. The addition of Jimmy Butler, to me, says that things are going on inside the paint at a much, much higher level, actually, than they were before. They're getting to the free throw line more. They got to the free throw line more than Detroit did the other night. They're hitting a lot more of their free throws. All of those things. So I don't necessarily see those things that Mitch just brought up as a problem. They were more of a problem than they are now.
You will get even more free throw attempts, I believe, when Kaminga comes back and is able to play 20 to 25 minutes because before Jimmy Butler, he makes 2 out of every 3, which he's at least going to get to the foul line. And outside of Jimmy Butler, as a team, you don't get there very often.
Let's get some more phone calls on this coming up next, and then Warriors Live is going to get started. 888-957-9570 is the number, and it is Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. If you're headed to Chase Center in San Francisco, the good news is northbound 280 not backed up at all. Your ride through Mission Bay tough near Chase Center. Bay Bridge back up.
Mark, you out here sounding like a hater, my brother.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I know it sounds that way, but, things aren't always as they seem. I do want to tell everybody one more time about this Thursday because it sets up next Thursday, which I have now gathered will not include Dan Dibley.
And I'm a little gutted because I love being at Splash with that scrolling scoreboard and all the screens.
It's going to be a fun day.
It's going to be really fun. And I would love to be there, and one of you will have the best seat in the house.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, Evan Giddings is at Splash right now doing Warriors Live in 12 minutes.
Ridiculous.
Correct. I'm getting ready for the Blazers in town. But this Thursday, we want to invite you to be with us in the 5 o'clock hour because this Thursday sets up next Thursday. That's the 20th when NCAA tournament games start. And the Raptors will also be in town to wrap up a homestand for the Warriors. But anyway, back to this Thursday in the 5 o'clock hour, that's when you can win your way in to the big day down there. We're giving away the best seat in the house package. And what that is you and a guest, two people will go